Dust sifted down and struck the tip of his nose. Ryan sneezed sharply, his nostrils filled with the sour smell of moldy wood. Propping himself up on trembling arms, he sat upright and felt his fingertips sink into cold, rotten mud. Above him, a broken plank rattled in the draft, creaking back and forth while the cold wind poured straight into his collar. Ryan shuddered, pulled the dust-caked, torn linen coat tighter around himself, and his teeth chattered uncontrollably. That old Jack ran faster than anyone when trouble came. He ground his back teeth and muttered a curse, his throat dry as smoke as a harsh cough tore out of him. Just yesterday, the former body's bargain of a steward had swept away the last few copper coins from the Lord's manor and fled overnight. He had even taken the only 2 lame guards with him. Blackstone Domain lay on the most remote border of the continent, a place of exile for criminals and monsters alike. Now it had become the death pit of a fallen baron like him. His stomach let out a long rumble, like an ancient bellows being dragged open. Ryan rubbed his sunken belly as darkness swam before his eyes, cold sweat sliding down his forehead. Hungry. Truly miserably hungry, hungry enough that even the pads of his fingers trembled. He braced himself against the base of the wall and stood, calves cramping, then nearly pitched headfirst into a broken clay jar when his feet gave way. To think a transmigrator could end up like this, honestly, there's no one worse off than me. Ryan panted heavily, leaned on a crippled table with a missing corner, and limped toward the half-collapsed kitchen. Broken stones pressed painfully into the soles of his feet. The kitchen door had long since rotted away, and half a spiderweb riddled with holes hung from the frame. He casually used a wooden stick to sweep the web aside, but sticky strands clung to the back of his hand and refused to shake free. Inside the stove lay only dead ash, while in the corner rested a dried, shriveled rat. Unwilling to give up, Ryan crouched and thrust his hand beneath the stove into the black ash. His fingernails filled with soot and mud, and the choking smell of charcoal rushed straight into his head until his eyes stung. Then his fingertips struck something hard. His eyes brightened, and he hurriedly pulled it out. It was a palm-sized iron box, its lid rusted shut and jammed tight. Open, come on, open. Ryan clenched his teeth, grabbed half a brick from the ground, and hammered it against the latch. The shock numbed the web between his thumb and forefinger. Brick fragments bounced across the back of his hand and left a red mark. At last the iron box sprang open, releasing a scent of preservative spices mingled with a faint savory odor. Inside the box lay half a piece of roasted meat. It was shriveled, blackened, and hard as a knot of rotten wood. Ryan swallowed, his throat bobbing twice as a fierce hunger lit his eyes. He ignored the ash clinging to it and shoved it straight into his mouth. Crack! A sharp ache shot through his teeth. The meat did not even take a pale mark, and his jaw nearly gave way from the impact. This thing could probably crack walnuts. Ryan rubbed his aching cheek, his mouth filled with the bitter taste of rust. He needed water to soften it first, otherwise it might tear up his stomach from the inside. Just as he searched around for a broken water jar, a sudden buzz rang inside his mind. It sounded like a rusted gear catching on itself, followed by a mechanical female voice crackling with faint static. Ding! Host detected, on the verge of starvation. Mythic bond and enjoyment system activating. Ryan's hand jerked violently, and the life-saving meat nearly fell back into the ash heap. What is that? He patted his ear, thinking hunger had driven him into hallucination. Activation complete. This system specializes in effortless leisure. The voice in his mind grew much clearer and even carried a strangely human warmth. The host need only enjoy life, eat, drink, play, and bond with mythic figures to gain power without effort. Current bound figures 0. Current enjoyment index negative. Ryan froze where he stood and blinked twice. He looked at the roasted meat in his hand, hard enough to serve as a weapon, then at the broken roof above his head. A cold gust chose that exact moment to strike his forehead. So, you call this enjoying life? The corner of his mouth twitched as he pointed at the wreckage around him, his voice cracking with disbelief. I've been exiled to the border and can't even get a meal. You want me to eat, drink, and have fun? With whom? Ghosts? The system fell silent for 2 seconds. Recommendation: the host should first solve the matter of food and warmth. Finding a maid to serve the meal may help raise the enjoyment index. Nonsense. Do you even see where I am? Where am I supposed to find a maid now? Dig one out of an abandoned grave. Ryan was so angry his chest hurt. He hurled the empty iron box to the ground, where it rang out with a sharp clang. This wretched system promised grand feasts, but did not even sprinkle a single sesame seed. He had still hoped for a beginner's gift pack, perhaps a full banquet delivered straight to his door. Forget it. Better to rely on himself than anyone else. Ryan drew a deep breath and forced down the sour churning in his empty stomach. First he had to deal with this half piece of meat. Clutching the stone-hard roasted meat, he limped out of the ruins. In his memory, there was an old well in the back courtyard of the Lord's manor, and it should not have gone dry yet. He pushed open the swaying back door, and a cold wind carrying the smell of dry grass struck him in the face. Ryan hunched his neck and stepped onto the yellow weeds which crackled beneath his boots. The sky was a dull gray, and the sun hid behind heavy clouds without letting through a single ray of light. He walked toward the well, his gaze unintentionally sweeping over a rotten hay pile beside it. His steps stopped abruptly. For a heartbeat his breathing ceased, every hair on his body seemed to rise, and his scalp tingled. Beside the hay pile a human figure was curled up. An inexplicable pressure thickened the air, suffocating, as though an invisible hand had seized his throat. Ryan held his breath, fingers digging hard into the roasted meat until his knuckles whitened. Was that a girl? She wore a torn linen robe whose original color could no longer be discerned, its edges ragged with rough tears. Waist-length silver hair lay tangled across the mud, filled with scraps of dry grass and black earth. Her eyes were closed, her face pale as paper, her lips utterly bloodless. She looked as if she had fainted from hunger. Yet what kept Ryan from moving rashly was instinct. It felt less like a frail young girl sleeping there, and more like an ancient beast that could bite through his neck at any moment. He carefully stepped half a pace backward, and the sole of his boot brushed a small stone. Swish! A faint rasp. The silver-haired girl's lashes trembled twice, and she suddenly opened her eyes. Ryan's heart leapt violently into his throat, and his fingers shook so hard, he nearly flung the meat away. What kind of eyes were those? Pure dark gold vertical pupils, cold and predatory, without a trace of human softness. She slowly turned her neck, the faint sound of bone and joint shifting in the silence. Her gaze did not fall on Ryan's face, who instead, like a radar locking on target, it fixed firmly on the half-piece of rock-hard roasted meat in his hand. The girl's nostrils twitched twice, and her cracked lips parted slightly. Gurgle. In the silent backyard the sound of her stomach rang out several times louder than Ryan's earlier rumble. The terrifying pressure collapsed in an instant. She stared fixedly at the meat, swallowed, and let out a vague breath from her throat. Ryan stood frozen, holding up that miserable piece of meat, unable to advance or retreat. Cold sweat had already soaked the cloth against his back, and when the wind blew it chilled him through. At that exact moment the system's crackling mechanical voice jumped out again. Ding! Wild mythic figure discovered the amnesiac silver dragon queen. The target is currently in a near-fatal state of hunger. Recommendation: feed her immediately to trigger bond formation. Ryan's eyelids twitched as he watched the girl slowly prop up her upper body. His meat was reflected in her golden vertical pupils, shining with a wolfish hunger. Her small filthy hands dug hard into the muddy ground, black earth packed beneath her nails. Her posture made it seem as if she might pounce in the next moment and chew him together with the meat. Ryan swallowed dryly, opened his mouth, and forced out a smile uglier than crying. If you keep staring at this piece of meat like that, it might melt before you get it. Dust sifted down in soft flakes, striking the tip of Ryan's nose. He stood frozen in place, holding that hard, ragged piece of meat. A gust swept dead leaves across the backyard, brushing the base of the wall with a dry rustle. The girl's vertical pupils fixed fiercely on the thing in his hand. A low rumble kept rolling in her throat like a wild beast guarding its food. Take it! Take it! Ryan swallowed against a dry throat and tentatively edged his arm forward half an inch. Chew slowly. This thing could crack your teeth. The instant he finished speaking, a silver blur flashed before his eyes. His palms suddenly went empty. A cold, slick sensation brushed his fingertips as though he had touched the scales of some cold-blooded creature. The half-piece of stone-hard roasted meat had already landed in the girl's hand. She did not chew at all. Opening lips drained of color, she stuffed the meat into her mouth with its charred skin and clinging ash. A crisp crack rang out. Ryan's scalp tingled. By instinct he covered his own cheek, his teeth aching in sympathy. That ancient meat, hard enough to smash brick, crunched in her mouth like a biscuit and was swallowed in only a few bites. The girl licked the black ash from the corner of her mouth, smacking her lips as if still unsatisfied. Her vertical pupils turned once more toward Ryan's empty palm. There is none, truly none, not even a crumb. Ryan hurriedly spread both hands and backed away 2 steps, terrified that hunger might drive her to bite him too. Just as he calculated which direction offered the fastest escape, a sharp electronic beep exploded in his mind. Ding! Feeding successful. Bond target confirmed: the amnesiac silver dragon queen Freya. Loyalty locked. Current position automatically assigned headmate. A blinding dark golden radiance rose without warning from beneath the girl's feet, forming intricate magical patterns. Ryan squinted against the glare, tears streaming down as he lifted an arm before his face. The light lasted for more than 10 seconds before gradually fading. In the air lingered a sweet metallic scent, like rain-soaked earth scorched by fire. Rubbing his stinging eyes, he opened them again. The aggressive, beast-like girl from moments before was gone. Freya stood quietly where she was, her dark golden vertical pupils softened into warm amber, carrying a clear and guileless innocence. She tilted her head, her nose twitching twice as if trying to distinguish the scents in the air. Young master. Her voice was hoarse and dry, as though she had not spoken for a long time, each pause stiff and unfamiliar. Ryan gasped for breath, his legs weak, and collapsed onto the moss-covered rim of the well. He had bet correctly. This wretched system might be stingy, but at least it worked. Do you remember your own name? Ryan wiped cold sweat from his forehead and studied her with lingering fear. Freya frowned and tapped her temple with mud-stained fingers, leaving a dark smear behind. Forgot. My head hurts. She shook her silver hair in irritation, and a few dead leaves dropped into the mud. But I know. I should listen to you. That was enough. Ryan let out a long breath, and the tension in his back finally loosened, leaving a deep ache between his bones. Supporting himself on the well rim, he stood and pointed toward the half-collapsed storeroom nearby. Go. Beneath that pile of junk is an old camphorwood chest. There should be clothes left by former servants inside. Put them on. Freya nodded obediently and stepped barefoot over the broken stones without so much as frowning. Before long, she crawled out from the ruins. The ragged robe on her body had been replaced by a yellowed, wrinkled maid outfit. A large tear split the hem, exposing her pale lower legs. The lace at the collar was caked with dust, and the apron strings were tied crookedly into a stubborn knot. Is the size all right? She tugged at the collar that felt a little tight, then looked up at Ryan with a faint hint of seeking praise in her eyes. It will do. No one is around to look at anything in this miserable place anyway. Ryan waved a hand and turned toward the main house of the Lord's manor. The front door had long since vanished, and cold wind rolled dead grass across the floor inside. A great hole gaped in the roof, and several blackened beams swayed as if ready to fall. Ryan had just crossed the threshold when he saw Freya somehow drag out a battered broom with half its bristles gone. She swung both arms wide and began sweeping the dust-covered floor with wild enthusiasm. Coughing erupted at once as a cloud of dust surged upward like a sandstorm and plastered Ryan's face. He coughed again and again, covering his nose as he dodged backward, feeling as if his lungs were about to burst. Stop. Are you trying to bury me alive? Choked until tears streamed down his face, Ryan waved both hands frantically. Freya hurriedly stopped, dropped the broom, and twisted the corner of her apron in helpless embarrassment. I am sorry, young master. I saw how dirty it was here and wanted to tidy it up. She lowered her head, silver hair falling to hide her cheeks like a kitten that had made a mistake. Seeing her pitiful expression, Ryan sighed and was just about to say something when his stomach rumbled like a drum. One piece of hard meat had been barely enough to fill a gap between the teeth. Hunger burned in his stomach like fire. Enough. Stop working. Find a corner that blocks the wind and rest for now. Ryan walked to the broken wooden bed in the corner, one leg propped up with bricks. The straw mat on the boards was covered with mildew, giving off a sharp, musty odor. He collapsed straight onto it, his bones striking the hard planks with a dull thud. Hiss. When will days like this ever end? He rubbed his aching lower back and stared at the wind-leaking hole above. Outside, the sky had already darkened. The afterglow of sunset dyed the clouds a dull red, and the chill in the wind deepened. Freya walked to the bedside, picked up half of a blackened, tattered blanket from the floor, and shook off the dust. Carefully, she covered Ryan with it, her movements clumsy yet earnest. Young master, are you cold? I will make a fire. Don't bother. This broken house does not even have a door. A fire would only smoke our eyes. Ryan tightened the blanket full of holes around himself, turned over, and buried his face in the crook of his arm. Sleep. Once asleep, hunger will fade. Night fell completely, and Blackstone Domain sank into deathly silence. Only the wind passing through the broken walls made a strange wailing sound, like someone weeping. Ryan had just drifted toward sleep when the cramping pain in his stomach made him toss and turn. Freya sat on the floor at the foot of the bed, arms around her knees, her head nodding as she dozed. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes open. Her gentle amber pupils narrowed instantly into thin vertical slits. She rose and moved soundlessly to the empty doorframe, like a leopard staring hard beyond the courtyard wall. What is it? Ryan woke at her sudden movement, propping himself up and rubbing his heavy eyelids. Before Freya could answer, a dazzling red light flared outside. The sharp smell of burning pine resin drifted into the room with the wind. Dozens of torches lit the ruined street outside the Lord's manor as chaotic, heavy bootsteps drew nearer, making the ground tremble faintly. With a crash, the already tottering outer wooden gate of the Lord's manor was kicked apart, splinters bursting into the air. A dozen burly outlaws in rough gear surged into the courtyard, carrying rusty chopping blades and short crossbows. At their head was a scarred man, blind in one eye. He clenched an oil-dripping torch in his hand, his thick throat working as he spat onto a patch of stone that had barely been cleaned. Brothers, keep your eyes sharp. Old Jack said that useless Baron Ryan still has an heirloom hidden away. Don't smash it by accident. The scarred man grinned, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth, his face twisted by the torchlight. He kicked over the broken water jar in the courtyard with a loud crash, sending water splashing across the stones. Baron Ryan, stop hiding inside like a coward. Come out and bow your head, and perhaps we will grant you a cleaner end. Baron Lane, stop hiding in there like a coward. Come out and kowtow to us, and maybe we'll let you die a quick death. The scar-faced man's hoarse voice echoed through the empty courtyard. Loose debris from the broken roof fell onto Lane's eyelids. He kept his eyes shut, brow furrowed into a knot, not even wanting to expend the energy to turn over. So noisy. Who's wailing at this hour? Lane muttered, pulling the moldy, ragged blanket over his head. Weak from hunger, he couldn't be bothered to move even if the sky fell. In the courtyard, a dozen bandits holding torches crowded the small space. The pungent smell of cheap resin drifted in with the night wind, making one nauseous. Boss, this place is so poor even rats would turn their noses up. Is old Jack playing us for fools? A skinny monkey-like bandit tapped the broken window frame with the back of his blade and peered into the dark room. The scar-faced man spat on the ground, his fleshy face trembling. Let's talk. Old Jack says this guy carries a family heirloom pocket watch, pure gold. He kicked the rickety doorframe. Get in there and drag him out. A baron's soft skin will spurt blood with one cut. The doorframe let out a miserable crack and collapsed completely. Creak. Before the bandits could rush in, a figure stepped out from the shadows beside the ruins. Firelight flickered, illuminating silver hair. Freya still clutched that bald, worn broom, her skirt stained with dust, standing barefoot on the rubble-strewn ground. She tilted her head, her dark, golden vertical pupils gleaming with cold light in the firelight. Oh! The scar-faced man froze for a moment, then grinned, revealing yellow teeth, his eyes nearly popping out. In this desolate place, there's a pretty little thing like this, eh? Several bandits burst into lewd laughter, whistles rising one after another. The skinny monkey rubbed his hands, laughing breathlessly. Boss, tonight we're in for a treat. You've dirted the floor I just swept. Freya cut him off, her voice hoarse, slow, with a dull air of innocence. She looked down at the stone slabs, now covered in muddy footprints, her brow slowly knitting. The scar-faced man burst out laughing, twirling his big blade. Little girl, soon you won't even know where the ground is. Come here. He reached for her shoulder, the black grime under his nails reeking of sour filth. Freya stepped back half a step, dodging his hand. She was disgusted not only by their footprints, but also by their smell. You're too loud. You'll wake the young master. She gripped the wooden handle of the broken broom, and faint silvery scales began to appear on the back of her hand. If the young master doesn't sleep, well, he'll get angry. When he's angry, I don't get to eat. Freya carefully considered this cause and effect, then reached her conclusion. So you have to disappear. Huh. This girl must be crazy, threatening us with a broken broom. The scar-faced man's laughter had just begun when it was cut off, as if something had gripped his throat. The air suddenly grew thick. The surrounding temperature skyrocketed within a single breath. The flames on the torches, as if suppressed by a more terrifying force, went out instantly, leaving only wisps of black smoke. The skinny monkey's lewd grin froze. He found it hard to breathe, as if his lungs were filled with scorching hot iron sand. Be boss. This woman's not right. Freya said no more. She simply waved the broken broom forward, like shooing away a fly. Boom. No incantation, no wind-up. A blinding silver pillar of light burst from the broom's tip, instantly illuminating the entire night sky of Blackstone Domain. The intense light forced everyone's eyes shut, while a visible ring of white shockwave exploded in the air. Then an ancient dragon's roar tore through the clouds, causing all the rubble on the ground to levitate against gravity. A phantom image of a silver dragon over 100 meters long flashed across the sky and vanished. The scar-faced man didn't even have time to scream before his vision was swallowed by pure silver light. His steel blade instantly melted into molten iron. Bones, flesh, even his hair, all vaporized directly by this draconic breath, forbidden curse. A dozen people, as if they had never existed in this world, left not even a trace of ash. The silver pillar continued unabated, sweeping through the courtyard wall with devastating force and plowing through the wasteland beyond. Finally, it slammed solidly into the black iron mountain behind the Lord's manor. No violent explosion, only a high-frequency vibration that numbed the eardrums. The hard black iron peak seemed to be scooped out by an invisible giant spoon. The cut was smooth as a mirror, with dark red magma dripping down the flat surface, emitting pungent white smoke. A night wind blew, sending a few dry leaves tumbling across the empty courtyard. Nothing remained except a bottomless, glassy trench in the earth. Freya kept her sweeping pose, then looked down at the broom handle in her hand. The straw part at the front had been reduced to ash, unable to withstand the magical power. Oh no! She dropped the stick in distress, dusting the black ash from her palms. Then she sniffed the air, her eyes brightening, and turned to trot toward the half-collapsed kitchen. Inside the room, Lane was still under the blanket. When the white flash came from outside, he thought it was a thunderclap. Then came a violent shaking, and the broken bed frame beneath him creaked pitifully. Damn, whether can a man get any sleep? He turned over with the blanket, not even bothering to lift an eyelid. In his mind, that mechanical female voice with an electric tone suddenly came alive, flooding his thoughts. Ding. Detected a fatal threat to the domain, successfully neutralized by the bonded one. Congratulations, host, you've enjoyed a perfect, easy win sleep experience. Enjoyment index skyrocketing. Starting to distribute bond shared rewards. Lane's movements froze. He remained lying on his side, ears perked. Shared Silver Dragon Queen Constitution Absolute Physical Defense. Shared Silver Dragon Queen Talent Demigod Level Dragon Language Mana Pool. A series of notifications rattled his brain into numbness. Then a warm torrent surged up his spine and into the back of his head. His hunger-weakened limbs suddenly filled with swelling power, and even the hunger in his stomach was dulled by the surging mana. Light footsteps came from the doorway. Freya, barefoot on the scattered debris, held a clean, broken tile in her hands. On the tile lay a few slices of meat, sizzling with oil. Young Master the Thunder scared away the bugs. She walked to the bed and offered the tile her amber vertical pupils shining in the dark. I found some dry bark under the stove, chopped up that piece of meat, and roasted it again. Try it, see if it's soft enough. The aroma of meat mixed with a hint of wood smoke drifted straight into Lane's nose. Lane opened his eyes and sat up. He looked at the dragon girl before him, her face smudged with soot, waiting eagerly for praise. Lane reached out, picked up a piece of meat, and tossed it into his mouth. Crisp on the outside, tender inside, juices bursting on his tongue. He chewed while feeling the mana churning in his veins, his lips curling into an uncontrollable smile. Not bad. Lane patted the grease from his fingers, lay back down on the ragged straw mat, and pulled the blanket over his stomach. Remember to brew me some tea in the morning. He yawned, turned over to find a comfortable position. I need to figure out how to use this free mana that came to me lying down. To build us a new front gate. The ding-ding echoed in his mind through the entire night. Lane was jolted awake by the biting chill of the morning wind. It funneled straight through the gaping hole in the roof, seeping into his collar, carrying the pungent smell of freshly turned earth and the acrid char of last night's scorched hillside. He rubbed the grit from his stinging eyes, pushed aside the moldy rag blanket, and levered himself up from the hard bedboard. His bones didn't crack like yesterday, nor did his stomach writhe with cramps. A blazing brazier seemed to cling to his spine as warmth surged through every vessel, flooding his limbs and extremities. The skin across his entire body felt taut, humming with untapped strength. Faint azure characters still lingered on his retinas, flickering twice before dissolving. Shared Silver Dragon's Absolute Physical Defense. Shared Half-God Dragon Language Magic Reservoir. Dragging footsteps echoed beyond the doorframe. Freya padded barefoot across the mud-slicked blue stones, her silver hair a wild crown atop her head. She carried in a warped wooden board with blackened edges. Upon it sat a dented, rusted spirit steel cup, steam curling from its lip. Young Master, the tea. It's ready. She set the board upon the wobbly table, twisting the frayed hem of her apron between nervous fingers, dirt caked beneath her fingernails. Found some dried leaves in the kitchen cellar. They smell a bit sour, but please drink up and warm yourself. A gust of heat carried forth, reeking of aged horse feed. That bastard old Jack hadn't even left the tea dregs for the horse trough. Lane clicked his tongue, reaching for the spirit steel cup. The moment his fingertips brushed the iron, the scalding temperature that should have blistered his skin felt no different than touching a lukewarm stone. Not even a sting. The Silver Dragon's absolute defense was no exaggeration. He tilted his head back and drained the bitter brew. Boiling water coursed down his throat, failing to scald, yet offering his empty stomach a soothing warm compress. Lane exhaled a contented breath, his eyelids drooping. He turned his focus inward toward that unfamiliar force coiled within his mind. Eager to test this so-called half-god magic, his heart slammed violently. The roar of blood thundering through vessels instantly filled his ears like a great river surging through his chest. Instinctively his grip tightened around the cup. Creak. A shriek of tortured metal rang through the dilapidated room. The sturdy spirit steel cup didn't even last a second. The iron crumpled like wet paper, crushed into a twisted knot. The remaining brown tea pushed and spattered across the moldy straw mat. Lane froze. He hadn't even felt resistance, as if crushing a piece of soft, rotten tofu. Freya flinched, her amber vertical pupils contracting sharply. Oh, hot. She flung down the board, seized Lane's hand, turning it over and over, hopping anxiously in place. Are you hurt, young master? How did this wretched cup suddenly flatten? She dabbed at his hand with her dusty apron while blowing on his palm. Lane stared at his unmarked palm, not even a red mark, and a grin tugged at his lips. It's fine, not burned. He reached out and patted Freya's head, fingers brushing the soft, hidden dragon horn nestled in her hair. The sensation of abundant power was truly intoxicating. Lane withdrew his hand, tossed the crumpled metal scrap into the corner, and closed his eyes. He extended the spiritual force coiled in his mind outward. His senses exploded in intensity 1,000-fold. The spiritual net rippled like water, silently washing over the ruins, passing through Blackstone Domain's shattered walls. The faint rustling of black ants relocating beneath the wall's corner burrowed crisply into his ears. The sour tang of rotting leaves from the blackwood forest's edge assailed his nostrils. 200 meters. 500 meters. 1,000 meters. The great web of spiritual force continued expanding when it suddenly snagged on something. Like a silken net catching a wildly thrashing stone. Lane's eyes remained shut, his brow lifting a fraction. In his perception beyond 1,000 meters within the shadows of the ruins lay a vast thicket of barbed shrubs. A person lurked there. Ragged gasps wheezed like a cracked bellows, the heart hammering as if trying to burst from the throat. The acrid stench of cold sweat mingled with urine captured crystal clear by the spiritual net riding the wind. Lane could even see those bloodshot eyes. Those eyes pressed against a brass spyglass stared rigidly at the half-collapsed hillside Freya had swept flat last night, the eye sockets trembling violently. Just a rat hiding in the shadows. Lane opened his eyes slowly, a fleeting shimmer of pale, silver light vanishing into the depths of his pupils. He withdrew his spiritual sense, rubbing the tea residue from his fingertips. Freya, go to the backyard and find a sturdy wooden stick. Bring it. Freya was crouching on the floor, prying at the metal scrap. She looked up bewildered. Huh, a wooden stick. Are we sweeping again, young master? Lane brushed the dry grass from his linen coat, his gaze fixed on the direction of that shrubbery 1,000 meters distant, his lips curving into a cold smile. In this desolate backwater of ours, some peeping wildcat has come visiting early. He stepped over the broken threshold and rolled his neck. With a full belly and warm drink, the young master shall take you to catch some rats. 1,000 meters away, in the thicket at the edge of the blackwood forest, Bard lay like a disemboweled dead dog pressed flat against the thorny, poisonous vines. Dew mixed with the sour stench of sweat dripped from his greasy nose, splattering onto the black, rotting mud. His left calf had been cramping for half an hour, muscles twitching and spasming. Yet he dared not even breathe heavily. The edge of the brass telescope pressed hard against his cheekbone, where the skin had long been rubbed raw, forming a thin scab of dried blood that stung like needles under the sweat. He wiped the mud-spattered lens with his calloused thumb, afraid he had misjudged what he saw. The image cleared again. Through the gaps in the leaves, the drafty, dilapidated shack in the distance was fully exposed. That legendary exiled Baron Lane nearly starved to death, unable even to lift a longsword. He sat on the edge of the mold-covered broken bed. The Baron yawned, his pale, soft fingers not yet fully calloused resting lightly on the thick, solid steel cup. That was fine steel forged by a dwarf blacksmith, hard enough that a blade would not leave a nick. Then a tooth-grinding screech drifted through the cold morning air into the forest. The steel cup twisted into a spiral, like butter melting in the sun, crushed in the Baron's hand that showed no muscle definition. A few scalding drops of tea spurted out, splattering onto the Baron's thin linen coat, leaving no mark. The Baron did not even raise an eyebrow. Bard's Adam's apple bobbed painfully as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva mixed with the taste of earth. His stomach churned, and sour bile from the previous night rose to his throat. He bit his lip until it bled, a salty metallic taste spreading in his mouth, and forced the bile back down. His mind buzzed like an explosion, everything in chaos. The scene from last night that tore through the sky was nailed into his nerves like a spike. Those murderous outlaws with scarred faces. Just seconds ago they were laughing arrogantly in the courtyard, torches in hand, cursing with filthy tongues. The next moment that maid in a tattered cloth skirt, her silver hair full of gray, merely waved a broom whose bristles were nearly bare. No incantation, no magic circle. A phantom of a silver dragon 100 meters long shot into the sky. A dozen living men, along with half of the black iron mountain, turned into white ash scattering in the wind. The air was thick with the stench of burnt flesh and the sulfur of lava. This is what they call destitute. This is what they call waiting for death. The intelligence network His Highness the Crown Prince maintains. Are they all raised on swill? Check if that waste has already rotted from hunger, and remember to bring back his skull as a drinking bowl. Before leaving the city, the shrill voice of the eunuch beside the Crown Prince still echoed in Bard's ears. Rotted. Come see this monster crushing raw iron with his bare hands. Whose skull it will be is far from certain. Bard felt his own brain tremble. He put away the telescope, trying to tuck it into the leather armor gap on his chest. His hands shook like a man with epilepsy. 3 times he failed, and the telescope clattered onto the fallen leaves. He didn't bother to pick it up. With both hands digging into the mud, he crawled backward on his belly. The coarse cloth trousers on his thighs were soaked through with cold sweat clinging to his skin like ice. A morning breeze made him shiver violently. A thorny vine snagged the back of his collar. Bard jerked away. With a tearing sound, the fabric ripped. A 2-inch gash opened on the back of his neck, burning with pain. He scrambled out of the bushes, crashing headfirst into a rotten tree stump covered in moss. Ignoring the sting of scratched knees, he fumbled for the cloth pouch tied to his calf. He pulled out a blackened charcoal stick. Then he took out a crumpled piece of parchment that smelled of mutton. The paper was damp. The charcoal pierced a hole through it as soon as he pressed down his trembling hand, making it impossible to write. His teeth chattered, tears blurred with mucus and sweat obscuring his vision. Your Highness, run. He muttered between shivers, drawing twisted lines on the paper. Mucus dripped uncontrollably onto the parchment, smearing the black charcoal powder into a disgusting wet stain. Monsters, all of them are monsters. Blackstone Domain. It's not a place of exile, it's a man-eating demon cave. He scribbled a few words, crookedly dragon barehanded steel crushing request reinforcements Baron mutated. After writing the last few strokes, he hastily rolled the parchment into a ball. He stuffed it into the bamboo tube tied at his lower back, sealed it tightly with a wooden stopper. Bard pushed himself up on unsteady legs, but his left leg gave way, and he fell to his knees. He resorted to crawling on all fours like a scalded feral cat scrambling deeper into the forest. The crunch of boots breaking twigs echoed along the path. He never dared look back. In the Lord's manor by the window of the main room that led in the wind lane withdrew his gaze. The faint silvery light in his eyes faded, his pupils returning to their original black. The weak pulse from his spiritual tendrils vanished. That rat hiding in the woods had already scrambled away, ran fast enough to spark fire from his soles. Lane yawned, brushing a few rust particles off his palm. The room was so quiet you could hear water dripping from the eaves. He turned. Freya was still crouched beside the broken table with a missing leg. Her eyes were fixed on the twisted piece of scrap metal on the floor. Her silver hair was a messy tangle on her shoulders, her amber vertical pupils unblinking. "Master," she sniffed, her voice hoarse. She looked up, rubbing her nose with the back of her hand smeared with black ash, leaving a comical dark streak. "This piece of iron. If we take it to the blacksmith shop at the east end of town, maybe we can trade it for half a loaf of black bread." She swallowed dryly, her eyes serious. "I smelled it yesterday. That bread even had a bit of wheat bran fragrance." Her stomach cooperated with a long, low rumble. Lane's eye twitched. The fullness in his stomach, just filled with magical energy, nearly shattered at those words. A silver dragon queen who could destroy the world crouching here, calculating how to trade scrap metal for a crumbly black bread. This life was truly miserable to the core. He walked over, bent down, picked up the twisted metal with 2 fingers, and casually tossed it out the window. A dull thud. The scrap metal landed precisely in the mud pit in the middle of the yard, splashing a puddle of murky water. Freya's gaze followed the metal, her neck stretching far, her eyes full of regret. Master, that was bread," she muttered, twisting the dirty apron string with her fingers, her lips pouting. "When old Jack left, he even emptied the rat holes. We don't have a single copper coin. What are you picking up trash for? Put away that poor look." Lane leaned against the doorframe, splintered with wood shards, rolling his eyes. "Master just got divine power yesterday. Now I'm full of capital all over." He pointed at his own nose. "Do I look like someone who would be short of half a loaf of black bread?" Freya nodded honestly. "Yes." She stared at Lane's washed-out linen coat. "Yesterday you couldn't even bear to throw away that piece of rock-hard roasted meat, and you nearly broke your teeth on it." Lane choked, opened his mouth, and couldn't get a word out. Fine dragon instincts were indeed sharp. They hit right where it hurt. A draft seeped through the cracked wall, chilling the back of his neck. The blackened beam overhead creaked dangerously, shedding moldy wood dust. A few green moss-covered broken tiles wobbled precariously. Through the cracks, sour rainwater from the previous night dripped down. Drip, drip. A drop of dirty water landed exactly on Lane's shoulder, spreading a dark stain. In the corner, 2 grayish-brown poisonous mushrooms stubbornly grew, their caps covered with disgusting white spots. Lane rubbed the goosebumps on his arms. Even a dog would shake its head and walk away from this wretched place. He patted the dirty water off his shoulder side and suppressed the embarrassment from being stumped. Lane did not pursue the spy. Instead, withdrawing his gaze, he looked at the leaking roof of the Lord's manor, frowned, and said to Freya, "Since we've decided to retire and laze around here, this broken house doesn't match our status. It needs some renovation." The moment Lane finished speaking, Freya's eyes lit up. Her amber slit pupils narrowed into thin lines like a feral cat spotting a mouse. "Build a house. I can do that." She hitched up her mud-flecked maid skirt, tucking it hastily into her belt, revealing her fair bare calves. She dashed 2 steps to the door, pointing at the pitch-black woods in the distance. "The trees over there are thick. I'll pull up a few and smash them into the ground with their roots. A big shelter like that will definitely block the wind." With that, she lunged forward, her foot crushing a rotten blue brick with a sharp crack. Lane's eyelid twitched, and he quickly reached out to grab the back of her collar. "Get back here. Pulling up trees to build a shack. Are you trying to make your young master live like a caveman?" Freya was yanked backward, stumbling and nearly falling flat on her rear. Rubbing the back of her head, she blinked in bewilderment. Then, "Should I find some stones and pile up a shell?" "Enough. Put away your wilderness survival tricks. Stand over there unless you want a face full of dirt." Lane waved her off, shooing her under the bare, crooked tree in the yard. He stepped out of the rickety, half-broken door, his worn leather boots splashing through the mud puddles. A cold wind crept down his collar, making him shiver. Lane took a deep breath of the earthy, dusty air. Closing his eyes, he slowly sank his mental energy into the pool of magic he had just shared within his chest. His heartbeat amplified against his eardrums, pounding like muffled thunder. The flow of his blood surged, feeling like molten lava racing through his veins, burning all the way to his fingertips. "Rise for your master." Lane's eyes snapped open, a thick, dark golden light shimmering beneath his lids. He raised his right foot and stomped hard on the cracked blue stone slab beneath him. Boom! A deep, muffled rumble erupted from deep underground, causing the loose pebbles at his feet to bounce half a foot into the air. Earth and metal dragon tongue magic needed no tedious obscure incantations. It was pure instinct from the magic pool. With his foot as the epicenter, a circle of silver-white arcane lines burst outward across the muddy ground. Immediately, the dilapidated lord's manor let out a mournful groan. Moldy beams, green moss tiles, and dirt walls covered in cobwebs. The moment they touched the silver formations, they disintegrated entirely, turning into a swirling cloud of gray dust. Not even a single scrap remained. Freya covered her head in fright, crouching under the crooked tree, her tailbone trembling. Before the dust could even settle, a harsh grating sound of rock grinding against rock came from underground. Krrr. Large swaths of mud were forcibly shoved aside by an immense force. Flawless pure white jade rock pushed its way up from the earth, like bamboo shoots breaking through the soil. These white stones, still warm from the depths, had surfaces so smooth they reflected one's image. They rapidly assembled, stacked, and rose in midair. Within moments, a massive domed main wall over 10 meters high had taken shape. Lane gritted his molars, a fine sheen of sweat beading on his forehead. This demigod-level magic was exhilarating, but it drained his spirit. He curled his fingers and flicked them upwards. Metal veins from miles beneath the earth were forcibly extracted. Dark red iron ore and gleaming gold dust purified by magic into liquid form. They snaked up the white jade walls, outlining intricate, luxurious carved windows and a heavy, imposing door. The damp cold in the air was completely driven out. In its place rushed a wave of dry, warm air, even carrying a faint, pleasant scent of pine. Lane panted heavily, wiping the sweat from his chin. He shook out his aching arms, gazing at the white jade castle that had risen from the ground before him. Sunlight struck the golden-laid jade exterior, refracting a dazzling halo. Now, this was prestige. Even the imperial bedchamber in the capital would have to take a back seat. What are you gawking at? Come on in for the inspection. Lane snapped his fingers at Freya, who was still cowering under the tree. He then pushed open the heavy gilded door himself. The door swung on its hinges without a sound. Freya, like a startled rabbit, crept over cautiously, extending a grubby finger to poke the white jade doorframe. A warm sensation traveled up her fingertip, and she snatched her hand back as if burned eyes wide. Entering the great hall, Lane's foot nearly slipped out from under him, almost doing the splits. He had been so focused on the outer walls earlier that he'd forgotten to lay down non-slip material on the floor. He steadied himself, clearing his throat to cover the embarrassment. Once more he channeled his magic. Countless fine red threads materialized in the air of the hall. These magically manifested fibers weaved and interlaced at a frantic speed, like a loom on overdrive. In the blink of an eye, a thick, soft burgundy velvet carpet had completely covered the entire hall floor. It felt so plush underfoot that one's entire ankle could sink into it. A crisp sound of clinking glass echoed overhead. Hundreds of translucent crystals condensed out of thin air, piecing together into a massive lotus-shaped chandelier. Soft magical light flowed within the crystals, illuminating the entire hall brightly. Freya was completely stunned. Her draconic instinct for hoarding treasure was now fully awakened. Forgetting the mud on her feet, she threw herself face first onto the carpet. She rubbed her cheek against the soft fibers, a contented purr rumbling from her throat. After a moment, she scrambled up and ran over to a white marble pillar in the hall. She hugged the pillar, gave it a sniff, and even stuck out her tongue to lick the gilded edge. Is all this real? Master, did you hollow out an entire mine? She stammered, turning her head back, a fleck of gold leaf still stuck to the corner of her mouth. Lane ignored this uncouth bumpkin. He made his way up the white jade staircase. The master bedroom door on the second floor was open, the room already fully furnished exactly as he had envisioned. Pushing the door open, a velvet soft bed large enough for 5 or 6 people sat in the center. The bedposts were studded with night pearls the size of walnuts. The bedding was made of magically woven ice silk, giving off a cool, refreshing sensation. Lane kicked off his worn boots, and a clump of mud from the soles flew onto the doorframe. He didn't care. He leaped, landing his entire body squarely into the soft mattress. A muffled thump sounded, and the mattress bounced twice. The ache in his bones seemed to drain away the instant he hit the bed. He hummed in contentment, rolling over and burying his face in the sun-scented quilt. Just as he was about to close his eyes and get a proper nap, his stomach let out a sudden thunderous growl. Growling. The sound was so loud it echoed in the empty bedroom. Lane's face fell. He clutched his cramped stomach, his brows furrowing into a tight knot. That impressive display of construction had looked cool, but it had nearly drained every last calorie from his mortal body. He was so hungry he saw stars, and even the night pearls on the ceiling seemed to have double vision. Just then Freya came running up the stairs. She poked half her body through the doorway, her skirt hem covered in red fuzz from the carpet. The castle was complete. Lane lay contentedly on the velvet bed, but his stomach let out a growl. Beyond, The castle's done, but that magic use really took it out of me. Your master wants a proper midnight snack. Lane groaned, clutching his cramping stomach as he turned over on the soft velvet mattress. The bed exuded a pleasant sun-dried scent. But no matter how comfortable the bed was, it couldn't fill the sour emptiness churning in his gut. I'm starving. This magic consumption is worse than 3 days of hauling bricks. The moment he finished speaking, a figure burst through the door. Freya gripped the doorframe, her amber slit-pupiled eyes glowing unervingly bright in the dim light. She had been rolling around on the red carpet in the hall downstairs moments ago, but at the sound of midnight snack, a suspicious glistening trailed from the corner of her mouth. Meat? I'll go get some meat. She lifted her dust-stained maid skirt, pointing at the dark, imposing forest outside the window. Young master, stay put. I smelled it from the yard. There are several plump prey animals in those woods. She swallowed hard, a loud gulp echoing in her throat. Leave it to me. I'll dig up the tenderest meat for you. Hey, don't. Lane had barely propped himself up, his hands still suspended in midair. Freya didn't bother with the stairs. She stepped directly onto the white jade windowsill, her calf muscles tensing as she launched herself like a cannonball into the thick darkness. A muffled boom echoed from below. More of the courtyard's bluestone slabs had likely cracked. Wind swept dead leaves through the window, striking Lane's face with a chill. That tiger of a woman doesn't even grab a torch hunting game in the dead of night. He grumbled, running his fingers through his disheveled hair, and resignedly got to his feet. Barefoot on the icy white jade floor, Lane shivered, draping his tattered linen coat over his shoulders as he shuffled slowly downstairs. Meanwhile, deep within the blackwood forest, the acrid stench of decay mixed with the damp, sunless cold seeping into his very bones. A shadow panther, nearly 4 meters long, was tearing into a wild deer in the muddy earth. This was the apex predator of the forest's outskirts, an S-rank magical beast, its hide impenetrable, its movements too fast for even high-ranking knights to track. Its crimson eyes scanned the surroundings, warily, shredded flesh clinging to its sharp fangs. Suddenly, an irresistible force seized the back of its neck. Before the shadow panther could even let out a growl, its entire body was hoisted into the air. Freya examined its thigh muscle with a look of disdain. What is this thing? Looks big, but it's all skin and bones. Not even worth getting stuck in my teeth. She curled her lip, and as if tossing away a filthy rag, flung the infamous S-rank beast aside. The panther didn't even manage a yelp as it crashed through 3 ancient trees thick as a man's embrace, its fate unknown. Freya sniffed the air, following the wind deeper into the woods. After a few more steps, the shrubs ahead shook violently, the stench of rancid saliva hitting her face. An earth bear towering 2 stories high rose on its hind legs, swatting its massive paws at this reckless human. Roar! The bear's bellow shook the leaves from the trees, carrying a sickening odor of rotting meat. Freya advanced, instead of retreating, her eyes locked on the bear's thick, greasy rump. This piece is perfect. It'll sizzle with fat when grilled. She rubbed her hands excitedly, meeting the iron-hard bear paw with a single open-handed slap. A sharp crack echoed. The massive bear spun through the air like a whipped top, tumbling 3 times before slamming heavily into a mud pit. Half its face was shattered into fragments, and it died without even a whimper. Freya deftly pressed 2 fingers together, a thin layer of silvery, draconic magic shimmering at their tips. With a light stroke along the bear's hind leg, cleaner than the sharpest butcher's knife, an enormous prime cut of bear tendon meat, over 100 pounds, was perfectly removed. Less than half an hour later, in the white marble courtyard behind the castle, Lane was crouched on the ground, poking at a few pieces of kindling with 2 twigs. He had just managed to blow the sparks into a flame when a sudden gust of wind swept through the yard, extinguishing the small fire. A thick, bloody stench flooded the air. Young master, I'm back. Freya's crisp voice rang out from atop the courtyard wall. Then came a deafening thud that vibrated through Lane's feet. A mountain of meat slammed onto the pristine white marble tiles. Dark red blood seeped into the cracks between the stones, the stench in the air making one nauseous. Lane's eyelid twitched violently, his mouth twitching as he stood up and backed away 2 steps. In that pile of meat there were bear legs thicker than a water vat, boar ribs with purple magical patterns, and even the tails of giant venomous snakes still twitching involuntarily. They were all the choicest cuts, brutally torn off, the incisions eerily smooth. Freya dusted off her hands, poked her head out from behind the meat mountain, and grinned, seeking praise. Her skirt was stained with dark green sap and black mud, making her look like a wild child just pulled from a swamp. Look at this rib. I had to break half a boar's body to pry it out. She held up a bone-in slab of meat larger than herself, like a treasure. This has thick fat on it. It'll smell amazing when grilled. Lane swallowed hard, the sharp pangs in his stomach dulled by the raw visual impact. All right, you've earned your keep. He pointed to an empty spot in the middle of the courtyard. Go wash those cuts of meat, and check that rubble pile to see if old Jack left any salt or spices. Lane rolled up his sleeves, deciding to take matters into his own hands. Tonight we're having an open-air barbecue right here in this marble courtyard. B. What Q? Freya tilted her head, fumbling over the unfamiliar word, her eyes full of innocent confusion. Barbecue. Stop asking and get moving. Lane waved his hand, dismissively turning to set up the thick branches. The two busied themselves in the yard. Freya found a battered iron pot somewhere, filled it with water, and washed the meat thoroughly. She even dug up half a jar of clumped coarse salt, clutching it protectively to her chest. The fire was relit, flames licking the thick bare meat above, producing a sizzling sound. The fat melted under the heat, dripping onto the glowing coals, and sending up small puffs of white smoke. The rich aroma of roasting meat gradually overpowered the smell of blood, making Freya salivate, her eyes practically glued to the grill. Lane used a rusty piece of iron as a knife, scoring the meat's surface in a crosshatch pattern and sprinkling it with coarse salt. Almost done, just need to flip it once more, and his voice caught in his throat. The night sky, previously shrouded in thick clouds, split open without warning. A blinding white pillar of light, like a divine blade, tore through the darkness, illuminating the entire Blackstone domain as bright as day. The light was so intense that Lane instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes, tears immediately streaming from them. Then a deafening sonic boom rolled from the depths of the clouds. Boom! The air was torn apart, a visible translucent shockwave rippling across the sky. Even the courtyard bonfire was flattened, embers flying, striking Lane's hand and leaving a red mark. Young master, watch out. Freya reacted in an instant, throwing aside the salt jar. She lunged, shielding Lane with her body, the fabric of her back tearing as several silver-white dragon scales emerged. That terrifying pressure, laced with scorching heat, hurtled directly towards their backyard. Crash! The sound of a heavy impact was ear-splitting. The freshly laid white marble tiles shattered like fragile biscuits, fragments of stone, dirt, and grass shooting into the air. Lane was thrown back 2 steps by the shockwave, landing hard on the velvet-carpeted steps. His mouth was full of dirt, and he spat repeatedly to clear it. On the lawn at the edge of the yard, a huge crater 7 or 8 meters in diameter had been gouged out. The surrounding earth was scorched, black wisps of white smoke curling upward. The air was filled with a pungent odor like burning feathers. Embers flickered on the scorched earth, and waves of heat battered his face, pulling at his skin. Lane rubbed his sore tailbone and stood up with Freya's help. He squinted, trying to make out what was at the bottom of the crater. Freya lowered her protective arms, the scales on her back gradually receding. She sniffed, fanning the black smoke away with a hint of disgust. She turned to Lane, pointing at the still steaming pit. What is that thing? Young master, did a big bird fall from the sky? She swallowed dryly, a hint of regret in her voice. Smells all burnt and crispy. Probably not edible anymore. Lane rolled his eyes, brushed the grass clippings off his coat, and stepped forward irritably. Cut the crap. Since when do big birds have a pair of pale, white human legs? Ryan brushed the grass clippings off his coat and took 2 steps forward in annoyance. Don't talk nonsense. Does your big bird have 2 fair white human legs? He leaned over and peered into the bottom of the pit. Waves of searing heat rushed up against his face, curling the few stray strands of hair on his forehead. Amidst the smell of scorched earth, there was a faint, strange, cold fragrance like a lily. A woman lay at the bottom of the pit. Calling her a woman wasn't quite right. The figure lay face down in the mud, the silver-white light armor shattered into several large pieces, revealing a large expanse of fair skin on her back. The most striking feature was at her shoulder blades, where 2 enormous wings were attached. Only the left one was severed cleanly at the base, with golden blood seeping from the wound. The right one was burned to a crisp, and a few surviving pure white feathers drooped helplessly in the mud. It really is something with feathers. Freya also drew close, crouching by the edge of the pit, her amber, vertical pupils gleaming in the darkness. She slurped back her saliva, a gulp sounding in her throat. Young master, this thing looks skinny, but the meat on this thigh should be pretty firm. Can we roast it? Ryan's mouth twitched, and he smacked her on the back of the head. Eat, 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 all you know is eating. This is a person, damn it. He slid down the wall of the pit, the soles of his boots landing on the scorching earth with a searing heat. Up close, he saw the woman was badly injured. Though her face was mostly caked with mud, her delicate features were not of the mortal world, her brows drawn tightly into a knot. In her hand, she clutched a broken half of a cross-shaped longsword. The diamond gem on the pommel was shattered into a web of cracks, her knuckles pale and deathly white from the intensity of her grip. Ryan crouched down and reached out 2 fingers to feel her carotid artery. The pulse was so weak it was almost imperceptible, her skin cold, with more breath going out than coming in. At that moment, the system notification, sounding like a cracked gong, blasted in his mind again. Ding! Detected a wild, dying mythical tier character, fallen battle angel. Suggestion: host is advised to perform immediate magical infusion treatment to trigger a bond binding. Ryan raised an eyebrow, his heart beating a few extra embarrassing thumps. An angel? In this godforsaken place where we can't even get a decent meal, heavenly beings are just starting to fall from the sky now. Free labor, why not? Magical infusion. Ryan muttered, turning his head to look up at Freya, who was peering down curiously. Where am I supposed to? Hey Freya, go check that pile of meat you just dragged back. He pointed at the mountain of flesh above. Pick the one with the most magic, dig out its heart. It needs to be bloody. Hurry up. Freya was stunned for a moment, then pouted in dissatisfaction. Boo, but that's my midnight snack. The heart is the best part. Less talk, I'll get you double portions of roast lamb tomorrow. Now go. At the word double, Freya's eyes lit up, and she lifted her skirt and ran towards the meat pile. A rough tearing sound accompanied by the dull crack of breaking bones came from above. In less than half a minute she slid back down the pit wall. In her hands, she held a fist-sized, still, faintly beating heart. Dark purple blood dripped through her fingers, exuding a rich, sweet, and metallic smell. Hear from that shadow panther. This one's got the most blood. She shook the blood from her hands in disgust and handed the heart to Ryan. Ryan took the heart, its surface slick and warm. He used his fingernail to pierce the thin membrane, and thick purplish-red blood immediately welled out. With his left hand he pried open the angel's pale lips, and with his right he squeezed hard. The rank, scalding magical beast heart blood was forced directly down her throat. Cough, cough, cough. The crude method of feeding triggered an immediate physiological reaction. A rasping bellows like gasp came from her throat as she coughed up mouthfuls of blood-tinged foam. Swallow it slowly. If you spit it out, I don't have a second one for you. Ryan casually tossed the deflated heart aside and wiped his hands on his pant leg. The violent magical power contained within the beast heart blood transformed into a faint white glow the moment it touched her body. The deep, bone-deep lacerations on her chest began visibly sprouting granulation tissue and slowly healing. The broken wings at her shoulder blades also dissolved into motes of light and retracted into her body. Ding, feeding successful. Bond target confirmed, fallen pure angel, Angelia. Loyalty locked, current memory is incomplete. The system panel flashed a string of blue light across his retina, then faded away. Angelia's long, slender eyelashes fluttered violently. She slowly opened her eyes. They were a pair of pale blue irises, pure like a glacier, but at this moment they were filled only with emptiness and confusion. She stared blankly at the shattered night sky above, then looked at Ryan, standing before her. Her nose twitched, catching the faint scent of a contractual bond emanating from him. She propped herself up on the loose stones, swaying as she sat up. The broken sword in her hand clattered against the rock, sending a jarring vibration through her hand. You? Who are you? Her voice was cool and clear, with a hint of just awakened hoarseness, like the sound of broken ice rattling in a cup. She lowered her head, looking at her shattered armor, her brow furrowing deeper. Who am I? My head hurts. She drew up her knees, hugged her head, and dug her fingers into her golden hair, looking both pained and helpless. Great, another one with a scrambled brain. Ryan sighed. The semi-divine magical power from earlier hadn't fully faded, and he was in no mood for lengthy explanations. He patted her shoulder and pointed towards the yard above. I'm your boss, and you're my newly acquired employee. Be boss. Angelia looked up, her pale blue eyes imbued with a natural blankness. Driven by this inexplicably familiar bond, she instinctively scooted half an inch closer to Ryan. Just then, gurgle, a long, resonant, and impossibly penetrating stomach growl emanated from her flat abdomen. The atmosphere instantly solidified. Angelia's pale cheeks flushed crimson all the way to her ears. She hastily covered her stomach, lowering her head in flustered embarrassment, not daring to look Ryan in the eye. It made that sound on its own. She stammered, quietly wishing she could find a crack in the earth to crawl into. Ryan was speechless, almost laughing in exasperation. He had thought a battle angel descending from the heavens would be some aloof, otherworldly ice queen. But this one seemed to be a reincarnated starving ghost. He glanced at the broken cross-sword in her hand, its blades still gleaming coldly despite the damage. Then he looked up at the mountain of unprocessed magical beast meat piled beside the pit. Angelia looked at the top-tier magical beast meat scattered all around her stomach, growling with hunger. Ryan saw she was still holding the broken holy cross-sword and pointed at the meat on the ground. Since you've taken my medicine, from now on you're the exclusive chef. Go roast this meat first. Angelia lifted her face, smeared with mud, her light blue eyes filled with utter bewilderment. She gazed at the mountain of flesh that Lane was pointing at. Then she looked down at the broken cross sword in her hand, its blade snapped in half, and the gem on the hilt shattered into fragments. Roast meat. She stammered, her voice raspy with a just-awakened hoarseness. Lane, crouched by the pit, casually picked up a piece of tattered linen that Freya had used to wash the meat and tossed it down. Yeah, roast it. What else, save it for the new year. The linen landed squarely on Angelia's head. She fumbled to pull it off and rubbed it between her hands. By the faint glow of the fire at the bottom of the pit, she clumsily wrapped the rag around her shattered silver light armor, tying a knot at the small of her back. Thus a heavenly angel cook clad in battered battle armor and a yellowed apron was freshly minted. Angelia scrambled out of the pit on all fours, her knees caked with black mud. She walked over to the demon bear hind leg, which was larger than her own body. She extended a clean finger and poked the thick layer of fat. This meat. It's so hard. She furrowed her brow as if trying to recall how she had handled food before. But her mind was a vast blank, grasping nothing. Freya strode over with her arms crossed, chin held high, adopting a senior's posture. Cut it open. You idiot, is that scrap metal in your hand, just for show? She nudged Angelia with her elbow. Slice it thin. The young master has a delicate mouth, he can't bite through thick pieces. Lane rolled his eyes beside them, too lazy to point out who really had a delicate mouth. Angelia nodded obediently. She took a deep breath and tightened her grip on the broken sword. A faint ripple spread through the air. Without any wind up, Lane only saw a dense streak of white afterimages flash before his eyes, followed by a series of rapid slicing sounds. That several hundred-pound S-rank demon bear leg turned into a soft block of tofu. Within a second it was sliced into evenly thick pieces, perfectly uniform. Every slice had identical grain, and even the bones were cleanly stripped and piled aside. Lane's eyelids twitched. Using the Holy Cross Sword of Heaven as a bone knife. If this wasteful woman were placed in the Church of Light, she'd probably make the Pope ascend to heaven on the spot from sheer rage. It's cut, boss. Angelia sheathed the broken sword, a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. She pointed at the pile of meat on the ground, her tone hinting at a desire for praise. But the fire went out. When she had crashed down earlier, the shockwave had extinguished the campfire Lane had painstakingly lit, leaving not even a spark. Let's find some more kindling. Lane was about to stand up when he saw Angelia shake her head. No need. Firewood. Too slow. She slowly opened her left hand. A pure white light glowed in her palm. The light was not blinding, it carried a warmth that seeped into the bones like the gentlest winter sunlight. The primordial holy light of the divine attribute. Angelia pressed her hand to the air, and the white light instantly expanded into a net of light, lifting all the sliced meat. The suspended meat slices began to undergo a miraculous transformation. The wild dark purple magic factors within the demonic beast meat seemed to encounter their natural enemy. Sizzle. Wisps of black smoke steamed from the meat slices, purified into nothingness by the holy light before they could disperse. The impurities were removed, and then the pure fat began to burn. Under the holy lights roasting, the oil crackled pleasingly. The originally dark red meat slices gradually turned into a tempting golden brown, covered with a translucent layer of oil. A rich, irresistible meat aroma mixed with a strange cold fragrance reminiscent of lilies instantly exploded in the air of the entire backyard. Gulp. Freya's saliva dripped directly onto the white marble tiles. She stared unblinking at the roast meat suspended in midair, her skirt swaying unconsciously behind her. Lane also swallowed, his stomach's cravings stirring. Angelia's face turned a few shades paler, clearly straining herself by summoning her primordial power. She withdrew her hand, and dozens of perfectly roasted meat slices landed steadily on the clean stone slab beside them. Ignoring the heat, Lane pinched a slice and stuffed it into his mouth. The moment the meat entered his mouth before his tongue even exerted any pressure, the golden crust cracked crisply. Rich juices exploded in his mouth. There was no trace of the gamey smell of demonic beast meat, only pure sweet freshness. Even more absurdly, the moment he swallowed, a warm current slid down his esophagus. The system chime in his head rang right on time. Ding! The host has enjoyed a premium roast meal cooked by divine power. Enjoyment index skyrocketing. Starting to dispense bond-sharing rewards. Shared pure white angel talent, holy light healing passive. Lane let out a loud, contented burp. He felt the mental fatigue from overusing demigod-level mana earlier wiped away like a warm towel, passing over him, instantly clearing. Even the bruise on his tailbone from the fall no longer hurt. This meal was more effective than popping pills. Hot, hot, hot. Delicious. Chewing sounds came from beside him. Freya had already squatted beside the stone slab, without any dignity, grabbing meat slices with both hands and stuffing them into her mouth, her cheeks bulging like a hamster's. Grease splattered on the tip of her nose, but she didn't bother to wipe it off. Angelia stood by, watching eagerly, her throat constantly swallowing. But she seemed to remember she was a cook and dared not reach for the meat. What are you standing there for? Sit down and eat. Lane grabbed Freya by the back of her collar, forcibly snatched half a plate of meat from under her hands and pushed it in front of Angelia. I don't have many rules here. You work, you eat. Angelia was stunned, a shimmer of moisture glistening in her light blue eyes. She carefully pinched a slice of meat, blew on it, and took a small bite. The moment she bit down, she squinted in satisfaction, her whole body seeming to relax. Thank you, boss, she mumbled indistinctly, quickening her chewing. Though her movements still carried an ingrained elegance, her eating speed was no slower than Freya's. Hey, leave me a piece with the cartilage. Freya panicked and reached for the meat. Angelia instinctively shielded the plate, turned her body, and gave Freya only her back. I roasted it. The boss said I can eat. I'm the head maid. How dare you, a newly arrived cook, steal my meat? Watching two mythical level powerhouses bicker over a few pieces of roast meat in the courtyard, Lane leaned against the white jade steps, comfortably patting his belly. This was the good life a transmigrator deserved. A night breeze swept by. The aroma of roast meat from the white jade castle's backyard drifted silently over the high walls, carried by the wind. It drifted across the barren, rubble-strewn wasteland. It snaked its way 2 miles away into the dilapidated Blackstone town. At the edge of the town, a row of crooked, thatched huts swayed in the cold wind. Beneath the eaves, dozens of starving refugees lay scattered, their bones protruding. They wore tattered linen of indistinguishable colors, exuding the sour stench of years without bathing and a decaying aura of death. Even the bark in the town had been gnawed clean. Those left were merely waiting to die. Suddenly, a half-grown child so thin that only his large eyes remained twitched his nostrils violently. His cracked lips parted slightly, and a harsh wheezing sound escaped his throat. Meat? It's the smell of meat. He pushed himself up from the mud with arms as thin as dry twigs. This meat aroma, mingled with the holy light, was more lethal than the deadliest poison to these refugees, who hadn't eaten for who knew how many days. The surrounding refugees also opened their eyes. One by one, their murky pupils gradually filled with bloodshot madness. As if drawn by an invisible force, they rose like living corpses, dragging their stiff limbs. They moved step by step toward the direction of the aroma. The crowd grew from dozens to hundreds. A dark mass like a pack of hyenas, scenting blood. At the Lord's Manor, Lane was picking his teeth with a clean wooden stick. Freya suddenly stopped chewing. Her amber vertical pupils contracted sharply in the darkness, and her ears twitched slightly. The half-bone in her hand dropped with a clatter onto the stone slab. Young master. She stood up, wiped the grease from her mouth, and pointed toward the direction of the tightly closed front yard gate. The air carried an unpleasant sour odor. There are many people outside, their breathing like broken bellows, dense and numerous. Angelia also stopped, gripping her broken sword, her light blue eyes flashing with vigilance. Lane spat out the wooden stick, dusted off his trousers, and stood up. He walked to the white jade courtyard wall and peered through the crack in the door. Outside the gate, hundreds of eyes glowing green were fixed on the firelight seeping through the gap. The heavy, rasping breaths merged into a cacophony that made one's scalp tingle. Some had already begun scratching frantically at the newly installed white jade gate with their withered hands, producing a grating sound. Lane frowned and turned around. He looked at the two maids on high alert, his lips curling into a helpless curve. In the middle of the night, can't even finish a peaceful midnight snack. He sighed, pulled his coat tighter over his shoulders, and nodded toward the door. Open the gate. It just so happens that the young master's newly built castle is short of a few hundred free laborers to scrub toilets and sweep the yard. Freya dug her fingers into the edges of the white jade gate. A slight exertion of force made the veins on the back of her hands bulge as the heavy door scraped against the ground, emitting a piercing creak. The moment the door cracked open, a thick, eye-watering stench of sour decay, mixed with the rancid odor of someone who hadn't bathed in weeks, came rushing toward them on the night wind. Ryan sneezed violently and stumbled backward 3 strides, pinching his nose shut. The half-piece of magic bear meat he had just swallowed nearly rebelled its way back up his esophagus. Outside the gate, hundreds of people lay like a mass of writhing, rotting flesh, desperately blocking the steps. At their head was a half-grown boy, so thin his cheekbones jutted sharply, a mere layer of skin stretched over ribs barely able to hold his clothes. His clouded eyes stared fixedly at the sizzling roasted meat in the courtyard, his cracked lips trembling like leaves in the wind. A strand of viscous saliva dripped from his blackened chin, stretching into a long thread before splattering onto his shoe with a wet smack. Meat? Give me meat. A rasping sound like air leaking from a broken bellows wriggled from the boy's throat. His withered claws dug desperately into the white jade threshold. His fingernails split and bled, yet he seemed to feel no pain as he shoved himself forward with all his might. The refugees behind him, caught in the aroma, went completely mad. They trampled on the heels of those in front, bones colliding with bones, producing dull thuds, and it seemed they were about to burst into the courtyard. Freya's amber eyes narrowed into vertical slits. A low beast-like growl of territorial protection rumbled in her throat, and silver claws, over an inch long, burst from her fingertips. Dare to steal my midnight snack? I'll twist all your heads off and use them as footballs. She arched her back, her calf muscles tensing violently, ready to pounce into the crowd and cut them down. At that moment, a warm hand slowly rested on her shoulder. Ryan's fingertips pressed against Freya's rigid muscles through the thin fabric, kneading twice. Restrain your territorial growling and stand aside. Ryan let out a yawn and casually pulled the irritable dragon half a step back. He narrowed his eyes, surveying the skin and bones bunch outside. It would be a waste to kill them all. This wretched territory desperately needed laborers. Why not put these free offerings to use? Ryan cleared his throat and ground his heel into the gravel on the ground. Shut the hell up and stand still. His voice wasn't particularly loud, but it carried the lingering half-divine dragon aura that had yet to dissipate. That overwhelming pressure rippled through the air. The dozen or so refugees in the front row felt as though a slab of raw iron had been dropped onto their backs. Their knees buckled, and they dropped to the muddy ground with plops. An eerie silence fell over the courtyard entrance, so profound that even the sound of collective gasps could be heard clearly. Ryan descended the white jade steps and casually picked up a half-eaten piece of roasted meat from the stone slab. Golden grease dripped from between his fingers, splattering onto the clean brick surface and sending up tiny oil droplets. Hundreds of green glowing eyes followed that single drop of oil as it dangled in midair. "Wanna eat?" Ryan took a small bite of the meat and deliberately chewed loudly. The crisp crackling of the outer skin shattering between his teeth pierced straight through the hunger-driven nerves of these starving ghosts. The thin boy in the front row nodded frantically, tears mixing with the black mud on his face, carving two pale trails down his cheeks. "Oh Lord, please grant us a taste, even just a lick of the bone would suffice." Beside him, an old man with one blind eye pressed his forehead against the blue stone slab, the sound of impact ringing out his forehead, quickly turning red. Ryan swallowed the meat in his mouth, ran his tongue along his back teeth, and raised one eyebrow. A cold smile crossed his face as he tossed the remaining half of the meat into an empty iron pot nearby, producing a sharp clatter. "Blackstone Domain does not support idle mouths, and I have no patience for pity plays." He crossed his arms and looked down at the shivering refugees. He pointed to the magnificent white jade castle behind him, then to the bumpy muddy road outside the gate. "Want meat? Fine. Earn it with your labor." He turned to the angel cook hiding in the shadows. "Angelina, chop up the trimmings from that pig and boil a pot of soup." Angelina paused, then quickly nodded. She drew her broken sword, and a soft white holy light immediately bloomed in her palm. The moment that light flared, the refugees outside were dumbfounded. Having lived their entire lives at the dark edges of the abyss, they had never encountered such pure warm power. The old man's remaining good eye stung from the brightness, and his jaw nearly dropped. A god has manifested." Angelina's hand moved like lightning, her blade a blur. A piece of wild boar meat marked with purple demonic patterns was sliced into fine shreds and dropped into the broken iron pot, filled with clean water. The holy light wrapped around the water, which rapidly came to a boil. A richer, even more intoxicating aroma of meat soup laced with the faint fragrance of medicinal herbs exploded outward. Ryan sniffed the air, and his stomach gave another rumble. "Listen carefully. Go flatten that broken road outside until the wasteland behind the mountain." He pointed to the pot of boiling soup. "Finish the work, and everyone gets a bowl." With that, he picked up a bowl of hot soup floating with 2 strands of meat from beside the pot and walked over to the thin boy. "Drink it, then get to work moving bricks." The boy's hands trembled as he accepted the broken bowl, not caring about the heat as he poured it straight down his throat. The scalding soup slid down his esophagus, and the next moment a miracle occurred. The boy's sunken cheeks visibly flushed with a hint of color. The chronically suppurating frostbite sores on his arms quickly scabbed over and fell away, revealing fresh pink flesh beneath. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his own hands, then he jumped to his feet. His joints cracked with a sharp sound, and an inexhaustible surge of strength coursed through his body. "I'm not hungry anymore. I have strength." The boy, overcome with emotion, turned and sprinted toward a pile of stones taller than his waist. He hoisted the boulder onto his shoulders, his face turning crimson, yet he ran with astonishing speed toward the muddy road. That single act set the refugee crowd ablaze. That was a divine medicine capable of curing illness and restoring strength. These people who could barely stand, their eyes turned bloodshot red. For that life-saving bowl of heavenly soup, they unleashed a madness rivaling that of demonic beasts. No one cried out for hunger anymore, nor dared to push forward in a desperate scramble. Everyone scattered like hungry wolves in all directions. Some dug into the mud with their bare hands, others threw their shoulders against collapsing dead tree trunks. The old man threw aside his crutch and bent over, gathering gravel from the ground, his nails bleeding without stopping. Within 2 hours, the broken road outside the castle, once filled with horse manure and mud, had been forcibly leveled with stones. Even the weeds on both sides were pulled clean, exposing the whitened soil. And so the outline of the territory was absurdly, yet wonderfully pieced together by these starving ghosts. Ryan dragged over a rocking chair conjured with magic and settled comfortably at the castle's main entrance. A clean stalk of dry grass rested between his lips, and a velvet blanket was draped over him. Listening to the heavy breathing and the clatter of stones from the workers in the distance, he blinked contentedly. Now this is what being a lord is about. These people work efficiently. He yawned and rolled over to find a more comfortable position. Just as the refugees were working with fervor, a lavishly decorated carriage emblazoned with a griffin emblem crushed the freshly paved road and came to a halt before the castle. It was a tax collector specially dispatched by the Empire to squeeze the people dry. With a creak, the dark gold-rimmed carriage wheels rolled over the gravel road freshly leveled by refugees, kicking up a trail of gray dust. The wide carriage bearing the griffin emblem came to a jolting halt at the foot of the white jade steps. Several purebred tall horses, snorting white mist, pawed the ground restlessly, snorting loudly. The coachman cracked his leather whip in the air with a sharp pop. The sound sent the nearby refugees hauling stones, scattering in terror, dropping their work, and cowering against the base of the walls. The velvet-lined wooden carriage door was kicked open. First a wave of cheap, rose perfume thick enough to choke on surged out like a tide. Then a lump of lard wrapped in the deep blue silk official robes of the Empire squeezed its way out of the door frame. This fat man's neck was so short it was nearly invisible, and his fleshy face jiggled with every step he took. As he stepped onto the wooden mounting block, the plank let out a pained groan, bowing downwards at a terrifying angle. Tax Collector Bolton steadied himself, clutching a white embroidered handkerchief which he pressed disdainfully over his nose. "This backwater smells sourer than a dead rat in the Imperial City's sewers," he muttered, lifting his head. His triangular eyes, initially filled with contempt, shot wide open the moment they took in the building before him. His jaw dropped uncontrollably, smacking into the triple chin resting on his chest. The walls were made of white jade bricks, the carved door was gilded, and the stairs were covered in fine burgundy velvet carpet. Bolton sucked in a sharp breath, flames of greed igniting instantly in his tiny pea-like eyes. Hadn't the Grand Prince said this useless baron was on the verge of starving to death? This is what he calls dying. This display is 10 times more luxurious than the provincial governor's mansion. If he could just pry off a few pieces of jade and ship them back to the capital, he'd never have to worry about money again. At that thought, Bolton puffed out his belly, which was comparable to a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy, and bellowed in his raspy voice, Lane Osborne, you criminal exile, get out here and greet an imperial tax collector this instant." He waved his perfume-soaked handkerchief, spittle flying in the sunlight. "According to imperial lawyer Blackstone, domain owes 3 years of back taxes for exiles. Though that manor of yours looks rather well built, doesn't it?" He drawled sarcastically, his cheeks bunching up into a calculating smirk. "If you can't cough up 100,000. No 200,000 gold coins today, this house gets seized by the Empire on the spot." On the rocking chair before the white jade gates, Lane didn't even bother to open his eyes, letting out a long, drawn-out grunt from his nose. He was comfortably reclining, his head resting on a soft ice silk cushion. Freya stood behind the rocking chair, her fair hands kneading his shoulders with gentle pressure. When Bolton's shout rang out, her hands paused for a beat. Her slender brows knitted into a tight knot, and the corners of her mouth turned down. This fat man's yowling was worse than the sound of the earth dragon worms in heat in the Blackwood forest. So annoying. She looked down at Lane, who still had his eyes closed. The rhythm of his breathing had become irregular, and a faint crease had appeared on his previously smooth brow. Freya's anger shot straight up to the top of her head. If her master didn't get his sleep, he would get angry, and if he got angry, her double portion of roasted mutton for dinner would be ruined. Daring to snatch food from a dragon, this was even more unforgivable than pulling out her scales. She straightened up slightly, and her usually gentle amber eyes narrowed into 2 icy dark golden vertical slits in less than half a second. A sliver of pure domineering aura belonging solely to the silver dragon queen leaked from her fingertips. Just this one hair-thin wisp of draconic might. The air around the rocking chair seemed to be instantly sucked dry. The wind stopped. A half-dried dead leaf spiraling down from mid-air froze solidly 3 inches off the ground. The hundreds of refugees still moving stones in the distance felt as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats, unable to breathe, their faces turning purple. Bolton, the first to bear the brunt, still had his mouth hanging open. The next syllable got stuck in his throat like a wet rag, emitting a series of strange gurgling sounds. In slow motion, he felt the world before him turn a faded blood red. The sky above seemed to collapse entirely, and an ancient beast so large it blotted out the sun stared down at him with the eyes of a predator looking at dead meat. All the blood in his body rushed back to his heart in that instant, his veins threatening to burst from the pressure. The undigested breakfast churned in his stomach, but was forced back down by the tangible terror lodged in his throat. His knees went weak with unbearable soreness, the strength to support his own body completely sapped away. Thud! Bolton's 300-pound frame collapsed onto the gravel path like a pile of mud. His knees scraped raw seeping blood, but he felt no pain at all. Only one thought remained in his mind: I'm going to die, I'm really going to be chewed into mincemeat. A warm, foul-smelling liquid trickled uncontrollably down his ornate silk trousers. It dripped onto the ground, soaking a large patch of the gray-white stones. The stench of urine instantly overpowered his cheap, rose perfume spreading through the cold wind. "Emma Lord, don't eat me." Bolton sobbed, tears and snot smearing his face, staining his embroidered white handkerchief black. He desperately slammed his head against the ground, producing a series of dull thuds. After just 2 bumps, a large patch of skin on his forehead was broken and blood mixed with mud trickled down, blurring half his vision. Taxes. Forget the taxes. I'll get out of here right now. I'm leaving right now. He wailed incoherently, frantically clawing at the solid gold buckle on his waist. His hands trembled like he was being electrocuted. It took 3 tries before he managed to rip the bulging velvet money pouch from his belt. This is a tribute to you. There's more in the carriage. It's all yours. Bolton scrambled on all fours like a fat turtle, flipped on its back, crawling and rolling frantically towards the carriage. He missed the step entirely, tumbling headfirst into the carriage's large rear and sticking out and quivering. 2 seconds later, several heavy, iron-banded wooden chests were kicked out of the carriage in a panic. With a series of loud crashes, the chests smashed onto the ground at the bottom of the steps, bursting apart. Golden coins poured out like a waterfall, gleaming dazzlingly in the sunlight and covering the ground. This was the wealth he had just extorted from the people of 2 neighboring towns. Now it had all become his payment for safe passage. Go now. Whip the horses. Whip the damn horses. Bolton cowered in the corner of the carriage on the leather cushions, shrieking at the coachman, who was frozen in fear outside, his voice cracking completely. The coachman snapped out of his trance, scrambling onto the driver's seat. He whipped the horses' backs mercilessly, leaving several bloody welts. The horses let out terrified neighs, bolting wildly, dragging the carriage behind them. The wheels left a deep black mark on the ground as they careened and disappeared down the path beyond the blackwood forest. Dust settled in the air, and the carriage door hadn't even been closed. On the white jade steps, Lane finally opened his eyes slowly. He reached out and patted the back of Freya's hand on his shoulder. The terrifying pressure that had weighed on everyone's heads vanished without a trace, like an ebbing tide. The refugees in the distance finally gasped out a huge breath of stale air. Several of them collapsed directly into the mud, their chests heaving violently, drenched in sweat, as if they had just been pulled from water. Angelia walked over with a plate of freshly cut fruit. She glanced down at the puddle of yellow murky liquid on the ground, a flicker of disgust passing through her light blue eyes as she stepped aside half a step. Lane propped himself up on the armrest, stretching widely. His joints cracked with a series of crisp pops. He bent down and picked up the velvet money pouch covered in dirt and bloodstains. He weighed it in his hand, the coins producing a clear, pleasant jingle. He tossed the pouch carelessly into the empty iron basin next to him, which was filled with used meat skewers. It landed with a dull thud. Lane turned his head. After the tax collector fled in disarray, Lane weighed the heavy pouch of gold coins in his hand and snapped his fingers at the 2 maids. The bad luck is gone. It's time for the master's unshakable afternoon tea. Right away, boss. I'll go prepare it. Upon hearing the command, Angelia's light blue eyes instantly glowed with a soft halo of light. She set the freshly washed wild fruits on the white jade low table, producing a crisp clatter. Her worn apron, still dotted with a few water droplets, swirled through the air as she darted into the half-collapsed old kitchen behind the ruins. Fu Leia stood in place, curling her lips in disdain. She stared at the direction where Angelia had vanished and let out a puff of hot breath mixed with sparks from her nostrils. Stealing credit, running faster than a long-legged rabbit in the blackwood forest. She muttered, turning to walk toward a pile of rotten timber stacked in the corner of the courtyard. Those were the broken beams left from leveling the Lord's manor. Fu Leia walked over, and with one hand lifted a thick hardwood log thicker than her waist. A solid log weighing several hundred Jean felt as light as a dry straw stalk in her hand, and she casually raised it to shoulder height. Her slender fingers clenched together, faint silver light shimmering at the tips for several inches. She simply carved, chopped, and gouged the wood with her bare hands. Wood chips fell like snowflakes coating her shoes. With no sense of restraint, she hollowed out the round log into a wide, thick solid wood rocking chair. She puffed out her cheeks and blew hard, sending the remaining wood dust flying everywhere. Young master, the lawn here is soft. Lie down and rest. Fu Leia moved the rocking chair to the patch of freshly conjured green grass in the southeast corner of the courtyard. Then she tore a strip of cloth from her own skirt and meticulously wiped the chair's surface clean. Dusting off the wood powder from her palms, she grinned at Lion, revealing 2 small fangs. Lion dragged his feet over. He sank into the rocking chair, his spine sliding along the wooden grain of the backrest. The solid wood let out a faint creak, and a soothing sense of relaxation seeped through his bones. He closed his eyes, crossed his hands behind his head, and gradually slowed his breathing. At that moment, a sweet fragrance drifted into the courtyard on the cold wind. Angelia approached, carrying a chipped porcelain plate she had found. On the plate were neatly arranged over a dozen golden, steaming small biscuits. Earlier in the old kitchen, she had dug out half a bowl of moldy leftover flour from the bottom of a rotten wooden bucket. After dissolving it with water, the dough emitted a pungent, sour, and musty odor. She simply cupped her hands in the air, wrapping the dough in pure white holy light. The source, holy light, became an instant baking oven. The mold in the dough was purified by the high temperature, and the wheat aroma was fully released. The moisture evaporated and the surface baked into an enticing caramel color. Boss, the black tea is also brewed. Angelia placed the plate on the low table. Beside it she set a clean coarse clay pot filled with amber-colored tea. She nervously clasped her hands behind her back, fingers twisting together, waiting for Lion's reaction. Without opening his eyes, Lion groped along the scent and picked up a biscuit. The moment his fingers touched the edge, the crust crumbled and fell. He tossed it into his mouth and gently closed his teeth. The crispy biscuit shell shattered inside his mouth. Though unsweetened, a natural sweetness from the holy light exploded on his tongue. That warm current flowed down his throat, and his stomach felt as if a warm water bag had been placed inside. Even the faint weakness left from consuming magical power was smoothed away completely. Incredible. Your skill is beyond words. Lion mumbled indistinctly, then took a large gulp of black tea from the coarse clay pot. The bitter tea balanced the biscuit's sweetness, and he swallowed several times in succession, his Adam's apple bobbing. The sunlight fell warmly on his face. He rested his hands on his belly, ready to take a nap, just as his breathing became deep and even. From the muddy ground outside the courtyard wall came a grating, rustling sound. The weeds at the edge of the blackwood forest were silently parted. A basin-sized mutated venomous spider was climbing up the gap in the white jade wall. The creature had 8 spiny barbed legs. At the tip of each bristle hung a droplet of blue venom. The venom dripped onto the stones, producing a sizzling, corrosive sound, leaving smoking pits. It had been hungry for days. Its compound eyes swiveled, fixed on the prey, exuding the scent of living blood in the rocking chair. The white jade wall was too slippery for the spider's claws to grip, so it used its mouth parts to spit corrosive acid, melting holes in the wall for leverage, and inched its way to the top. Sticky, foul mucus stretched into long threads from its venomous fangs. The muscles of its 8 hind legs suddenly tensed like a drawn bowstring. It prepared to launch itself, sinking its fangs into the defenseless neck. Beside the rocking chair, Fu Leia was squatting on the ground, drawing circles with a twig. Her ears twitched twice. That faint sound of crawling in the auditory senses of a dragon was louder than thunder. She paused her movements. Her warm amber eyes, in less than the span of a heartbeat, narrowed into 2 cold, dark golden vertical slits. Just as killing intent began to churn in her gaze, she suddenly turned to look at Lion in the rocking chair. Lion was sleeping soundly, his eyelashes not even trembling. Fu Leia frowned deeply. If that ugly bug made any noise to wake the young master and provoke his morning anger, her evening barbecue feast would be gone. She even forcefully flattened the rhythm of her breathing, slowly raising her right hand. Her index finger through the air, tens of meters away, aimed precisely at the venomous spider poised on the wall. A speck of silver-white magical power, almost invisible to the naked eye, peeled off from her fingertip like an extremely fine ice needle. The spider had no idea what was happening. Just as it leaped into the air all around seemed to be gripped by iron hands. That wisp of silver magic precisely drilled into the gap in its hard shell. A muffled sound, even weaker than popping a bubble. The spider, not even having time to spray a single venom drop, disintegrated in midair, its massive body instantly dissolving, crushed by the overpowering magic into a cloud of gray-black powder. The wind blew, scattering the powder into the muddy ground outside the wall, leaving not even a spider leg behind. Fu Leia withdrew her index finger, casually wiping it on her apron. Then she continued squatting on the ground, cupping her cheeks with both hands, looking blankly as if nothing had happened. Lion turned over. His eyelids moved and his lashes parted a slit. He had sensed the fleeting magical fluctuation in the air, but he was too lazy to open his eyes. With a goddess-level maid as a bodyguard beside him, this nap was wonderfully secure. He reached out for the coarse clay pot and poured himself the last half cup of black tea. The tea had gone cold, its bitterness overwhelming the aroma. As it went down his throat, the dry feeling in his mouth grew more pronounced. Just eating sweet biscuits and drinking plain tea left a bland taste in his mouth. He tossed the empty cup onto the low table with a sharp clatter. This life still lacked something. Lion sat up straight, his fingers drumming absently on the solid wood armrest. His gaze swept beyond the courtyard gate. Those refugees who had received alms were sweating profusely, leveling the barren land with great enthusiasm. The sound of breaking stones mixed with work chants drifted into the courtyard. He licked his dry lips, and his mind flashed back to the aged spirits stored in oak barrels from his past life. That spicy sensation burning down the throat, just thinking about it, made his mouth water. He turned his head, looking around the luxurious, yet empty white jade castle. All show no substance. Not even the aroma of wine could be detected. In the middle of the afternoon tea, Lion felt the lack of fine wine. He gazed at the land beneath his feet, thinking that such a large castle had no proper wine cellar, so he ordered the serfs to dig a large underground chamber in the backyard. In the overgrown wasteland behind the manor, dozens of refugees crouched on the ground, huffing and puffing as they dug into the earth. Having just drunk that bowl of divine meat soup, these people seemed to have been inflated with air pumps possessed of inexhaustible strength. The excavated yellow mud piled up beside them, releasing a musty, damp smell that had been sealed away from sunlight for ages. The old man, with half a blind eye, swung his broken-edged rusty pickaxe with all his might, striking hard at the bottom of the pit. There was no muffled thud of loosened earth as expected. Clang! A deafening clash of metal rang out as a cascade of orange-red sparks burst from the pit's bottom. The recoil traveled up through the wooden handle. The already blistered skin on the old man's palm tore open instantly, seeping out a few strands of dark red blood. Both his hands went numb as if struck by electricity. The pickaxe flew from his grip as he tumbled backward into the muddy pit, limbs flailing. We've hit something hard. Disregarding his aching backside, the old man scrambled on the ground, clawing desperately at the surface layer of crumbled earth with his fingernails. As the dirt was scraped away, a massive jet-black stone slab was revealed beneath. This stone was pitch black, yet translucent, its surface pockmarked and covered with winding dark red glyphs resembling earthworms crawling across it. A cold, malevolent aura emanated from the stone slab. Several refugees standing nearby shivered violently, goosebumps erupting along their arms. Ryan was annoyed by the commotion, frowning as he trudged across the half-dried mud toward the pit. What are you lot doing? Digging a cellar and expecting to strike gold? He chewed on half a biscuit still lodged in his mouth, peering down into the pit. The old man scrambled out of the pit on all fours, his hands trembling like leaves in an autumn wind. Why, young master, there's some cursed stone buried down there. It feels like ice, and it's chipped the edge of my pickaxe clean off. Ryan raised an eyebrow and brushed the remaining biscuit crumbs from his palm. He slid down the earthen slope into the pit, his boots pressing against the black stone slab, producing a hollow echo. He bent down to examine those dark red glyphs. The color resembled dried blood crusted over a wound, carrying a metallic rusty stench. What kind of gibberish is this? Ruining the feng shui of young master's wine cellar. Ryan couldn't be bothered to investigate what antique relic from which dynasty this might be. He stuffed both hands in his pockets, stepping back half a pace with his right foot raised casually. The half-god level physical body strength he had shared just now surged through his ankle and into the sole of his boot. He didn't even bother leaking a wisp of magic outward, simply stomping down directly. Boom! The stone slab never stood a chance. From the exact point where Ryan's toe landed, a web of countless cracks spread outward instantly. The hard black stone crumbled into grayish-white powder, cascading down in showers. Beneath it was hollow. Ryan's foot suddenly found empty space beneath. He quickly gathered his strength and pulled himself back to the pit's edge. A subterranean opening over 3 meters wide was exposed to the sunlight. A fetid smell that had been sealed for millennia, mixed with the pungent odor of blood and rotting wood, rushed straight up to assault the senses. Ryan recoiled in disgust, pinching his nose and stepping back 2 paces. Cough, cough. What's that stench? Pickling vegetables down there. Wind blew into the opening, dispersing the choking dust. The scene at the bottom gradually came into view. It was not a cellar at all, but an ancient tomb constructed from blue stone bricks. At the tomb's center stood a coffin resting in perfect stillness. The coffin was made of bright crimson wood. Its surface not only showed no signs of decay, but actually gleamed with an eerie luster, as if freshly skinned from a living creature, fresh blood still seeping from its surface. The half-blind old man poked his head out from above, and upon seeing the contents of the pit below, his legs went weak. Mother of God! A coffin for the dead. Young master, this place brings bad luck. Before his words had even finished, a bone-chilling creak suddenly echoed from deep within the tomb. Creak. It was the sound of a heavy coffin lid grinding against its rim. There was no wind, no external force, yet that blood-red coffin lid was sliding open inch by inch. Ryan narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on the gradually widening gap. Cold air swirled around the coffin, causing even the sunlight above to seem dimmed by half. A hand emerged from the gap. It was a hand utterly devoid of blood's warmth, pale white as snow. Slender fingers, nails trimmed neatly and rounded, carrying an unhealthy bluish-purple pallor. The palm pressed against the blood-red coffin rim, the bones beneath the skin protruding slightly from the strain. Then came a heavy thump of impact. The entire coffin lid was hurled aside, crashing into the blue stone bricks beside it and splitting in two. A figure slowly rose upright from within the coffin. It was a young girl. She wore an elaborate black Gothic Lolita dress, its hem trimmed with dark red lace. Cascading over her pallid shoulders was a waterfall of silver-black hair, strands of cobweb still clinging to it from her long slumber. Lilith's mind was in complete chaos. She had slumbered for a full 1,000 years, her consciousness frozen at that twilight moment when she had been hunted by countless divine beings. Today she should have continued her dark hibernation, restoring her depleted bloodline, who had torn off her ceiling. The blinding sunlight attacked her face unfiltered, making those scarlet eyes of hers throb with pain. A pained growl rumbled from her throat as she raised her hand to shield her eyes. Morning temper. A terrifying morning temper accumulated over 1,000 years, exploded within her chest. Her cracked lips parted slightly, a fire kindling deep within her throat, searing her very organs. Hungry. So terribly hungry. She needed blood, the scorching life-filled blood of a living being to moisten her parched throat. She lowered her hand, those scarlet pupils locking onto the man standing at the pit's edge in an instant. Ryan wore a faded, washed-out, worn linen coat. The skin of his neck lay exposed to the air. Beneath that thin layer of flesh, Lilith could clearly hear the rhythmic thump-thump of rushing blood. That sound was the most irresistible temptation in the world to her. Despicable. Mortal. Lilith ground her teeth, her voice raspy as fingernails scraping across glass. Dare to disturb my slumber. Your blood shall be your atonement. She wasted no words, not even bothering to stand up from within the coffin. Her body leaned forward slightly, her legs thrusting hard against the coffin floor. The heavy blood coffin shattered from the reaction force. Lilith herself transformed into an invisible crimson shadow. The speed was too great. The air was violently torn apart by her petite frame, producing an ear-splitting sonic boom. A distance of less than 3 meters. For a vampire patriarch, not even a tenth of a second was needed. Ryan stood motionless, hands still tucked in his pockets. He made not even an attempt to dodge. Not that he didn't want to, but the little monster's speed truly defied common sense, coupled with the bone-deep laziness that had settled into his being. The crimson shadow closed in instantly. The violent gust stirred the loose hair at Ryan's forehead, brushing against his eyelids with an itchy sensation. In his pupils, that pallid little face enlarged infinitely as it loomed. A cruel grin spread across Lilith's lips. 2 sharp, icy-cold fangs gleamed with deadly white light as they descended from her upper jaw. She caught the intoxicating sweetness emanating from Ryan's neck. One bite, one single bite, and this human would become a withered corpse. She targeted the artery pulsing most violently, biting down hard, and without mercy. Lilith's fangs bit into Ryan's neck, but produced a crisp crack instead. Ryan had shared the silver dragon's physical defense. Not only did Lilith fail to draw blood, but she also chipped one of her small fangs, tears welling in her eyes as she crouched on the ground in pain. The blind old man crouched by the pit, a puddle of yellow liquid spreading beneath his groin. His half-remaining cloudy eyeball bulged so fiercely it seemed ready to fall from its socket. The air was thick with a suffocating stench of blood. The old man's teeth chattered violently, producing a rapid clicking sound like ta-ta-ta-ta. He watched with his own eyes as the monster in the black dress opened its fangs strong enough to bite through steel bars and plunged them viciously into the Baron's neck. It's over. The Lord is going to be drained dry. That single thought filled the old man's mind, terror stealing his breath away. The moment the fangs pierced down, there was no sticky sound of tearing flesh as expected. Instead, it felt like biting into an indestructible slab of refined steel that had resisted millennia. The recoil force shot up her jawbone straight into her skull. A crisp crack echoed in the deathly silent cellar, unnaturally loud. Lilith's sharp left canine snapped off at the root. Half of the broken tooth rolled down Lion's collarbone and fell into the muddy water. The pain surged through her body half a second later. She released her grip, abruptly covered her cheek with her hand, and crouched down stiffly. A trace of dark red blood seeped through the gaps between her pale fingers, dripping onto her skirt. The corners of her eyes flushed with a pitiful redness, and moisture swirled in her crimson irises. Her long lashes trembled, her shoulders shaking with pain. Wow, my tooth, it's broken. Broken. She mumbled indistinctly, her face filled with disbelief. Lion's hands were still buried in his pockets, his feet not having moved an inch. He slowly withdrew one hand and touched his own neck. No skin broken, not even a red mark. There was only a handful of cold, sticky saliva carrying a faint, cool fragrance of roses. You can't even bite properly. You're a pretty pathetic progenitor. That raspy, gong-like electronic voice in his mind chimed in at just the right moment. Ding! Detected wild, dying, mythical-level entity vampire progenitor. The other party has initiated an attack, triggering the mandatory contract condition. Lion raised an eyebrow, pulled up his collar, and wiped the saliva off his neck. He looked down at Lilith's eye curled into a ball. He pressed the confirmation button directly in his mind. A dark red runic array spread from his feet, instantly enveloping Lilith's eye. Lilith's entire body trembled. The violent savagery and murderous intent that had roiled in her eyes from hunger were forcibly smoothed away by the overwhelming power of the rules. Contract complete. Shared talents, undead regeneration, passive, high-level shadow magic. Lion felt a piercing chill surge in his chest. The cold spread through his veins, flooding his entire body in an instant. The dry scratchiness in his throat from the cellar dust disappeared completely. Even the small piece of dead skin he had accidentally cut off while trimming his nails a few days ago had grown back new flesh within seconds. He flexed his wrist, producing a crisp crack from his bones. This regeneration is something else. Lilith's on the ground stood up. The look in her eyes when she gazed at Lion had completely changed. Gone was the ferocious glare that wanted to devour him, replaced by an almost obsessive fervor. The contract not only locked her loyalty, but also amplified the deadly allure of lion's blood to her kind. Her delicate nose twitched twice, and following the scent, she directly threw herself into his arms. Master, so fragrant you smell so good. Lilisai hung limply around Lion's neck like a boneless cat. Her cheek pressed against the skin she had failed to bite earlier, rubbing against it obsessively. Her cool lips occasionally brushed against Lion's Adam's apple, sending a shiver through him. Her crimson eyes held a morbid fascination. I won't bite, I won't bite. I'll just sniff. Her fingers clung tightly to the linen of his coat. No one else can take this scent away. Whoever dares, I'll drain their blood dry. Lion stumbled back half a step under her weight, crushing a broken brick. The little monster's body temperature was frighteningly low. Holding her felt like embracing a piece of jade freshly pulled from an ice cellar. It was the height of afternoon, and the scorching sun baked the pit, making it swelteringly hot. Sweat ran down Lion's temples, his clothes clinging to his back. When Lilisai pressed against him, a refreshing coolness instantly enveloped him. Hiss. That's pretty refreshing. Not only did Lion not push her away, but he casually wrapped an arm around her slender waist. All right, from now on you'll be the young master's personal human-shaped cooling pillow. Beyond. In this heat it saves me the money for buying ice. Lilisai didn't understand what a pillow was. She only knew that she could legitimately cling to this man who exuded the ultimate blood scent. A satisfied purr rumbled from her throat as she buried her face deeper. The old man by the pit watched the scene, his jaw dropping completely. What the hell? How had this man-eating fiend turned into a little girl cuddling in the young master's arms? Lion ignored the shock of the refugees. He held Lilisai, pushed off the bluestone bricks, and leaped. He easily jumped out of the 3-meter-deep pit, landing steadily on the lawn. In the hall of the white jade castle, Philia and Angelia were sitting around a low table, sharing the last few biscuits. Hearing footsteps, they both turned their heads. Seeing the black-dressed girl clinging to Lion like an octopus, Philia's eyes twitched. Young master, you went to dig a wine cellar, and you dug up a competitor for the job. She dropped the biscuit crumbs from her hand and clapped. Her eyes fixed on Lilisai with hostility, a puff of white air escaping her nostrils. Angelia also stopped chewing. A flicker of alertness crossed her pale blue eyes, and her hand instinctively went to her waist. Lilisai sensed the animosity and poked half her head out from Lion's arms. She bared her remaining half-broken canine, producing a lisping growl. Stay away. The master's scent is mine. Seeing that 3 mythical-level monsters were about to start a fight in his living room, Lion quickly pressed Lilisai onto the soft sofa. All right, all of you calm down. He rubbed his temples, surveying the 3 maids, each with their own unique charm. Philia's apron was stained with grease and mud. Angelia's silver light armor was torn into tatters. Lilisai's gothic black dress was also covered in cobwebs and old rotten grass from the cellar. If he led them out, they would look like a refugee camp that had just been looted. We have a new member in the house, we can't lose face. Lion stroked his chin. The young master will take you to the town to buy some decent clothes. Hearing about shopping, Philia's eyes lit up, instantly forgetting her earlier anger. Lion bent down and pulled out the velvet money pouch he had taken from the fat tax collector from under the low table. He loosened the drawstring, and golden coins spilled into his palm. He fiddled with them, but his brow gradually knitted into a frown. With 3 stunningly beautiful divine maids, Lion wanted to buy them nice clothes and jewelry. But when he counted the gold coins taken from the tax collector, he found they were far from enough to support the luxurious spending he had in mind. Lane leaned against the back of a burgundy velvet sofa, fingers hooked into the heavy velvet coin purse. The coarse fabric scraped against his fingertips, carrying the sour stench of cheap perfume that had fermented. He wrinkled his nose in disgust, pinching the base of the purse and appending it onto the white jade low table. Clatter, clatter. A pile of golden coins tumbled and rolled out, striking the tabletop with crisp metallic sounds. Lane carelessly sorted through them, lifting one to twirl between his fingertips. The teeth marks along the coin's edge were severely worn, and the imperial double-headed eagle emblem was packed with black mud. All told, this fatso's ransom came to just over 20,000. With that kind of money, one could buy coarse cloth, hemp garments, iron pots, and host to live in Blackstone Town for 10 lifetimes. But if taken to those noble-run clothing shops in the capital wanting to exchange it for a few flowing light silk dresses embedded with magic defense formations, it probably wouldn't even buy a thread of leftover scraps. Lane tossed the coin in his hand back into the pile with a dull thud. Poor, still so poor. He sighed, rubbing the space between his brows, his appetite diminishing by the third. Lilith was curled up on his thigh, sleeping in a daze. That bloodless, pallid little face of hers was pressed tightly against Lane's abdomen, rising and falling with each breath. At the sound of movement, this vampire ancestor slowly opened her eyes. Those crimson pupils were veiled with a layer of moisture, carrying a pathological kind of languor. Master, what troubles you? Her voice was soft and sweet, tinged with a nasal quality like an affectionate kitten. Her ice-cold fingertips slipped beneath Lane's coat hem, tracing gentle circles on the soft flesh of his waist. That temperature was as low as a piece of jade just pulled from icy water, chilling Lane's lower back with a tingling numbness. Did someone make you angry, master? Lilith raised her head, her sharp nails slicing through the air, leaving a dark red shadow. Tell me his name, and I'll pull out his blood vessels one by one, weaving them into a carpet for you to step on. She licked her dry lips, revealing half of a small tiger fawn that hadn't fully grown back, smiling with innocent cruelty. Lane flicked her forehead irritably. Stop thinking about fighting and killing all day. Am I that kind of crude person? He pointed to the pile of gold coins on the table. This much money isn't enough to buy new clothes for the three of you. The moment the words fell, Freya, who had been crouching on the floor hammering Lane's calf muscles with a small wooden mallet, suddenly froze mid-motion. The wooden mallet hung in midair a mere half-inch from Lane's trouser leg. Those pointed ears of hers, like radar catching a signal, stood straight up. In those amber-colored eyes, the reflection of the small pile of gold coins on the low table was visible. The next second, her pupils contracted violently. Those round eyes stretched into two cold, sharp, dark gold vertical slits in an instant. For a dragon, not having enough money to spend. These four words were more unbearable than having one's counterscale scraped. Freya dropped the small wooden mallet. The hammer landed silently on the carpet. She crawled over on all fours, half her body crossing over the coffee table, nearly knocking over that plate of holy light cookies. Why, young master? You're short on gold coins. Her nose was almost touching Lane's chin. Her hurried breath sprayed on Lane's neck, bringing a wave of warm moisture. Lane leaned back, trying to create some safe distance. Is that even a question? Without money, how are we going to get proper attire? How embarrassing would that be when we go out? Freya froze. She looked down at that gray, dusty apron of hers, the collar still stained with grease from last night's leftover roasted bear meat. The corners of her eyes twitched violently twice. She gritted her teeth and slapped her barely developed chest hard. Two dull thuds echoed, and just hearing them made one hurt for her. It's nothing. Young master, you should have said so earlier. Her voice instantly shot up so loud that the crystal chandelier on the nearby pillar shook. I have some at home. I remember now. Freya was so anxious she stumbled over her words, her hands waving wildly in the air. In that pitch-black underground warehouse, it's all filled with scrap metal. She wrinkled her nose, wearing an expression of contempt. Gold and shiny, hard as a rock, lying on them to sleep would make a dragon's bones ache. That stuff takes up space just sitting there. I'll bring it all over right now to use as paving stones for you. Lane's forehead throbbed. The treasury of Dragon Island. What this hot-headed girl called scrap metal, if brought to the human world, could buy an entire empire 10 times over. He was about to ask for more details. Hey, wait a moment. Before the words left his throat, Freya couldn't wait any longer. She spun around sharply, her foot slamming down hard on the burgundy carpet. The expensive pile was torn clean through, and a basin-sized depression exploded directly on the floor. A sharp ringing sound tore through the air. A violent spatial turbulence centered on her swept outward in all directions without warning. The temperature in the hall plummeted below freezing in an instant. A strong ozone smell mixed with the earthy scent of thunderstorms choked people with coughing. Dazzling silver-white light erupted from within her like a miniature sun exploding indoors. Lane instinctively raised his forearm to shield his eyes. The wind rolled up the hem of Lane's linen coat, the fabric slapping against his thighs with cracking sounds. He squinted, peering through the gaps between his fingers. Freya had not transformed back into her dozens of meters-long dragon form. She merely compressed her demigod-level magic power tightly between her palms. On her fair arms, a layer of fine silver scales was faintly visible, pulsing beneath the skin. She brought her right hand together into a blade and slashed down hard at the warped air before her. Rip! A sound that made one's scalp numb tore through the entire hall. The space barrier, solid as bedrock, was like an old newspaper being torn apart by her razor-sharp hand blade. A pitch-black rift over 2 meters tall and half a meter wide gaped open in midair. Along the rift's edges, dense black lightning bolts crawled wildly like venomous snakes, crackling and popping. Through that deep void, the earth-shaking sound of churning lava rolled in faintly from the other side. Young master, drink some tea. Freya's voice was mixed within the howling wind, carrying an oddly excited note, as if she were heading to market. She didn't pause for even half a second. She leapt with her whole body like a silver cannonball, plunging straight into that pitch-black spatial rift. As her form vanished, the rift lost its power support. The rift snapped shut like a giant mouth suddenly closing. Boom! After a muffled explosion, the gale in the hall stopped abruptly, and the rampant electric sparks vanished without a trace. Only a few pieces of silver dragon scale fragments spiraling down through the air proved this had not been a dream. Angelia carried a silver tea tray, having just emerged from the side kitchen. She froze mid-step, her pale blue eyes filled with confusion. The teapot on the tray was still steaming. She glanced at the trampled carpet, then at the empty center of the hall. Old master, where did the big one go? She spoke up timidly, her voice like cracking ice. Lane lowered the arm, shielding his eyes, rubbing the corners that ached from the intense light. He glanced at the mess on the floor, wryly tugging at the corner of his mouth. She went back home to restock. Lane settled back into the depths of the sofa, surrendering his weight entirely to the soft cushions. Lilith in his arms had been frightened by the spatial turbulence. This moment, taking advantage of that clattering dragon lady's absence, quickly crawled up on all fours. She wrapped around Lane's waist like a snake, burying her face into his neck and inhaling desperately. Her cold body temperature penetrated through his clothes, perfectly dispelling the lingering thunderfire heat. Don't worry about her. Come pass me the tea. Lane crooked a finger at Angelia. With these ceiling-level combat power female servants guarding him, he didn't even need to worry about money himself. This laid-back life, he wouldn't trade it for being an emperor of the empire. Angelia obediently carried the tea tray over. She poured a cup of red tea, glowing with an amber sheen, cradling it in both hands and offering it to Lane's lips. The tea's fragrance mingled with a faint holy light aura, one swallow warmed from the stomach to the fingertips. Lane closed his eyes, his fingers stroking through Lilith's hair in a gentle rhythm. The scene shifted to Dragon Island. Several ancient dragons guarding the treasury suddenly shuddered all over, for they sensed a familiar, yet violent dragon king aura hurtling toward the island's central plaza like a meteor. Boom. The white jade square at the center of Dragon Island sank 3 feet hard. The deafening dull rumble traveled through the earth's crust, shaking several nearby volcanoes into emitting black smoke. A dozen ancient dragons guarding the treasury were dozing on the rocks. This terrifying pressure crashed down on them, and before they could react, they were all flattened to the ground. Hard dragon scales scraped against granite, striking a long trail of blinding sparks. This aura. An aged dragon covered in dark gold scales squeezed out a wheezing roar from its throat like a broken bellows. Suppressing the tremors from deep within his bones, he shook himself violently and transformed into an old man with golden dragon horns on his head. The Grand Elder golden eyes stared intently at the silver storm still swirling in the center of the square. Old tears instantly welled up and rolled down his wrinkled cheeks, splashing onto his beard. It's Her Majesty the Queen. Our queen has returned. He stumbled forward 2 steps, his knees giving way as he knelt upright in the rubble. The surrounding dragons also transformed into human forms and knelt in a dark mass. The storm dissipated, dust settled. Golden Eyes raised his head excitedly, his lips trembling, about to shout, "Welcome, Your Majesty." But his throat felt stuffed with a handful of scorching chili peppers, his voice completely stuck. His murky fish-like eyes bulged outward, bloodshot veins appearing at the corners. His gaze locked onto Freya, his mind exploding with a single buzz and falling into chaos. Their silver dragon queen, who stood aloft and regarded all things as ants. She wore a grayish-yellowed human-made outfit. The cheap lace around the collar was unthreaded, hanging crookedly. Worst of all, she had a ragged cloth apron tied around her waist. Right in the center of the apron was a dark brown grease stain that hadn't been washed clean. It smelled like roasted scraps of some low-level magical beast. This. Golden Eye's tongue was tied in knots, his hands clutching the rubble, fingernails snapping off at the roots. Your Majesty, what are you wearing? Which damned god dared to place such a vicious curse on you? Tears and snot smeared his face, his heart aching painfully. Beside him, a fire dragon in the form of a burly red-haired man was so angry that his hair caught fire. Humiliation? This is the greatest provocation against our dragon race. I'm going to burn those bastards. He stood up with reddened eyes. Shut up, all of you. Freya's eardrums ached from their howling. She shook her silver hair, which was dusted with flour, in disgust, her brows furrowing into a knot. She stepped barefoot over the rubble and walked up to Golden Eyes. She unceremoniously raised her foot and kicked the old man's shoulder with her toes. Move aside, you're blocking the door. I'm in a hurry. Golden Eyes was knocked sideways, completely stunned. Before he could recover, Freya had already walked to the treasury door, which was dozens of meters tall and made of pure starlight adamantite. She didn't even bother to take out a key. She hooked her hands into the gap of the door, her arm muscles tensing, slightly silver-white scales faintly visible. Creak, bang. The adamantite door, weighing hundreds of thousands of tons, was ripped out of the wall by her bare hands and casually thrown onto the square. It shook the earth, and the surrounding dragons recoiled in unison. Freya brushed the rust off her hands and strode into the treasury. Inside, mountains of gold coins, gems, and magic crystals radiated dazzling brilliance. These junk things, hard and cold, I don't know what the young master wants them for. She muttered, her tone full of disdain. But her hands moved swiftly. She grasped the air with both hands, and a pitch-black spatial rift opened above the treasury. Whoosh! Like a dragon drawing water, piles of gold and silver mountains along with chests filled with rare treasures. All were sucked into the spatial rift in one go. Golden Eyes scrambled into the treasury, and seeing the national vault half empty, he wasn't pained, but his heart bled. The queen had been made a maid, and now she was even coming back to sell off ancestral property. Your Majesty, you've suffered. The old man rushed over, grabbed Freya's calf, and wept heart-wrenchingly. Tell me which human empire that is. This old minister will gather 100,000 dragons and raise them. I'll reclaim your contract. Freya was busy packing gold coins, and his hug made her hand tremble, dropping a few coins. Her face instantly darkened. The gentle dullness in her amber eyes vanished, replaced by two cold, savage vertical slits. The violent demigod-level dragon might slammed onto golden eyes without reservation. The old man was pressed to the ground, bones cracking under the strain, unable to even breathe. Old thing, are your ears stuffed with dragon dung? Freya crouched, grabbed Golden Eye's collar, and yanked his aged face close to hers. She bared her small fangs, her voice cold as an ice-quenched blade. Whoever dares disturb the young master's sleep, I'll skin them and make them into a mat. I have to get back to prepare dinner for the young master. If he goes hungry, I'll roast you all. With that, she flung Golden Eyes away. She tore open the space barrier in front of her with both hands without looking back and plunged into the pitch-black void. The rift closed instantly, leaving only a gust of wind smelling of ozone. The treasury fell into deathly silence. The dozen ancient dragons stared at each other, their heads buzzing. Golden Eyes sat collapsed on the ground, staring at the empty vault, muttering to himself. Dinner. Young master. The sky over Dragon Island has fallen. In Blackstone Domain at the White Jade Castle, Hall Lane was still leaning back in the velvet sofa, resting with his eyes closed. Lilith's cold little hand was idly picking at the loose threads on his clothes. The air in midair suddenly twisted violently. With a crackling of electric sparks, space was violently torn open. Freya jumped out and landed steadily on the red carpet. She patted the dust off her skirt, grinning at Lane as if seeking praise. Young master, I've brought all the junk from home. Before Lane even opened his eyes, she snapped her fingers crisply. The unfastened spatial rift above her head suddenly bulged outward. Clatter-rattle. A deafening clash of metal poured down like a torrential rain. Golden coins, ruby fists, diamond-encrusted crowns. Like a mudslide, they poured directly into the center of the spacious hall. Within seconds, they piled up into a mound as tall as a two-story building. The gold coins reflected the light of the crystal chandeliers, making the entire hall more dazzling than the noonday sun. A few coins rolled down the slope and clinked onto Lane's toes. Lane was roused by the noise and opened his eyes. Seeing this terrifying wealth, enough to buy half the Holy Lionheart Empire, he raised an eyebrow. He even forgot to breathe for a moment. This tiger woman really went on a shopping spree. Lilith, blinded by the golden glare, irritably buried her face into Lane's chest. Angelica stood in the corner, holding a tea tray, a flicker of surprise in her light blue eyes. In her poor common sense, she had never seen so much money. Lane straightened up and kicked the coins at his toes back into the pile. He took a deep breath, suppressing the gnawing hunger in his stomach. This was solid. Freya returned to Blackstone Domain with wealth enough to buy half an empire, dumping the gold coins into the castle hall piled like a hill. Lane waved his hand grandly. Enough money. Maids, change your clothes. The young master will take you to town for some shopping. Lion snapped his fingers. A silver-white spark of magical energy flared from his fingertips. The spark exploded in midair, transforming into countless fine threads that coiled around the three maids' bodies like living things. Fuleya looked down at herself. The filthy torn dress was gone. In its place was a form-fitting dark red leather hunting outfit. The fabric clung tightly to her powerful thighs, and a wide belt studded with diamonds was fastened around her waist. Her faintly visible dragon horns were perfectly concealed by a wide beret. This material. It's so soft and flimsy it'll tear at the slightest pull, won't it? Fuleya tugged at the collar, pouting as she muttered, rubbing two creases into the fabric with her fingers. It can't even compare to half of my scales. A single stab, and it'll go right through. As she complained, she couldn't help but touch the dazzling diamond on the belt. The corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted, and a contented purr rumbled from her throat. Lion rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue with this tasteless female dragon. Angelio, on the other hand, had changed into a moon-white long dress. The fabric was as soft as clouds in the sky, and her damaged wings on her back were completely hidden beneath a thick cloak. She looked down, pinching the hem of her skirt, a flicker of panic in her pale blue eyes. "B-boss. This dress, it doesn't look like it can handle dirt," she stammered, taking a half-step back, afraid to brush against the carpet's pile. Her hands had nowhere to rest, clutching the hem so tightly that her knuckles turned white. If I splash blood on it while hunting wild boars tomorrow morning, it'll never come clean." She bit her lower lip, her face full of worry, already planning tomorrow's breakfast. Lion sighed and walked over to pat her shoulder. "If it gets dirty, throw it away. Do you think I'm short on the money to buy you clothes? Stand up straight." Lily C was still hanging around Lion's neck, eyes closed and snoring. Lion casually materialized a black gothic dress for her along with a black parasol. The umbrella's canopy was woven from shadow magic, blocking out all harsh light. Black lace edges hung down, making her face look even paler. She clung to him like an octopus, her icy cold temperature seeping through the fabric into Lion's skin. "Come on, let's go spend some money." Lion kicked the mountain of gold coins on the floor, the metallic clatter echoing dully. A dozen bulging velvet money bags floated steadily behind him, guided by magic. Half an hour later, at the busiest cross intersection in Haishi town, the streets were lined with vendors hawking their wares, and the air was thick with the sour stench of cheap ale and fermented horse manure. Occasionally a few stray dogs would fight and roll in the mud over a half-moldy bone. The moment Lai Un and his group stepped onto the cobblestone road, the surrounding clamor was cut off, as if by a knife. Dozens of eyes turned in unison. The local thugs and mercenaries stopped mid-drink, wooden cups frozen at their lips, ale spilling down their fronts unnoticed. The men's gazes clung to the three stunning maids, their Adam's apples bobbing frantically. The sound of swallowing echoed through the quiet street. Fu Leia frowned impatiently. She snorted coldly, her dark gold vertical pupils sweeping over the hostile gazes around them. A faint intangible dragon's might radiated outward. Several thugs felt their legs give way and fell to their knees in the mud on the spot. Lion didn't even raise an eyelid. He walked straight into the largest magic equipment shop in town. The shop was dimly lit, filled with the smell of rosin and aged preservatives. A few dried monster hides hung on the walls, swaying in the draft. The fat shopkeeper was dozing against the counter, his head nodding, a string of drool hanging from his mouth. The moment Fu Leia entered, her eyes lit up. Her gaze locked onto a ruby necklace displayed on the top shelf. The gem was cut only passably, but it reflected a glaring red light in the dim surroundings. The dragon race's obsession with shiny things made her unconsciously swallow. Why, young master, that stone glows. She pointed at the necklace, her voice trembling slightly, and her feet involuntarily moved closer. The fat shopkeeper, awakened by the noise, lifted his head, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Taking in Lion's shabby linen coat, he waved a fly swatter impatiently. Shoo, where did this pauper come from? If you want, go to the back door. The shopkeeper's bulbous nose wrinkled, his face a mass of fat contempt plain in his eyes. That's a fire-type magic crystal imported from the capital. You have to pay just to look at it. Don't dirty my place. Lion said nothing. He casually raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. One of the velvet money bags floating behind him, as if guided by an unseen force, arced through the air in a dark red parabola. The fat shopkeeper didn't even see what flew at him. He only felt a blur before his eyes, a gust of wind brushing past his nose, accompanied by the dull friction of velvet against air. Bam! The solid wood counter, thick and reinforced, let out a pained groan. Dust on the surface was jarred loose by the immense impact, swirling up and down in the dim light. The bottom of the bag slammed into the wood, the recoil snapping the cheap hemp cord at the mouth in an instant. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. The velvet mouth unfolded like a slow-blooming black flower, curling outward bit by bit. A single golden coin squeezed out from the gap. It tumbled twice in the air, its milled edges catching the dying sunlight, filtering through the window. Then a second, a third, a tenth. The coins poured out like a golden waterfall, bursting, its banks jostling and clashing, producing a crisp, ear-splitting metallic clatter. Clink, clatter. The mountain of gold instantly submerged the ledger's old parchment on the counter. A few coins rolled off the edge. They struck the fat shopkeeper's mud-caked leather boots, bounced, and fell into the cracks between the stone floor tiles. The shopkeeper's Adam's apple was stuck in the middle of his throat. The impatience and contempt on his face froze like a mask, violently torn apart, stiffly hanging at the corners of his mouth. The fat around his eyes twitched violently. The moment his pupils caught the imperial double-headed eagle insignia, they shrank to pinpricks, then suddenly dilated and bloodshot. He forgot to breathe. The air in his chest was squeezed out completely, his mouth wide open, but unable to make a single sound. His heart hammered against his ribs, as if trying to leap out of his throat. His hands, which had been reaching for the fly swatter, froze in midair. His fingers one by one cramped and curled, as if electrified. Beads of cold sweat oozed from his oily forehead, trickling down his bulbous nose and dripping onto the gold coins. For a full half-minute, the shop was deathly silent except for the faint rustle of the coins still settling. The shopkeeper's knees buckled, and he fell to his knees behind the counter with a thud. His hands clawed at the edge of the wood, blood seeping from under his nails, his whole body trembling like a pile of mud. Gee, great sir. Take it all. Even the shop is yours. The fat shopkeeper pressed his forehead against the cold stone floor, kowtowing frantically. Lion kept one hand in his pocket, tilting his chin up. On this street, all the jewelry and fabrics. If they so much as glanced at anything, his tone was as flat, as if discussing what to have for dinner. Wrap it all up for me. If the money isn't enough, I've got more behind me. Without even looking at him, Lion turned and walked out with the maids. Angelia stopped in front of a blacksmith shop. She stared at a row of fine steel boning knives hanging by the forge, her pale blue eyes full of seriousness. Beboss, the curve on that knife would be perfect for cutting the hamstrings of a demon bear. She pointed at the longest one, murmuring under her breath. Lion didn't even ask the price. He threw 2 money bags directly onto the anvil beside the forge. The blacksmith was so startled he fell into the coal ash, yelping from the heat, but still clutching the bag of gold tightly. Take the whole forge and shop, every knife in it, and deliver them to Haishi domain. The sun was too harsh. Li Li Si burrowed her head deeper into Lion's chest. Master, it's too bright it hurts. She yawned, revealing sharp little fangs, her voice thick with sleepiness. Lion looked up at the glaring sun. He tossed out another 5 or 6 bags of gold. He cleared out all the fabric shops along the street. He hired dozens of refugees and used the finest silk and linen to erect a man-made awning hundreds of meters long across the street. As they advanced, the procession of refugees following behind grew longer, each person carrying mountains of luxury goods. Silks, satins, magical jewelry, and even the ovens from the pastry shops were carried out. The crisp sound of clinking gold coins became the only melody on the street. The merchants who usually looked down on everyone were now kneeling on both sides of the street, their foreheads pressed against the filthy cobblestones, their faces full of fawning gratitude as they saw off this living money god. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The sun slowly sank. The sky at the horizon turned a dark red like dried blood. The noise of the town was left behind. Lion led the 3 into a narrow alley that cut through to his domain. The alley was perpetually sunless, the moss at the base of the walls slippery and damp. The air was thick with the sour smell of rotting cabbage. Lion's steps suddenly halted. The sole of his boot crushed a blackened, broken tile, producing a harsh scraping sound. The entrance to the alley ahead, where the evening light should have been visible, was completely blocked by a dozen tall, dark silhouettes. A strong smell of rust and cheap poison drifted in on the draft. From the shadows came a few malicious chuckles. The metallic sound of blades scraping against sheaths was amplified in the cramped space. The short blades in the hands of those dark figures glowed with a poisonous green light in the dim surroundings. As the saying goes, wealth stirs the heart. Their blatant display of riches had immediately caught the attention of the town's most powerful underground gang. Dozens of thugs armed with poison blades had quietly blocked the only narrow alley that led back to Lion's domain. A venomous green glow swayed against the damp, bluestone walls. The wind seeping from the depths of the alley made the emerald light flicker on and off. A pair of leather boots, studded with iron caps, trod upon rotting cabbage stalks, squeezing out viscous sour juice. The bandit leader, bald with a scarred face, stepped half a pace forward from the shadows. The serrated short blade in his hand dripped with green viscous fluid. The venom splattered onto the moss-covered stone slab, hissing as it burned a small smoking pit. He bared his lips, revealing 2 gold-capped front teeth. Well, quite the dignified young master, aren't we? The scarred man sniffed, his triangular eyes fixed greedily on the floating velvet money bags behind Ryan. The sound of gold coins clinking makes this old man's heart itch with desire. He pointed his blade tip at Freya and Angelia, his Adam's apple bobbing twice. The stench of cheap wheat beer mixed with the sour smell of sweat rushed into Ryan's nostrils. Ryan didn't even lift his eyelids. He let out an enormous yawn, squeezing 2 tears of irritation from the corners of his eyes. Lilith, curled in his arms, was awakened by the noise and frowned in dissatisfaction. She unfurled her shadow-laced black umbrella, blocking the faint light ahead, and buried her face into Ryan's neck to continue nuzzling. Young master, these trash look disgusting just seeing them. Freya clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking. Killing intent churned within her dark, golden vertical pupils, and she was about to step forward. Wait. A fair-skinned hand blocked Freya's path. Angelia, carrying a newly purchased bamboo-woven basket, stepped out from behind Ryan. The basket contained fresh, magical beast hind leg meat scavenged from the town, along with several bundles of dew-kissed spices. Her pale blue eyes stared fixedly at the gang members, her slender eyebrows knitted into a tight knot. Boss. The stench on them is too filthy. She stammered, her tone revealing an unprecedented sense of disgust. The smell of poison will ruin young master's ingredients for tonight. Angelia carefully placed the basket on a nearby clean stone platform. She reached behind her waist with her other hand. The fine steel boning knife she had just bought from the blacksmith shop was drawn. The blade flashed with a cold, piercing gleam in the dim alley. Oh, this little cook wants to use a kitchen knife to chop people. The scarred man laughed so hard he could barely stand, tapping his bald head with the flat of his blade. Men, show her some color, but don't damage that pretty face. 4 or 5 thugs wielding poison blades pounced forward with sinister grins. Ryan didn't even call out to stop them. He simply shifted his stance, leaning his weight against the wall. A circle of extremely faint ripples rippled through the air. No incantation, no cumbersome starting stance. Angelia's figure gradually faded in place, transforming into an afterimage too fast to grasp. A wisp of pure white holy light spread along the edge of the boning knife. The radiance was not blinding at all. Instead, it carried a cool fragrance like lilies. The first thug to charge forward only saw a white line flash before his eyes. Then a strange lightness surged through his right arm that held the poisoned blade. The tip of the boning knife precisely slid along the joint seam of his shoulder. It did not sever the bone, instead it lightly sliced open the fascia connecting the muscles. Squelch. The sound of leather clothing being torn echoed. That thick arm fell onto the bluestone slab with a slap. The thug froze for 2 seconds. Staring at his bare shoulder, his brain could not process what had happened. Not a single drop of blood sprayed out. A thin layer of holy light covered the wound, sealing off the blood vessels and nerves. Only when he tried to move his fingers did that bizarre sensation of limbs no longer belonging to him surge into his brain. "Ah, my arm!" Before his shrill scream could spread through the alley, Angelia's blade had already turned toward the next target. Slow. In Ryan's dynamic vision, this blade technique was nothing short of an art form. Angelia's footsteps were as light as if she were dancing a court ballet. The moon-white skirt hem traced an elegant arc in midair, not a single drop of mud staining it. Her wrist flicked. The boning knife darted through the complex skeletal structure of the human body like a nimble swimming fish. Elbows, knees, ankles. The muffled thuds of the metal blade backing striking bone joints interwove with the crisp tearing sounds of severed tendons. The third thug's knee bone was cleanly excised, his 2 legs folding limply on the ground. The fourth thug's wrist dislocated, his short blade dropping to strike his own instep. The encirclement of dozens of people collapsed like toppled dominoes falling in waves. This was no battle, it was a one-sided anatomical demonstration. There were no flying limbs or gruesome scenes of rivers of blood. Only bodies writhing on the ground, their limbs dislocated. Their leather armor had been stripped clean, the flesh at the joints neatly cut open, revealing white bones. In less than 10 breaths, Angelia stood firm again beside the basket. The boning knife in her hand remained as gleaming as new, not a single trace of blood staining it. She took out a clean handkerchief and diligently wiped the knife handle. "B-boss, the obstacles have been cleared." She sheathed the knife at her waist, hoisted the basket back over her arm, and her pale blue eyes brimmed with expectant pride. Only one person remained standing in the alley. The scarred man's back was pressed firmly against the moss-covered brick wall. Cold water droplets from the crevices fell into his collar, but he did not notice. The serrated short blade in his hand had long fallen into the stinking ditch. His 2 rows of teeth chattered frantically, producing a dense clicking sound. He had watched with his own eyes as his subordinates were instantaneously carved into skeletons like dead pigs on a cutting board. That holy light had sealed their wounds, preventing these men from even dying. They could only lie on the ground and wail. A warm stream of urine flowed down from his thigh, soaking his crotch. "A monster. Devil." The scarred man's Adam's apple rolled violently, his voice cracking as if someone had stepped on his neck. Ryan slowly walked forward. He extended 2 fingers, grasping the scruffy beard on the scarred man's chin, and lifted it upward. "In your line of work coming out to rob, you should at least bring some capital, right?" Ryan snapped his fingers, a small flame flickering to life at his fingertip. "The keys to the vault and the property deed. If you can't produce them within a minute, this young master will have the cook loosen your bones too." The scarred man fell to his knees directly in the muddy water, terrified. His hands trembled as he frantically searched his chest. He pulled out a set of sweat-stained copper keys and a crumpled parchment scroll, holding them high above his head with both hands. "It's all here. Our stronghold is in the basement of that ruined mill at the end of the alley. Take it all." Ryan pinched a corner of the parchment with distaste and tugged it forward. He tossed the keys to Freya beside him. "Go empty everything inside. The money and anything worth having." Freya's eyes lit up and she cheerfully sprinted toward the depths of the alley, stepping over the wailing thugs. Before long, 7 or 8 heavy sacks floated into the air, all suspended by magical power. They were filled with gold bars, silver ingots, and several chests of magical crystals radiating various hues. Ryan stepped on the bandit leader's shoulders and, accompanied by his maids, exited the foul-smelling alley. On the return carriage, the wheels rolled over the bumpy dirt road outside Blackstone Town, the carriage swaying gently. Ryan leaned against the soft cushion, Lilith sleeping soundly in his arms. He casually untied the opening of one sack. Inside were fist-sized, unpolished, top-grade water-element magical crystals. A cold blue glow shimmered across the surface of the crystals, emitting waves of chill. A cold wind seeped in through the window cracks. Ryan touched the icy surface of the crystals, then glanced out the window at the darkening sky. Ryan had seized the bandits' underground vault and property deed. On the way back, gazing at the large quantity of magical crystals he had brought back, Ryan suddenly had an idea. The weather is getting a bit chilly. Let's build a grand hot spring in the castle's back garden tonight. The wooden wheels of the carriage rolled over the white jade bricks, emitting a dull rattling sound. The rear garden had arrived. Lion kicked open the carriage door, grabbed the bottom corner of the burlap sack filled with water-element magic stones, and swung his wrist to flip it over. With a clatter, dozens of fist-sized jade stones tumbled onto the lawn. An azure blue glow instantly dispersed. The surrounding circle of withered yellow weeds visibly formed a layer of glistening white frost. The blind old man led dozens of refugees, rubbing their mud-stained hands, standing at the foot of the steps, not daring to breathe. "Dig right here." Lion pointed at the open space before him with his toe. Dig a pit big enough for 10 people to lie down. Don't slack off. He lowered his head and patted Lilith, who was sleeping soundly in his arms while blowing bubbles. The vampire progenitor clung tightly, and a drool stain had soaked through Lion's linen coat. Hey, stop sleeping. You're drooling all over me. Get up and work. Lilith grumbled discontentedly, closed her eyes, and clawed randomly at Lion's chest. And master. Sleepy. Don't want to move. She muttered the small broken fong she had just chipped today, rubbing a red mark on her lip. Hurry up. After you finish digging the pit, you can soak in the ice water. Hearing the words, ice water, Lilith barely lifted her heavy eyelids. She slid down from Lie and stepped barefoot on the frosty grass, and shivered with pleasure. Her crimson eyes fixed on the empty space, she waved her hand casually with a hint of morning crankiness. A mass of thick, indissoluble black shadow magic like a pot of boiling ink splashed directly onto the muddy ground. A harsh, sizzling sound of soil being corroded by strong acid exploded. A pungent stench of fermented century-old rotten leaves shot into the air, choking Lie in, as he quickly stepped back 2 paces. In the blink of an eye, a neat, rectangular pit sank into the ground. The edges were as smooth as if cut through tofu with a sharp knife, leaving not even a blade of grass. Well done, Lion snapped his fingers. Several wooden puppets that had dropped from the system warehouse walked over with stiff steps. They picked up the magic stones from the ground, placing them one by one flush against each other, embedding them into the pit's walls and floor. The blue chilling cold froze all the mud at the bottom into hard frozen soil. Lion casually mobilized the trace of demigod-level magic within him, drawing the underground water vein. Clear groundwater gushed out quickly, filling half the pool. The water's too cold. It'll shrink a person. Lion turned his head to look at Freya, who was crouching under a tree gnawing on raw meat. Hey, you dragon, come over and blow some hot air. Freya crunched and bit through a bone, her cheeks bulging. I am not spitting, she glared, speaking indistinctly, pointing at herself with a greasy hand. Who asked you to spit? Dragon breath, control the heat, and heat up some bathwater for your master. Freya rolled her eyes, tossed the bone aside, and sluggishly moved to the pool's edge. She stared at the pool full of steaming cold water, her mouth slightly open. A tiny silver-white spark drifted out from deep in her throat and slowly fell into the water. With a boom, the pool water churned violently, as if a ton of explosives had been thrown in. A huge cloud of scalding white steam mixed with a pungent sulfur smell rose into the air. Bubbles as big as wash basins bubbled up on the water's surface. Stop, stop. Are you trying to stew your master? Lion hastily called out in fright, reaching out to test the water temperature. It was so hot he flinched, his fingertip turning red. After half an hour of fussing, the water temperature finally dropped to a level where one could enter. Lion tore off his sour coat in a few quick moves. Wearing a silk short bought from the town, he stepped into the pool. The hot water rose past his knees, over his waist, up to his chest. The muscles that had been tense all day finally went completely limp. An indescribable, satisfying ache seeped from the marrow of his bones. He leaned against the pool wall and let out a long, contented sigh. The jade stones behind him emitted a chilly blue aura while the water in front was scalding hot. Attacked by cold and heat, the comfort made every pore of his body sing. This life, I wouldn't trade it for an empire's throne. Lion exhaled a misty, water-laden breath. Angelia carried a small bamboo basket and tiptoed to the edge of the pool. Her moon-white skirt was dampened by the steam clinging tightly to her calves. Be boss. Red wine from the town. And petals. In her left hand, she held a transparent goblet swirling with scarlet liquid. With her right hand, she grabbed a handful of pink rose petals from the basket, closed her eyes, and scattered them into the pool. Splat! A clump of petals with dew and muddy stamen landed precisely on Lion's nose, covering his eyes. Lion's mouth twitched wildly as he wiped the wet petals off his face. Are you scattering flowers, or are you piling grave dirt on your master's face? Angelia's face flushed red to her ears. She frantically hid the basket behind her back. Sorry, my hand slipped. Lion couldn't be bothered to argue with this silly goose, took the goblet, and took a sip. The wine tasted astringent with a hint of cheap oak barrel mustiness. But in this remote borderland, it was a decent pastime. The night breeze blew through the freshly renovated rear garden. The autumn insects chirped in waves all around. Lilith, who hated heat, had long retreated to the crooked tree branch in the distance, hanging upside down to cool off. Freya, finding the water lacking meat flavor, was crouching not far away, using her small flames to fiddle with her roasted bear leg. Lion set the empty cup against the white jade stones at the pool's edge. His head rested on the icy jade edge, his eyelids growing heavier. The hot water made his mind dizzy, and sleepiness surged up like a tide. Just as his breathing calmed, and he was about to fall asleep, the air directly above his head suddenly emitted a strange grating sound. Crack, as if a thick piece of solid glass had been struck by a heavy hammer, splitting open a crack. Lion's eyes snapped open, and the remnants of sleep vanished instantly. In the misty midair, the originally smooth space tore open a black fissure over 2 meters long. Just as Lion was drowsing, the space directly above the hot spring shattered like a mirror. A blood-soaked, pointed-eared woman in a green dress fell straight down from the spatial rift, crashing into the hot spring pool where Lion was. A black rift over 2 meters long split open in the air above. The harsh sound of shattering glass echoed through the quiet back garden. A figure in a green dress fell straight down from the spatial rift. In midair, dark red blood droplets detached from the tattered hem of her dress. Like beads off a broken string, they trailed sticky threads of blood about to fall into the clean, steaming pool below. Lion's eyelids twitched sharply. This was the bathwater he had just asked Fu Leia to heat. If it were ruined by this unknown blood, his plan for a relaxing soak tonight would be completely ruined. His back leaning against the jade edge tensed instantly. The muscles in his thighs under the water suddenly contracted, churning up a violent wave. His demigod-level reaction speed was pushed to its limit in that moment. Lion's right arm carved an afterimage through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. His palm caught the woman's back firmly. At the moment of contact, a sticky warm blood soaked his hand. The impact of her bones against his palm produced a dull thud. Lion's arm sank slightly downward, absorbing the falling force that would have crushed an ordinary person into pulp. The woman hovered less than half an inch above the water surface. A single drop of blood that he failed to catch fell with a plop into the water, spreading a faint red ripple. Damn, it almost ruined my master's pool. Lion frowned, shaking the blood spots off the back of his hand. He examined the half-dead woman in his arms. She was emaciated beyond recognition, her face as pale as if covered with a layer of lime. Her long, pointed ears drooped weakly among the disheveled, light golden hair. An elf, and a high-ranking one who had been hunted and escaped through a spatial rift. The green dress, which had probably been quite splendid, was now covered with cuts from sharp blades. On her left side there was a deep, bone-deep, penetrating wound with flesh turned outward. Black corrosive poison was spreading through her blood vessels. Fu Lin's consciousness was not yet fully awake. The excruciating pain made her inhale sharply, her eyelashes trembling violently. She struggled to open her eyes, her emerald green pupils filled with murky death aura. She had thought she would fall into an abyss or be crushed by the pursuers sent by the traitors. But the sensation on her back was a solid warm palm. Her nostrils flared slightly, catching a rich aroma of red wine mixed with the sulphurous smell of steam. Then her pupils contracted sharply to pinpricks. This pool water. Fu Lin stiffly turned her neck to look at the water beneath her. That was no ordinary hot water. The steam was packed with intensely compressed dragon language mana. Such a dense concentration of demigod-level fire element just for bathing. A choked hiss escaped her throat as she tried to sit up. Her gaze swept over the edge of the hot spring pool, revealing a sight that made her scalp crawl even more. On the distant crooked tree, a girl in a black dress hung upside down. The blood aura emanating from her was ancient, cold, and carried the unique pressure of a vampire progenitor. She was currently closing her eyes, idly picking at the bark. Beside the campfire, a silver-haired maid with dragon horns was crouching on the ground, gnawing on a beast bone. Her mouth was greasy, and the overwhelming pure-blooded dragon might even deliberately restrained made Fu Lin's bones ache. There was also a white-dressed woman holding an empty wine glass. Though she had no wings on her back, the pure, soul-scorching holy aura clearly marked her as a high-ranking angel from the celestial realm. Fu Lin forgot to breathe. The air in her chest was locked tight, her heart hammering wildly against her fragile ribs. Her lips trembling, she slowly moved her gaze back to the face of the man holding her. This human, dressed in silk shorts and wearing a look of pure annoyance. He was actually surrounded by 3 mythological-level monsters. And they were wearing maid outfits. Am I falling into the graveyard of the gods? Fu Lin's Adam's apple bobbed as she swallowed a mouthful of bloody saliva. Her voice was hoarse like sandpaper on wood, filled with deep despair. She thought she had stumbled into some ancient forbidden zone. Lion rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to her ramblings. In his mind, the familiar grading system voice rang out on time. Ding! Detected a wild, dying, mythological-level person, the Elf Empress. Recommend that the host provide immediate treatment to trigger bond binding. Another scavenging job. Lion muttered, casually pointing his finger at Fu Lin's waist. Contract completed. Shared talent, Elf Royal Life Magic passive. A cool sensation carrying the fragrance of grass and trees rushed up Lion's finger and into his forehead. He took a deep breath. The somewhat stale air in his lungs was instantly cleansed by this vibrant life force. Even the astringent aftertaste of the cheap wine he had just drunk turned into the sweet flavor of mountain spring water. This talent is quite good for prolonging life. Lion raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. He pressed his palm against the vicious wound on Fu Lin's waist. The newly shared life magic flowed continuously from his palm into the Elf Empress's body. A emerald green light glowed at the wound. The black poison melted and evaporated like snow under a scorching sun. The rolled back flesh grew and healed at a visible rate. In less than half a minute the fatal wound left not even a scar, leaving only a patch of smooth fair skin. Fu Lin was stunned. She reached out and touched her waist. Not only was there no pain, but it was filled with even more surging vitality than before. She lifted her head, her emerald eyes full of shock. You? Who are you? You saved me. She steadied herself by the edge of the pool, still swaying from blood loss. Boss want me to chop her up and throw her out of the yard. And Ji Li had somehow appeared by the pool holding the gleaming boning knife. Her light blue eyes were devoid of emotion, fixed on the uninvited guest who had dirtied the master's bathwater. A chill ran down Fu Lin's spine as she instinctively stepped back half a pace, her muscles tensing in alert. Put away your knife. All you know is cutting meat all day. Lion stood up from the pool, creating a splashing sound. He grabbed a dry towel from the nearby jade rack and roughly wiped his wet hair. Then he pointed at the bare earthen hill behind the castle. I didn't save you out of kindness, young master. He tossed the towel into the laundry basket, and a wisp of magic appeared at his fingertips. He materialized a green-made outfit similar to Fu Lei's in the other style, and threw it directly into Fu Lin's arms. Haishi territory doesn't keep idlers. Since you know life magic, the territory happens to need a tree planter. Lion yawned and lay back down on the jade steps. Tomorrow morning, I want to see apple trees and grapevines full of fruit on that hill. If you do a bad job, I'll have Ji Li make soup out of you. Fu Lin, blushing, put on the maid outfit and officially became the territory's chief gardener. Lion watched as she used life magic to ripen a large orchard, nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, far away in the imperial palace of the capital, the crown prince finally received a top-secret report from his spy and slammed his palm down, shattering the desk in front of him. The Wang Wali wood desk split in two with a crack, and wood splinters pierced the back of Crown Prince William's hand. Without even glancing at the trickle of blood, he grabbed the crumpled parchment and hurled it hard into the face of the messenger kneeling below. False military reports. Do you take me for a fool? The messenger trembled in terror, his chin striking the cold marble floor, cold sweat dripping from the tip of his nose. A single broom smashing half a mountain, and kneading raw iron like clay. William sneered. He kicked aside the broken wood at his feet, his boot soles scraping against the floor with a harsh screech. That wasteland can't even qualify as a squire. If he had such a monster guarding him, how could I have driven him out of the capital like a dog back then? The old eunuch standing nearby quickly offered a handkerchief, his shrill voice chiming in. Your Highness, calm down. The Blackstone domain is always plagued by miasma. The spy must have inhaled poison and lost his mind, seeing hallucinations. William tugged at his tight collar, a flicker of malice in his eyes, then turned to look at the gloomy clouds outside the window. Tell those eyes at the border. If they send back such mad ramblings again, I'll skin them with my own hands. The scene shifts. Blackstone domain, the backyard of White Jade Castle. The sun is about to set, and the breeze carries a lingering hint of summer heat. Lane lay sprawled in a rocking chair, staring blankly at the bare hill behind, his fingers tapping the wooden armrest absently. Beside him, Angelia held a plate of freshly roasted magic bear ribs and brought it close to his hand. The rich aroma of meat and cumin wafted straight into his nose, but Lane turned his head away in disgust, a wave of sourness rising in his stomach. Be boss, eat while it's hot. Angelia stammered, her pale blue eyes full of confusion. Take it away. Half a month of feasting on rich meat has me constipated. Lane rubbed his slightly bloated belly, let out a belch flavored with roast meat, and waved his hand. His mind was filled with thoughts of a freshly baked, soft, crumbly fine white bread. Even plain water would do. Lane sat up and beckoned to the blind old man shoveling dirt in the distance. Old blind man, get over here. The old man quickly dropped his shovel, limped over, and grinned obsequiously while rubbing his muddy hands, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Is there any wheat seed left in the domain? Find some people and scatter them on the back hill. Lane pointed at the yellow slope that had just been turned over. The old man was stunned, scratched his sparse scalp, and dandruff fell onto his shoulders. There are some just shriveled, old rotten grains. But young master, the season isn't right. They won't sprout if planted. Just go and do it. Stop with the nonsense. Lane made a faint kick. The old man scrambled and summoned a dozen refugees who ran to the back hill carrying tattered sacks. The shriveled seeds scattered into the dark brown soil, looking utterly lifeless and poor. Lane snapped his fingers. Evelyn, Angelia, you two come over and get to work. The newly appointed elf gardener, wearing a green-made dress, carefully stepped around the muddy puddles and approached Lane. This soil is too poor. Angelia, washed the ground first. Lane pointed at the slope. The angelic chef nodded, handed the plate of meat to Freya, and gathered her hands in the air. A ball of pure white sacred light bloomed in her palm, then swept out from her wrist, turning into a rain of golden light. The light rain fell on the soil, making a hissing sound. The rotten, poisonous insects and miasma in the earth evaporated instantly like snow before boiling water. The air filled with the pleasant fragrance of rain-soaked soil. Your turn, green ears. Lane tilted his chin toward Evelyn. Evelyn took a deep breath, closed her emerald eyes, and her chest rose and fell gently. Her fair feet hovered half an inch above the ground, palms facing downward. A surge of life magic so vast it stole one's breath rippled outward like green waves, stirring the pale golden strands of hair by her ears. The aged wheat seeds in the soil seemed to heed a call. Their shriveled husks began to swell violently. Click, click. A dense cacophony of cracking shells spread across the entire back hill, sending chills down one's spine. Tender green sprouts broke through the soil, rising and stretching at a visible speed. The old man and the refugees collapsed to the ground in shock, their mouths agape wide enough to swallow a duck egg. Just a few seconds. The wheat didn't stop. Half a meter, 1 meter, 2 meters. The stout stalks grew thicker than a grown man's thigh, and the leaves spread wide like banana leaves used for sheltering from rain. The ears at the top swelled rapidly, shifting from green to gold, radiating a dazzling golden luster. The heavy heads bent the thick stalks low. Each grain was as large as an adult's fist. Golden magical radiance flowed through the field, rustling as the wind passed. The air was filled with a sweet, tempting aroma of raw wheat flour. One breath seemed to open every pore. This is wheat. This is a tree. The old man slapped himself across the face, wincing in pain, his eyes nearly popping out. Lane stepped forward, reached out, and plucked a grain the size of a fist. He crushed the husk, and thick, white juice dripped onto his fingers, radiating pure energy, sticky and warm. Perfect. Tomorrow's white bread is secured. He wiped the juice off his hand with satisfaction. Evelyn withdrew her magic, a thin layer of sweat on her forehead, her chest heaving. She stared at the mutant wheat field covering the hillside, stunned herself, a flicker of awe in her emerald eyes. Even in the sacred grounds of the elves, she had never seen such wild crops. Night fell quickly. The back hill of Blackstone Domain was lit up like daylight by the golden waves of wheat. The dense magical fluctuations spread outward without hindrance on the night wind, dispelling darkness for dozens of miles around. Dozens of miles away at the border of Marquis House territory, atop a withered 100-year-old tree, a spy in a gray tight suit hung upside down from the moss-covered branches like a bat. He held a brass telescope, the lens fixed squarely on the direction of Blackstone Domain. The spy's Adam's apple rolled wildly, and the sound of his swallowing was shockingly loud in the silent night. He rubbed his sore eyes, smearing a bit of black mud on his eye socket, certain he wasn't mistaken. Even the smallest grain contained magic potent enough to fetch several gold coins at the underground black market. That golden glow covering the mountains was nothing less than a mountain of gold that could never be fully carried away. Greed sprouted like poisonous weeds in his eyes, and his breathing grew heavy. He fumbled for paper and pen from his belt, hurriedly scratching out a few lines by moonlight. In his excitement, the nib tore through the paper, leaving an ugly ink streak. He pulled a raven with blood-red eyes from his chest, stuffed the secret letter into a copper tube, and sealed it tightly. With a toss of his hands, the raven flapped its wings and melted silently into the night. He stared at the direction the raven flew, licked his cracked lips, rubbed his clammy palms, and muttered, "If the Marquis sees this intelligence, won't he be overjoyed? This worthless baron of Blackstone Domain is nothing but a fool strolling down the street, clutching a gold brick." With a fluttering of wings, a raven with blood-red eyes crashed through half of a stained-glass window, tumbling into the room on the night wind. Several blood-stained black feathers swirled in midair, drifting down onto Marquis House's prized rosewood desk. The bird let out harsh, grating caws from its beak, its sharp talons scraping the brass inkwell, producing a piercing metallic screech. Marquis House lounged in a soft leather high-back chair. He held a silver knife in his hand, picking shreds of roast meat from between his teeth. His thick chin sagged, with two quivering folds of fat connected to a short, thick neck. Hearing the commotion, he casually set down the knife, the handle striking the desk with a dull thud. His stubby, gem-ringed fingers roughly tore the copper tube from the raven's leg. He tipped out the crumpled parchment, shaking off a few specks of bird droppings and mud. By the flickering candlelight at the corner of the desk, his gaze casually swept over the first line. The teeth-picking motion froze midair. Fields upon fields of magical wheat. The Marquis Adam's apple dropped hard as he swallowed a dry, bitter saliva. Wheat grains as big as fists. Pure magical crystals. And mountains of Dragon Island gold coins. His bleary eyes hollowed out by wine and women instantly filled with crimson bloodshot streaks. The veins on his hands bulged out like twisted, ugly earthworms. The fingers clutching the parchment turned corpse-like pale from excessive force. Greed slithered up his spine like a slippery, cold viper, clamping hard onto his brain nerves. That notorious good-for-nothing baron of Blackstone Domain. That royal castaway who couldn't even lift a cross-sword. Yet he was hiding in that remote borderland, clutching mythic wealth and silently amassing a fortune. The acid of jealousy churned violently in the Marquis's stomach, surging up his throat. A magical plant the size of a fingernail could be traded in the imperial capital's black market for a cart loaded with fine steel weapons. If he could harvest all those wheat fields across the mountains and transport them away, he could directly raise a fully equipped heavy cavalry legion. Not to mention the piles of gold coins lying on the ground stacked as high as a two-story building. When did this remote borderland become a treasure trove where the gods spilled their wealth? He suddenly stood up, his several hundred gene of fat jiggling violently. The heavy rosewood chair behind him was knocked over, crashing with a thud onto the expensive Persian carpet. Someone, where the hell are you? Come here. He howled hoarsely toward the door with his cracked, raspy voice. The butler scrambled and tripping over the threshold, his knee banging against it and making him wince in pain. Go release all the messenger hawks from the pigeon loft. The Marquis sprayed spittle as he spoke, droplets hitting the butler's face, who dared not even wipe them off. Contact Count Redleaf, Baron Ironthorn, and those bastards of Black River Valley. He sneered, his face bunching up into a sinister curve. Tell them that Ryan Osborne has colluded with the demons of the abyss, practicing dark arts with intent to rebel. He slammed his palm on the desk, rattling the silver candlestick. As loyal subjects of the Empire, we must purge the border rebels for the crown. With a righteous pretext, this was a just plunder. Saddle the horses. Go to the vault and bring out my enchanted armor quick. He kicked the butler's backside, sending the thin, middle-aged man tumbling twice on the ground. Within half a day, several urgent letters landed on the desks of 3 neighboring lords. Greed was the best catalyst. Those 3 lords, driven mad by envy, all came with their hoarded treasures. At the border of the plains, Count Redleaf and Baron Ironthorn rode side by side on warhorses. Baron Ironthorn was a one-eyed man, his remaining eye glinting with cruel malice. He toyed with a blood-stained riding whip, its tip still dripping blood from some unknown beast. Is this information from Old Man House reliable? He spat a blood-tinged wad. That shithole Blackstone domain doesn't even have a proper wall. I heard that Baron Ryan only has a few lame guards and a bunch of starving refugees. Accurate or not, we'll know once we go loot it. Marquis House arrived on a pure black warhorse. His heavy enchanted armor squeezed his fat so much it bulged out, making him look like an iron barrel about to burst. Even if the intel is false, we'll treat it as a hunting trip and maybe grab some refugees for the mines. The 3 lords exchanged glances and burst into unbridled laughter. 30,000 heavy infantry and knights pressed forward across the plain, forming a dark steel cloud. Iron plates scraped against each other, with each step producing a continuous metallic clashing sound. 10,000 hooves kicked up yellow dust from the dry dirt road, filling the air with the earthy smell. The mighty army of 30,000 marched on, holding high the banners of crusade against heresy. Like a pack of hyenas catching the strong scent of blood, they brandished spears and broadswords, charging straight for the border. At the same time, in the back garden of Blackstone Domain, the afternoon sunlight was filtered through the huge artificial awning, casting dappled patches of light on the white jade-built hot spring pool edge. This was a constant temperature pool carved out just 2 days ago, using magical jade plundered from bandits. The shadow magic heat-gathering formation at the bottom was operating quietly. Ryan stood by the pool, reaching up to tug at the collar of his linen coat. Is the water full yet? My old bones are rusting from idleness. He yawned, a couple of sleepy tears squeezed from the corners of his eyes. Evelyn, dressed in a green-made outfit, knelt on the white jade slabs at the pool's edge. She held a bamboo-woven basket. Her slender fingertips picked up a handful of pink rose petals, still bearing morning dew, sprinkling them delicately over the water. Steam rose from the surface. The floral scent mixed with a faint sulfur smell, relaxing one's pores and infusing even the marrow of one's bones with laziness. Boss, the water, the temperature is ready, not too hot. Angelica approached, carrying a silver tray, her steps light. On the tray was a glass of elven fruit wine with ice cubes. Ice cubes clinked against the thin glass wall with a crisp sound. Her pale blue eyes fixed on the pool, her cheeks flushed slightly from the rising steam. Freya was crouching by a flower bed 5 meters away from the pool, holding a sharpened branch. Impaled on the branch was a plump wild rabbit she had just caught in the back mountain, roasting over a small fire. Rabbit fat dripped onto the sparks, sizzling and giving off a scorched aroma. Young master, is the water temperature okay? Freya shouted indistinctly while taking a bite of the half-cooked rabbit leg. If it's not hot enough, I'll go over and breathe some dragon fire to warm it up. No one breath from you, and I'll be well done, ready to be served on a table. Ryan rolled his eyes, raising a hand to stop that dangerous idea from the female dragon. Lilith, meanwhile, was hiding in the deep shade under the parasol, dozing with her arms around her knees. Cool shadow magic swirled around her, warding off the hot air from the spring. Occasionally, she smacked her lips, revealing a half-grown baby fawn. Ryan, wearing silk shorts, stepped barefoot onto the warm, white jade steps. The stone surface was polished mirror-smooth, carrying a faint warmth from the sun. He crumpled his linen coat into a ball and tossed it casually onto the rattan lounge chair nearby. The fabric brushed against the rattan, making a slight rustling sound. As he stepped down, he picked up the fruit wine. The ice touched his lips, and a hint of sweet coolness mixed with fruity aroma slid down his throat. Now this was what he called the decadent life of a noble. At that moment, a trembling sensation that shook the ground itself traveled through the white jade tiles to his heels. The fruit wine in his cup sloshed a few drops of red liquid splashing onto the petals at the pool's edge. Someone go tell them that the young master is soaking in the hot spring, so keep the battle noise down. Just as Ryan took off his coat and comfortably dipped his feet into the hot spring pool, deafening war drums and charging horns suddenly blared from the outer perimeter of the territory. 30,000 allied troops were at the gates, their raised dust blotting out the sun. Boom, boom, boom. The dull pounding of war drums tore through the languid air of the rear garden. The mournful blare of the charge horn carrying the coarse grit of the northern plains swept over the white jade courtyard walls and crashed directly into the hot spring pool. The once calm water surface hummed as a violent ripple spread outward. Several drifting pink rose petals were slammed against the slippery jade pool walls, pressed flat and trembling. Lane had just sunk most of his body into the steaming water. The chill that had seeped into his very bones had barely begun to ebb when the commotion hit his eardrums like a gong being struck inches away, setting his head spinning with a dull ache. He furrowed his brow, his eyelids twitching painfully. He raised a wet hand and casually wiped away the water droplets beaded on the tip of his nose. The water temperature, which had been perfect a moment ago, now felt scalding against his skin, making his chest feel tight and restless. Lane leaned back, his head hitting the jade edge of the pool with a dull thud. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, a sound thick with the petulance of disturbed sleep, his brows knit into an unbreakable knot. So damn noisy. Are these bastards racing to the afterlife, coming right now to ruin my vibe? Nearby, Lilith knelt on the white jade steps beside the pool, holding a glass of red wine with ice cubes. Hearing Lane's complaint, her pale wrist froze midair. The ice cubes inside the glass clinked against the crystal with a sharp, crisp sound. A single drop of crimson wine spilled over the rim, splashing onto her black gothic dress, leaving a small dark stain. Her pallid cheeks twitched slightly. The young master was displeased. For a vampire progenitor, the master's emotional shifts were more evident than a raging storm. The scent of his blood, which she found intoxicating, had suddenly grown hot and sharp with his agitation. This was unacceptable. Her master's blood must remain serene and sweet, never tainted by such restless impurities. Lilith bent slowly, setting the glass down on a flat stone. The glass base scraped against the jade, emitting a faint, barely perceptible hiss. She rose gracefully, her movements as soft as a boneless cat. Her crimson eyes, which had looked hazy and languid from avoiding the sun, suddenly sharpened as her pupils contracted into tiny, pointed black dots. Fine blood vessels like a spiderweb made of red thread rapidly filled the whites of her eyes. A wave of cold, ancient shadow magic thick with the stench of blood seeped out from the hem of her skirt. The temperature around them plummeted, and even the steam rising from the pool condensed into fine white frost in the air. A slow grin spread across her lips, revealing a small thong that had recently been chipped in half. A few strands of viscous, killing intent squeezed out from between her teeth. Master. Lilith's voice was soft and sweet, laced with a husky, sleepy quality. But her tone carried a bone-chilling cold that made one's spine crawl. Shall I go make them shut up? She tilted her head, her gaze drifting past the courtyard wall, fixed on the direction of the dust-filled clamor outside. Her fingers unconsciously curled and uncurled, faint crimson points of light gleaming at her fingertips. Those filthy things make such an ugly sound. Let me go and tear their tongues out, one by one, and string them into a necklace for you to enjoy with your drink, shall I? Lane didn't even lift an eyelid. He stretched out an arm, fished a wine glass from the steps, and took a sip. The ice cubes clinked against his lips, and a sliver of cool liquid slid down his throat, barely managing to suppress the turmoil in his heart. Go on then, he said with a yawn, sinking deeper into the water until only his head remained visible. Just don't make a big fuss. I still have my afternoon nap to take. He muttered in addition, and keep the blood off the door. The house is newly built, and it's a pain to clean. Lilith nodded obediently, the crimson light in her eyes intensifying. She unfurled a black lace parasol for shade, blocking the harsh sunlight overhead. Barefoot, she trod upon the frost-covered ground, making her way leisurely toward the front courtyard. The view pulled back, revealing the gates of Blackstone Domain. 30,000 heavily armored allied soldiers blanketed the entire plain like a massive solid slab of iron. The thunderous sound of hooves rumbled like dense rolling thunder, causing the very ground to tremble. A sky filled with dust thrown up by the raging wind blotted out the sun, even casting a gray, gritty filter over the sky. The air was thick with the sour stench of fermenting horse manure mixed with the metallic tang of rusted iron weapons. The heavy, ragged breathing of the soldiers intermingled, creating an atmosphere of suffocating oppression. Marquis Hawes sat astride a pure black warhorse. His heavy, enchanted armor constricted his chest, making it hard to breathe. His chest heaved violently, and his forehead was slick with sweat trapped beneath the helmet which trickled down his cheeks. He raised a sword of pure steel, and the blade flashed a blinding white under the dull gray sunlight. Baron Thornpike rode up beside him, spitting a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground. His single eye was fixed on the tightly shut white jade gate ahead, greedy saliva dripping from his chin, leaving a wet trail on his leather armor. "Brother, this shitty place doesn't even have a proper moat," Baron Thornpike said, rubbing the stubble on his chin and shouting in a gruff, loud voice. "One good charge from me, and I'll smash that flimsy door to splinters." Marquis Hawes grinned, his thick lips spreading wide as the fat on his face wobbled. He considered the domain as good as his. The magical wheat the spies had reported and the mountains of gold coins were all waiting for him just behind that gate. He had already begun to plan when he caught that useless lane. He'd first cut off his feet. Then he'd drag him behind his horse for 10 miles, forcing him to reveal where the treasure was hidden. "Listen up, all of you," the Marquis bellowed in his raspy, broken voice, addressing the army behind him. "Charge. Leave the gold and silver, but kill everyone inside. Spare no one." 30,000 voices roared in unison, a wave of sound that shot straight into the sky, shaking the withered leaves from the nearby trees. Just at that moment, amidst the murderous aura, a screeching sound cut through the air. The heavy golden-laid white jade gate let out a grinding, teeth-aching groan. The hinges turned slowly, and a sliver of light appeared from the middle. The Allied army's roar came to an awkward, stuttering halt. Tens of thousands of eyes focused intently on that crack in the door, expecting a squad of suicidal warriors to rush out, or the flash of a magical formation. But there was nothing. No fully armed guards, no traps or mechanisms. Only a black lace parasol emerging slowly from the gap. The black umbrella tilted, casting a shadow over half of a face. Lilith, clad in her elaborate Gothic dress, stepped out, one hand holding the parasol, the other hanging loosely at her side. Her pale, delicate ankles peeked out from beneath her skirt, touching the ground covered in dust and rubble. She stepped past the threshold and stood before the vast army. A gust of wind blew, lifting the dark red lace trim of her skirt. She looked fragile and thin, her skin almost translucent in its whiteness. She looked like a delicate porcelain doll that had wandered off and gotten lost, as if a slightly stronger gust of wind might snap her slender neck. Marquis Hawes froze on his horse, his sword hand suspended in midair. He blinked, his small bean-sized eyes sizing up the lone girl before him. His mind took a moment to process the situation. Ha ha ha. The Marquis suddenly burst into a thunderous, deafening laughter. He laughed so hard he swayed back and forth, his face covered in jiggling fat, even squeezing a few tears from the corners of his eyes. The laughter startled his warhorse, which snorted nervously and pawed at the ground. That useless Baron Lane, has he lost his mind? He slapped the saddle with the flat of his sword, laughing so hard he could barely catch his breath. Facing death, and he sends a woman out to die. With a broken umbrella. What, afraid the sun will ruin her complexion for the journey to the afterlife? Baron Thornpike joined in with unrestrained laughter, his single eye filled with lewd desire. "Brother, this little girl isn't bad looking. Don't let her die. I could use a warm body for my bed." The entire army of 30,000 burst into loud laughter, the tense atmosphere instantly replaced by contempt. Lilith raised her head slightly. Beneath the edge of the black umbrella, her crimson eyes seemed to drip with blood. She looked at the noisy ants before her, a troubled frown creasing her brow. So incredibly noisy. It was making her ears hurt. And she was afraid the sound would reach the backyard and upset the young master. She let out a soft sigh, slowly raising her free hand, her fingertip pointing at the dense army before her. Marquis Hawes wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes, and his gaze turned cold in an instant. His smile vanished, replaced by a savage, fierce grimace on his fleshy face. "What are you all standing around for?" he roared in his hoarse voice, raising his sword high, pointing its tip directly at Lilith's thin figure. "Full charge. Grind this pretentious little wench into the dirt. Kill." The roar of 30,000 heavy infantry erupted into a raging tide, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. In the front ranks, the iron-clad shield-bearers lowered their center of gravity, leveling their spears in unison. The spear tips caught the sunlight, flashing a blinding expanse of white. 10,000 iron-shod boots trampled the earth simultaneously, sending up a cloud of yellow dust that blotted out half the sky. They were less than 200 paces from the white jade gate of Blackstone territory. This iron torrent, with the momentum to crush everything in its path, bore down upon the girl, holding a black parasol. The wind, whipped up by the galloping warhorses, sent the lace hem of Lilith's Gothic dress fluttering wildly. She didn't even shift her grip on the parasol handle. She simply furrowed her delicate brows in mild annoyance, raised her free left hand, and gently rubbed her ear. "So noisy," she murmured softly, her voice sweet and soft, yet eerily clear amidst the deafening battle cries. The last trace of girlish laziness faded from her crimson eyes. In its place surged the primal instinct of a progenitor who had endured 1,000 years of slumber. Absolute dominion over blood. Lilith tilted her chin slightly and parted her lips. Blood domain open. There was no blinding magic circle, no earth-shattering explosion. only a ring of nearly invisible dark red ripples flowing silently from her pale, delicate ankles along the ground spreading outward. The ripples expanded with unreasonable speed, washing over the 1,000 heavy infantry at the front in the blink of an eye. The temperature in the air plummeted to freezing point. The burly man in the front row who had raised his broadsword had his right foot lifted mid-air about to step down. His ferocious grin suddenly froze. His heart, which had been beating steadily for years, began racing without warning. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of his heart slamming against his ribs was so loud he could hear it clearly himself. The blood in his veins seemed to be thrown into a pot of boiling magma, churning violently. The whites of his eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot veins, his eyeballs bulging outward like a stepped-on toad. He opened his mouth to scream, but only a hoarse leaking sound escaped his throat. The next second, dense blood-colored sweat broke out across his skin. Then those tiny pores were forcibly burst open by the boiling blood. PSSSH. A blinding mist of blood sprayed out from his body. He didn't even have a chance to struggle. His burly frame deflated like a punctured leather pouch, instantly shrinking and withering into a desiccated corpse wrapped in iron armor. With a clatter, the dried corpse, unable to bear the weight of the armor, collapsed into the mud, shattering into a pile of debris. This was by no means an isolated case. Wherever the red ripples swept the first, second, and third rows, over 1,000 charging soldiers fell like wheat before a scythe. Before they could even scream, they collectively burst into clouds of scarlet blood mist. Over 1,000 shriveled corpses thudded to the ground, the dull clatter of armor echoing in a continuous roar. The battlefield, which had been roaring with slaughter moments before, fell into a deathly silence. The more than 20,000 soldiers who hadn't yet entered the domain stood frozen, utterly stunned. The inertia of their charge carried them a few more steps before they slammed to a halt. Those in front desperately tried to retreat, while those behind kept pushing forward, the entire formation collapsing into a chaotic mess. Ghost. Someone was the first to shout, his voice trembling and distorted, brimming with despair from the depths of his soul. Fear spread like a plague through the tens of thousands of troops. Soldiers dropped their shields and spears, turning to flee. No one cared about orders or rewards. All they knew was that the woman with the black parasol was a demon who would drain your blood dry just by looking at her. They shoved and trampled each other. Those who tripped were crushed under countless iron boots before they could rise. The pure black warhorse beneath Marquis House reared its front hooves high in the air, letting out a terrified neigh. The horse's legs gave way, collapsing to its knees, foaming at the mouth, and even soiling itself in fear. The Marquis's 300-odd pounds of fat were hurled off by the momentum. He tumbled 5 or 6 times through the thorny weeds in the muddy ground, eating a mouthful of mud. His helmet flew off, his sparse hair plastered messily across his forehead. Crawling on all fours, he scraped his thick chin against a stone, cutting a bloody gash. Retreat, retreat now? Forget the infantry. Cavalry, protect me. He wailed in a voice like a broken bellows, tears and snot smearing his face. Beside him, Baron Ironthorn was in even worse shape. He tried to turn his horse around, but a fleeing soldier's spear shaft struck the horse's leg. Man and horse tumbled into a nearby stinking ditch, gulping down several mouthfuls of muddy water, his one eye barely able to open. Before the white jade gate, Lilith still held her parasol, not having moved an inch. The air was thick with a crimson mist, the essence of blood drained from over 1,000 soldiers. She sniffed her delicate nose, her brows furrowing deeper. This blood stinks. She leaned back in disgust, her face a mask of displeasure. It reeks of cheap ale and the sour stench of days without bathing. Disgusting. Such inferior blood, let alone drinking, even smelling it made her nauseous. She raised her left hand, 5 pale fingers closing gently in the air. The shadow magic within her domain instantly roiled. The blood mist in the air was caught in a miniature tornado, compressing violently. The impurities, stench, and moisture were brutally stripped and evaporated by the magic, leaving only the purest essence of life. The blood mist grew smaller and smaller, its color deepening. Finally, above her palm, it condensed into a crystal-clear blood-red gem the size of a dragon's eye. Inside the gem, it seemed as if magma were flowing, emitting an enticingly sweet fragrance. Lilith retracted her domain, and the dried corpses and armor instantly lost their magical support, turning into gray-white powder. A gust of wind scattered the powder over the fleeing soldiers' heads and faces. She held the blood-red gem between her fingers, holding it up to the sunlight, and only then smiled with satisfaction. This one smells decent enough. I can take it back as a little toy for my master. She turned her black leather shoes, stepping on the clean white jade slabs, and strolled slowly toward the back garden. The screams and trampling from the plain continued behind her, but she no longer cared. In the castle's rear courtyard, steam still rose from the hot spring pool. Lane was leaning against the pool's edge, wiping his face with a damp towel. The war drums and battle cries outside had suddenly ceased, replaced by a cacophony of wailing, then quickly fading into the distance. These people have loud voices, but small courage. Lane set the towel aside and reached for the red wine on the small table beside him. Her shadow magic kept the steam away and her black dress was untouched by even a single wrinkle. She crouched by the pool, extending her hand to Lane, proudly opening her palm like offering a treasure. The blood-red gem lay quietly in her fair, tender palm, radiating an enticing luster. Master, she blinked, her crimson eyes, the corners of her mouth curling upward. I've driven away all the pests outside. This is my apology gift to you. Lane set down his wine glass and picked up the gem with 2 damp fingers. The object was warm to the touch, and the life force within it was even purer than the magic the elf queen had used to sprout wheat earlier. He held the gem up to his eyes, squinting against the harsh sunlight overhead. The allied commander and several lords had fled in panic back to their own territories. Lilith returned to the hot spring with the blood-red gem and offered it to Lane. Lane toyed with the gem and snorted, though it's quiet now, the compensation for disturbing my bath. I'll have to collect from them. The dawn had just torn through the clouds. A few cold rays of light slanted through the gaps in the window lattice, cutting into the second floor of the white jade castle. Lion nestled in the velvet quilt, letting out a long, turbid breath. After soaking in the hot spring last night, that lazy feeling in his bones hadn't worn off yet. He was just about to turn over for a second sleep when, rumble, creak. A dull, grating grinding of wheels harshly shattered the morning stillness. The axles groaned under the strain as if about to snap at any moment. The noise was so intense that even the glass on the windowsill trembled slightly. Lion snapped open his eyes, his brows knitting into a tight knot instantly. He ran his fingers through his disheveled hair in irritation, threw off the blanket, and sat up. What's the rush so early in the morning? Heading to your own funeral or someone else's? Slipping into his sheepskin slippers, still simmering with sleep-induced grumpiness, he pushed open the carved wooden door of the balcony. A cold wind rushed into the collar of his loose linen nightshirt, making him shiver. He gripped the white jade railing with both hands, leaning half his body over to look down. Outside the castle gate, dozens of heavy wagons, each drawn by a pair of horses, were parked in a dark mass. The draft horses were exhausted, frothing at the mouth, their nostrils flaring with heavy breaths and their legs trembling. One corner of the tarpaulin covering the wagons had been carelessly flipped open. Gold coins, gems, and bundles of gleaming steel armor were piled up like small mountains. The heavy load pressed the wagon boards down into deep hollows. At the very front of the convoy, 3 men of varying builds were kneeling side by side in the muddy, dew-soaked ground. Leading them was none other than the arrogant Marquis Halsey from yesterday. His expensive, enchanted heavy armor was nowhere to be seen. He was clad in a thin, tattered robe. His thick chin pressed close to the muddy puddle, and his blubber trembled uncontrollably. Beside him, the one-eyed Baron Ironthorn buried his head even lower. Lion descended the stairs into the hall. Angelia was already waiting there with a silver tray in her hands. On the tray was a glass of freshly decanted crimson fruit wine. The liquid clung to the transparent glass wall, exuding a tempting mellow aroma. Lion casually picked up the glass and took a sip. The slightly tart sweetness rolled over his tongue, finally soothing the dryness in his throat. Come on, let's go see what those bastards are up to. He strolled out of the white jade gate. The 3 lords kneeling outside shrank back sharply at the sound of his footsteps. Marquis Halsey was the first to raise his head, his face as pale as if it were coated with flour. His forehead was covered with blue-purple bruises from knocking. His eye sockets were swollen badly, making his head look like a pig's that had just been run over by a cart. Be Baron. Lord Lion. The Marquis's voice cracked, completely choked with uncontrollable sobs. He used his knees as feet, shuffling forward 2 steps in the mud. His hands clutched the edges of Lion's sheepskin slippers, wiping his tears and snot on his own sleeves. Why, yesterday we were blind. Our hearts were clouded by greed, and we offended your territory. He stammered and wailed, then swung his palm. He slapped himself twice across his fat face with loud resounding cracks. A cut split open at the corner of his mouth and blood dripped down his chin into the mud. Please, my lord, be magnanimous and let us go like a fart. Baron Ironthorn beside him also began kowtowing frantically, his forehead thudding dully against the gravel. Mental damages. Yes, this is the compensation you demanded. Baron Ironthorn pointed at the dozens of wagons behind them that were on the verge of falling apart. His fingers trembled like withered branches swaying in the wind. We emptied our treasury overnight. Gold, jewels, and the best weapons in our lands. All brought to you. Lion leaned against the doorframe, slowly swirling the goblet in his hand. The deep red wine spun in the bottom of the glass, reflecting the Marquis's contorted face. He couldn't be bothered to even glance at these cowards. His gaze skipped past them and landed on the wagons. Stacks of gold coins emitted a tacky yellow glow. On a few nearby wagons, bundles of longswords, knights, heavy shields, and scattered magical ores were piled messily. Lion raised his foot and kicked away the Marquis's dirty fat hands in disgust. He walked to the first wagon loaded with weapons. He reached in and casually pulled out a broadsword touted as 100 refined fine steel. The blade was polished to a shine with a few crude enchantment runes carved on it. Lion bent his index finger and flicked it against the edge with moderate force. Whoom! A dull, muddy resonance emanated carrying a gritty taste of iron filings. Lion's brows furrowed. He added a bit more force, pressing down on the hilt. Crack! The broadsword snapped cleanly in two like a brittle biscuit. The broken tip spun in the air and plunged straight into the soil beside him, its tail still swaying. The fractured surface was full of rough sand pits, and black impurities were visible embedded within. Damn it, this is the best weapon you could find. Lion casually tossed the remaining half of the hilt back into the wagon. It clattered sharply against the pile of iron armor. He patted the rust flakes off his hands, his face full of disdain. Marquis Housey was so terrified that he stopped breathing altogether, holding his breath until his face turned purplish red. He thought Lion was dissatisfied with the compensation and was about to kill him. And my lord, these were crafted by the finest blacksmiths in our domain. The Marquis knelt on the ground, his blubber trembling as a whole, unable to form a complete sentence. Lion took another sip of wine, smacking his lips. A pile of scrap metal, too dull even to cut the meat of my magical beasts. He sighed, his gaze sweeping over the maids peeking from behind. Fu Leia was staring at the gold coins, swallowing hard. And Ji Liu, on the other hand, was curiously eyeing the colorful gems on the wagons. You bring this junk to fool me. I, the young master, need to make proper jewelry for my maids. Lion kicked a wagon wheel, and the wood gave a dull thud. Such a vast borderland, and there's no blacksmith worth mentioning. This scrap metal isn't even worth the fire to melt it down. His tone was full of disappointment, tinged with the anger of having his peaceful sleep disturbed. In this godforsaken place, finding a craftsman who could do fine work was harder than climbing to heaven. Just as his complaint died down, a strange rustling sound suddenly came from the third-to-last wagon piled with scrap metal. In the corner of the wagon, several coarse burlap sacks for storing odds and ends were piled. One of the sacks, stained with oil and coal ash, suddenly bulged. Rip! The brittle burlap was violently torn open from within. A strong smell of stale liquor mixed with the soot of years of blacksmithing burst out of the sack. Just as Lion was frowning in distaste, a dwarf prisoner who had been press-ganged by the Allied forces in the spoils convoy suddenly crawled out of the torn sack. He caught the scent of the exquisite red wine in Lion's hand and heard someone daring to disparage the art of forging. Immediately he puffed out his beard, glared, and roared. Rip! The muffled sound of coarse linen being torn stretched long through the silent morning. Several yellowed hemp threads snapped, twanging in the air twice. An arm thick with dense black hair, robust as a small tree stump, suddenly thrust out from the sack's opening. Immediately after, a round figure rolled down along the edge of the cart. With a thud, it slammed into the dew-laden mud, splashing dirty water half a foot high. What a load of twisted nonsense. A roar like a cracked gong made the wagon shafts vibrate. The dark figure scrambled up from the mud pit, wiping a handful of mud from its face. It was a dwarf whose height barely reached the level of Lion's belt. He wore a leather apron stained with oil and scorch marks, and from his belt hung 4 or 5 hammers of varying sizes clinking together. A shock of fiery red hair perched atop his head like a bird's nest. Most eye-catching was his big beard, braided into 3 thick plaits with a few unburned coal cinders still clinging to it. Tong Chue Huasu was trembling with rage. He jumped up and down, his boots stomping loudly in the mud, and extended a short, thick finger pointing straight at the direction of Lion's knee. You know nothing about forging. You blind, ignorant hillbilly. He howled at the top of his lungs, spittle flying in the sunlight. These cartloads of junk are trash, but that's because that idiot House didn't pay wages and kept rushing to work. He slapped his chest, making the leather apron thump loudly. I am the greatest blacksmith on the continent. My name is Tong Chue Huasu. The iron I forge would make even the gods drool. Lion leaned against the doorframe, tilting his chin back to avoid the flying spittle. Instead of getting angry, he studied the reckless dwarf with keen interest. His fingertips leisurely stroked the rim of his goblet. At that moment, Tong Chue suddenly fell silent. His bulbous, reddened nose twitched in the air like a retriever's. His nostrils flared and contracted, his gaze locked onto the red wine in Lion's hand. That smell. What is that smell? The dwarf swallowed his Adam's apple, clicking like a jammed gear. He stared at the crimson liquid, completely forgetting the curses he had just uttered. That fruity aroma, that kick. Damn, I've never smelled such a rich base, even in the Dwarf King's court. He licked his cracked lips, rubbed his calloused hands together, and involuntarily stepped half a pace closer. A calculating smile flickered in Lion's eyes. He lowered his wrist, brought the glass to the dwarf's nose, and swirled it gently twice. The red liquid clung to the glass, and the fragrance carried by the cold wind flooded into Tong Chue's nostrils. Want a drink? Lion raised an eyebrow. Tong Chue nodded like a chick pecking rice drool already dripping onto his beard. Just one sip. One sip, and I'll forge you a free kitchen knife. His throat was parched, and his hand involuntarily reached up to grab the cup. Lion twisted his wrist and poured the entire contents of the glass onto the muddy ground. What a waste. You wanton fool. Tong Chue cried out in anguish, threw himself onto the ground, and pounded the earth in heartbreak, wishing he could dig up the mud that had absorbed the wine and stuff it into his mouth. Angela. Lion snapped his fingers. Go to the backyard cellar and bring the barrel of elven fruit wine that Evelyn brewed yesterday. A moment later, the angelic cook carried out a half-human tall oak barrel. The barrel was placed on the steps. Lion reached out and pulled out the wooden stopper on top. With a pop, a fragrance sweet with the freshness of life magic mixed with an intensely strong alcoholic scent hooked Tong Chue's soul like a lure. This was a special brew made from mutated grapes ripened by the radiant light of life using the secret recipe of the Elf Queen. There was not a second barrel like it on the entire continent. Tong Chue's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. His feet seemed rooted to the ground, his hands clutching his own beard tightly, his breathing heavy like a workhorse. Sign this. Lion pulled a crumpled piece of parchment from his chest and tossed it onto the barrel lid. An indenture. Sign it, and this barrel of wine is yours. As long as you work on the estate, you'll have your fill every day. Lion crossed his hands behind his head, his tone carrying a lazy confidence that said he had won. Tong Chue didn't hesitate for even half a second. He didn't even read what outrageous terms were written on the paper. He bit his thumb, leaving a bloodstain, and pressed it firmly onto the lower right corner of the parchment. After pressing his thumbprint, he hugged the barrel and tilted his head back. The sound of gulp gulp was continuous. Purple-red wine streamed down the corners of his mouth, soaking his greasy leather apron, and he didn't even blink. All right, don't drink yourself to death on my doorstep. Lion stepped down from the porch and walked over to a cart loaded with gold coins. He turned his wrist and poured out a pile of items from the void storage. Clatter. More than a dozen ingots of metal glowing with deep blue starlight crashed heavily onto the cart's boards. The wooden boards let out a pitiful groan and split with a long crack under the weight. The surface of the metal flowed with strange patterns resembling a starry sky, and the surrounding light seemed to be sucked into it. This was the stellar adamantite that Freya had swiped from the Dragon Island treasury yesterday. Tong Chue let out a loud belch. The moment his gaze swept over the pile of metal, most of his drunkenness was scared away. He dropped the barrel he was holding and lunged at the cart like a starving wolf. His hands trembled as he picked up a piece of adamantite, rubbing his stubbly face against the cold metal surface. Divine material. Alive. This, or has magical breath in it. His eyes reddened, and he almost rubbed his snot onto the adamantite. In my whole life, I never thought I'd touch legendary stellar adamantite. Lion dusted off his hands and pointed to the maids behind him. Don't just fondle it. For these three, craft a set of jewelry each, necklace and bracelet. He kicked the cartwheel. Use the material freely. If the finished pieces don't match their status, I'll stuff you back into the sack and feed you to the dogs. Tong Chue nodded frantically, a wild forging frenzy burning in his eyes. Don't worry. Give me 3 days. If I can't do it, I'll jump into the furnace myself. He took off his coat, wrapped up the pile of adamantite, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and sprinted toward the backyard of the estate without looking back. He was in such a hurry that he didn't even stop to pick up the left boot that had fallen off. Over the next 3 days, from the abandoned stone hut in the backyard, the sound of clink clank rang out day and night without pause. The glow of the forge fire dyed half the sky crimson. At noon on the 4th day, the sun blazed down fiercely on the roof of the white jade castle. The stone hut's door was pushed open. Tong Chue staggered out. He had 2 huge dark circles under his eyes. His red hair was half scorched off by the furnace flames, and a pungent, burnt smell emanated from his body. But his spirit was at its peak. In his hands, he held a wooden tray lined with red velvet, trembling as he walked over to Lai In, who was lounging on a recliner. On the tray lay 3 sets of jewelry. The adamantite had been crafted into intricate shapes of thorny vines and feathers. Deep blue starlight shimmered in the sunlight, and every facet radiated ultimate luxury. Lion sat up, picked up a necklace, and examined it. The design was indeed flawless, but something felt missing. The jewelry, though beautiful, was like a dead object. No flow of magical energy. Boss. Tong Chue changed his address, his voice hoarse and cracking. He rubbed his blistered palms and gave an awkward cough. I forged the base perfectly. It's definitely a divine artifact blank. But this job is stuck. He spread out his rough, broad hands, the knuckles marked with fresh burns. Stellar adamantite is too hard. To activate the divinity within, you need to engrave micromagic arrays inside the jewelry to channel the flow. He sighed and ran a hand through his singed hair. My hands are only good for swinging a heavy hammer and smashing iron. I can't do that delicate embroidery work finer than a hair. I need a precision mage to fine-tune it, otherwise it's just a few pretty pieces of metal. Magic array fine-tuning. And delicate work. Lion leaned back in his chair, scanning the spacious yard. In the distance, Freya was opening her mouth wide, trying to swallow an entire freshly roasted lamb in one go. On the tree branch, Lilith hung upside down, spread-eagled, blowing spit bubbles as she slept soundly. At the kitchen door, Angela stood expressionlessly, wielding a holy light kitchen knife, expertly butchering a three-eyed demon ox. The whole house was filled with violent powerhouses who could destroy heaven and earth at the slightest provocation. Searching the entire Blackstone domain, one couldn't find a single literate scholar. Lion rubbed his throbbing temples and let out a long, weary sigh. Where was he supposed to kidnap a magic array scholar now? Just as Lion was agonizing over the fact that his estate was full of thugs and no one versed in precision magic, a young, ragged female mage fainted at the estate's main gate, starving. Young master, come quick." The blind old man threw down his broom and cried out in a hoarse voice beyond the white jade gate. Lane was wondering where to find an enchanter when the shouting made his teeth grind. He shuffled out the door in his sheepskin slippers, following the old man's withered tree bark-like finger pointing downward. At the bottom of the steps, lying in a muddy pit, was a grayish human figure. Auburn-brown hair matted with mud clumped together and sticking to the neck. The garment that should have been a robe was now torn like a fishing net. The edges were covered in dried, dark red bloodstains, releasing a sour, rotten smell. Lane pinched his nose in disgust and kicked the bundle of rags twice with the toe of his shoe. Soft. Still alive. There were faint rises and falls of the chest. The girl's hand gripped a broken wooden stick with white knuckles, her fingernails filled with black mud. On the wrist, exposed beyond the sleeve, hung a silver badge cracked down the middle. Lane narrowed his eyes and leaned closer. The badge bore an open book and a six-pointed star, the emblem of the Imperial Academy of Magic. A calculating glint flickered across Lane's eyes, his lips pressing into a thin line. He turned his head toward behind him. "Angelia, go to the kitchen and ladle out some broth. Make sure there's plenty of oil floating on top." The angelic cookmaid acknowledged, and soon came hurrying back with a wooden bowl. The steaming broth, rich with the aroma of magic beast meat, swirled and dispersed in the cold wind. Lane took the wooden bowl and crouched down. One hand pinched the girl's grimy chin, forcing her mouth open. The other tilted the bowl's edge, pouring the scalding broth down her cracked lips. Cough, cough. A rasping bellows-like sound emerged from the girl's throat. Her eyes flew open and her upper body sprang up like a released spring. The back of her head struck the white jade doorframe with a dull thud. Ouch! Tears welled up from the pain as she clutched her head and scrambled backward. She only stopped when her back pressed firmly against the cold stone wall. Like a startled hedgehog, those large amber eyes were filled with vigilance. Her two hands unconsciously patted the ground until they found the broken wooden stick. She quickly raised it in front of her chest, pointing it at Lane. Who are you? Don't come any closer." Her throat was so parched that every word came out hoarse and broken. Lane leaned against the steps, the wooden bowl still half empty in his hand. "I'm the lord of this territory." Lane gestured with his thumb toward the dazzling white jade castle behind him. "Now, you beggar, why did you have to faint right at my doorstep?" "Scouting." The girl froze. Her gaze drifted past Lane's shoulder and beheld that obscenely luxurious building. Gulp. She swallowed hard, her Adam's apple bobbing twice. "I am not a beggar." Her face flushed red as she protested, chin raised, the broken stick trembling violently in her grip. "I'm Helena, third-year head formation mage of the Imperial Academy of Magic." When she said the words head, she unconsciously puffed out her flat chest. But immediately after, her eyes dimmed again, brimming with a gnashing bitter hatred. "If I hadn't offended that fat, brainless Marquis's son, I wouldn't have been expelled and I wouldn't have been chased all the way to this godforsaken place." Lane raised an eyebrow as he listened. "A formation mage. Knows mathematics. Can draw magic arrays. Doesn't that make her a ready-made labor force? A pillow delivered right when one is sleepy. Even the trouble of kidnapping someone is saved. Oh, a top student indeed." Lane tossed the wooden bowl casually to the blind old man. He fished a crumpled piece of parchment from his pocket and grabbed a charcoal stick. Kneeling down, he scribbled a few lines on his knee. "Sign here." Lane shoved the parchment under Helena's nose. Helena shrank back half an inch, squinting at the words. "Party A, Lord Lane. Party B, Helena." The further she read, the wider her eyes stretched, even her breathing stopped for a half beat. "Lifetime employment. On call at all hours. No annual leave. And only 3 copper coins per month." Helena shrieked, slapping the parchment away. "This is nothing but a contract of enslavement. In your dreams. I'd rather starve in this mud than sign such a shameless contract." She lifted her chin, striking an attitude of refusing to yield even unto death. Lane wasn't the least bit annoyed. He leisurely picked up the parchment and blew off the dust. "Angelia." He snapped his fingers. The angelic cookmaid glided out from behind the door like a specter. In her hands was a massive pure silver tray. Upon the tray lay an entire roasted great earth magic bear chop fresh from the oven. The skin was golden and crispy, the fat melted by heat, dripping glistening oil beads down the meat fibers. Beside it were 2 golden wheat buns ripened by life's holy light. The buns exuded a rich, sweet fragrance topped with a thick layer of wild honey. That mingling aroma of meat and wheat struck Helena's nostrils like a hook. Gurgle! A long drum-like rumble erupted from her stomach. Helena's face turned crimson, wishing she could bury her head into the floor tiles. She bit her lower lip hard, but her eyes couldn't help glancing toward that silver tray. Lane walked over and broke off a steaming piece of bread. He deliberately brought it to his lips and took a huge, exaggerated bite. The crisp, chewing sound was amplified infinitely in the silence beyond the gate. Ah, this meat is so tender, and the bread is so soft. Lane smacked his lips while sighing. What a pity. In this desolate wilderness, any leftover food can only be dumped into the sewer to feed the wild dogs. He reached for the tray as he spoke. Helena's last line of psychological defense shattered into pieces. Starved for 3 days and 3 nights, her stomach felt like it was on fire with acid continuously rising. Wait. She lunged forward, both mud-caked hands latching onto Lane's calf. I'll sign, okay. Her eyes were crimson, tears rolled down her cheeks, and her fingers trembled as she grabbed the charcoal stick. Without even bothering to find where to sign, she simply scrawled a crooked cross in the bottom right corner of the parchment. Lane retrieved the parchment with satisfaction, flicking off the mud stains. Contract established. Go eat, little accountant. Helena scrambled on hands and knees toward the silver tray. Forgetting all about a magician's dignity, she grabbed that bone-in bear chop with both hands and bit into it. It burned her mouth and made her gasp, but she forced the meat down her throat. Grease splattered across her face. She wiped it carelessly with the back of her hand. Left hand clutched the meat, right hand stuffed that honey bread into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster. In less than 5 minutes, a chop bigger than her face plus 2 buns. All of it vanished into that sunken stomach. Helena let out a loud burp, a whiff of cumin escaping her mouth. She leaned against the white jade steps, contentedly patting her distended belly. The feeling of escaping death combined with this top-tier magical feast revived her merchant brain. Boss. She changed her tune quickly, pushing herself up from the floor tiles. She wiped the grease from her hands with her sleeve, casually tucking the messy hair behind her ear. Now that I've signed the contract, I'm your accountant. I need to get a clear picture of our territory's assets. Helena regained some of her mage bearing, clearing her throat. This white jade castle looks impressive, but running such a large operation, the daily expenses are no small matter. Her brow furrowed slightly as her fingers habitually traced calculations in the air. Firewood, rice oil, ironware ware, and tier wages for refugees. I need to check the logistics kitchen first, and see how much food and cookware we have left. Lane let out a yawn, pointing casually toward the end of the castle's first-floor corridor. Go ahead. Also help the cook count things. Just write down whatever's missing. Helena took a deep breath and strode up the steps with great vigor. She had steeled herself to face a bunch of broken copper and rusted iron plus some moldy potatoes. After all, this was an exiled border region. What looked glamorous on the outside was probably poverty-stricken on the inside. She walked along the soft wine-red velvet carpet all the way to the kitchen door. She reached out and gripped the brass door handle, pressed it down with force. Helena, belly full and account book in hand, prepared to take inventory of Blackstone Territory's material reserves. She pushed open the kitchen door, ready to show off her skills, but the moment she saw what lay on the cutting board, her entire body froze, as if struck by lightning. The brass doorknob was still clenched tightly in Helena's hand. Her downward push carried her forward, causing her to stumble half a step with the momentum, her shoe soles scraping a harsh sound across the bluestone bricks. The rich aroma of beast bone soup mixed with a scorching wave of heat crashed over her, but she had no mind to inhale. Her amber eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the cutting board at the center of the kitchen, not daring to blink. She feared that if her eyelids closed even once, the absurd scene before her would vanish. A maid in a moon-white dress stood with her back to the door. Her left hand pressed down on a slab of raw meat thicker than a human leg, while her right hand was raised high above her head. In that hand she held a cross-shaped longsword radiating a blinding divine light. Though the diamond gem set into the pommel was half shattered, the pure, holy, sin-purifying primordial power emanating from it was unmistakably genuine. Crack! Crack! The blade came down with heavy force. The beast leg, bone harder than iron, was chopped cleanly into several sections like soft tofu. Dark purple marrow splattered out, but was instantly purified by the holy light on the blade, turning into drifting grayish-white powder. Helena gasped sharply, the cold air cutting painfully through her lungs. The holy cross sword. Her tongue tied itself in knots, and her hands unconsciously clawed at the doorframe splinters, digging into her nails unnoticed. She had memorized this artifact from the top-secret ancient texts in the Royal Academy of Magic. The supreme holy relic that the Church of Light had lost for 800 years, the divine treasure the Pope dreamed of recovering. and now it was being used to chop up a bloody pork leg on a cutting board. Hearing the commotion, Angelica turned around. Her pale blue eyes held a natural vacant quality. The sacred weapon in her hand dripped with sticky meat juices. Are you the new bookkeeper? Hungry? Want some meat? The angelic cook's tone was flat as she casually grabbed a filthy rag and roughly wiped the grease off the blade. Helena's throat bobbed frantically as she backed away step by step. Her back slammed into the door panel with a dull thud. And no, I'm fine. She waved her hands in panic, losing her grip on the parchment ledger in her hand, which clattered to the ground. To hide the trembling from deep within her bones, she quickly lowered her head to retrieve it. Her gaze inadvertently swept across the space beneath the stove, and her breath caught in her throat once more. There was no firewood in the stove pit, and no black coal either. Only 5 or 6 stones, each the size of a fist, and glowing with a dark red magma-like hue, lay quietly in the ashes. Fine threads of fire danced across their surfaces, heating the rusted iron pot above until it glowed red water boiling and churning. A domineering wave of fire element carrying an ancient oppressive aura baked Helena's cheeks until they burned. A fine layer of sweat beaded on her forehead, trickling down her temples. D-Dragon breath, crystal. Her voice cracked like a cat with its tail stepped on. A piece this size, if set into the tip of a staff, would allow a high-tier fire mage to unleash forbidden spells instantly, without incantation, bypassing all rank restrictions. And here they were being used as coal to boil water and stew soup. This was a crime against heaven. Helena scrambled up from the ground, her legs as weak as freshly boiled noodles. She could only lean against the greasy wall, gasping for breath. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the corner of the kitchen. A broom bound with a few strands of withered thatch leaned against the wall. The broom handle shimmered with a lustrous emerald glow. Within the ring of natural wood grain, it seemed like liquid life essence was flowing visibly. The elven race's supreme relic, a companion branch from the world tree. Even plucking a single leaf and holding it in one's mouth could restore flesh to bone and bring the dead back to life. And its current purpose was sweeping up bone fragments and rotten vegetable leaves from the floor. Helena leaned against the cold wall, the merchant's abacus in her mind frantically clicking. A holy cross sword, priceless. 6 dragon breath crystals, enough to buy the 3 most prosperous commercial streets in the imperial capital. A branch of the world tree, enough to make the fear-obsessed old kings of the continent trade away half their kingdoms. And this was just a shabby kitchen, less than 30 square meters. Adding it all up, Helena's vision went dark. She could buy the entire sacred Lionheart Empire and still have enough money left to raise 3 heavy cavalry regiments. Thud. She could no longer hold herself up, collapsing onto the hard bluestone floor. The ledger lay scattered beside her leg, picking up a small piece of garlic skin that had fallen from who knows where. A den of demons. What kind of den of demons have I walked into? She clutched her head with both hands, fingers desperately gripping her own messy brown hair. She muttered unconsciously, her gaze unfocused. I'm going to die. Knowing so many secrets, I'm definitely going to be silenced. From outside the door came the sound of dragging footsteps. The rustling sound of leather slippers against the carpet grew closer. Lane strolled lazily into the kitchen, wearing his old linen coat. A dried grass stalk used as a toothpick dangled from his mouth. He yawned, still with sleep in the corners of his eyes. Oh, why's the little bookkeeper sitting on the floor? Are my floor tiles warm enough for your backside? He walked over to Helena, looking down at her from above. With a casual flick of his wrist, a crisp clatter rang out. A string of metal objects glowing with deep blue starlight was tossed accurately into Helena's arms like trash. Ouch! Helena winced as the impact hit her chest, scrambling to catch it. A cold, heavy sensation spread through her palm. She looked closer, and her breath hitched again. A necklace blank forged from star-forged adamantite. Intricate thorn patterns were carved across its surface, but the channels for magic flow inside remained empty, waiting to be inscribed. This was the semi-finished piece just delivered by the dwarven hammersmith, waiting for a master enchanter skilled in precision magic to finish the job. What are you staring at? Lane spat out the grass stalk, stepped past her, and walked toward the open carved wooden window. Outside the window, the elf empress Evelyn had just used her life magic to conjure up a vast sea of flowers. Mutated tulips, soul-calming lilies, thorned phantom roses. Colorful blossoms swayed in the breeze, and a rich fragrance squeezed through the window crack, overpowering even the smell of meat bones in the kitchen. Lane turned around. Having strolled into the kitchen and casually tossed a freshly forged adamantite necklace to Helena for enchanting, he noticed her stunned expression. Pointing at the sea of magical flowers planted by the elf empress outside the window, he asked offhandedly, "Don't just stand there. Do you know how to distill perfume? The young master here wants to squeeze some pocket money out of those noblemen's purses." The moment Ryan's words, "spare some pocket money," landed, Helena shuddered violently, her scattered pupils instantly refocusing. Gods and demon lairs, assassination crises. All were devoured by dogs before the allure of gold coins. The merchant's instinct for profit like a shot of adrenaline pierced straight into her crown chakra. She scrambled up from the blue stone tiles on all fours, her kneecaps clattering loudly against the floor. She hastily tucked the disheveled strands of hair behind her ears, her dust-stained fingers clenching tightly around the mithril necklace. Be boss. You mean make money off those nobles in the capital? Helena's throat went dry. She swallowed 2 big gulps of saliva, her voice trembling. Ryan spat out the chewed straw from his mouth and leaned lazily against the doorframe. The yard's full of materials. Useless unless used as firewood. If you know refining, get to it. If not, I'll find someone else. I know it well. Helena jumped anxiously, stuffing the mithril necklace into the pocket of her tattered robe. Enchanting can wait. Money comes first. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her terror of the room, full of mythological-grade artifacts. Turning around, she bowed deeply to the angelic chef behind the chopping board. Ma'am, could you kindly get me some clean water? Preferably with a bit of white glow. Helena pressed her palms together, smiling with fawning flattery. Angelia tilted her head, her pale blue eyes filled with confusion. White glow? Are you washing meat? She set down her holy cross sword and extended a fair index finger. A drop of primordial holy light water, so dense it nearly materialized, gathered at her fingertip, radiating gentle warmth. Helena quickly grabbed a rusty copper basin from the stove and steadily caught the drop. The droplet hit the bottom and instantly expanded, filling nearly half the basin. Carrying the copper basin, she trotted to the carved wooden window of the kitchen. Outside, the elf Empress Evelyn was pruning flower branches with a pair of small scissors. Helena stretched out her arm and without hesitation yanked a large handful of pink petals covered in dew from the flower bed. Hey, be gentle. Those are freshly sprouted buds. Evelyn frowned with heartache, tapping the windowsill with the handle of her scissors. Helena turned a deaf ear, dumping all the petals into the copper basin. Dragging the basin, she braced herself and walked over to the stove, burning with dragon breath crystals. The intense heat instantly dried the cold sweat on her forehead. Her cheeks flushed red from the roasting heat, like ripe apples. She set the basin by the fire, grabbed a long wooden ladle, and stirred rapidly. The moment the holy water heated up, it began to boil violently, bubbling with white froth. The pink petals didn't scorch, instead wrapped in the holy light, they melted swiftly. The clear water gradually turned into a captivating amber pink, thick, like syrup. A dense white mist rose from the basin. Helena pulled a glass test tube from her chest and inverted it above the mist. The vapor condensed on contact, sliding slowly down the inner walls. Drip! A viscous pink liquid fell into the prepared crystal vial. In an instant, an indescribable fragrance stormed through the entire kitchen. The scent struck first with glacial freshness, followed by a lily sweetness that made one's limbs go limp. Inhaling it, even the fatigue nestled in the marrow of one's bones was washed clean. Ryan stood by the door, feeling his pores snap open and his nasal cavity fill with vibrant vitality. This smell is insane, better than braised pork. He rubbed his nose and nodded in satisfaction. Helena clutched the crystal vial, her hands trembling like sieves. She carefully tilted the bottle, letting out an almost invisible thread of liquid, and smeared it on her left hand. There was a large dark brown burn scar, the skin long shriveled. The moment the liquid touched her skin, a tingling itch spread. The layer of ugly dead skin peeled off like cracked plaster, crumbling away. Beneath it, new skin had grown, fair, delicate, and so smooth not even pores were visible. It was even more supple than her skin at 15. Clatter! The glass test tube in Helena's hand hit the ground, shattering into pieces. Her eyes were wide, her breathing completely halted as she stared at her reborn hand. Good heavens! This is no perfume. She whipped her head around, staring at Ryan with wild fanaticism. Boss, this is liquid lifespan. A holy elixir of rejuvenation. Helena hugged the crystal vial to her chest like a lifeline. If those duchesses in the capital catch a whiff of this, they'd mortgage their husbands' fiefdoms to us. A sly grin curled at the corner of Ryan's mouth. Give it a flashy name. Tears of the Goddess. He snapped his fingers and turned to leave. Brew a few more bottles. I'll arrange the distribution channels. That evening on the dirt road bordering Blackstone Domain, a carriage decorated with luxurious foxfur cushions came to a stop outside the White Jade Castle. Ella, the proprietress of the Fox Clan Merchant Guild, stepped down in high-heeled leather boots. She wore a provocative red silk dress with a slit, her fluffy crimson foxtail swaying in the wind behind her. Ella had barely taken half a step forward when her pointed fox ears snapped upright. She sniffed the air, a flicker of astonishment darting through her narrow, elongated fox eyes. Baron, why does the wind in your courtyard carry a scent that makes one unable to walk away? She swayed into the hall with a serpentine gait, her voice dripping with honeyed charm. Ryan lounged on the sofa, pushing a black velvet box to the center of the low table. I called you here to hand you a fortune beyond measure. He tilted his chin, gesturing for Ella to open it. Ella approached warily, her red-nailed fingers lifting the lid of the velvet box. Nestled on the black silk lining lay 10 crystal vials, each as thin as a little finger. The amber-pink liquid inside swirled with dreamy halos in the light. She uncorked one of the bottles. A mere wisp of residual fragrance crashed directly into her sensitive fox senses. Beep! A warped, high-pitched gasp escaped Ella's throat. Her tail, once sleek and smooth, exploded with a bang. Every strand of fur standing on end, making it look like a giant red rambutan. Her legs gave way and she lunged forward, both hands bracing desperately against the edge of the white jade low table. What kind of pure vitality is this? Her breath was ragged, her full chest heaving violently, her gaze locked onto the little vial, as if she wanted to down it in one gulp. Ryan picked up his cup and took a sip of water. Tears of the goddess bespoke perfume. He chuckled softly at her loss of composure. Give these 10 bottles to the most elite noble circles in the capital. Remember, don't sell. Only gift them to the highest-ranking, most wrinkled duchesses. Ella's merchant blood boiled instantly. She forced herself to cork the bottle, cutting off that maddening fragrance. She licked her luscious red lips, a terrifyingly calculating glint in her eyes. Give them away free. Get their appetite sky-high, then cut off supply. She let out a tinkling laugh, her whole body quivering. Baron, you're a devil of a businessman. Cast this bait, and the entire capital will be boiling over. Ryan waved his hand, telling her to scram with the goods. Get to it. I'm waiting to see the show in the capital. Half a month later, at the most luxurious ducal banquet in the capital, an aged duchess opened the crystal vial. A single drop of perfume evaporated, and the eyes of every noble at the banquet turned bloodshot, plunging them into a frenzy of desperate buying. The chaos at that imperial banquet spread like a winged plague, sweeping through the noble circles of the Kanglan continent within 3 days. On the broken muddy road outside Heishizen, 2 deep cart ruts half a foot deep had been pressed into the earth. Heavy carriages laden with gold coins lined up from the gilded gates of the white jade castle all the way to the edge of the Blackwood forest over 10 miles away. The draft horses were exhausted, foaming at the mouth, their hooves restlessly pawing the ground and nostrils puffing out streams of white mist. Out of the way. Are you blind, you dog? My Marquis traded 3 eastern farms for a single bottle of goddess's tears. If you delay me, I'll chop you into pieces. The carriage driver cracked his barbed whip through the air, producing a sharp snap. Vulgar curses mingled with the stench of horse manure, stirring the once cold border wind into a murky mess. Inside the castle hall, Helena knelt on the wine-red velvet carpet, nearly buried by a mountain of gold coins. Her hands moved like mad, frantically scooping gold coins into wooden chests. The pads of her 10 fingers had been worn black by the metal edges, and greasy green rust filled her nail crevices. Yet she couldn't bear to waste even a moment to wash her hands. 30,000, 32,005. Oh no, that's wrong, I miscalculated again. Start over. Helena had 2 huge dark circles under her eyes, and strands of red bloodshot lines crawled across the amber whites of her eyes. She bit her lower lip and wiped her sour nose with the back of a hand stained with black mud. The thick parchment ledger rustled as she flipped through it, the abacus beads clicking so fast they seemed ready to spark. Lane lounged in a sofa, holding a glass of elf fruit wine with ice cubes. He crossed his legs, his toes tapping idly. Accountant girl, you haven't slept in 3 days straight, have you? Lane yawned, casting a lazy glance at her. I don't want to find your corpse in this pile of scrap metal tomorrow morning. Boss, you don't understand. Helena didn't even lift her head, her fingers still counting rapidly. Her voice was hoarse, as if she had swallowed a handful of coarse sandpaper, and her speech was breathy. Hearing the sound of coins, it makes me feel secure, more satisfying than eating 10 magic bear steaks. Lane clicked his tongue and rubbed his eyes, sore from the glare of the gold coins. There was simply too much money filling dozens of empty rooms, and now even the corridors were nearly blocked. Dwarf, get over here, he shouted toward the backyard. In no time, Copperhammer came running and carrying a rusty iron hammer, letting out a loud belch of wine. 2 drops of undried wine still clung to his red braided beard. Boss, what do you need me for? My furnace is still blazing, he muttered with a thick tongue. Lane nudged a few heavy wooden chests that were almost overflowing with his toe. Shiny gold coins rolled down, bouncing on the floor. Take this junk to the backyard and melt it down. Lane picked his ear. The dirt road in the back garden turns into mud after rain. Pour a layer of gold water over it, treat it as paving stones so I don't dirty my shoes. Copperhammer's eyes bulged, and the alcohol evaporated instantly. He slapped his thigh, making the leather apron resound. Pave the ground with gold. You wasteful bastard. This is hard currency. He howled in a raspy voice, tugging at his beard in distress. Despite his verbal cursing, his body was obedient. He called a few orc laborers, hoisted the chests, and ran toward the backyard. The furnace was relit, and orange-red flames licked the huge black iron crucible. Waves of heat rolled, distorting the surrounding air. Chest after chest of gold coins was mercilessly dumped into the scorching crucible, producing dull thuds. The gold coins softened under the high heat, their edges melting and the imperial double-headed eagle emblem gradually blurred into a mess. Finally, they turned into a whole pot of viscous, dazzling golden liquid. Copper Hammer stripped to the waist, his muscles bulging and sweat trickling down his chest hair. He grabbed the iron rings on both sides of the crucible and let out a loud roar. The scalding gold water cascaded down the potholed mud path. Sizzle. The moment the gold water touched the damp earth, a white cloud of steam burst forth. The smell of burnt mud mixed with metallic fumes made people cough. The gold water flowed along the road, spreading out slowly, cooling and solidifying into a true golden path. A few unknown insects just landing on the half-solidified gold surface were instantly scorched into wisps of black smoke. Lane stepped barefoot onto the cooled golden road. A warm sensation touched the soles of his feet, smooth and flat, not at all uncomfortable. He nodded in satisfaction and stretched with a big yawn. At the same time, 10,000 miles away in the Imperial Council Hall of the Holy Lionheart Empire, thick whale oil candles burned steadily on bronze pillars, their flames flickering, casting long shadows across the room. First Prince Wylian sat behind a wide desk of golden silk Nanmo. He wore an elaborate purple-gold robe with 2 buttons at the collar irritably pulled open. He stared fixedly at the parchment report spread flat on the desk, his chest heaving violently. His breathing was unusually heavy in the deathly quiet hall, like a lone wolf cornered at a cliff's edge. The knuckles gripping the parchment were white from excessive force. On that report, the Empire's monthly tax total was marked in red ink. It had plummeted by a full 30%. The gold coins at the bottom of the treasury seemed to have grown legs, vanishing into thin air. The nobles below had all gone mad just to buy a small bottle of some cheap perfume called Goddess's Tears. They were even mortgaging their ancestral fiefs and estates. A massive flood of capital surged madly southward to that remote border region where even birds wouldn't shit. The muscles on Wylian's cheek twitched violently. He abruptly flipped to the last page of the report, his eyes locking onto the name of the perfume's place of origin. High Shiling Domain. Lion Aosaben. These words lashed like a barbed whip against his taut nerves. Useless. That waste who only knows how to eat and wait for death. A hoarse growl squeezed from Wylian's throat, his eyes instantly bloodshot red, as if about to bleed. He grabbed the edge of the heavy gold silk Nanmo desk with both hands, veins bulging along his arms. With a thunderous crash, the entire desk was flipped over, turning upside down in midair and crashing heavily onto the marble floor. The precious glass ink bottle shattered. Black ink splattered everywhere, winding along the gaps between the floor tiles like ugly venomous snakes. Lion, how dare you step on my head? I'll make sure you die without a burial place. The first prince, eyes bloodshot, roared at the imperial guards outside the door. The first prince in charge of finances stared at the plummeting tax ledgers, traced the source to his exiled, good-for-nothing brother, and instantly overturned his desk in fury. Lane, how dare you trample on my head? I will make you die a death without a burial place. The roar echoed through the marble council hall. The overturned golden Nanmo desk continued spinning on the floor, emitting dull scraping sounds. Prince William's chest heaved violently, each breath like pulling against a rusted bellows. Crimson blood vessels crawled across his eyeballs, his eye sockets swelling as if about to burst. All his life, that illegitimate bastard he had always trampled beneath his feet. A piece of trash, not even fit to eat moldy bread. Now he had actually drained the imperial treasury dry with just a few bottles of cheap perfume. Bile churned in William's stomach, surging toward his throat. The venomous serpent of jealousy had sunk its fangs deep into his brain's nerves. He would never permit this. How could this lowly maggot be wealthier than him, the future crown prince? He stomped onto the puddle of black ink. His silk boots slipped, sending him stumbling forward half a step, nearly face-planting onto the ground. William steadied himself, then drew the sword from his waist and hacked wildly at the gold-plated pillar beside him. Clang! Clang! Gold leaf fragments scattered everywhere, striking the captain of the guards kneeling outside the door. The captain didn't even dare dodge, his forehead pressed against the cold marble tiles, cold sweat dripping from his chin. Are you dead? Have you all gone deaf? William gasped for breath, pointing the sword tip at the captain's head. The blade still trembled, drops of ink trickling down the blood groove. Go. Mobilize the royal first knights. Full armor. He ground his molars together, spitting onto the captain's helmet. Block all 5 main roads leading to the southern Blackstone domain. Don't let even a single bird pass through. The captain's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed dryly. Why, your highness? Those roads are the Fox Tribe Merchant Guild's usual route. If we seal them completely, it will surely cause gossip. Shut your damn mouth. William kicked the captain's shoulder, sending him sprawling to the ground. What is the Fox Tribe? Dare to make money from the royal family. William sheathed his sword, his chest heaving slightly, less violently now, a cruel cold smile twisting his lips. Deliver my decree. Any convoy flying the Fox Tribe Merchant Guild flag encountered along the way. He lowered his voice, his eyes gleaming with greed. Every bottle of perfume on those carriages, smash them all. As for the gold coins they're bringing back, Not a single coin is to be left. Carry it all back to my private treasury. The captain dared not utter another word, scrambling to his feet and stumbling out of the hall. William stared at the empty doorway and took a deep breath. Dear little brother, cut off your source of wealth, and let's see what you use to show off in the borderlands. Blackstone Domain, White Jade Castle rear garden. The afternoon sunlight was sliced into scattered flecks by the artificial sunshade. Steam rose from the hot spring pool, carrying a faint fragrance of sulfur mingled with rose petals. Lane wore silk shorts sprawled leisurely against the white jade pool wall. His head rested on a soft ice silk towel. In his hand he held a goblet swirling ice-cold elf fruit wine within. Lilith wore a black gothic dress supporting that shadow-lace black umbrella. She crouched by the pool's edge, half her body hidden in the shadows. Her cold little hands kneaded Lane's shoulders rhythmically. Master, is the pressure all right? Lilith murmured softly, her nose drawing close to Lane's neck, greedily inhaling the emanating blood chi. Lane hummed contentedly, sipping the refreshing fruit wine. On the other side, along the white marble corridor connecting the hall to the rear garden, Freya sat cross-legged on the carpet. Before her stood a small mountain of gold coins that had just been transported from the accounting room, not yet melted down to pave the roads. She held a piece of clean white linen in her hand. Dipping it in water, she wiped the grime off each gold coin one by one. Each time she polished one bright, she would blow on it gently, then buff it to a brilliant shine with her sleeve. He got rich. All sparkly. This mother dragon muttered endlessly, her amber vertical pupils filled with intoxicated light. Even when Angelia passed by carrying a freshly cut fruit platter, she couldn't spare a glance. Right at this moment of utter relaxation. Bang! The gold-plated ironwood gate of the rear garden was violently kicked open from outside. The door hinges emitted a sharp grinding sound. Lane's brow furrowed, his goblet freezing midair. My lord. Something terrible happened. A female voice laced with intense wailing tore through the garden's tranquility. Ella, the Fox Tribe Merchant Guild's madam, stumbled in frantically. That red silk split skirt of hers, usually not bearing a single crease, now had a long tear running from the thigh, exposing a pale thigh covered entirely in scratches from branches. She was barefoot, the diamond-studded high-heeled leather boot on her left foot long lost in the flight. Her exquisite coiled hair had come undone, plastered to her cheeks with tears and mud. That fluffy crimson foxtail behind her dangled limply on the ground, covered in blackened mud and withered weeds, looking as wretched as could be. Ella ran so hastily that her foot stepped on a newly laid golden brick. Her foot slipped. Ow! She pitched forward, both knees striking the hard stone with a solid thud, bruising them badly. She couldn't spare a moment to rub the pain, crawling forward on hands and knees for 2 steps before flopping against the pool's edge. Tears poured down like broken strings of pearls, splashing into the pool water. My lord, you must seek justice for me. Ella sobbed, her chest heaving violently, gasping for breath. Lane set his goblet down on the white jade steps, the glass base making a soft click sound. He wiped the water droplets from his face, gazing impatiently at this crying fox with ruined makeup. What's all the wailing about? Even if the sky falls taller, people will catch it. Speak slowly. Ella sniffled, lifting her mud-stained sleeve to wipe away tears haphazardly. The roads have been blocked. Her voice was hoarse and raspy, each sentence broken and fragmented. The Royal First Knights. They've blocked the canyon pass. Thousands of armored heavy cavalry. Recalling that overwhelming sight of spears and cold gleams, Ella's shoulders shuddered uncontrollably. They said you're selling contraband, that it's poison. She swallowed hard, her teeth biting into her lower lip hard enough to draw blood. The dozens of carriages of perfume I brought were all ripped apart by their spears. Glass shards scattered everywhere, and that was all money. Lane's brow arched, his gaze gradually turning cold. He hadn't expected the capital to react so quickly, going directly for the blade. As long as no one was hurt, that's what matters. The goods can be remade. Lane lounged lazily, changing his position. No one hurt. How can you say no one was hurt? Ella frantically slapped the water splashing at the pool's edge, soaking herself. My guards went up to reason with them, and they were whipped until their skin split open. 2 of them had their legs broken. She grew more aggrieved with each word, tears flooding again. This I could endure. I could just pay some compensation for medicine. Ella suddenly lifted her head, those narrow fox eyes filled entirely with unwillingness and heartache. Her 2 hands gripped the pool's railing tightly, her fingernails scraping harshly against the white jade. But they seized all the payment we collected this trip. Her voice suddenly rose, growing sharp and piercing. 30 full carriages of it. All the cash exchanged from those duchesses' hands. With each word Ella spoke, her heart bled anew. They didn't even affix any seals. They just loaded all the coin chests directly onto their military horses. They said it would be confiscated. That was gold earned with our very lives. Before Lane, who was lounging by the hot spring sipping afternoon tea, could even respond, Freya, who had been counting coins nearby, suddenly stopped. Upon hearing the words gold coins were robbed, the pure gold cup in her hand was crushed into a lump of scrap metal. Snap! A metal shriek, grating and teeth aching erupted abruptly in the vast white jade hall. AILA's final word laced with sobs had not yet settled. Those 4 words were like rusted nails barbed with thorns driven deep into Fu Leiya's ears. She had been sitting cross-legged on the carpet, a white cloth in hand, wiping the rim of a cup. Now that fair little hand froze in midair. The bones of her fingers turned bone-white from the pressure. The pure gold-stemmed glass she had just polished to a mirror sheen was undergoing a terrible distortion. The thick golden walls of the cup were being crushed inward with brutal force. The once round rim twisted into a knotted spiral and fine cracks spiderwebbed across the gold leaf surface. The crack of compression made one's scalp tingle. A few droplets of water that had not been wiped clean burst apart and splattered onto the crimson plush carpet. It was finally reduced to a shapeless lump of scrap metal which she casually tossed to the floor beside her. The air in the hall turned to stone. The warm draft that had been flowing through the room a moment ago was suddenly coated in a layer of bone-chilling frost. The temperature plummeted to the point where water froze upon contact. A layer of white ice mist rapidly spread across the white jade floor tiles, crawling upward along AILA's knees. AILA shivered uncontrollably, her teeth chattering furiously. That red foxtail was clamped tightly between her legs, and she dared not even draw breath. She raised her head and looked up in terror at the maid wearing a beret. Fu Leiya slowly turned her neck. Beneath the skin of her neck, patches of silver-white dragon scales flickered in and out of view. The scales rubbed against one another, emitting a fine, yet menacing rustling sound. Her once gentle amber eyes shifted in half a second into 2 cold, tyrannical dark gold vertical slits. Killing intent rose like boiling water, causing her chest to heave violently. "You said something was stolen." Her voice was pressed low, carrying the dangerous growl of a beast guarding its prey. The vibration of her vocal cords made the crystal chandelier hanging from the hall's ceiling tremble precariously. 30 carts of gold coins for selling perfume. AILA lay in the ice mist, her voice trembling out of tune. 30 carts. A shrill, ear-splitting scream suddenly exploded from the side, shattering the oppressive air. Helena was kneeling in that mountain-like pile of gold coins, counting accounts. Hearing those 3 words, the abacus in her hand struck her knee with a loud crack. The solid rosewood frame split cleanly in 2. Dozens of abacus beads scattered across the floor, rolling wildly across the white jade tiles and bouncing into the crevices of the corners. She sprang to her feet, at once disregarding the bruise on her knee. Her brown disheveled hair flew wildly behind her head, and her 2 eyes burned red like a mad dog that had not slept for 3 days. That was hard-earned cash, recorded line by line in my ledger. Helena clutched her chest, her features twisted together, gasping for air in pain. Her 2 hands, stained with dust, tightly gripped the ragged robes over her chest, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. 30 carts of gold coins. That's enough to buy 10 high-tier magic towers. Cutting off our capital chain. This is trying to rip out my very life force. The carved wooden door of the kitchen creaked open. Angelia emerged, carrying a tray of freshly made rose shortbread. The fragrance of flowers still swirled in the air. Her steps halted on the threshold, and in her pale blue eyes that usual dullness was completely gone. In its place was a dead, chilling stillness. She looked down at the pastries on the tray, her eyelids lowering slightly. No money. How will young master buy his oat flour and fresh magic bear meat for tomorrow? She muttered to herself, her tone carrying a serious distress. She turned and placed the silver tray on a nearby wooden shelf. Swish. With a sound, she drew the holy cross, sword radiating divine light, from behind her waist. A bit of unwiped white flour still clung to the blade, but the killing intent upon it was thick and unmeltable. Letting young master go hungry means death. She pronounced her verdict without expression. Lily C, reclining on the lounge chair by the hot spring, also opened her crimson eyes. She poked half her head out from Lion's embrace, revealing a small tiger tooth just beginning to grow. Her cold fingertips traced lightly across Lion's collarbone, sending a shiver through him. Shadow magic seeped from her lace dress into the water, dyeing all the rising steam beside the pool an ominous black. Master's blood will turn sour from unhappiness. Shall I turn them all into dried corpses? Lion, lying in the water, rolled his eyes. The water temperature had grown slightly cool from Fu Leiya's dragon aura, and he shrank his shoulders back. These women, upon hearing their money had been touched, grew more frantic than if their livelihoods had been snatched away. But then again, the eldest prince's reach had indeed been too long. He had even stretched his hand into the pocket of a good-for-nothing prodigal young master like himself. Now that was pushing his luck. Enough. Sheathe your killing intent. The water in the pool is about to freeze. Lion let out a huge yawn, 2 physiological tears welling at the corners of his eyes. He grabbed a dry towel from beside him, draped it over his head, and roughly wiped his wet hair. Water droplets rolled down his defined jawline and pooled in the hollow of his collarbone. He picked up the stemmed glass on the low table and drained the remaining elven fruit wine in one gulp. The ice cubes clinked twice against the bottom of the cup, making a crisp sound. Since he insists on looking for trouble, then go teach him a lesson. Lion tossed the empty glass onto the steps and waved his hand, as if shooing away an annoying fly. Don't waste time. Be back before dinner. He shifted into a more comfortable, lying position. We're having roasted meat tonight. It won't taste as good if it gets cold. A ferocious grin spread across Fu Leiya's lips. She yanked the beret off her head and threw it to the ground. Don't worry, young master. I'll go dig up the palace floor tiles and use them to offset the debt. Her legs bent sharply and the muscles in her thighs tensed to their absolute limit. The white jade floor tiles beneath her feet could not withstand such inhuman explosive force. With a crack, they shattered into powder flying in all directions. Web-like cracks spread from her landing point across more than half the corridor. Boom! A thunderous sonic boom exploded above Blackstone Domain, shattering the clouds. Fu Leia transformed into a thick silver-white lightning bolt trailing a long wake and tore straight through the cloud layer overhead. The violent air currents swept up mud and water from the ground, flipping AI La onto the lawn. Her red skirt hem wrapped around her face, and she screamed as she rolled across the ground twice. Angelia's 6 pure white light wings on her back instantly unfolded. Light feathers scattered as she carried that holy cross sword, transforming into a streaking meteor and following closely behind. Lily C, holding a black umbrella, merged her body into the dark shadow on the ground. Making not a sound, she vanished silently from her original position. Helena stood below, pulling her hoarse throat to howl desperately at the sky. Include the interest. Not a single coin is to be left behind. At the same time, in the imperial capital, within the grand hall of the Holy Lionheart Empire's imperial palace, everything glittered in gold and splendor. Massive whalebrain oil candles illuminated the intricate murals on the dome, and the fire in the fireplace burned fiercely. Hundreds of portraits of emperors from past dynasties hung on the walls, and snow leopard skins transported from the northern wastelands carpeted the floor. Crown Prince William wore a purple-gold silk robe. He lounged comfortably on a tall pure gold throne, his legs casually draped over a golden Namu footrest. Several sycophantic nobles with greedy smiles stood beside him, along with the knight commander with a long sword at his waist. On the table in the center of the hall, several bottles of Tears of the Goddess, with recently smashed packaging, were still displayed. Your Highness's strategy of removing the firewood from under the cauldron is truly brilliant. A marquis with a beer belly bent forward, both hands raised in a thumbs-up gesture, his facial flesh squeezing into a compact mass. Cut off their capital chain, and those backwater provincials are probably clutching their heads in desperation right now. William swirled the crystal-stemmed glass in his hand. The deep red wine clung to the inner walls, swirling around, exuding an opulent fragrance. He tilted his head back and took a small sip, savoring it contentedly, as if tasting the very flavor of power. An illegitimate birth who hides in the shadows. Does he think he deserves to compete with me for the Empire's wealth? He snorted coldly and slammed the wine glass heavily against the armrest of the throne. By the time his refugee mob starves to death, this crown prince will personally lead troops to take those perfume-brewing slaves. Let him open his dog eyes wide and see clearly. Who is the sole master of this empire? At that moment in the imperial palace, the eldest prince sat upon his luxurious throne, wine glass in hand, smugly boasting to his subordinates about how he had crushed that worthless noble. He paid no attention to the fact that the sky above had already grown completely dark. Let that good-for-nothing open his eyes and see clearly who is the... William's arrogant boast had not yet finished leaving his throat. Boom! A deep, taut, thunderous detonation erupted directly above the palace's glazed dome. The entire council chamber, crafted from golden Nanmu, would shook violently like a broken wooden box kicked hard. The crystal goblet in William's hand trembled sharply. The bloody wine broke free from the bottom of the glass, tracing an arc through the air. With a splash, it drenched his well-kept face. Ice-cold liquor streamed down his nose bridge, blinding him. His wrist went slack, and with a sharp clatter, the priceless crystal goblet fell onto the footrest and shattered. The whalebrain oil candles in the great hall flickered wildly. The beer-bellied marquis below, who had just finished flattering, collapsed onto the snow leopard skin carpet. He clutched his head with both hands, emitting pig-like screams, his legs flailing on the ground. The knights standing nearby instinctively drew their swords. But the floor tiles shook so violently they could barely stand, swaying like drunk men. William frantically wiped the wine from his face, the stinging sensation making his eye twitch violently. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? He screamed hoarsely, his voice cracking, completely forgetting his usual crown prince demeanor. He kicked the guard who came to help him in the knee. Get lost. Check if the outside has collapsed. Before the guard could rise, the massive stained glass domes above suddenly cracked with a sharp sound. A few terrifying fissures split open. The sunlight was completely blocked. The entire hall plunged into dead silence and darkness. Outside the imperial palace, over 100 royal mages in gray robes were scrambling toward the formation's core. The mage commander, an old man with a white beard, had his false teeth chattering. The staff in his hand shook like reeds in the wind, the magic crystal flickering. Quick! Activate the National Protection Array. There's a powerful enemy invading. He shouted hoarsely as if a thick phlegm were lodged in his throat. Over 100 staves were thrust simultaneously into the formation node's magic power, being frantically drained like from a pump. A semi-transparent pale blue magical barrier, like an inverted bowl, instantly enveloped the entire palace complex. Complex golden runes flowed across the shield's surface. This was the absolute defense forged over 3 centuries of imperial heritage. Rumor had it this turtle shell could withstand even a forbidden spell. The old mage wiped his sweat, about to sigh in relief. But as he looked up, his heart nearly jumped out of his throat. The silver-white streak in the sky had not slowed down at all. Freya wore her dark red leather hunting outfit, black leather boots on her feet. She hadn't even released any extra magical fluctuation. She merely twisted her waist midair, pulled her right arm back, and clenched her fist tightly. At her pale knuckles, a few silver dragon scales rubbed together, producing tiny electric sparks. What a lousy turtle shell. It's not even worthy of flooring for my young master. She muttered disdainfully and punched straight into the top of the pale blue shield. The moment her fist touched the shield, there was no earth-shattering explosion, only a teeth-aching crisp crack. Centered on her fair tender fist, the pale blue barrier shattered like thin ice struck by a hammer. Dense cracks instantly spread across the entire dome. Bang! The staff in the old mage commander's hand exploded into wood chips. All color drained from his face, and he spewed a mouthful of old blood directly onto the formation compass. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. His eyes rolled back, and his body fell like a wooden stake, fainting dead away. Rattle. The National Protection Array didn't even last a second before shattering completely into countless floating light specks, dispersing into the wind as primitive free elements. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the deep well in the palace's rear courtyard. A dark red, two-headed dragon, nearly 40 meters long, burst upward, flapping its fleshy wings. This was the imperial family's trump card, bred for nearly 100 years. A variant earth dragon barely touching the threshold of the sacred domain. Rough scales hung with underground mud, and foul saliva dripped from between its teeth. It opened its blood-red maw, magma fire rolling deep within its throat, preparing to burn the reckless intruder above into ashes. Freya hovered midair, tilting her head slightly. Looking at the dark red lizard flying up, her brows knit into a tight knot. In her amber vertical pupilled eyes there was nothing but contempt and disgust. A hybrid mutt. How ugly. Don't aim your stinky mouth at me. She lightly stepped on the air with her left foot, producing a sonic boom. In an instant she appeared directly above the two-headed dragon, as if teleported. The dragon's fireball hadn't even erupted from its throat. A terrifying pressure from deep within its bloodline locked its vocal cords dead. A distinctly human fear flashed in its crimson eyes. Its wings instantly stiffened, all strength to flap completely drained away. Freya extended her slender fair left hand. Spreading her 5 fingers, she pressed down on the dragon's rough, spine-covered neck. The size difference was comical, like a kitten pinning down an elephant's head. But that 40-meter dragon could not exert the slightest force to resist. It didn't even dare to wag its tail. Get down. Freya's wrist pressed down forcefully. The air was compressed into a shrill scream. The dark red dragon, like a meat-colored meteor falling from the sky, was pressed down with one hand by Freya, smashing straight toward the magnificent council hall below. Inside the hall, Crown Prince William had just been helped up by the guard captain. Before he could brush the dust off his robes, a mournful groan of breaking roof beams came from above. Boom! This was true apocalyptic imagery. The colored glazed dome instantly exploded into countless sharp fragments, raining down like a storm. The dragon's massive body smashed through the 10-meter-thick roof. With tons of bricks, beams, and gold leaf, it landed squarely on the snow leopard skin carpet at the center of the great hall. The hard marble floor tiles curled up like waves. Several golden Nanmu pillars, thick enough for 2 men to embrace, snapped in the middle and collapsed, crushing several nobles. The massive shockwave sent Crown Prince William flying. He slammed heavily into a bronze pillar in the corner like a tattered cloth bag. The sound of breaking bones was drowned out by the roaring collapse of the building. Half the great hall had caved in. Thick dust mixed with the bloody scent from the dragon's mouth, making it hard to keep one's eyes open. The dragon's massive body twitched twice, and went still, black smoke still rising from its mouth. Outside the imperial palace, the commoners and nobles of the imperial capital watched the collapsed royal symbol, their screams merging into one. The streets descended into chaos, carriages colliding, crowds fleeing frantically. The entire city plunged into utter panic. William lay in the rubble, continuously spitting blood foam from his mouth. His noble purple-gold robe had long been torn into shreds. His vision went dark and his ears rang with a constant buzzing. His nose bridge seemed broken, too cold sweat pouring from the pain. Help! Help the sovereign! He weakly reached out a hand, grasping futilely in the air, trying to find something to lever himself up. A pitch-black shadow like mercury slid along the ground. Silently, it glided to his side. From the shadows, a black, dark vine thick as a baby's arm emerged. The vine's surface was covered in tiny barbs, emitting a cold, bloody stench. Swish! The vine coiled tightly around William's neck like a venomous snake. The barbs pierced his skin, making his eyeballs bulge. He frantically grabbed at the slippery vine with both hands, his fingers slashed and bleeding. Don't struggle. If you break your neck, it'll be hard for me to report to the young master. A young girl holding a black umbrella walked out from the shadows of the broken wall. Her crimson eyes held a hint of morbid amusement. Lilith's dark vines coiled around the crown prince's neck, dragging him out of the rubble like a dead dog and tossing him at Freya's feet. The crown prince, facing these fierce maidens, soiled himself on the spot, desperately kowtowing and begging for mercy. Bang, bang, bang. William's forehead slammed hard against the shattered marble floor tiles, producing a dull, heavy thud. A large gash on his forehead, blood mingled with dust from the ground, smeared across his face, making it nearly impossible to keep his eyes open. The hem of his precious purple-gold robe was soaked, and clinging to his thighs, a strong stench of urine spreading through the air. Have mercy. Dear ladies, have mercy. His voice was completely hoarse, both hands clutching his head tightly, his entire body trembling like a pile of rotten mud. Above him, the two-headed dragon, whose neck had been smashed, was still twitching, its foul-smelling blood dripping and splattering onto William's back neck. A chill ran up his spine, all the way to the back of his skull. Freya glanced down at him from above. She reached beneath her beret to pick at her ear, lips curled in impatience, flicking dust from her fingers. Stop your wailing. My young master only said to teach you a lesson, not take your life. Helena emerged from behind Freya. She held a thick parchment ledger in one hand and a sharpened charcoal pencil in the other. Enough nonsense, His Highness the First Prince. Helena licked her chapped lips, a glint of a merchant's shrewdness flashing in her eyes. 30 carts of gold coins deducted from us, plus damages to the perfume's compensation for psychological distress, and our travel expenses flying all this way. She slapped the parchment onto the crushed stone slab before William with a sharp crack. Double compensation, 60 carts of gold coins, plus unrestricted access to all Imperial Royal supply routes, fully tax-exempt. William's eyes nearly popped out of his sockets as he read the terms. 60 carts, and Imperial privileges. His breath caught. This was nothing short of bleeding the Imperial family dry. What do you think, it's too much? Angelica thrust her holy cross sword forward half an inch, the cold blade pressing directly against William's chin. Sharp holy light instantly singed his prized beard, releasing a pungent, acrid smell. No. I'll sign right now. William, terrified, leaked a few more drops of urine, grabbed the charcoal pencil from the ground, and tremblingly made his mark on the parchment. 3 days later at high noon, a towering plume of yellow dust rose endlessly along the wide dirt road outside Blackstone Domain. 60 ironclad heavy carriages formed an unending dragon-like procession. Wheels crushed the gravel with a dull creaking, leaving deep ruts in the earth. William rode a pure white warhorse, his face sallow, 2 enormous dark circles hanging beneath his eyes. He hadn't dared close his eyes the entire journey, stomach churning with acid. He feared that if even a single coin dropped from any carriage, those monstrous maidservants would crush his skull in his sleep. Your Highness. F-front. We've arrived. The guard captain beside him pointed toward the towering white jade castle in the distance. William followed his finger, his breath catching sharply. Sunlight struck the castle's gilded exterior walls, forcing his eyes shut reflexively. Looking further down, even the paving stones outside the castle gleamed with a golden luster. Paving roads with gold. William's back teeth ground together until his mouth filled with the salty, metallic taste of blood. He, the mighty first prince of the empire, had never dared indulge himself so extravagantly even within the imperial palace. This brazen display of wealth struck him like a slap across his proud face. The carriage train halted at the castle's main gate. William stiffly dismounted, his legs buckling as he nearly fell to his knees upon that golden avenue. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the humiliation churning in his chest, and lowered his head as he made his way toward the rear garden. Inside the garden, Ryan lay slumped in a massive solid wood rocking chair, a thin velvet blanket draped over him. He held a freshly peeled, mutated crystal grape between his fingers, lazily tossing it into his mouth. When William reached 3 paces from the rocking chair, his knees bent, and he sank firmly to the ground. His knees struck the white jade floor tiles with a dull thud. Ryan. No, dear younger brother. William forced a smile more gruesome than tears, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. He pulled a gold-edged parchment scroll from his chest and raised it high above his head with both hands. This is my letter of apology. The 60 carts of gold coins are all parked outside the gate, not a single coin short. Ryan didn't even fully open his eyelids, granting him only a narrow slit of a glance. Oh, isn't this my majestic and imposing eldest prince brother? Ryan spat 2 grape seeds into a nearby silver dish where they landed with a crisp tinkling sound. What brings you to this godforsaken place? And kneeling to speak. How overly formal of you. Cold sweat poured down William's forehead like a waterfall, trickling along the bridge of his nose and dripping onto the back of his hand. He bit his teeth, lowering his posture even further, nearly pressing his face to the ground. Brother, I was possessed by demons back, then having swallowed those blind, sycophantic servants' poisonous words. He swallowed a dry gulp, his voice cracking with raw dryness. Good younger brother, be greater than a petty man, and spare me. From now on you may freely use the royal trade routes. Anyone who dares to block you, I'll chop them to pieces. Ryan let out a yawn and reached up to pick at his ear. Enough of this brotherly affection performance in front of me. Your young master finds it nauseating. He tilted his chin toward Helena beside him. Go count them. If a single copper coin is missing, break his horse's legs on the spot. Helena's eyes were filled with images of gold coins. Clutching the ledger, she bolted toward the gate, her abacus beads clattering wildly against her chest. William remained kneeling on the ground, arms aching and trembling from holding the apology scroll aloft. A deep, bone-aching soreness seeped from his joints. Seeing that Ryan had not pursued the matter further, the taut string in his heart finally loosened by half, and he exhaled a long breath. Having delivered the apology scroll, the crown prince wiped his cold sweat and was about to rise when his peripheral vision suddenly caught a lean, ragged old man in tattered hemp clothing sweeping fallen leaves with a broom in a corner of the territory. The crown prince's pupils contracted sharply, and his legs grew weak once more as he sank back to his knees. William's kneecap, which had only lifted halfway, seemed drained of its last ounce of strength. A dull thud resounded through the air. He crashed heavily onto the hard white jade floor tiles once more. The impact was even fiercer than before, and a faint crack of bone echoed from his knee. Yet as if feeling no pain at all, his eyes bulged, wildly bloodshot eyeballs nearly bursting from their sockets. At the end of his gaze, in the shadow of an unremarkable corner of the rear garden, a wiry old man in tattered gray linen clothes stood, hunched over, clutching a broom, with bristles worn down to stubs. Swish, swish. The broom scraped against the floor tiles, gathering a few withered yellow leaves into a heap. A chilling sensation shot through William's spine, sending shivers crawling up his skull. He trembled as he lifted his hand, frantically wiping away the cold sweat that had blurred his vision. The old man turned his head slightly, revealing a grotesque dark crimson scar in a cross pattern across his neck. Such a distinctive mark belonged to only one individual across the entire continent. 10 years prior, this warrior had single-handedly stormed the Orc royal court and was personally granted the Silver Lionheart medal by the old emperor, the empire's mightiest powerhouse. The Silver Sword Saint, Roland. This can't be. William's throat convulsed violently, emitting a rasping sound like a broken bellows from his parched throat. Lord Roland has been missing for an entire decade. Just as William's mind descended into complete chaos, Roland ceased his sweeping. He furrowed his whitened, thick brows, gazing at a mutant weed sprouting from a crack in the white jade tiles. The grass blade's edges were lined with sawtooth teeth, hard as pig iron. This wretched weed's roots dig pretty deep. The old man muttered under his breath, tinged with a hint of annoyance. His right hand gripping the broom handle lifted casually upward. In that instant, the surrounding air suddenly became as viscous as a muddy marsh. Even William, who wasn't even a probationary knight, could sense that suffocating pressure. The surrounding light seemed to be drawn toward that tattered broom. The wind ceased. The old man pressed his wrist downward slightly, and a few withered branches at the broom's tip traced a casual arc through the air. SSSSSH. A sound 100 times sharper than tearing silk suddenly exploded. A crescent-shaped, silver-white sword chi erupted from the broom's tip. The sword chi was thin as paper, yet carried a terrifying edge capable of cleaving anything. The weed, along with the blue stone foundation beneath it, instantly crumbled into powder. The sword chi showed no signs of waning, shooting forward along the ground. Boom! A desolate mountain peak dozens of meters tall, hundreds of meters away, was silently sliced in two by this silver gleam. The cut was smooth as a mirror. The upper section of the mountain peak slid slowly downward under the force of gravity, stirring up clouds of yellow dust with a deafening rumble. The tremors from the rolling boulders reached William's feet, causing violent cramps in his calves. Damn it! Used too much force again. Roland tossed aside the broom, dusting off his hands with a regretful grimace. If young master sees this, tomorrow's magical beast meat will definitely be cut in half. He bent down frantically, scooping the grass ash into his tattered dustpan. William knelt on the ground, the sound of his chattering teeth so loud it even embarrassed himself. He crawled forward 2 meters on hands and knees, leaving an unsightly wet trail across the floor. Lord Roland, why would you be sweeping the floor here? The old man's movements paused. He turned his head, his murky eyes brimming with impatience. Some spineless fool blocking the old man's work. He picked at some crud and flicked it into the grass. I'm William, the Empire's crown prince. William slammed the ground in desperation, mud caught beneath his fingernails. Father has searched for you for 10 years. Come back with me. The Empire needs you. Go back. Go where? Roland snorted, glancing at him as one might look at a fool. Back to the Imperial capital to eat that reheated slop worse than pig feed. He gestured toward the meat aroma drifting from the distant kitchen, swallowing audibly. Here there's the angel Sis's perfectly roasted supreme magical beast, and the elf Sis's brewed immortal wine. A fervor flickered in the old man's eyes as he deeply inhaled the magic permeating the air. Even the air here drifts with scraps of divine law. 3 days of sweeping fallen leaves here equals 3 years of seclusion cultivation in the Imperial capital. Leave? Only someone whose brain got slammed in a door would leave. Lion, lying by the hot spring pool, was disturbed by the commotion outside and rolled over. He lifted the ice silk towel from his face and yawned. Old blind man, why did the stone behind the mountain collapse? Lion tilted his chin up, bellowing impatiently. Hurry up, if you don't sweep it clean, tonight's dinner is just dry bread. The old sword saint who had just split a mountain peak with a single move shuddered all over. His formerly straight spine instantly curved. Coming. Don't be angry, young master. I'll sweep it clean right away, I promise. Not even a blade of grass will remain. William collapsed, sitting on the floor tiles. The scene before him utterly shattered his remaining royal dignity. The Empire's supreme invincible war god here willingly served as a beast of burden for a banished illegitimate son, all for a few pieces of roasted meat. And he was content, even delighted. Revenge. Scheming. Anguish churned in William's stomach and his mouth twisted into a tragic smile more bitter than crying. This place was no backwater wasteland. It was a forbidden abyss where even gods would have to kneel and kowtow. If he dared entertain any crooked thoughts, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. William was like a puppet with its strings cut, his soul drained. Eyes vacant, he rose from the ground and shuffled out 1 step deep, 1 step shallow, dragging his damp trousers. He didn't even spare a glance for the group of royal knights still counting gold coins. Lion watched that desolate, departed figure disappear beyond the gate and snorted coldly. Smart of you. He leaned back into the rocking chair, grabbing a purple crystal grape from the small table beside him and popping it into his mouth. Sweet juice burst across his tongue. Lion comfortably closed his eyes, savoring the afternoon draft carrying a hint of coolness. Finally getting rid of this bothersome plague god, he could finally enjoy a peaceful afternoon nap and quiet. He had just begun to slow his breathing, preparing to drift into dreams, when from the direction of the far northern lands a desolate, muffled beast horn suddenly sounded. The crown prince had just left in dejection, and Lion hadn't even enjoyed half a day of peace before this disturbance arrived. Swirling yellow sand blotted out the sky and sun, and the ground began to tremble violently. The dull, desolate sound of a beast horn, like a rusty blunt saw, harshly tore open the clouds at the edge of the sky. Lion had just closed his eyes when the noise crawled along the ground and up the legs of his rocking chair, sending a numbing jolt to the back of his head. He snapped his eyes open, rubbed his throbbing temples, and glared irritably toward the north. Rolling yellow sand rose like a towering earthen wall, completely blotting out the sunlight beyond the horizon, while the ground began to tremble uncontrollably. The view pulled back. Thousands of miles away lay the extreme, frozen wasteland. Snowflakes as large as goose feathers mixed with hail battered the black soil that was frozen as hard as raw iron. A gaunt skin and bones dire wolf stumbled, its forelegs buckling as it pitched headfirst into a snowdrift never to rise again. The orc scout on its back was flung off, tumbling 7 or 8 times across the icy shards. A large patch of skin was scraped off his cheek, the frostbitten wound too cold to even bleed. He scrambled to his feet and dashed toward the main army tent. In the wind and snow, 100,000 orc soldiers pressed together in a dark, seething mass. The air reeked of a nauseating stench of sweat and the sour, rotting odor of stomach acid from extreme hunger. The great chieftain Saur sat on a rock covered in icicles. This once legendary sword saint, who had single-handedly taken down several high-tier demon beasts, now had sunken cheeks and protruding cheekbones. In his hand he clutched a stiff, frozen piece of tree bark, chewing it laboriously. The wood splinters pierced his gums, and the taste of blood mixed with the bark as he swallowed, but it could not fill the fire burning in his belly. Great chieftain. The scout collapsed before the rock, gasping for breath, his lungs wheezing like a pair of broken bellows. The south. There's meat in the south. Saur's chewing abruptly stopped. He tossed away the rotten bark, grabbed the scout by the collar of his beast-hide tunic with his thick, powerful hand, and hoisted him into the air. Speak clearly, cough. My ears are frozen numb. Sonar's voice was as rough as sandpaper, and he swallowed twice his throat dry. Haishi territory. That exile land. The scout thrashed his limbs wildly in midair, his eyes bloodshot from the rush of blood. That place is dripping with wealth. The ground is paved with gleaming golden coins. And beyond the hills, the wheat grows taller than I am, each grain as big as a fist. As the scout spoke, drool ran uncontrollably down his chin, stretching into a long, sticky strand. Several orc kiliarchs around him, their eyes green with hunger, pricked up their pointed ears. At the words wheat as big as a fist, a rolling series of gurgling sounds rose and fell through the wind and snow louder than the leather drums at their waists. Satis' breathing grew heavy in an instant. The despairing look in his small bean-like eyes gradually filled with crimson bloodshot veins. What about the walls? Those human softshell crabs love to hide inside their turtle shells. He tightened his grip on the rusty battle-axe in his hand, his knuckles cracking audibly. If you dare make a fool of me with such lies, I'll roast you over the fire right now. The scout cowered in fear, his hands flailing wildly in the air. There are no walls. Not even a mound of dirt. The scout shouted excitedly, spittle spraying onto Soder's hand. Just a few shabby gates. One charge from the army, and we'll trample them flat. Beside him, a starving skin-and-bones orc priest shuffled forward, leaning on a gnarled wooden staff. His loose black robe hung on his frame, swaying emptily around him. Chieftain, we have no way back, the priest said with a sigh, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping against a wall. The tribe has already boiled the last of the snow rats into soup. If we wait any longer, we won't even have the strength to hold a blade. The muscles around Satis' eyes twitched violently. He glanced back at his tribesmen huddled in the wind and snow, shivering uncontrollably. Hunger is a monster more terrifying than any abyssal demon. It can grind the bravest warrior down into a feral dog begging for scraps. Fine. Heaven never seals off all exits. Sauer hurled the scout into the snow and rose abruptly. Though his 2-meter-tall frame was gaunt, the fierce blood-soaked aura of a man who had danced with death for years instantly scattered the cold wind around him. He raised his battle-axe high, the blade flashing with a cold glint in the snowlight. My warriors. You've all heard it. Sater's chest heaved violently, and his roar drowned out the howling north wind. The tribe has been without food for 3 months. Keep holding out, and we'll all become rotting bones in the snow. He strode out of the snowdrift, crushing an ice chunk under his boots. To the south there's gold, there's grain as tall as a tree. And there are no walls stopping us. 100,000 orcs stared at their great chieftain, their cracked lips slightly parted. The craving for food turned into a burning coal, blazing fiercely in 100,000 chests. Charge over. Strip their grain. Sauer shattered a boulder of ice beside him with a single axe blow. Trample Haishi territory flat before nightfall. Tonight we'll have a full meal on human land. Rower. 100,000 hoarse throats erupted in a deafening roar. The sound waves cracked the thick snow clouds overhead. No one felt the cold anymore. Hunger, like a steel blade, laid bare the bloodlust and savagery deep in their bones. They didn't even bother to form ranks. Grabbing rusted iron blades, wooden clubs, even sharp rocks, they sprinted on their hairy legs, surging southward like a muddy landslide. Tens of thousands of bare feet stomped the ground simultaneously. The earth groaned under the unbearable weight. The torrent of 100,000 carved a wide gash across the land. The few low-tier demon beasts along the way didn't even have time to react. The starving horde pounced on them, tearing them into shreds with their teeth, leaving not a single bone behind. The farther south they ran, the fainter the chill in the air grew. The frozen soil beneath their feet turned into dry yellow sand, and the rising dust choked them and made them cough. Many orcs ran until their lungs nearly burst, a sweet metallic taste of blood seeping up their throats. But no one stopped. Even when someone in front stumbled and fell, those behind would trample over his back and keep charging forward. The thread of reason in their minds had long since snapped under the weight of starvation. After most of the day, the setting sun hung at the edge of the sky like a freshly fried, sizzling egg yolk. Blood-red afterglow spilled across the plains outside Haishi territory. At last, in Soder's sight, the majestic castle built of white jade appeared. He halted, and the 100,000 warriors behind him slammed to a stop with a jolt. The sheer momentum crushed the front ranks into a tangled knot, armor and clubs clattering in a chaotic thud. There really are no walls. Sata's tiny bean-like eyes widened in disbelief at the flat, grassy field before them. Aside from a few lonely white jade gates, there wasn't even a proper moat. This wasn't a heavily guarded territory. It was a fat lamb stripped naked and laid out on a platter. Greed and hunger merged perfectly in that moment. Sauer felt every drop of blood in his body rushing to his head. He gripped the wooden shaft of his battle-axe with both hands, his palms sweating and making the wood slippery. He bent his legs slightly, the bulging muscles of his calves standing out like hard stones. Opening his mouth wide, his withered lungs expanded, fiercely sucking in a deep breath of dust-laden air. 100,000 orcs' eyes red and maddened by hunger charged to the border of Haishi territory ready to unleash their bloodthirsty war cries. Suddenly the wind shifted. An overwhelming aroma of roasted meat so thick it made their very souls tremble slammed into their faces from all directions. The bloodthirsty war cry that had risen to Sal's lips was strangled in his throat. His jaw clenched spasmodically, his Adam's apple bobbed violently, and a strange hiccup escaped him. The wind had shifted. The northwestern gale laden with ice and snow was abruptly split by a wave of heat surging from the south. That scent like a red-hot iron hook drove straight into the nostrils of 100,000 orcs. It was the rich, crackling aroma of thick fat bursting under high heat mingled with human coarse salt and an inexplicably dominant sweetness. The minds of the 1,000 orc wolf riders charging in the vanguard went utterly blank. Their dire wolves dug their front paws into the lusk, carving 2 deep furrows in the earth as they skidded to a desperate halt. The infantry behind them couldn't stop in time. Thump, clang. A cacophony of dull, heavy impacts rang out. Those in front were knocked from their mounts, eating mouthfuls of mud. Those behind clambered over the backs of the fallen, their rusty iron armor clashing and throwing sparks. Ow! Which blind bastard stepped on my tail? Stop pushing. Stop pushing. There's a smell up ahead. The charging formation of 100,000 troops dissolved into a seething, chaotic mess in less than 5 seconds. Sal had no time to restore order. His tiny pea-sized eyes were fixed intently on Blackstone territory a few miles away. There were no walls, no ranks of archers waiting with bows drawn. His gaze swept across the flat wasteland to the wide white jade plaza in Blackstone territory, which was as bright as daylight. A dozen thick ironwood pillars stood planted in the very center of the square. Skewered on each pillar was a plucked mammoth, its body as massive as a small hill. The leaping flames lit up half the night sky. Angelica, the angel chef, floated in midair, still wearing her old worn apron. In her hand, the Holy Cross sword swung continuously. Vast swathes of pure white holy light, like a colossal net of fire, enveloped the dozen mammoths. The searing heat of the holy light instantly sealed in the meat's juices. The golden mammoth fat expanded in the heat, swelling into glistening blisters on the surface of the skin. Pop! The blisters burst and grease dripped down the grain of the meat, sizzling on the charcoal below and sending up thick puffs of white smoke. It was from this smoke that the soul-striking aroma of roasted meat wafted. Nearby, Elven Empress Evelyn hugged several oak barrels, pulling the corks to pour fruit wine. The purple-red liquid cascaded over the mammoth meat, which was crackling and sizzling. Shhhh. The sweet fermented scent of the fruit wine melded perfectly with the richness of the meat, and carried by the wind, its allure multiplied tenfold. Standing in the cold wind, Sal's throat worked furiously as saliva flooded his mouth. He tried to swallow, but the flow was too fast. A thick, glistening string of drool escaped the corner of his mouth. It dripped onto the ragged beast hide on his chest, soaking a large patch. He was hungry. His stomach, which had been empty for 3 months, began a frantic rebellion at the scent. Stomach acid churned violently, corroding his shriveled stomach walls with a pain that bent him over. Gurgle. Gore. A deep, dull gurgle rumbled from his gut. Then, as if triggered by some terrible chain reaction, the stomachs of the 100,000 orc warriors behind him all began to growl in unison. Gur. Grrrn. The cacophony of gurgling intestines, high and low, merged into a single wave of sound. It swelled crest upon crest until it threatened to drown out the war drums hanging at their belts. Awe-inspiring commander gripping a rusty iron blade, his hand trembled. Clatter! The sword fell into the mud. He stared blankly at the sizzling mammoth in the distance, then shoved 2 dirty fingers into his mouth and sucked on them desperately. A glimmer of pitiful moisture welled in his eyes. Chief. That's meat, so much meat. He sniffled, his voice trembling as if he were about to cry. Our tribe never saw this much meat, even at the New Year's feast. Will we ever get to eat our fill? 100,000 pairs of eyes glowing with a feral green light were all fixed on the roasting meat in the plaza. No one remembered the charge or the raid. Back at the plaza, Lin was sprawled in a velvet rocking chair wrapped in a thick blanket. He held a crystal goblet in his hand, filled with a large measure of chilled frosty fruit wine. My lord, it looks like a dust storm is kicking up outside. Helena, clutching an abacus, stood beside the chair. Frowning, she fanned at the drifting dust with her sleeve and pointed towards the dark, oppressive cloud on the horizon. And this dust, it carries the sour stench of unwashed feet. Lin took a sip of his wine, lazily lifting one eyelid. With his demigod-level vision, he had long since discerned the 100,000 starving, skin-and-bone, green-skinned orcs in the distance. That's not a dust storm. That's free labor coming right to our doorstep. He yawned and tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair. Freya was crouched under a roasting rack. She held a mammoth leg thicker than her own waist, and with a sharp crunch bit off a chunk of meat as big as a pound. Her mouth was covered in grease, and she didn't even bother to straighten her crooked beret. Hearing Helena's words, she turned her head. Her dark gold slit-pupiled eyes glinted with a fierce light in the darkness. "Here to steal my meat," she mumbled indistinctly casually, snapping the gnawed thick bone in her hand in two. "If they dare touch my food, I'll string them all up and roast them. Don't always jump to violence." Lin kicked Freya in the calf. "These greenskins might be ugly, but they have astonishing strength." He pointed towards the undeveloped wasteland behind the hills. "Our few hundred refugees are too slow. We might as well use this free labor that's walked right into our hands." Angelica, still hovering in midair, flipped the mammoth over. "Master, the meat is almost done. Should we save some for them?" Her light blue eyes looked over her tone, carrying a chef's anticipation for her diners. "Save them a piece." "No, let them wait." Lin chuckled. "A starving stray dog is a obedient one. Once they can't stand the temptation, they'll come wagging their tails." The scene cut back to the wasteland. The 100,000 orcs were completely unable to move. The cold wind cut their faces like knives, but their bodies were burning with the hot, restless craving for food. Some at the front even began gnawing on the frost-covered grass, pretending it was roasted meat. Sal gripped the wooden handle of his battle axe so tightly that splinters dug into his palm, drawing blood. He used that flash of pain to force his mind to maintain its final shred of clarity. He was the great chieftain of the orcs, the Silver Sword Saint, who had once intimidated the wasteland. How could he drool over human roast meat like a beggar? Dignity. Orcs are never slaves, and they never beg for food. He clenched his jaw, raised the back of his hand, and roughly wiped the long dangling string of drool from his chin. His chest heaved violently as he straightened his back, standing tall. But the tantalizing aroma of cumin and fruit wine kept boring into his nostrils. Stomach acid rose into his throat, and even his belches tasted of sour, hungry air. Sal took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and a titanic struggle raged within his mind. Attack. 100,000 starving soldiers. Half would likely faint from hunger before they even reached the gate. Not attack. Just turn tail and head back to the frozen wasteland to die. He snapped his eyes open, a glint of resolute light flashing in them. This Baron of Blackstone territory dared to hold a bonfire party out in the open. He must be a tough nut, confident in his security. A direct raid was out of the question, but for the sake of his tribe, he had to get food. Sal relaxed his furrowed brow and took a heavy step forward. His leather boots crunched on the frozen earth. "Great chieftain, where are you going?" The awe-inspiring commander was startled, hurriedly throwing away the grass root he was chewing, scrambling to his feet to stop him. Sal brushed the commander's hand aside. He took no escort, his massive frame walking alone towards the brightly lit white jade plaza ahead. With every step he took, the fighting spirit in his eyes intensified, but so did the frequency of his swallowing. The cold wind whipped his tattered beast-hide cloak, creating a sight both tragic and bleak. The 100,000 orcs watched their great chieftain in stunned awe. He was going to challenge the enemy's leader to single combat, using the most ancient right to win food for them. Sal stopped a few dozen paces from the plaza. The aroma of roasting meat was at its most intense here, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Sal, the Orc Sword Saint, fought back his drool and struggled to maintain his dignity as the great chieftain. He drew his battle axe and marched alone towards the bonfire, determined to reclaim the orc's honor through a duel and perhaps get his hands on some meat while he was at it. Satis' leather boots stepped on the turf, crushing dry leaves with a crisp crackle. He walked slowly, not because he didn't want to hurry, but because hunger made his calves cramp. Yet his spine was held straight, the two old scars on his shoulder blades stretched taut, forcing an aura of desperate, tragic resolve. Behind him, on that vast, dark wasteland, tens of thousands of orcs held their breath, craning their necks, staring intently at their great chieftain's back. The 1,000-man commander's palm, gripping a rusty iron blade, was slick with sweat. He swallowed and whispered to the soldier beside him, "The great chief is about to duel. If he wins, we'll have meat." A cold wind swept by, and the pine wood in the bonfire crackled. Sparks burst into the night sky like a swarm of dancing fireflies. Lion lounged in a rocking chair, half-closed eyes idly toying with a crystal grape. He watched the approaching green-skinned giant, and the corner of his mouth twitched upward. This big guy starving with sunken eye sockets, yet his presence is not weak. Lion tossed the grape into the air, caught it neatly in his mouth, and chewed with juice spilling. Helena was squatting on the steps, using charcoal to tally accounts by the firelight. Hearing the commotion, she lifted her head and drew in a sharp breath. "Boss, this orc is too big, looks like trouble." She shrank her neck and hugged the ledger to her chest. "Should we have big sister Fulia go and slap him out? Don't let him step on our newly laid bricks." Lion waved his hand. "What's the rush? Watch the show." Solder finally stopped less than 3 steps from the grill. The heat wave hit his face like a wall, roasting his dry skin with a sting. On the grill, the fat layer of the mammoth had completely split open. Golden beads of oil gathered into strands, trickling down the thick bones. Dripping onto the red-hot charcoal, they sizzled, sending up a rich white smoke. The white smoke rushed straight into Satis' face. The pungent aroma of cumin, the sweet freshness of fruit wine, and the rich savor of top-tier magical beast meat. This scent surged through his nostrils, charging all the way into his stomach that had been empty for 3 months. Satis Adam's apple slid up and down frantically, producing a gurgling, swallowing sound. He clenched his teeth so hard that he bit his own tongue, and the rusty taste of blood spread through his mouth. No, I am the god of war, the totem of the tribe. How can I beg for food like a beggar? He suddenly widened his eyes, and a terrifying ferocity burst from his mung bean-sized pupils. His thick arms bulged with veins as he violently raised the battle axe, stained with black blood. The blade reflected the blazing firelight. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling high, ready to let out a heart-stopping war cry. Human lord, I saw her, by my ancestors. The word duel hadn't even slipped out of his throat when Angelia, floating midair, turned her head and glanced at him. Her pale blue eyes held no emotion, as if looking at a talking piece of wood. She found his loud voice annoying, disrupting her rhythm as she turned the roasting mammoth. Angelia reached forward with her left hand. Her fair fingers precisely clamped onto the mammoth's hind leg, which was thicker than Satyr's thigh. Without seeming to exert any effort, she gave a slight twist of her wrist. Crack! The dull sound of bones separating from flesh was eerily crisp in the night. She tore off the roasted leg, weighing several hundred pounds. Golden hot oil arced temptingly through the air, with spiced powders scattering everywhere. Angelia didn't waste a single word. She directly shoved the sizzling slab of meat towards Satyr's wide-open mouth. The motion was so fast it left a white afterimage. Satyr, still holding his axe, his eyes bulging nearly out of their sockets. Before he could react, a large piece of scorching meat was stuffed into his mouth. MMPH. He let out a muffled grunt, his body knocked back half an inch by the force. Hot. But that alluring deliciousness exploded like dynamite the instant his tongue touched the roasted meat. The crispy skin shattered between his teeth. The rich juices sealed within the meat's fibers, carrying a sweetness purified by holy light, instantly flooded all his senses. This was not just eating meat. This was a sublimation of the soul, nectar bestowed by the gods. The tightly stretched string in Satyr's mind, strained for 3 months, snapped completely. What tribal dignity, what glory of the god of war. All became worthless crap before this bite of meat. Clang! The silver battle axe that had tasted blood countless times and symbolized the great chieftain's authority slipped from his weakening fingers, clattering onto the stone slab, bouncing twice alone. Satyr's eyes instantly turned red. 2 lines of bean-sized tears welled up from the corners of his eyes, without warning rolling down his bristly cheeks, washing away months of accumulated grime, leaving 2 clear tear streaks. His legs gave way, and he squatted down with a thud. Both hands clutched the thick mammoth leg bone tightly. Even as the scorching oil reddened his palms, he refused to let go even a little. He buried his face into the meat, opened his huge mouth wide, and tore at the skin and fat madly. Munch munch. Delicious. Sob. So good. He chewed while crying out incoherently. A man over 2 meters tall, crying like a 200-pound aggrieved child. The healing magic attached to the holy light slid down his esophagus into his stomach. It turned into waves of warmth, rapidly repairing his shriveled muscles and organs. The hunger was quickly filled, replaced by a satiety that made one want to sigh. He didn't even spare the tendons on the bone, gnawing them off with his teeth, chewing and swallowing. He gnawed until it was spotless, leaving only a bare white bone. Only then did Satyrn let out a loud burp. He raised his head, his face covered in a mess of oil and tears. He wiped his face roughly with the back of his oil-stained hand. Then he looked at Angelia in the air with pleading eyes. That gaze was humble, ingratiating, with a hint of hoping for more. Big sister. Satyrn sniffled, rubbing his 2 big fan-like hands. All the murderous ferocity from before was gone, replaced by the look of a hired hand who had done something wrong. Do you? Well, do you need a gatekeeper for your territory? He patted his now swollen chest muscles, producing a thumping sound. I'm strong, I fight without fearing death. I can do any dirty or heavy work. He swallowed and glanced again at the grill. As long as you feed me. 2 meals a day. No, even 1 meal of this meat is fine. Angelia tilted her head to look at him, a flicker of confusion in her pale blue eyes. She ignored the green-skinned giant, turned to pick up her crossed sword, and continued to strip the ribs of another mammoth. Lion on the rocking chair watched with amusement. He slapped the armrest, laughing so hard his shoulders shook. This green-skinned bastard, his face changes faster than flipping a book. 1 second he's shouting for a fight, the next he's applying for a security guard. Lion sat up straight and tossed his empty cup to Helena. But with that build, he's a good candidate for hard labor. Meanwhile, at the edge of the wasteland a few miles away, cold winds swept up yellow sand, rattling against armor. 100,000 orc warriors stood bewildered in the wind, watching their most revered war god chieftain sitting on the ground, smacking his lips. All the orcs dropped their weapons with a clatter, staring longingly at Lion on the main seat, like a pack of giant huskies waiting to be fed. 100,000 pairs of eerie green eyes gleamed in the darkness. The orcs who had been howling for blood moments ago now sat as docile as huskies curled by the hearth. Rusty iron blades and wooden clubs lay scattered across the frozen ground, clattering in a discordant chorus. Lane slumped in his rocking chair, raising a hand to massage his throbbing temples. His head ached. Peering through his fingers, he saw an endless sea of figures stretching beyond sight. 100,000 mouths to feed. Lane drew in a sharp breath of frost-laden air, his teeth aching from the chill. If I let them in, how many demon bears would they devour in a single day? How am I supposed to live in peace? He kicked irritably at the brazier at his feet, sending sparks scattering across a patch of withered leaves. Thor still crouched by the roasting rack. The great chieftain of the orcs clutched a bare bone in his hand, running his tongue over the cumin dust clinging to it. Hearing Lane's complaint, he flinched so hard his bristly fur stood on end. "A lord." Thor hastily stuffed the bone into his garments and scrambled on all fours to the base of the steps. A fawning smile forced its way across his scarred, fleshy face, and glistening tears of greed still hung at the corners of his eyes. "We don't eat much." "Oh, really? Just a bowl of gruel a day to keep us alive is plenty." "That's right. We're not picky." The 1,000-man captains behind him joined in with raspy, discordant howls, terrified that Lane might change his mind and drive them back into the frozen wilderness. "Away with you. You reek of sweat. Don't come near me." Lane pinched his nose in disgust and leaned back. He was about to wave the green-skinned lot away. Wait a moment. "Boss." Helena came bursting out of the great hall, clutching the freshly repaired rosewood abacus in her hands. The wooden beads clattered furiously beneath her fingers, nearly striking sparks. Her tangled brown hair flew wild behind her, and her amber eyes gleamed with the golden light of calculation. She dashed to Lane's side, her sheepskin slippers nearly flying off her feet. "Boss, you're losing your mind," Helena whispered, shielding half her face with the abacus as she leaned close to his ear. "These aren't just mouths to feed. They're 100,000 tireless perpetual motion machines." She sniffled and pointed at the brawny orcs in the distance. "Look at those arm muscles, those calves. One orc matches 5 grown laborers. Outside this white jade castle there's nothing but a tract of uncultivated yellow earth." Helena grew more excited with each word, her fingernails digging into the abacus frame, leaving white gouges behind. "Paving roads, mining, building houses. What doesn't need manpower? A strong man like that would cost at least 10 gold coins at the slave market." She swallowed hard, then turned to point at the golden waves of wheat on the distant hillside. "We have the magical wheat the elf queen planted. Production's already overflowing, and it'll just rot in the fields. Trade worthless grain for 100,000 laborers who'll work for free. Boss, this is a deal we can't lose." Lane raised an eyebrow. He followed Helena's finger to the exaggerated golden glow on the hillside beyond, then swept his gaze over the orcs below the steps, all of them swallowing hungrily. A merchant's mind indeed. Lane rubbed his chin, and a lazy smile crept across his lips. "Makes sense. Free beasts of burden. No reason not to use them." He straightened up and cleared his throat. His languid gaze swept over the green-skinned brutes huddled in the biting wind. "Perk up your ears." Lane's voice wasn't loud, but wrapped in demigod-level magic. It slammed into every orc's eardrum with perfect clarity. "You want to stay and eat? Fine." He raised 3 fingers and wagged them in the air. "The rules of Blackstone territory: 3 full meals a day, plus a bowl of meat broth with fat floating on top for every man." "But..." Lane's tone shifted, his gaze turning cold. "If you eat my food, you'll work your fingers to the bone for me. Anyone caught slacking or causing trouble gets skinned alive and hung on the wall to dry in the wind." Dead silence. 100,000 orcs gaped, their breath condensing into frost in the air. They couldn't believe their ears. 3 full meals a day. And meat broth. Even at the height of the Orc King's court, the great chieftain never ate that well. Thor reacted fastest. He dropped to his knees with a heavy thud, his skull cracking against the bluestone in a dull thump. "Great lord. I Thor swear on behalf of the Warsong tribe." His eyes were rimmed red as he pounded his chest with his brawny arms. "We'll march wherever you point. Even if you tell us to gnaw on rocks, we won't so much as frown. Hail! Hail the Lord! We get meat. No more starving." The roar of 100,000 orcs erupted like a tidal wave, rattling the blackwood forest nearby. Several, overcome with emotion, clung to each other, sobbing with tears and snot streaming down their faces. Lane rubbed his ringing ears and kicked the blind old man beside him. "Go. Take them to the supply depot to collect their tools." The old man received his orders and scurried off cheerfully. Within half an hour, all 100,000 orcs were wearing iron safety helmets hammered out by dwarven smiths overnight. Each gripped refined steel shovels and pickaxes thicker than their own arms. Every mouth held half a steaming golden wheat flatbread, devouring it ravenously. Some swallowed without even chewing, nearly choking as they rolled their eyes and gulped down cold water to wash it through. Fed and watered, these green-skinned monsters unleashed a terrifying passion for construction. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of pickaxes striking frozen earth came down like torrential rain hammering a tin roof. Dirt flew through the air as they hauled stones aside with their bare hands. Boulders that would have required a dozen oxen to drag were carried away by 3 or 4 orcs chanting in unison. Sweat-soaked and bare-chested steam rising from their heads in the cold air. They turned the frozen winter wasteland into a scene of midsummer labor. Lane lounged comfortably in his velvet cushions. He squinted at the leveled muddy road outside his territory. A cold wind swept by, kicking up a few grains of sand against his bare ankles. He shifted his hips, recalling yesterday's jarring wagon ride into town for supplies. The wheels had sunk into potholes with such violence he nearly vomited up his fruit wine. His bones still ached dimly. This blasted road takes 3 years off your life every time you travel it. Lane muttered with a pout, reaching into his coat pocket and fumbling around. He pulled out a blank sheet of parchment and a half-burnt charcoal stick. He propped the parchment on his knee. "Boss, what are you drawing?" Helena leaned over, amber eyes bright with curiosity. Lane ignored her. The charcoal scratched across the rough surface with a soft rasping sound. He drew a long, straight black line from the position of Blackstone territory due north. The pressure was so great the charcoal tore through the parchment, leaving a black mark on his trousers. He blew the charcoal dust from the page. With 100,000 super laborers at his disposal, Lane stared at the pothole-riddled dirt road beyond his territory and decided he was done having his tailbone rattled every time he took the wagon out. With a grand sweep of his hand, he drew a straight line on the blueprint and resolved to build a magical railway that would shake the entire continent. Ryan rolled up that parchment with a hole in it into a tube and casually tossed it into Helena's arms. "Take a look. Follow this path and lay it all the way to the imperial capital for your young master." Helena clumsily caught the paper ball, hastily unfolding it to take a look. Her amber eyes instantly widened. She drew in a sharp breath that carried the earthy scent of soil, her throat tightening. "Boss, didn't you draw this line a bit too straight?" She stammered, her fingers trembling as they pointed to a raised mark on the paper still dusted with abacus grime. "There's a stone mountain hundreds of meters high right here, and a raging river ahead. You're just going to ignore all that?" Ryan rolled his eyes and shifted into a more comfortable slouch in his rocking chair. "Turning and swaying makes your young master want to hurl." He pointed toward the 10,000 orcs below the steps, all wolfing down wheat cakes with gusto. "Smash any blocking rocks, fill every puddle. 10,000 well-fed beasts. Can't they handle a little work?" Helena swallowed hard, her fingers squeezing her sourwood abacus until it creaked. Her merchant's mind raced. "Fine. As long as we can get our perfume to the capital faster and make a profit, we'll dig through mountains if we have to." She bolted toward the square like a woman possessed. "Shorties, long ears, stop lounging around. Let's get to work." Half an hour later, in the stone forge at the back of the courtyard, heat waves distorted the air around the doorframe. Copper Hammer stood bare-chested, his chest hair glistening with beads of sweat. A drop of sweat fell onto the red-hot iron bar, hissing sharply and releasing a cloud of acrid white smoke. Bang! Clang! The 100-pound forging hammer in his hands swung through the air, leaving black afterimages. Each strike sent sparks spraying outward like a fountain. Scalding molten iron splatter brushed across his cheek, but he didn't even blink. Burp! Copper Hammer let out a loud belch fragrant with fruit wine. "If the young master wants smooth tracks, I'll forge the slickest iron plates in the entire continent." Sections of finished refined steel rail were hoisted with tongs and plunged into a trough of cold water nearby. Plumes of white steam shot skyward, obscuring the dwarf's fanatical face. The scene shifted to the wasteland beyond the territory's outskirts. 10,000 orcs bare-chested labored with fierce energy. These green-skinned monsters reeked of sour sweat, mingling with the raw, earthy odor of turned soil. Sal carried a massive stone pillar over 3 meters long on his shoulders. He trudged through the soggy yellow mud, leaving deep footprints with every step, forcing his way to fill a sunken mud pit flat. Evelyn lifted the hem of her green skirt and stepped barefoot onto the gravel-strewn roadbed. She crouched down and pressed her pale palm against a pile of freshly cut dead branches. Her emerald green eyes squeezed shut, long lashes trembling faintly. Life magic flowed from her fingertips, rippling across the surface of the dead wood like water. Kakaka. The wood emitted a gnawing sound of rapid growth. The once brittle twigs instantly swelled, their color deepening to a dark, somber brown. The texture became harder than raw iron. A rich, fresh aroma of grass and timber overwhelmed the orc's sweaty stench. "Sleepers are ready." She wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and beckoned to the nearby orcs. "Handle them gently, don't damage the foundation." Several orcs grinned foolishly, revealing rows of yellowed teeth. They hoisted the ironwood sleepers heavier than stone and grunted as they laid them onto the leveled roadbed. Within just a few days, a refined steel rail gleaming with cold metallic luster stretched northward across the wasteland from Blackstone Domain like a colossal serpent. Ryan strolled to the end of the track. He gazed at a newly assembled broad steel carriage, his brows knitting into a frown. "The horses old blind found are too dumb. Pulling this iron lump around, they moved slower than a crawling turtle. He kicked the carriage while producing a dull metallic thud, then turned to Angelica, who had been standing behind him in a daze. "You winged one. Come lend a hand." The angelic cook blinked her pale blue eyes and obediently stepped forward. "Boss, do you want me to chop some meat?" She reached back toward the gleaming holy cross sword at her waist. Ryan quickly grabbed her wrist. "Chop meat. I need you to act as a battery." He pointed to the intricate magical array Helen had just inscribed on the carriage floor. "Pour some of your white light into it, but not too forcefully, or you'll blow the carriage to pieces." Angelica nodded, only half understanding. She approached the edge of the array and pressed both palms into the empty air. The primordial holy light within her surged forth like a breached dam, pouring frantically from her palms into the carved grooves. The dark golden array patterns ignited instantly, not with a faint flicker, but with a blinding daylight radiance exploding outward from beneath the carriage. Whoa! The violent energy surge tore through the surrounding air. A gale swept up sand and stones from the ground, stinging Ryan's face. He instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes, pushed backward 2 heavy steps by the force of the airflow. Driven by the holy light, the carriage wheels ground fiercely against the rails, sparking brilliant showers of fire. With a thunderous rumble, it surged forward along the iron tracks, unleashing a furious hurricane. And that high-tier holy light used to propel it. Due to its extreme concentration, it transformed into a pure white pillar piercing heaven and earth. It shattered through the dim clouds at the border, driving straight upward into the high sky. The pillar radiated an aura of divine law, sacred, untouchable, crushing all evil before it. Far away, 10,000 league distant, deep within the heart of the sacred Lionheart Empire, at the Grand Cathedral of the Holy Light Church's headquarters. Hundreds of fist-sized night pearls embedded in the dome illuminated the great hall brilliantly. The air was thick with the sweet, cloying scent of expensive frankincense burning. Pope Paul I sat slumped in his wide, golden velvet throne. He held a gold-embossed parchment scripture in his hand, his eyelids drooping, growing drowsy. At the center of the desk rested a communication crystal sphere used to monitor heretics across the continent. Suddenly, without warning, a blinding burst of white light exploded within the once calm, transparent sphere. Wong wong wong. The crystal sphere vibrated violently, colliding with its base against the rosewood desk, producing a piercing noise. The white light tore through the orb's interior. Even a terrifying pressure of holy might seeped through the glass shell, crushing a silver candlestick on the desk corner into a thin metal disc. Paul I's eyes snapped open. His cloudy gray pupils reflected that raging white light. The scripture slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground, pages splaying wide. His skeletal fingers snatched the ruby-tipped scepter beside him. His knuckles turned the pallid white of the dead from exertion. The temperature in the great hall seemed to drain away, growing so cold it could freeze marrow to the bone. He stared fixedly at the scene reflected in the crystal sphere. This unapproved yet purest holy light fluctuation had finally drawn the attention of the Holy Light Church headquarters, 10,000 li away. The Pope gazed at the violently flashing crystal sphere, his face darkening to the utmost, and coldly spat out 2 words: heretic. The great hall was shrouded in deathly silence. The white light flickering on the surface of the crystal ball cast a glare that made Paul I squint his murky gray eyes. The glow carried no destructive burst. Instead, it exuded a gentle warmth that seemed to soften one's very bones. Even through the glass casing, one could catch the savory aroma of roasting meat. Within the image, Angelica hovered in midair, the sacred cross, sword meant for judging heretics, cleaving through mammoth ribs with a heavy rhythm. She sprinkled pure primordial holy light over the sizzling, grease-dripping chunks of meat, as casually as one would dust with pepper. Beside her, an iron carriage sped along the tracks. The magic array beneath the carriage was forcibly saturated with holy light, and the wheels grinding against the rails sent sparks flying several meters high with a deafening crack. The ruby scepter in Paul I's hand struck the pure gold armrest with a heavy thud. A small chip broke off the edge of the gem and rolled far across the dark red carpet. His withered cheeks quivered violently, and his yellowed false teeth gnashed together audibly. His chest rose and fell rapidly like a leaking bellows. Blasphemy! This is trampling the majesty of the divine into the mud. A hoarse roar squeezed out of his throat, spittle spraying onto the crystal ball and trickling down its smooth surface. The crimson cardinals below trembled in terror. A dozen of them knelt in unison on the cold marble tiles, foreheads pressed firmly against the floor. Sweat dripped from the tips of their noses, soaking the expensive wool carpet, none daring even to breathe heavily. Paul I kicked over the incense burner at the corner of the table. Boiling whale oil and ash scattered across the floor, and sparks licked at the precious embroidered tablecloth. He stared intently at the silhouette with 6 wings in the image, a deep mixture of fear and greed flickering in his eyes. The Pope would never allow anyone to usurp divine authority, nor could he tolerate holy light being used for menial labor. He immediately dispatched the church's most cold-blooded executioner, the Inquisitor General known as Crow, to infiltrate Blackstone Domain. The mission was to assassinate the cook who had forged holy light and to poison the territory's water supply with enough lethal toxin to slaughter an entire city. Crow. The Pope spat out the two words coldly, his voice echoing beneath the vast dome. The shadow behind a pillar suddenly rippled. Like a pool of black water that had developed a will of its own, it seeped out along the stone pillar's texture. A man as gaunt as a bamboo pole peeled himself away from the shadows. He was wrapped head to toe in a tight black robe, his face hidden beneath the shadow of his hood. Only a pale sharp chin was revealed. In his hand, he toyed with a black dagger with a blood groove. The blade flipped between his fingers like a butterfly, leaving dizzying afterimages. Why yes. You called for me. Crow's voice grated like two rusted iron plates scraping together, setting one's teeth on edge. He extended a tongue covered in barbs and licked his dry, peeling lips, a morbid excitement glinting in his eyes. The Pope reached into his voluminous sleeve and produced a black glass bottle as thick as a finger. He slammed it onto the table with a sharp crack. The bottle contained a viscous green liquid, occasionally releasing a nauseating bubble. Even through the thick glass, a pungent odor of bitter almonds wafted out. Go to Blackstone Domain in the east. The Pope pointed at the crystal ball, his fingernail nearly scratching grooves into the glass. Cut that winged impostor into pieces and bring back the head in a box. He tapped the black glass bottle. Pour this water of divine punishment into their main well. I want not a single blade of grass to grow on that land. A strange leaking laugh rumbled from Crow's throat. He stepped forward, his withered claw-like hand snatching the black glass bottle from the table. Bringing it beneath his nose, he greedily inhaled the toxic fumes. Haha, killing poisoning. This kind of work, I could do it flawlessly with my eyes closed. In his mind, he calculated that Blackstone Domain was supposedly filthy rich. On this trip, besides completing the mission, he could pocket a few fist-sized gems, and the Pope would never inquire. With a flick of his wrist, both the dagger and the poison vanished into his sleeve. He leaned back and melted once more into the pool of shadow on the floor. At midnight, a frost-laden cold wind swept across the outskirts of Blackstone Domain. Crow moved like a silent black bat, his limbs pressed flat against the side wall of the white jade castle. His boots had specially made soft soles that made no sound at all on the smooth jade surface. His 10 fingers gripped the mortar joints tightly as he slid inch by inch toward the second-floor window. He poked half his head out, surveying the territory's interior by the faint moonlight filtering through the clouds. The courtyard below, paved with gold bricks, was completely empty, not even a patrolling guard in sight. There wasn't even a single low-level warning magic array set up. Crow sneered inwardly, a mocking curl tugging at the corner of his mouth. That idiot Baron building such a lavish castle without even a shred of common sense. Contempt flickered in his eyes. A prey so utterly defenseless. Killing it was more boring than slitting a chicken's throat. He twisted his body and slid headfirst down the decorative drainpipe along the wall. His toes landed lightly on the grass of the rear garden without bending a single blade. Not far away, a large pool billowed with hot white steam. He avoided the moisture with disdain, creeping along the wall, searching. A rich scent of fermenting oak mingled with the sweetness of fruit wine drifted through the rusted iron grate at the corner. Wine cellar. Crow sniffed, his eyes brightening slightly. The well was likely outside too, exposed to risk. If he poured the poison into their stored wine barrels, those gluttons would drink it and die faster and more thoroughly. He pulled a small porcelain bottle from his waist and removed the stopper. He dripped the yellowish-brown acid solution onto the base of the iron grate. With a sharp hiss, the thumb-thick iron bars melted silently like candle wax snapping in two. Crow took a deep breath, his bones popping as they shifted out of alignment. Like a boneless serpent, he slithered through the narrow ventilation shaft. Upon landing, he twisted midair and landed in a crouch on the cold bluestone bricks of the cellar. The cellar was unlit, pitch black, impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and intoxicating wine. Crow stood up and groped his way to the center of the cellar. There more than a dozen enormous oak barrels stood in a row, each towering far above his head. The barrels were bound tightly with iron hoops, emitting the subtle fragrance of aged wood. He chose the one in the center and climbed up, using both hands and feet, stepping on the raised parts of the iron hoops. He crouched on top of the barrel, pulling the black glass bottle filled with green liquid from his chest. Pressing his thumb against the cork, he popped it off with a soft pop. The bitter almond smell immediately overwhelmed the wine's aroma. He reached out to pry open the vent hole on the barrel's top. His hand had barely extended halfway when Crow's motion suddenly froze. His fingertips hung in midair, trembling slightly. His nose twitched twice, and his brow knitted into a tight knot. Beyond the wine and poison smell, he detected a faint ice-cold blood scent tinged with the fragrance of roses. The coldness of it seemed capable of freezing one's very soul. The hairs on the back of Crow's neck stood on end. His instincts, honed by years of living on the razor's edge, told him he was in serious trouble. Grip tightening on his dagger, he slowly lowered his head and peered through the vent hole into the barrel. Late at night, Crow, relying on his top-tier concealment magic, effortlessly infiltrated the utterly defenseless Blackstone domain. He slipped into the castle's basement ready to poison the wine barrels, but suddenly discovered that inside one colossal barrel, a young girl in a black dress was curled up fast asleep. Crow hung upside down in the air, squinting those cold, glinting triangular eyes. Through the faint moonlight filtering through the vent, he finally caught a glimpse of what lay at the bottom of the barrel. The bottom of the large oak barrel held no wine. Instead, it was lined with soft velvet. A girl in a black lace-trimmed gothic dress was curled up on it like a cat. She slept soundly, her pale cheek pressed against the velvet, her chest rising and falling with the faintest breath. Crow's throat bobbed, and a viscous wave of killing intent surged in his eyes. Where did this wild girl come from, sneaking into a wine barrel in the dead of night to play ghost? He licked his cracked lips, the black glass bottle, filled with poison, clenched between his teeth. His right hand slipped silently to the small of his back. The dark, golden, holy artifact dagger was reversed in his palm. The blade, coated with a deep green lethal poison that could kill on contact, flickered with a deadly gleam in the darkness. Leaving witnesses was never his style. Since this girl had stumbled upon his poisoning route, he might as well slit her throat. Crow moved like a venomous snake, eyeing a frog, his upper body plunging into the vent. The muscles in his right arm bulged, his joints emitting a soft, crackling sound. Next time, learn to be more careful. A hissing whisper scraped from his throat. The dagger became a black blur, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, thrusting straight toward the girl's vulnerable pale neck. The blade tip pressed hard against that seemingly delicate skin. No sound of flesh being pierced. No spray of hot blood. The moment the blade touched her skin, it was as if an ordinary person had stabbed a burning poker against a mountain of refined steel. Clang, crack. A horrifying metallic shattering noise echoed through the confined oak barrel. The rebound force surged up the dagger's hilt like a maddened wild bull striking into Crow's wrist. The flesh of his palm was torn instantly, scorching blood spurted out, splattering against the barrel's inner wall. The holy artifact that supposedly could slice through high-level monster scales began crumbling from the blade tip. Shattered metal fragments scattered everywhere. One shard grazed Crow's cheekbone, slicing off a piece of skin, leaving a gash down to the bone. Crow froze midair, his eyeballs nearly popping from their sockets. Wah! What kind of monster? His tongue tied itself in knots, cold sweat cascaded down his face in torrents, and the poison bottle clenched between his teeth nearly slipped away. The deafening commotion had awakened the sleeping progenitor. Lilith's eyelashes fluttered twice, her elegant brow furrowing with irritation. She despised being woken from sleep more than anything. The last person who disturbed her rest had already been chopped into pieces and fed to the mutant man-eating flowers on the back mountain. She slowly opened her eyes. Those crimson pupils glowed in the darkness like two red lanterns soaked in blood. So noisy. Who's banging around up there? She mumbled, sitting up and rubbing the spot where the dagger had struck with the back of her hand. Not even a white mark remained. Lilith tilted her head upward, her gaze piercing through the vent to meet Crow's terror-stricken eyes. Just as she was about to unleash her sleep-induced fury, her delicate nostrils suddenly flared. The stuffy wooden smell in the air was dispersed by an exotic fragrance. It was the scent of Crow's flowing blood. Having bathed in the church's supreme holy light purification for years, Crow's blood had been refined and stripped of all impurities. No trace of that earthy sour stench common to commoners. This blood carried a sweetness that made even a vampire's bones go weak. Like a vintage wine aged for 1,000 years, radiating a fatal allure. A loud gulp sounded from Lilith's throat. Her expression, originally twisted with sleep frustration, instantly transformed. Her crimson pupils contracted to pinpoint size as her lips curled upward inch by inch, revealing those two sharp, gleaming little fangs. So fragrant. She licked her dry lips, drool dripping down her chin, too preoccupied to wipe it away. How can you smell so good? Crow felt a chill shoot straight from his tailbone to his crown. The instincts honed from years walking the line between life and death screamed warnings before those red eyes. Run. Run now. This isn't human. He spat out the poison bottle, ignoring the searing pain in his hand, his legs thrusting violently to leap from the barrel's edge. Why run? Stay and play with me. Lilith giggled softly, her voice sweet and pliant, yet carrying a bone-chilling coldness. She didn't even move her body. The shadows around the barrel suddenly erupted like living things, morphing into over a dozen thick black vines coiling up the barrel's walls like serpents binding tightly around Crow's ankles. Let go. Get away from me. Crow lost his balance, tumbling headfirst through the vent. He thrashed wildly, clawing at the barrel's edge, desperately seeking something to grip. But those shadow vines gripped like iron tongs, coiling up his legs and leaving him dangling upside down in midair. Lilith rose gracefully, lifting her black gothic skirt. She walked barefoot along the barrel's inner wall, as if it were flat ground slowly approaching Crow. Crow stared at this deathly pale face mere inches away, so terrified he forgot to breathe. His limbs convulsed violently, his joints popping with dislocating sounds from the strain. "Do not kill me. I am the heresy inquisitor of the Holy Church." He wailed in a cracked voice, tears and mucus streaking his face, desperately invoking his patrons. "The church? What's that? Is it edible?" Lilith tilted her head, asking with innocent bewilderment. She didn't wait for Crow's response. Her mouth already gaping wide, revealing those razor-sharp fangs, she bit fiercely into the major artery of Crow's neck. Hiss! The sound of fangs puncturing flesh echoed through the enclosed barrel. Scorching pure blood flowed continuously down her fangs and into Lilith's throat. So sweet. She narrowed her eyes contentedly, arms wrapped around Crow's neck, humming with satisfaction. Crow's eyes bulged wide, his body convulsing violently. He could clearly feel his blood, his magic, even his life force, draining away at a terrifying, irreversible speed. His skin withered and wrinkled rapidly, sturdy muscles shrinking to nothing but a thin layer of skin. He wanted to scream, but his vocal cords had long been desiccated, leaving only weak hissing sounds. Despair, like a black tide, completely overwhelmed him. This executioner, who had made countless heretics tremble with fear, had become a little girl's bedtime drink. In less than 10 seconds, Crow's body went completely still. Lilith released her bite, licking the blood from her lips with undisguised contentment. She let out a small burp, releasing the shadow vine's control. The thoroughly drained husk lost its support, crashing flat onto the barrel floor. Whoosh! His bones crumbled like biscuits left out for half a month. Upon hitting the ground, it disintegrated into a pile of gray-white powder, not even a single larger bone fragment remaining. Lilith rubbed her slightly distended belly. Pulling the velvet blanket over herself, she yawned and lay back down in the corner. So full. Back to sleep. Just as the wine cellar of Blackstone Domain fell silent once more. Far away at church headquarters, the Pope suddenly watched the life soul stone representing Crow shatter into dust. Furious and alarmed, the Pope tore off his mask of hypocrisy entirely, declaring a holy war and mustering 50,000 crusaders to march east toward Blackstone Domain. Holy war. The hoarse, strained scream of Pope Paul I still reverberated against the vaulted ceiling of the Cathedral of Light. Outside, the sacred plaza, capable of holding 100,000 souls, had erupted into absolute frenzy. 50,000 heavily armored crusaders pressed down upon the white jade tiles like a colossal golden ingot of iron. They wore heavy, fully enclosed helmets engraved with cross motifs. Visors were lowered, revealing only pairs of bloodshot eyes burning with fanatical faith. Tens of thousands of pure white warhorses bearing a trace of Pegasus bloodline pawed the ground in restless agitation. Bright silver horseshoes struck sparks against the stone, sending flashes of blinding light scattering. The sound of heavy snorting mixed with the sour stench of horse manure, forcibly suppressed by the scent of holy water saturating the air. Archbishop Luke of Light stood atop a gilded chariot pulled by 8 Pegasi. The staff in his hand, embedded with a luminous crystal the size of a fist, struck hard against the chariot's floor. Boom! A ring of dazzling golden holy light radiated outward from the chariot. For the glory of the true God, purge the eastern heretics. Luke bellowed at the top of his lungs, spittle spraying onto the collar of his golden robes. Purge! Purge! The roar of 50,000 voices coalesced into a visible wave of sound. The force of it shattered the water columns of the fountains at the plaza's edge into fine mist midair. Heavy wheels began to turn. The great army advanced like a flowing river of molten lava, marching majestically out of the imperial capital's gates. In the middle of the column, over 1,000 white-robed priests clutched thick hymnals, chanting sacred songs in perfect unison. They poured every ounce of their magical power into their throats. The sound was powerful enough to rupture the eardrums of the living. Above their heads, a massive cross array condensed from pure holy light hovered in the sky like a small sun. The heat radiating from this false sun scorched the wild grass along the roadside, causing it to wither and curl instantly. The dried leaves trampled under horses' hooves crumbled into gray-yellow powder. As they passed through the fiefdoms of minor lords along the way, those nobles who typically threw their weight around scrambled out of their castles in sheer terror. They knelt in the muddy, holy light-scorched roads, their foreheads pressed against burning hot stones, raising a trail of transparent blisters, yet not daring to utter a single word of complaint. Cold sweat dripped down their chins, evaporating into wisps of white vapor before even hitting the ground. The great army didn't spare these mortals a single glance. Driven by an overwhelming zeal to crush everything in their path, they made straight for the eastern border. Meanwhile, in the back garden of Blackstone Domain, sunlight was filtered into fine fragments by the towering trees Evelyn had planted. The breeze carried the fresh green scent of freshly cut grass. Stretched between the trunks of 2 ancient trees that would require 10 people to encircle hung a wide hammock woven from ice silk vines. Lane, dressed in a loose linen shirt, lay sprawled across the netting. His left leg was bent, his right leg dangled over the edge of the hammock, his toes swaying idly back and forth. A half-read travelogue rested on his chest. His chest rose and fell slowly with his even breathing. A cross breeze swept through, causing the ropes at both ends of the hammock to creak with a slight grating sound. Helena had brought a small stool and sat in the shade of a tree not far from the hammock. On her nose sat a pair of single-lens copper-rimmed spectacles she'd picked up from the town. She held a charcoal pencil, rapidly calculating the final payment for the railway construction in her ledger. The beads of her abacus clicked with extreme care, as if afraid of disturbing her master's afternoon nap. Angelina, meanwhile, stood at a white jade round table. She had changed into a clean moon-white floral apron. Holding a small, unsharpened silver knife, she was peeling a mutated crystal grape just brought back from the rear mountain. The grape's skin was thin and translucent. With a gentle flick of the knife tip, the plump, pale purple flesh slipped out. A single drop of crystalline juice dripped from the blade, landing on the silver plate with a crisp sound. Angelina carefully arranged the peeled fruit neatly on the plate, her light blue eyes filled with intense focus. At this moment, a languid, bone-melting laziness permeated the entire backyard. Suddenly, without any warning, a strange wind swept in from the horizon. It carried no scent of earth, but rather a pungent, cloying sweetness of incense, ash, and burning spermaceti oil. Helena's nose twitched. Her charcoal pencil stopped. She looked up, pushed her single-lens spectacles up her nose, and gazed towards the west. On the distant horizon, the once gray sky looked as if someone had splashed it with a basin of molten iron. A continuous expanse of golden light spread, burning the clouds into a blinding, brilliant white. Then a strange vibration traveled through the ground. Buzz! Buzz! This was not the tremor of 10,000 galloping horses. This was the high-frequency sonic scream of tens of thousands of voices pushed to their absolute limit, amplified by amplification magic arrays. The tone was sharp and piercing, like thousands of rusty saws grating simultaneously against a sheet of iron. The radiance of the true God spreads. Fragments of lyrics, intermittent and broken, pierced into the territory like needle tips. The sound grew louder, more chaotic. Lane's brow furrowed deeply on the hammock. Beneath his tightly shut eyelids, his eyeballs rolled in irritation. The golden light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, striking directly across his face. Even with his eyes closed, he could sense the light before him turning into a glaring dark red. This light was not only bright, but carried a suffocating heat that stirred annoyance within him. Damn it! Lane muttered, his voice thick with the grogginess of being woken. He raised his arm and carelessly swept the travelogue resting on his forehead aside. The book thudded onto the grass with two dull thumps. The tune of the holy hymn suddenly soared. Male tenors mixed with female sopranos, catalyzed by the magic array, pierced straight through the castle walls, echoing and reverberating in the back garden. Lane felt as if his brain had been viciously stirred with a stick. His stomach churned, and all drowsiness was shattered to pieces by the tormenting noise. He ground his molars and turned over. Reaching out, he grabbed the goose-down pillow from under his head and pressed it firmly over his face and ears. What's all this wailing in the middle of the day? Can't a man get any sleep? Lane cursed, pressing the pillow over his ears in frustration. Angelina, who had been cutting fruit nearby, saw her young master's discomfort. She set down the fruit plate. A cold fury ignited within her light blue eyes, and behind her back 6 pure white wings of light unfurled with a sudden snap. Lane irritably pressed a pillow over his ears, muttering curses under his breath. The goose-down pillow was utterly useless against the piercing needle like him filtering in from outside. His temples throbbed painfully, and even his teeth ached with a sour sensation. As he rolled over, ready to vent his frustration by kicking the tree trunk, a soft click sounded by his ear. Angela set the silver fruit tray steadily upon the round white jade table. A half-peeled crystal grape tumbled out, touching the water stains on the tabletop. She didn't bother to pick it up. The usual gentle, air-headed warmth in her pale blue eyes instantly froze over. Deep within her pupils a layer of frost spread, chilling one to the bone. So noisy. She murmured softly, her voice as light as a sigh. The boss didn't sleep well last night. He's got dark circles. We can't let them disturb him. Her slender back arched slightly. The fabric at her back, hidden beneath her apron, suddenly bulged outward. Shunk. 6 pristine, spotless wings of light burst forth like 6 swords cleaving through the night. Each feather was condensed from pure primordial holy light, their edges shimmering with cold, sharp glints. The sudden expansion of her wings whipped up a powerful gale. The leaves of several towering trees nearby rustled violently under the pressure. Dead leaves spiraled up into the sky. Lane loosened his grip on his ears, lifting one eyelid halfway, squinting against the blinding white light. This airhead, why is she flashing her wings at noon? Blinding this young master. Before he could even finish his sentence, Angela's feet had already left the grass. Her knees bent slightly, her calf muscles tensing in an instant. With a muffled thud, the hard bluestone slabs where she had just stood cracked into spiderweb-like patterns. She shot upward like a white meteor streaking against the current, tearing through the air with such speed that a trail of afterimages lingered in the sky. Her moon-white floral apron fluttered loudly in the strong wind. In the blink of an eye, she had already cleared the white jade castle, flying straight toward the dazzling golden cruciform array. The scene cut to a wasteland dozens of miles away. 50,000 heavily armored crusaders marched in perfect unison, advancing like a massive golden iron plate. The snorting of warhorses mixed with the chanting of priests, causing even the sand on the ground to tremble. Upon a gilded war chariot, Grand Archbishop Luke sat with his eyes closed, reveling in the fanatical waves of sound from the faithful. He idly tapped the rhythm on the chariot side with his staff. Suddenly the chariot lurched violently. The 8 celestial horses pulling it let out a collective piercing shriek of terror, as if they had seen some fearsome natural enemy. The horses reared up, their front hooves kicking high, digging and desperately refusing to advance another step, no matter how much they were whipped. "What are you doing? Can't you even drive a chariot?" Luke stumbled from the jolt, nearly tumbling out of the carriage. He opened his eyes angrily, about to strike the charioteer's helmet with his staff. But his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the sky above, once brilliantly lit by golden holy light, darkening. A massive white shadow had abruptly severed the sunlight, looming over his head. Luke froze. Craning his thick short neck, he rolled his murky eyes upward. Hovering silently in midair directly before the 50,000-strong army was a young girl in a shabby apron. The 6 colossal wings of light behind her stretched across the heavens and earth like a mountain of snow. The white radiance they emitted was clean, cold, and utterly without a single impurity. It forcefully dimmed the Crusaders' formation light, which blazed like a small sun, into obscurity. What is that?" The Holy Knight Commander, perched on a tall horse nearby, gaped beneath his faceplate. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. Six wings, your grace. Is that a 6-winged battle angel recorded in the scriptures?" Shh. Luke's pupils contracted violently, his heart seizing as if squeezed by an invisible hand, skipping a beat. His staff nearly slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. An angel? The gods hadn't shown a true miracle in 1,000 years. How could a 6-winged angel suddenly appear out of thin air in this poor, remote eastern borderland? And that angel was wearing an apron stained with grease. And poking out of that apron's pocket was half a peeled crystal grape. Jealousy and panic churned violently in Luke's mind. He refused to believe this was a divine miracle. If a true god had descended, why wouldn't they go to the Pope instead of protecting that exiled heretical baron? Fake. It's all an illusion. Luke gnashed his molars, his face contorting, the fleshy jowls on his cheeks trembling. He grabbed the Holy Knight Commander's cloak collar, spittle spraying across the man's face. "Use your brain? How could a deity wear such vulgar clothes?" He pointed at the slender figure in the sky, his voice cracking like a duck being strangled. "This is an illusion conjured by that demon baron. He is insulting our faith. Blast her to pieces. Raze this territory to the ground." The priests below exchanged hesitant glances, their chanting petering out into silence. Many stared at the 6-winged figure in the sky, their legs turning weak, fighting the urge to kneel. That pressure stemming from the depths of their bloodline could not be faked. "Are you all deaf to my orders?" Luke, in a furious rage, swung his staff, striking the nearest priest on the head. The helmet was crushed, and the priest let out a scream before crumpling to the ground. "Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot for heresy." The archbishop's tyranny ultimately triumphed over their fear. Over 1,000 white-robed priests, trembling, re-raised their staffs and prayer books. The mage corps also gathered closer. Hurry up. Magic link coordinates locked. Prepare. Prepare to unleash the holy judgment." The commander roared hoarsely, his sweat soaking through his undergarments. The magical power of thousands converged to a single point, channeled through the formation lines beneath their feet. The temperature in the air skyrocketed. The withered grass spontaneously combusted with a whoosh, flames licking wildly. The golden cruciform array in the sky swelled dramatically like a monster that had gorged itself on blood. The blinding golden light illuminated the wasteland for 10 miles around, brighter than the noon sun. "Die? You vile forgery of the heretics." Luke laughed maniacally from his chariot, his eyes filled with the hysteria of a cornered man whose limits had been breached. "Burn her to ashes." At his command, the cruciform array in the sky contracted sharply. Then, tens of thousands of golden pillars of light, each as thick as a water barrel, descended like an inverted meteor shower. Dragging long tails of flame, they hurtled towards Angela with a devastating, world-consuming heat. The pillars of light shrieked as they tore through the air. Everywhere they passed, even space itself warped and twisted from the heat ripples spreading outward. This power was enough to vaporize a medium-sized city in an instant. Angela watched the golden holy light rain down from the sky with a blank expression, not even attempting to dodge. She merely raised the broken holy crucifix, sword in her hand, slowly. The next second a sight that made everyone's scalp crawl unfolded. The golden pillars raining down from the sky, carrying the acrid smell of scorched grass, were about to engulf Angelina. Archbishop Luke stood on his chariot, his mouth split wide open, a maniacal laugh trapped in his throat. The next second that laugh got stuck dead in his throat. The earth-shattering explosion never came, not even a wisp of black smoke from burnt flesh. Those thick golden pillars less than half an inch from the top of Angelina's head slammed on the brakes. The stray energy crackling at the edges of the pillars warped the air around them. But before Angelina, they were like a flock of ducks with their necks cruelly squeezed, unable to advance a single inch further. The raging heat dissipated instantly, the scorching wind replaced by a coolness carrying the scent of lilies. Thousands of priests raised their staves, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Strike! Strike down! Explode! A fat priest at the front stomped his feet in panic, gripping his wooden staff and pushing it down desperately, his knuckles turning deathly white. It was useless. The overwhelming divine power, like a stray dog that had finally found its long-lost master, severed its mental connection with the casters on the spot. Thousands of golden beams swirled docilely in midair, like living things wagging their tails, eagerly converging behind Angelina's head. The light contracted and condensed, instantly forming a massive angelic halo radiating tangible divine might. Angelina's slender figure hung in the center of the halo, the hem of her moon-white apron swaying gently in the breeze. The fat on Archbishop Luke's face twitched violently, the ruby scepter in his hand trembling like a sieve. Illusion. This is all an illusion. He roared with a hoarse, grating voice, spittle spraying onto the collar of his golden robe. Keep casting. Drain your mana. Kill her. Angelina tilted her head, her light blue eyes devoid of any extra emotion, as she only felt her eardrums throbbing from the noise. The broken half of the sacred cross sword in her hand slowly lifted half an inch. Too noisy. She muttered softly, then turned her wrist outward and casually swung the blade toward the direction of the 50,000 crusaders. An invisible ripple spread out from the cross-section of the broken sword. Then pure primordial holy light surged back like a breached tsunami, overwhelming the sky. The wave of light moved with astonishing speed. The leading paladins hadn't even finished raising their tower shields before they were utterly submerged in the white radiance. There was no sensation of burning flesh, no sound of snapping bones. This white light, carrying the warmth of a mother's hand, seeped through the gaps in their armor into every soldier's pores. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of metal splitting echoed across the wasteland. The steel greatswords and lances, etched with the church's insignia, quickly became covered in spiderweb-like cracks in the hands of the paladins. With a few clangs, they all shattered into piles of scrap metal beyond recognition. The golden-embellished staves in the priests' hands exploded into clouds of wood splinters, stabbing into their hands and drawing blood. But this wasn't the deadly part. The white light drilled into their minds, and the domineering holy aura brutally scoured their cerebral cortex. Those murderous thoughts instilled in them since childhood. Heretics must die. The Pope is the truth. Like black poisonous mushrooms parasitic in the cracks of their bones, were uprooted by the pure holy water. The war drums and bloodlust that had haunted their minds for years receded like filthy tidewater. A grizzled crusader veteran slammed both knees into the mud with a thud. His bloodshot eyes gradually cleared, revealing a dazed look of someone waking from a deep dream. What was I doing just now? He stared at his own calloused hands, then at the shattered sword hilt at his feet, his mind blank. I have a newborn daughter at home. Why did I come to this borderland to kill? The 50,000-strong army, as if struck by a paralysis spell, stood frozen in place. The wind blew across the sweat on their faces, bringing a chill that pierced to the bone. Archbishop Luke stood on the gilded chariot, his crotch long since soaked. A stream of yellow urine trickled down his ornate silk trousers, dripping onto the carriage floor and staining a small patch of wood grain. The stench of urine mixed with his pungent perfume, making the heavenly horses pulling the chariot snort restlessly, their hooves pawing at the dirt uneasily. You rebels. Pick up your weapons. Luke scrambled to the edge of the chariot, wildly waving his dimly glowing scepter. She's a demon. A heretic, blaspheming the true God. Attack, all of you. He kicked a paladin's shoulder, trying to shove him to his feet. The paladin didn't budge. He slowly raised his head, his eyes devoid of their former fervor, only a dead, icy coldness. The paladin looked up at the immaculate six-winged angel in the sky. Even clad in a shabby apron stained with a few drops of meat juice, the pressure of the true God's law radiated from her, crushing the soul. He then turned his head to look at the fat archbishop on the chariot, spewing filth and pissing his pants. In the back garden, Ryan rolled over on his hammock, his ears finally clear of noise. He took the pillow off his face, yawned sleepily, and smacked his lips in satisfaction. On the wasteland, even the wind had stopped. Only the occasional rustle of warhorses pawing at the soil broke the silence. The 50,000 crusaders stood dumbfounded, gazing at the six-winged angel radiating the true God's majesty in the sky, then at the archbishop pissing himself in terror beside them. The belief system they had so desperately pursued collapsed in an instant. The sound of a clang. The half of the sword hilt remaining in the paladin commander's hand slipped from his palm and clattered against the iron armor at the edge of his boot. He felt as if the marrow in his knees had been drained from him. His calves were as soft as freshly mixed mud, no longer able to support his massive body weighing over 200 gene. With a thud, his kneecaps slammed heavily onto the gravel-strewn wasteland, forcibly gouging out 2 shallow pits. Sharp stones embedded themselves into the gaps of his knee pads, yet he did not even frown. He raised his head, staring fixedly at the figure in midair, enveloped by 6 pure white wings of light. His cracked lips trembled uncontrollably, his upper and lower teeth chattering with a faint clicking sound. Tears mixed with cold sweat streaming down his forehead, carved 2 muddy furrows on his face. True God. An envoy of the true God. He squeezed out broken syllables from his throat like a child lost for most of his life, finally finding his home. His back and waist bent sharply, and his forehead slammed into the muddy ground with a bang. This kowtow was like throwing a spark into a haystack. The first row of paladins knelt down, followed by the second, then the third. The dull noise of steel armor grinding and clashing spread like waves toward the rear of the army. 50,000 men fell like wheat blown by the wind of vast dark sea, kneeling. Only the heavy sound of kowtows remained on the wasteland. Archbishop Luke stood on that gilded war chariot, becoming the sole commander, standing in this sea of people. The yellow water in his crotch had long gone cold. When the cold wind blew, it stuck to his thighs, sticky and clammy. Stand up, you bunch of spineless scum. All of you stand up. He brandished the dim, lusterless ruby staff, swinging it wildly in the air. The tip of the staff accidentally struck the driver's helmet with a dull thud. Luke's fat face twisted into a mass, spittle flying far. She's a fake. It's heretical illusion. Kill her. He strained his neck in a dry howl, his voice cracking like an old rooster with its neck stuck. Several paladins kneeling beside the wheel ruts slowly raised their heads. The fervor and reverence in their eyes instantly froze when they looked at Luke, revealing a cold, murderous intent. The leading knight commander stood up and brushed the dirt off his knees. He stepped onto the war chariot and grabbed the collar of Luke's splendid silk robe. You old pig, spewing filth from your mouth, dare to blaspheme the divine envoy. The knight commander gritted his teeth and with a wrist exertion lifted the archbishop, who weighed over 300 gene, like pulling a radish. Luke hung in midair, his short legs flailing wildly, and the staff slipped from his hand and fell onto the chariot floor. You dare touch me. I am personally appointed by the Pope. Before he could finish, several knights nearby had already come forward. They pulled down the coarse hemp reins from the warhorses and looped them around Luke's neck and armpits. With a sharp sound, the rope tightened fiercely, cutting deep grooves into the archbishop's fat. The men quickly tied him into a solid meat bundle and kicked him over onto the carriage floor. Luke's face was flushed red, his mouth stuffed with a dirty rag torn from somewhere, and he could only let out muffled grunts. The army fell back into dead silence. 50,000 men held their breath, even deliberately slowing their heartbeats by half a beat. Tens of thousands of eyes looked up at Exiled in the sky, with full expectation, waiting for her to deliver an oracle or guide them to the holy land of their souls. Exiled hovered in midair, glancing down at the farce below. She reached up and scratched her ear, her light blue eyes revealing a trace of annoyance at being disturbed. She twirled the broken sword in her hand, shaking off the remaining holy light from the blade. So noisy. Her voice was not loud, but it clearly pierced into everyone's ears across the empty wasteland. There was no ethereal teaching, nor any merciful blessing. Her delicate face was only full of impatience, her long brows knitted together. What are you wailing about in the middle of the day, eh? She pointed toward the white jade castle behind her, her tone carrying a hint of admonition. Be quiet, the young master is sleeping. Exiled thrust the broken sword back into the ragged cloth scabbard at her waist, casually smoothing the wrinkles on her moon-white skirt. I still have to go back and tend the soup. If I don't watch that pot of demon bare bones, the heat will be overdone. After saying that, she didn't even spare the believers an extra glance. The 6 wings of light on her back suddenly retracted, dissolving into specks of white light that scattered into the air. Like a swallow folding its wings, she drew a clean parabola in the sky. She steadily crossed the white jade courtyard wall and landed in the castle's backyard. The knight commander kneeling in the front row was stunned. Propping himself on the bricks, he craned his neck and peered into the yard through the gap of the open gate. The scene before him completely shattered the pillar called faith in his mind into dust. That 6-winged angel who had just radiated boundless divine power, making them believe a true God had descended, was walking toward a broken iron pot set on black stones. She casually pulled down a dirty apron stained with dark brown grease from a wooden rack beside her and skillfully tied it around her waist. She then reached for a long-handled ladle, stirred the pot a couple of times, and bent down to smell the soup. Beside her, a female dragon squatting under a tree and gnawing on raw meat shouted something at her. The angelic cook wasn't annoyed as she walked over and nudged the female dragons, but with her toe and handed over a steaming piece of bread. The crusaders' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The true god is working as a cook for that demon baron. The knight commander's swallowing was as difficult as swallowing knives, his throat dry and burning. In this day and age, even the lofty angels have to work as long-term laborers for a border bully just to get a meal. Then what the hell are those ascetics like them who eat chaff and swallow vegetables in the church and can't even afford a good piece of cloth? The decades of indoctrination about the aloofness and otherworldliness of the gods were shattered into pieces by this pot of milky, white-boned soup. An irrepressible commotion erupted among the crowd. In the church we can't even eat our fill and still get whipped at Haishi territory. We might get a bowl of soup cooked by an angel. Someone shouted, "Rebellion. This damn church is not worth staying in." The crowd kneeling on the ground boiled over like water, suddenly exploding into chaos. 50,000 men abandoned the flags emblazoned with the church's emblem, stepping on the scrap metal on the ground. Like a pack of stray dogs finding a new master, they scrambled toward the white jade gate of Haishi territory. "Take us in. We eat little and work a lot. We can chop wood and feed horses." The chaotic clamor of job-seeking voices converged, making the castle's glass windows buzz. Back garden. Lion had just moved the goose-down pillow covering his ears a crack when he heard the overwhelming noise outside. He opened his eyes with 2 drops of tired tears at the corners. He sat up, propping himself on the edge of the hammock, his hair a messy bird's nest. What's this act now? He yawned widely, shuffled in slippers to the courtyard wall, and leaned half his body out to look down. Below was a dense sea of people, their gleaming white heavy armor dazzling his eyes. Tens of thousands of men knelt outside the gate, gazing up at him with eager eyes as passionately as if they were looking at a freshly roasted piece of meat. Lion rubbed his swollen brow, feeling his forehead throbbing with pain. It had only been a few days and his household already had to feed 100,000 voracious green-skinned orcs. And now tens of thousands of iron cans had come running. Hai Lun Na came over hugging a ledger, and when she saw the scene outside she gasped. The abacus beads clicked as she quickly calculated, and she lowered her voice to remind him, "Boss, 50,000 strong laborers. That could save a lot on buying draft animals." Lion pursed his lips, disdainfully brushing off the grass leaves stuck to his pajamas. 50,000 crusaders had directly defected, refusing to return to the church, and surged into Haishi territory in a mighty wave, kneeling to beg Lion to take them in. Lion, awakened by the vast crowd, looked at these fervent paladins, sighed, and pointed toward the stables in the distance. Lane's finger hung lazily in midair, pointing toward the row of spacious stables built of ironwood at the western edge of the territory. The knight commander, kneeling in the front row, followed the direction of that finger. Behind his visor his face was full of confusion, a sweat dripped down his rough chin, splashing onto his breastplate. "And my lord." The knight commander's Adam's apple rolled twice as he swallowed a mouthful of earthy saliva, his voice hoarse and dry. "You mean, let us lead the war horses inside, and then form a holy guard knight order for you?" A flicker of hope rekindled in his eyes, and even his back straightened secretly by half an inch. Lane snorted with disdain, as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. He pulled the dry towel from his forehead and casually tossed it onto a nearby wicker chair. "Guard order. Even when I take an afternoon nap, I have angels and dragons guarding my door." He picked his ear with his little finger and flicked off the debris from his fingernail. "You tens of thousands of tin cans can't even block a single sword aura from my maid. You'd be a waste of space even as decorations." The knight commander's expectant expression froze instantly, and the tens of thousands behind him held their breath. Lane stepped down from the platform, his leather slippers slapping against the white jade floor tiles. "Listen up. From today on you will all strip off that so-called Crusader Knight title." He pointed to the tens of thousands of pure white warhorses that were stamping the ground restlessly. "Take off your armor and join the logistics brigade. See those horse droppings? Each of you grab a shovel and sweep the ground." Lane yawned, a glint of moisture appearing at the corner of his eye. "If you don't clean properly or move too slowly, there's no bone soup for you tonight." The tens of thousands of once haughty holy knights were all stunned, making these baptized elites work as menial manure sweepers. But no one dared to protest. The six-winged angel in the sky, who had just shattered their faith with a single move, stood at the kitchen door, holding a cleaver staring at them. The knight commander gritted his teeth and swallowed his pride, taking the lead to unclasp his chest buckle. Clang! The heavy breastplate fell onto the muddy ground. The tens of thousands, as if their spines had been removed, dejectedly lined up to receive brooms and shovels. Lane ignored them and strolled over to the warhorses. These horses were no ordinary beasts. They carried celestial horse blood in their veins, their coats pure white, without a single strand of other color. A faint sacred glow shimmered around their hooves, and even a snort could emit sparks of magical fire. Each held its head high, their eyes radiating an arrogant intelligence. Lane reached out and stroked the mane on a horse's neck, feeling its smoothness. Boss, Helena approached with a ledger in her arms and abacus swinging at her waist. She adjusted her monocle, furrowed her brows, and pointed at the tens of thousands of warhorses. These big beasts look impressive, but their appetites are terrifying. She scribbled a few marks on the parchment with a charcoal stick, clicking her teeth in distress. They consume at least 10,000 gene of fine feed a day, and we have to mix in magical herbs, or they'll lose weight. We don't even have enough magical wheat for people to eat, let alone waste it on them. At that, Lane's face darkened instantly. He hated nothing more than these money-losing things that ate without working. Celestial horse bloodline. In my place, they're just cart-pulling material. Lane turned and shouted toward the blacksmith's forge. Shorty, get people to make 10,000 iron yokes. Tong Shui was just taking a drink from his cup to quench his thirst. Hearing the order, he casually wiped the foam from his beard, grabbed his iron hammer, and rushed out. Half an hour later, over 10,000 crude heavy steel yokes were roughly forced onto these noble warhorses. The warhorses had never endured such humiliation. They wildly shook their necks and kicked their hind legs high, trying to shake off the iron contraptions. A few hot-tempered leaders even opened their mouths to bite at the orc laborers nearby who were adjusting the harnesses. Dare to kick. Freya, who was squatting by the pool, washing her hands, snorted coldly. Without even turning around, she flicked some water droplets from her hand toward the horses. A pure-blooded draconic might hailing from the pinnacle of the ancient food chain crashed down like an invisible mountain. The celestial horses, which had been kicking and stamping moments ago, instantly seemed to have their tendons yanked out. Thud thud. Tens of thousands of warhorses knelt in unison in the mud, their front legs pressed tightly to the ground, not daring even to snort. The arrogance in their eyes turned to terror, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. Hitch them up, get them to pull carts. Lane waved his hand. Soon a bizarre spectacle appeared on the wasteland. Pure white warhorses radiating sacred light dragged broken wooden carts piled with household garbage, red bricks, and mud. They strained forward, veins bulging on their necks. The holy light on their hooves illuminated the rotten vegetable leaves and horse dung on the cartboards, creating an utterly surreal scene. The retired knights, sweeping the ground, clutched their shovel handles tightly, their eyes red, watching their sacred mounts being used as mules for hauling trash. Their worldview shattered into nothing. Work? What are you looking at? An orc overseer holding a whip walked over, cracking it in the air, and barked in broken common tongue. The knights shuddered, lowered their heads, and shoveled the horse dung with effort. Lane looked at the orderly worksite and clapped his hands in satisfaction. The sunlight was a bit dazzling. Yawning, he sauntered slowly toward the hammock in the castle's rear garden. The Crusader threat had become a complete joke, and he had gained tens of thousands of free laborers. This deal was a huge profit. He rolled over into the hammock woven from ice silk vines. Just as he found a comfortable position, hands behind his head. Ding! A thunderous noise exploded in his mind without warning. The sound was as loud as a bronze gong striking right beside his eardrum. Lane startled, nearly rolling off the edge of the hammock. His teeth bit his tongue, and he tasted a faint trace of blood. TSK, what's wrong with this damn system? He rubbed his ringing temples, cursing inwardly. Then a series of dazzling golden characters popped up on his retina. System determination: host has successfully inducted the church's expeditionary army as manure-sweeping menials and demoted the sacred celestial horses to garbage cart drivers. Hidden achievement triggered ultimate luxury and trampling divine authority. Lane froze, his eyes widening slightly. Before he could react, a virtual blind box radiating iridescent light spun out right in the center of his vision. The box's surface was covered with intricate magical arrays, exuding an aura of spatial law that made one's heart tremble. Lane's drowsiness vanished instantly. He stared fixedly at the blindingly colorful blind box's atoms, apple bobbing rapidly. Just as the crisis of the church's complete annihilation was resolved, a loud ding suddenly rang in Lane's mind. The system determined that he had completed the hidden achievement, ultimate luxury, and trampling divine authority, and an ultimate blind box radiating multicolored light popped open on his retina. Lane licked his bitten lip and mentally jabbed hard at the luminous box. What the hell is this thing now? An ultimate blind box. Could it possibly contain a heavenly kingdom? Lane's fingertip had just poked the colorful blind box. A faint tingling numbness traveled from his fingertip like a static shock from a dry winter garment. The intricate array patterns on the surface of the blind box instantly came to life, crawling from his finger pad toward his wrist. Click! A crisp sound of a mechanism springing open echoed in his mind. The prismatic light suddenly contracted inward, then exploded like a fountain, its radiance dazzling the eyes. A parchment-yellowed blueprint fluttered down and landed in Lane's palm. On top of the blueprint lay a transparent stone the size of a fist, pulsing like a heart. Inside the stone was not water. Rather, it was a twisted vortex of stars. Gazing at it for too long made one's mind feel as if being sucked into the void, with a sour taste rising in the stomach. Mythical grade floating sky city blueprint bonus space anti-gravity core engine. The harsh gong-like system notification had barely faded when Lane's eyes lit up. He casually tossed the pulsing heart into the air, caught it steadily, and felt its cool touch. A fine treasure, he muttered, rubbing the back of his hand against his nose. These past few days, while taking afternoon naps, a few oversized mutated flower mosquitoes had been buzzing around his ears. And on the ground, the smell of horse manure and earthy dirt that couldn't be swept away stung his nostrils whenever the wind blew, giving him a headache. If I moved this courtyard up above the clouds, who could still reach me? Lane sat up from his hammock and bellowed at the top of his lungs. Helena, Shorty, both of you get over here. Within 2 minutes, the sound of heels clicking against white jade floor tiles echoed. Helena ran over, clutching the repaired rosewood abacus, panting. Boss, what is it now? I was just calculating the food expenses for those big beasts in the night order. She had sweat on her forehead, her monocle askew on her nose, and a charcoal pencil in her hand. Tong Chue staggered out from the backyard, carrying an iron hammer bigger than himself, reeking of alcohol. White iron filings clung to his red braided beard. Young master, what do you need me for? I was still engraving patterns on those fine gold jewelry pieces. Lane said nothing, simply unfurled the sheepskin blueprint in his hand. The scroll, 2 meters long, unrolled in the wind, draping onto the lawn and bending a few blades of grass. It was densely covered with gears, magical conduits, and anti-gravity array nodes. Just a glance from Helena made her mouth form a perfect round O. Thump! The abacus fell from her arms, its beads clattering with a dull wooden crash. You want to uproot the entire castle and make it fly? She stuttered so badly her tongue twisted, clutching her head with both hands and tugging at her brown messy hair. Boss, you've gone mad. This would burn through so many mana crystals. The money we just earned isn't enough for this. Lane dug at his ear with a finger, then flicked away a speck of earwax with disgust. Can money breed? Your young master wants to live in the sky. He shoved the transparent spatial core into Helena's hands. The stone was so cold it made her shiver. Use this as the engine, no need to burn your precious crystals. Lane kicked Tong Chue's iron boots. Go call all the shit sweepers and dirt diggers outside. It's time to start. Tong Chue's eyes were glued to the gear structures on the blueprint, unable to look away. He swallowed hard, snatched the blueprint, and his eyes blazed with excitement. Hell yes. I've never even dreamed of arrays like these in my life. I'm in. The dwarf hoisted his iron hammer and charged toward the gate like a frenzied wild boar. Green-skinned whelps, grab your tools. Start digging the foundation. Within half an hour, the periphery of the White Jade Castle in Haishi territory had turned into a boiling mess of chaos. 100,000 orc laborers stripped to the waist, swinging fine steel shovels, madly digging trenches around the castle walls. Dirt flew, yellow dust rising over 10 meters, choking everyone with coughs. The newly assigned logistics crusader paladins, clutching broken wooden brooms, were driven by orc overseers to haul earth. Once lofty knights, now covered in black mud, they panted heavily. Sweat streamed down their rough cheeks, leaving 2 comical white streaks through the mud. Hurry, pry open that black rock. Sauer, bare-chested, stood on a dirt slope and roared at the top of his lungs. Helena, charcoal pencil in hand, climbed up and down the deep trenches, her skirt completely smeared with yellow mud. She directed a few refugees who had a smattering of magical knowledge, using red pigment mixed with dragon blood to carve the anti-gravity array circuits stroke by stroke on the exposed bedrock. With every stroke, a faint blue ripple of magical energy spread through the air. The entire ground around the castle trembled slightly, pebbles hopping restlessly. It was as if a terrifying ancient giant beast was about to awaken beneath the earth. Lane had moved a rocking chair to a spot slightly farther upwind, avoiding the flying dust. He yawned, scratching his calf with his toe. Your young master is going to count stars beside the moon tonight. Amid this earth-shaking construction frenzy, a merchant caravan carriage slowly trundled along the broken dirt road leading to the territory. The carriage looked a bit old. Most of the paint on the outside had peeled off the wooden panels, covered in dried mud spots. No guild emblem was hung, and the 2 old horses pulling it were so thin their ribs showed. The driver wore a tattered straw hat hunched over and quietly merged the carriage into the convoy transporting timber. The wheels rolled over a protruding stone, jolting the carriage violently. A hand in a black silk glove gently lifted the edge of the thick cotton curtain. A pair of cold, sharp eyes carrying the scrutinizing gaze of a superior peered out through the gap. The scene inside the carriage was a stark contrast to its dilapidated exterior. Beneath their feet lay a soft snow fox fur rug, and on the low table burned expensive calming incense, its blue smoke curling upward, exuding a soothing, cool, woody scent. While Haishi territory was in full swing with its ascension project, a seemingly ordinary shabby merchant carriage, without any emblem, quietly slipped into the territory. Inside the carriage sat the Imperial Second Princess Ao Daly, who was traveling incognito, attempting to probe Lane's background. The sound of the wheels rolling over the road changed. It was no longer the muffled thud of muddy ground, but the sharp, grating screech of hard objects rubbing against each other. Your Highness, this road is somewhat eerie. The horse's legs are trembling. The coachman lowered his voice, filtering in from outside the carriage, his tone trembling like a withered leaf in the autumn wind. Audrey sat on the soft snowfox fur cushion. She raised her hand, her fingertips clad in black velvet gloves pressing against the rough edge of the curtain. With a slight twist of her wrist, she parted it by a slit 2 fingers wide. The light from outside pierced through the gap into the carriage, making her pupils contract sharply. She instinctively turned her head aside, raising the back of her hand to shield her eyes. A few drops of physiological tears welled up at the corners of her eyes, and it took several seconds for her to adjust to the blinding glare. Audrey cast her gaze outside again. The moment she saw the road, her breath caught. The surface gleamed with a dazzling metallic yellow light. No mud, no gravel. This wide carriageway was actually paved with molten pure gold. She could even clearly see the lumps of gold at the edges that hadn't solidified properly, flowing into droplets. Audrey bit down hard on her lower lip, her teeth sinking into the flesh, tasting a faint rusty hint of blood. Even the heavily guarded royal treasury of the imperial capital could never have produced so much liquid gold to pave the road. This was trampling the empire's fiscal foundation like mud. She forced herself to look away toward the deep yellow soil ditches on both sides of the road. Dozens of bare-chested green-skinned orcs were shouting rough work chants. They carried ironwood sleepers thicker than water vats on their shoulders, trudging through the mud with deep, uneven steps. And beside these orcs, a group of human men were lifting the logs together. These humans wore only coarse white linen undergarments, which were already soaked through with sweat. Silver crosses hung around their necks, swinging against their chests with each movement. Crusaders. Audrey gasped, a chill scraping painfully against her lungs. The elite paladins of the Church of Light, fanatical believers who held even the royal family in contempt. Now they were toiling alongside the lowliest orc laborers, heads bowed, grunting as they moved bricks. She rubbed her sore eyes, thinking she was hallucinating. Her gaze then extended further into the distance. A pointy-eared elf woman was crouching on a ridge of the field. A faint green glow emanated from her fingertips, and half-meter-tall, unknown fruit trees sprang up, instantly laden with fruits, exuding a rich magical aura. At the end of the line of sight, the massive white jade castle was even more extravagant. Deep trenches had been dug around its foundation. Hundreds of refugees were using red paint to carve complex magical circuits into the rock layers. Glowing blue mana flowed along the circuits, and large plumes of white steam erupted from underground. The smell of sulfur mixed with the earthy scent of mud drifted into the carriage on the wind. An anti-gravity array. He wants to lift the entire castle into the sky. Audrey clenched her hands into fists, her nails digging into her palms through the gloves. The Royal Intelligence Network was a bunch of useless freeloaders. This was supposed to be a godforsaken exile land. A penniless, worthless baron. Stop. She tapped twice on the side panel of the carriage, her voice dry. The carriage pulled up next to a pile of unused ironwood, partially concealing the vehicle. Audrey pulled a gray nondescript round stone from her bosom. This was the royal secret treasure, Shadow's Tear, capable of masking all a living being's aura and heartbeat fluctuations. She gripped the stone tightly. An icy sensation crawled up from her palm to her forearm, and a layer of translucent gray ripples enveloped her entire body. She lifted her skirt, slipped silently off the carriage, and landed on the grass. Her target was the rear garden of the white jade castle ahead. The sound of her saws crushing dead leaves was completely swallowed by the secret treasure. She pressed herself against the cold jade wall, inching forward bit by bit. Her heart pounded violently against her ribs, making her eardrums throb. Turning a corner, the sight of the rear garden came into view. Charcoal burned with a crackling sound, blue smoke spiraling upward. Lion was lounging in a wicker rocking chair, his eyelids half closed, holding a sharpened bamboo skewer in his hand. On the skewer were several pieces of freshly grilled magical beast meat, sizzling with golden oil. Angelia, too much salt. Lion chewed twice, then spat out a small bone fragment the size of a fingernail, which hit the ground with a soft clatter. It's salty enough to choke a horse. Did you tip over the salt jar? The angel chef stood beside him, holding a wooden spice jar, looking dazed. Her light blue eyes darted around, and she awkwardly hid the jar behind her apron. Oh, boss, I'll shake it fewer times next time. She stammered an apology, wiping the fine sweat from her forehead with a towel. Lion turned over, adjusting to a more comfortable position. His peripheral gaze casually glanced toward the holly bush at the edge of the courtyard wall. In fact, 5 minutes earlier, the system in his mind had been frantically popping up alarms, throbbing with pain in his brain. Royal secret treasure. In front of these god-level made powerhouses, it was no different from having a searchlight on top of her head. In broad daylight, a woman was crouching in the bushes with her rear sticking out, not even caring if the thorns on the leaves scratched her dress. Lion could even hear her suppressed breathing, intermittent like a frightened quail. Young master, Fu Lei leaned in her nose, twitching vigorously in the air. Her dark, golden vertical pupils had already locked onto the bush, and she wiped a bit of meat grease on her fingers against the red hunting dress. There's a sour smell of an outsider over there. It's annoying. She cracked her knuckles, tapped the floor tiles with her toes, and made as if to charge over. I'll drag her out, crush her, and throw her out of the yard, okay? Don't always crush things, keep her, she's useful. Lion lowered his voice, yawning with a hint of roasted meat flavor. He looked at the skewer of still steaming roasted meat in his hand. A drop of hot grease slid down the meat and landed on his index finger. It burned enough to make him flinch slightly. Lion exerted force with his fingers gripping the end of the bamboo skewer. He flicked his wrist backward without even turning his head. Audrey, crouching in the bushes, thought she was perfectly hidden. Suddenly, Lion, who had been reclining with his eyes closed on the rocking chair, casually tossed a freshly grilled meat skewer backward, accurately hitting her skirt. Stop hiding. Aren't your legs numb from squatting in that hole? Come out and have something hot to eat. The still warm bamboo skewer landed squarely upon the dark purple silk skirt. Grease rolled down from the tip of the stick. A faint sizzling hiss escaped. The scalding meat fat instantly seared through the expensive fabric, leaving behind a conspicuous dark oil stain. Audrey crouched within the holly bushes, her blood running cold as ice. Her hand, clad in a black velvet glove, clenched tightly around the dull gray tear of shadow. Her palm was slick with sweat. The gray ripples on the stone surface which masked its aura flickered twice before fading into darkness. With a sharp crack, the royal treasure shattered into worthless pebbles in her hand. The fragments slipped through her fingers, falling onto the dirt. Her breath caught in her throat, her chest aching. As the Empire's most astute second princess, her face, usually a mask of arrogance, was now rigid as stone. She had been discovered. Her proudest concealment arts were nothing but a pathetic joke before this baron. What's the matter? Do you need me to send a grand sedan chair to invite you out? Lane let out a yawn tinged with the scent of roast meat, his voice drifting over with the wind. It carried a lazy, uninterested tone. Audrey bit down hard on her lower lip, her teeth sinking into the tender flesh and drawing a faint taste of blood. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath of the flower-scented air, forcing the panic deep within her heart. Bracing her hands on the dirt-covered ground, she slowly rose to her feet. A few withered yellow leaves clung to her hair, which she gently brushed away. Smoothing the wrinkles on her skirt, she stepped out from the bushes. Her heeled leather boots clicked sharply against the white jade tiles. Lifting her chin slightly, she attempted to reclaim the royal dignity she had lost. The Baron's perception is indeed sharper than the rumors suggest. Her voice was cold and aloof, carrying an air of distant arrogance. She had just taken a step forward when a deep, guttural growl erupted from beside the campfire. Freya paused mid-bite, her bone held in her hands. Crouching on the ground, she turned her head, her dark, golden vertical pupils locking onto Audrey's neck. Several silver scales flipped up on the pale skin of her throat. A fierce, killing intent lashed across Audrey's face like a blade. What stray cat is this, daring to crouch by the young master's wall and eavesdrop? Freya dropped the bone, cracking her knuckles. Enough. Put away your claws, Lane said without even fully opening his eyes, gesturing downward with his hand. He gestured with his chin towards the skewer of meat on the ground, now speckled with dirt. Pick up that skewer and eat it. Lane leaned back in his rocking chair, his fingers tapping idly against the wooden armrest. Angelina spent the whole afternoon roasting that. Don't waste the food. Audrey looked down at the skewer. It was speckled with bits of grass, and the grease was beginning to congeal and turn white in the cold wind. Her brow furrowed deeply, a flash of undisguised disgust flickering in her eyes. She was a princess. From childhood, she had dined on snow mountain fowl preserved with magical crystals and sipped century-aged elf nectar. To think she was being told to eat this, a coarse thing even street thugs might turn their noses up at. I refuse. Audrey's voice was frigid, her hands clasped neatly over her abdomen. I came here not to eat such foul scraps. I carry the Empire's. A long, deep, sonorous, and rhythmic gurgle erupted from her stomach, echoing through the empty rear garden. The sound emanated from her flat abdomen, seeming to curve 3 times in the air. A suffocating silence fell over the scene. Angelina, who had been in the middle of cutting fruit, froze mid-slice, her pale blue eyes staring intently at her. Lilith poked her head out from behind Lane, curiously sniffing the air. Audrey's fair, coldly elegant face flushed a vivid red, spreading like a cloth. The blush crept from her neck all the way to the tips of her ears. Her legs were frozen in place, her toes curling tightly against the soles of her boots, wishing she could dig a hole and crawl straight into the ground. How humiliating. To evade her elder brother's spies these past days, she had slept rough and eaten sparingly. Her stomach was empty enough to hold an entire cow. And the aroma wafting from that roasted meat was simply overpowering. The pungent fragrance of cumin mingled with the sweet scent of monster fat purified by holy light. The smell was like a barbed hook, snagging her nostrils and violently tugging her stomach acids upward. She swallowed frantically, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Lane smirked, letting out a merciless laugh. Your stomach's rumbling louder than the pigs in the back hills, and you're still trying to play the high and mighty act. He shifted to a more comfortable position. Eat. If you don't finish it, I'll have my dragon here crush your jaw and shove it down your throat. Freya bared her teeth in a show of compliance, revealing a set of pearly white fangs. Audrey clenched her jaw, a wave of humiliation drowning her rationality. Trembling, she bent down, pinching the end of the bamboo skewer between two fingers, and picked up the meat. The grease smeared onto her black velvet gloves, sticky and unpleasant. She squeezed her eyes shut, treating this as a form of torture. Her lips parted slightly, tentatively biting into the smallest morsel at the edge. Her teeth closed gently. A crisp crunch. The perfectly roasted brittle skin shattered between her lips. And then the rich, piping hot meat juices, bursting with an indescribable sweetness, exploded like a bomb on her tongue. It wasn't greasy in the slightest, instead it held a refreshing clarity like snow melt. More importantly, as the piece of meat slid down her throat, a gentle and pure primordial holy light flowed down her esophagus as a wave of warmth. This warmth surged through her limbs and bones, racing all the way until it crashed into the mana circuits near her heart. Audrey's eyes flew open, her emerald green pupils contracting violently. 3 years ago, an assassin sent by the first prince had wounded her mana foundation with a dagger coated in shadow poison. For 3 years, whenever she tried to channel even a sliver of her mana, it felt like tens of thousands of steel needles piercing her chest simultaneously. All the Empire's priests had been helpless. But now that warm holy light wrapped around her damaged mana circuits. The searing pain that had tormented her for over 1,000 days and nights melted away like snow under a scorching sun. The blocked mana nodes were actually showing faint signs of reconnecting. This meat contains a miracle. Audrey stared blankly at the half-eaten skewer in her hand, her mind completely wiped clean. Royal doctrines, aristocratic etiquette, and lofty pride were all ground into dust before this skewer of meat that could heal her affliction. She no longer cared about her image. Opening her mouth wide, she took a ferocious bite into the remaining meat. Grease splattered onto the tip of her nose and smeared across her cheeks. She didn't even bother to wipe it. Her cheeks bulged as she chewed furiously with her back teeth. She even crunched loudly through the cartilage, swallowing it all down with the meat juices. 1 piece, 2 pieces. In less than 10 breaths, an entire skewer of demon bear meat larger than a fist disappeared into her stomach. Still not satisfied, she extended a pink tongue. She licked around her lips, rolling the last drop of grease into her mouth. A loud gulp echoed in the air. Freya watched, utterly dumbfounded, nearly dropping the new skewer she had just picked up. This woman eats like a starving ghost. Her table manners are worse than mine. Angelina commented emotionlessly, continuing to slice her apple. Lane slapped his thigh, laughing so hard tears almost sprang from his eyes. Not bad, not bad. That attitude of wolfing down your food is a much better look than that dead fish face you had on earlier. He casually picked up a clean white towel, crumpled it into a ball, and lobbed it at Audrey's face. Wipe that messy face of yours. It's covered in grease. You look like a flour pig that just rooted around in a mud pit. Audrey caught the towel, her movements freezing. She looked at the skewer in her hand, licked completely clean with not a scrap of meat left. Then she recalled her own gluttonous, ragged behavior from moments before. The blush on her face exploded, instantly reddening to the point of dripping blood. She wished she could find a sword and run herself through. An imperial princess of the realm devouring a skewer of meat with zero dignity in front of a useless baron. She took several deep, shaky breaths, her chest heaving. She grabbed the towel and roughly wiped around her mouth. The coarse fabric chafed, her lips raw and swollen. When she tossed the towel at her feet, the flush on her face had been forcibly suppressed. The sharp, calculating light of a politician reignited in her emerald green eyes. She straightened her back, smoothed down her crumpled skirt, and walked step by step to stand directly in front of Lane's rocking chair. Having eaten and drunk her fill, Audrey wiped the grease from her lips and regained her shrewd composure. She revealed her identity directly and proposed a mad plan. She wanted to form an alliance with Lane, using the power of Blackstone territory to launch a coup and overthrow the first prince. After listening, Lane casually pointed to his sore shoulder. Lion's greasy fingers, still glistening with the roast's oil, dangled lazily in the air. The nail bed still bore a faint pinkish hue from the hot spring. That finger so blatantly crossed over the scattered bones on the low table and pointed directly at the sore spot above his own left collarbone. Audrey's impassioned coup plan, which had just been flowing in a torrent, was abruptly severed at the throat as if by a rusty pair of iron scissors. Her emerald pupils dilated twice their size. Her gaze locked onto that swaying finger, a vein on her forehead throbbing uncontrollably. The wind rustled through the mutated tulips in the garden, producing a soft scraping sound. Lion yawned, 2 physiological tears of fatigue welling in the corners of his eyes. It's been raining these days, and the sour ache in my shoulder bones seeps out through the cracks. He tilted his neck, not even deigning to look the imperial heir in the eye. An alliance? Sure. Come here, give this young master a good shoulder rub. If you make me comfortable, we can talk about anything. Audrey's breath stopped entirely. She felt as if a swarm of hornets had exploded in her mind, buzzing and rattling her scalp. Who was she? The most exalted second princess of the empire, commanding legions, a jewel of imperial power, to whom even the prime minister bowed. And this exiled bastard waste dared to order her to play the lowly handmaiden. Preposterous. So absurd it was almost laughable. Audrey clenched her jaw, her teeth grinding together with a harsh grating sound. Her gloved hands clenched into fists so tight that her long nails nearly pierced the fabric and stabbed into her palms. Lion Asaben, don't push your luck. Her voice was low and suppressed, each word squeezed out like shards of ice from between her teeth. I came to you with sincerity, not to listen to your drunken ravings. Before she could finish, a dull crack of breaking bone came from the bonfire beside them. Freya dropped the mammoth rib she had gnawed clean, casually wiping her greasy hands on her dark red leather skirt. She slowly turned her head. In her dark, golden vertical pupils, a savage, murderous glint seemed to drip with blood. The temperature of the surrounding air plummeted to the freezing point in half a breath. A layer of frost instantly formed on the blades of grass. A pure-blooded draconic might originating from the apex of the ancient food chain crashed down upon Audrey's spine like an invisible mountain of wrought iron. Audrey's knees went weak, the tendons in her calves twisting together. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead in an instant, streaming down her cheeks and into her collar, icy and piercing. She wanted to reach for the short sword at her waist, but her fingers were too stiff to even bend. The air in her lungs was forcibly expelled, her chest aching with the strain. If the young master says you'll rub, you'll rub. Freya bared her two sharp little fangs, her voice laced with a casual, bloody menace. Say one more word, and I'll twist your head off and use it for a ball. Audrey's eyelids twitched violently as she stared at those dark, golden dragon eyes. The royal dignity buried deep in her heart shattered into 1,000 pieces under this absolute tyrannical force, scattered like puzzle pieces that could never be reassembled. She swallowed a dry gulp, her throat burning as if she had swallowed a blade. Her mind uncontrollably flashed an image of the first prince's smug face. Then the cold throne. Then the 3 years of humiliating days and nights poisoned by assassins. The throne. If she could just pull that fool brother of hers down, she would control the entire empire. For the sake of the throne, what was a little humiliation? Audrey took a deep breath, her chest heaving twice. She slowly raised her hand. Her fingers touched the edge of the black velvet glove on her left hand. With a sharp tug, a soft ripping sound, and the fine silk peeled away from her fair skin, tossed carelessly onto the grass at her feet. Then the right hand. She stiffly stepped forward. Her high-heeled leather boots pressed against the white jade tiles, each step like treading on knife blades, heavy and dragging. She walked around the table laden with fruit, stopping behind Lion's rocking chair. Lion closed his eyes, smacking his lips, savoring the lingering taste of the roast. What are you waiting for? Expecting me to pay you wages? Audrey's breath caught in anger. She gritted her teeth and extended both hands. The tips of her fingers, cool to the touch, paused just as they brushed the fabric of his linen shirt. In her entire life, she had hardly ever held anything besides a sword hilt. How could she know how to serve someone? Her 10 fingers, stiff and clumsy, clamped onto Lion's shoulders. She exerted force suddenly. Hiss! Lion inhaled sharply, his shoulders flinching forward. Is that a shoulder rub or an arm removal? Are you trying to dig out my collarbone for a drink? He turned his head, irritably glaring at her. Use the heel of your palm. Don't pinch my flesh with those long nails. Absolutely no common sense, spoiled little princess. Audrey's face flushed crimson, the color spreading to her earlobes. She, the imperial princess, was being scolded to her face without a word of retort. She had no choice but to retract her fingertips, pressing the warm heel of her palm against Lion's muscles, clumsily pushing down. Needing pressing, squeezing. The force, initially stiff and awkward, gradually began to find a rhythm. Lion had long withdrawn the semi-divine counterforce beneath his muscles, letting her work. This woman, with her years of sword practice, had considerable strength. Pressing on the sore acupoints brought a mix of pain and pleasure. That's the spot, a little to the left, a bit lower. Lion hummed contentedly like a cat being stroked. Audrey clenched her teeth tightly, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. A few strands of golden hair stuck to her cheeks, making her skin itch. She had never imagined she would one day apply military striking techniques to giving someone an acupressure massage. After nearly half an hour, her wrists ached and trembled. But a stubborn, unyielding streak rose within her, and she even began calculating the direction of the muscle fibers in her mind. The friction of her palm against the linen fabric produced a soft, rustling sound. Sweat mingled with her expensive perfume, evaporating into the air. Stroke by stroke, the rhythm became more steady. Lion even started to snore softly. Under the tree, Helen turned a page of the ledger, drawing a circle with her charcoal pencil. Angelia passed by carrying a basin of washed fruit, not even glancing their way. Everything exuded a sense of decadent tranquility. Just then the sound of urgent hoofbeats came from the road paved with gold bricks outside. Horseshoes clattered against the golden bricks, producing a crisp, chaotic jingling. Creak. The heavy carved ironwood gate of the back garden was pushed open from outside, without a knock. The door hinges screeched in an unpleasant grating sound. The wind blew a few withered leaves into the courtyard. A middle-aged man dressed in the imperial royal robe with a special envoy badge pinned to his chest strode across the threshold. Mud still clung to his boots. He held high a gold-rimmed yellow parchment scroll chin up. By His Majesty's oral decree. Search the entire realm for the second prince. The envoy's voice was sharp and loud, carrying the customary arrogance and authority of a royal emissary. But halfway through the sentence, it was abruptly choked off in his throat. As if he had swallowed a live fly, his face turned red, and he couldn't even cough. His usually shrewd, squinting eyes were now wide open, nearly splitting the corners. His gaze was fixed on the woman behind the rocking chair, drenched in sweat. The sleeve of his royal robe slipped down, revealing his slightly trembling wrist. How could this be? That woman, her hands soaked with sweat massaging a man's shoulders like a common servant, was actually their astute, pure second princess. Just as Audrey was sweating profusely and gradually mastering the technique, the garden gate suddenly burst open. The imperial royal envoy sent by the old emperor to find the second princess stood dumbfounded, watching His Exalted Highness acting as a maidservant for a baron. With a soft thud, the gold-embossed royal parchment scroll slipped through the envoy's trembling fingers, landing on the white jade floor tiles with a dull, crisp sound. The scroll rolled twice on the ground, its bright yellow silk ribbon half undone. The envoy's jaw seemed to have been forcibly dislocated. His mouth gaped wide enough to fit a whole magic beast egg. His Adam's apple bobbed wildly in his withered neck, yet he could not squeeze out a single syllable. His triangular eyes, usually sharp with calculation, were now completely unfocused. His gaze pierced through the flower bushes, fixed on the sweat-drenched woman. Golden strands of hair clung to her flushed cheeks, and her delicate hands, which should have held the imperial scepter, were pressing down on a man's shoulder. This image struck him like a red-hot iron hammer, shattering his skull. A firework exploded in Audrey's mind with a deafening bang. Her ears were filled with a piercing tinnitus, blocking out even the rustling of leaves in the wind. The hot sweat she had worked up from the massage instantly turned to icy water the moment she saw the envoy's face. A chill shot up her spine to her heels. She stood rigidly behind the rocking chair, her chest heaving violently, her breath coming in rapid gasps like a fish starved of oxygen. Hey, why'd you stop? Lane closed his eyes, shaking his sore neck in dissatisfaction. A crisp crack sounded from his bones as he wiped his nose with the back of his hand. That muscle on the left isn't worked out yet. Put more strength into it and keep going. Shut up. Audrey growled through clenched teeth, her voice distorting with unconcealed panic. She snatched her hands back as if electrocuted, wiping the sweat from her palms haphazardly on her skirt. She took half a step forward, and her boot snapped a dry twig with a crack. Envoy Faber. You. Let me explain, this isn't what it looks. Audrey extended her trembling right hand, trying to grab the envoy's sleeve. But this half gesture in the envoy's eyes was a death warrant from the royal family. Knowing his master's shameful secret, how could he possibly return to the imperial capital alive? The envoy's scalp tingled, every hair on his body standing on end, cold sweat instantly soaking through his undershirt. This old servant is blind. I saw nothing. I saw nothing at all. He shrieked in a cracked voice, shrill and breaking. His legs recoiled like springs leaping backward. His heel caught on the heavy ironwood threshold. With a thud, he fell flat on his back, his head striking the stone steps. Without even pausing to rub the pain, he scrambled on the ground like a startled marmot, digging his nails into the mud until they turned black and red with blood. He staggered to his feet, stumbling and rushing madly toward the beat-up carriage. His boots splashed through puddles, plastering his back with half-foot-high mud. Faber, stop! Audrey stamped her foot in panic, hiking up her skirt to chase him to the gate. But the envoy had already plunged into the carriage. The driver cracked his whip, and the carriage shot off like a mad thing. All that was left was a trail of dust and the lone imperial decree lying at the doorstep. Audrey gripped the doorframe, her knuckles white, her vision swimming in darkness. It was over. Everything was over. 3 days later, in the imperial capital of the Holy Lionheart Empire, in a corner of the Copper Hammer Tavern, the air was thick with the sour smell of cheap ale and the scent of roasted lamb with cumin. A pot-bellied, disgraced baron holding a chipped wooden mug leaned in mysteriously toward his companion. Heard the news? The big news from the south. He lowered his voice, his beer breath hitting the other man's face with a pungent fermented smell. Our pure, untouchable, lofty second princess. Heh. The skinny merchant across from him quickly wiped his face with his sleeve, his eyes wide. What's wrong? Isn't Her Highness on an inspection tour of the southern territories? Inspection, my foot. The fat baron slammed the greasy wooden table, rattling the foam in the mugs. Envoy Faber saw it with his own eyes. The second princess was in the backyard of that useless baron of Blackstone Domain, dressed in a servant's clothes. He swallowed, his eyes gleaming with gossipy excitement. Sweating buckets massaging Lane Osborne's shoulders. And she was doing it skillfully. With a clatter, the merchant's mug hit the floor, spilling ale all over his pants. How? How is that possible? She's a princess. Playing maid to an exile. Maid? I'd say she's his personal bed-warming girl. They've probably even slept together. The fat baron winked, grinning lewdly. This gossip spread like a plague through the streets and alleys of the imperial capital. Within half a day, the rumor had sprouted wings and flown into the noble circles of the inner city. Noble ladies gathered around afternoon tea tables, half covering their faces with embroidered fans, whispering, "Tisk tsk." She usually plays the saint, not even glancing at the eligible young men. A heavily powdered countess sneered, taking a sip of her black tea. Turns out she's cheap at heart, throwing herself at a waist on the border. I heard she didn't even wear gloves, touching his bare skin. Oh, the shamelessness. Teacups clinked against saucers, a crisp sound. Scorn, mockery, and schadenfreude intermingled in every corner of the capital. The centuries-old dignity of the royal family was stripped bare by this scandal, becoming the butt of everyone's jokes. Deep within the palace, in the secret chamber behind the council hall, thick, deep red velvet curtains were drawn tight, blocking out every ray of sunlight. The air was thick with the heavy, pungent scent of ambergris, stifling. Old Emperor Richard III sat on a wide, solid gold dragon throne. Most of his face was hidden in shadow, only his vulture-like eyes gleaming with a cold, cruel light in the dimness. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were as deep as knife cuts, his thin lips pressed into a tight line. His withered, old hands, covered in age spots, were gripping a golden goblet studded with rubies. His knuckles cracked from the excessive force. A disgrace to decency. A monumental shame to the royal family. Richard III's voice rasped from his throat like a wheezing, broken bellows. His chest heaved, his breathing became labored and rapid. In the past few days, the rumors outside had been like soft knives slicing away at his old face. His proudest, most intelligent daughter. How could she have stooped to such a degrading act? No. Audrey's pride is higher than the sky. She would never serve a waste. The old emperor's eyes shifted, and suspicion grew like a poisonous weed in his heart. He was naturally paranoid, never believing in coincidence. That little beast Lane Osborne couldn't even cultivate battle chi back then. He gritted his teeth, recalling the timid figure who always cowered in corners at banquets. It must be a dark art. Some kind of abyssal secret art that can control a person's mind. Richard III gasped, the hairs on his back standing on end. If such a method could silently control an imperial princess, if it were allowed to develop, who would be next? The one sitting on this dragon throne. With a screech of compressed metal, the golden goblet was crushed in his withered hand, mangled out of shape. The rim dented, the ruby popped off. Dark red wine seeped through his fingers like thick blood. Drip, drip. It fell on the expensive bearskin rug, spreading into dark patches. Deep in the palace, old Emperor Richard III had crushed the golden cup in his hand. In his paranoia, he believed Lane had used some dark art to control the princess. Determined not to let this cancer grow, he immediately summoned Duke Charles, the southern warlord, to the palace in secret. Dark red wine dripped through the old emperor's withered fingers, splattering onto the black bearskin rug in blinding, spreading stains. Duke Charles's belly, swollen like a 10-month pregnancy, was tightly wedged against the gilded belt's edge. He struggled to prostrate himself, trying to press his forehead to the floor tiles, but his gut's fat hoisted him half suspended. Sweat slid down his greasy, bulbous nose, dripping into his eyes, stinging fiercely, yet he dared not blink. Your Majesty, this old servant understands. Charles gasped, his throat as if clogged with dry straw. That worthless Baron Lion dares to use dark arts to seduce the second prince. This is a capital offense. He cautiously lifted his eyelids, stealing a glance at the old man on the dragon throne, whose face was as dark as water. The old emperor snorted coldly, casually tossing the crushed remnants of the golden goblet he held onto the corner of the table. A crisp clang rang out, making all of Charles's fat tremble. Go and test the waters. See what filthy secrets he's hiding behind him. Half an hour later, Duke Charles leaned against the heavy white jade pillars of the palace, his legs as limp as freshly boiled noodles. Supported by his personal guard, he stumbled onto the luxurious carriage waiting outside the palace gates. As the carriage door closed, the fear and obsequiousness on his face vanished instantly. In its place, a glint of calculation overflowed from his eyes. He leaned back against the velvet cushion, stroking the neatly trimmed beard on his chin, pulling his lips into a grin. Test. How that old fox wants to use me as a pawn. Charles picked his teeth, spitting out a mouthful of wine-tainted breath. The Blackstone domain is now a slab of juicy, fatty pork. Mountains of gold coins, perfumes sold out everywhere. If he sent troops directly, even victory would only benefit the royal family, while defeat would drain his own coffers. The abacus beads in his mind clicked furiously, his small eyes darting around. I need a grand excuse to scare that bumpkin first. The next noon, the rear garden of the southern governor's mansion. Catherine sat on a swing entwined with rose vines, a small spiked whip in her hand. She wore an expensive, form-fitting riding habit of fiery fox fur, accentuating her impressive curves. Her chin held high, her inverted triangle eyes, identical to her father's, brimming with innate arrogance. Go to Blackstone Domain. That place reeking of pig manure. I'm not going. Catherine flicked her riding whip contemptuously, the tip carving a shallow scar across the grass. Charles rubbed his pudgy hands decorated with jeweled rings and sidled up to his daughter with an ingratiating smile. My dear daughter, hear me out. He lowered his voice, leaning in mysteriously. That place is now full of gold coins, and there's the tears of the goddess perfume that your friends are fighting over. At the mention of perfume, Catherine's eyes lit up instantly. That stuff was traded at sky-high prices in the imperial capital's black market. Even she, a duke's daughter, had only smelled it. Besides, I'm assigning your royal griffin knights to you. Charles winked, his fleshy face bunching up. You go under the banner of escorting the second prince back to the palace. Perfectly legitimate. With a dozen adult griffins landing there, that soft-boned lion, who can't even lift a sword. He sneered, his tone dripping with contempt. He'll be so scared he'll wet himself and obediently hand over the gold and perfume. Catherine licked her lips, painted with bright red lipstick, a hint of excited malice rising in her eyes. That exiled waste. At imperial banquets he would blush and stammer even at a single glance from her. And now he dared to keep the very perfume artisan she coveted. Fine, I'll take the job. She jumped off the swing, her leather boots crushing a blooming rose. I want to see if he has the nerve to detain the second prince. The scene shifts back to Blackstone Domain. In just a few days, the construction here seemed to have been accelerated by time magic. The first harvest of mutated magical wheat from the rear hills was already gathered, filling the courtyard with a rich, fragrant aroma of grain. Lion reclined on a solid wood rocking chair in the rear garden, a thin blanket of ice silk over him. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the awning, casting warm patches of light. He closed his eyes, chewing on a freshly baked honey bun. By the flower bed not far away, the elf Queen Evelyn, dressed in a green-maid outfit, was half kneeling in the soft black soil. Her fair fingertips, smudged with a bit of dirt, carefully parted a lush green leaf. It was a newly cultivated mutated tulip. Its petals were a strange deep purple, with faint starlight magic auras shimmering at the edges. From the core one could even hear a subtle resonance of magical energy. It's growing so well. In 2 more days I can extract even purer essential oil. Evelyn smiled gently, her emerald eyes filled with contentment. She sprayed a little holy light-infused water from a small spray bottle. The droplets clung to the petals, refracting rainbow-like luster. A gentle breeze stirred the flower, causing it to sway with indescribable tenderness. Angelia stood quietly beside the rocking chair, holding a tray of washed fruit. Lilith hung upside down from a distant tree branch like a giant black bat, fast asleep. Everything exuded a laziness that could soften even the bones. Whoosh! A sudden violent gust of wind swept down from midair without warning. The wind was so fierce that it lifted dead leaves and gravel from the ground, pelting the white jade tiles with a harsh crackling sound. The awning's coarse hemp ropes were pulled taut, groaning under the strain. Lion frowned, the sweet taste of the bread in his mouth instantly overwhelmed by a foul stench of bird droppings. He opened his eyes in disgust, waving away the dust before him. The sky darkened. It wasn't clouds blocking the sun, but a dozen enormous black shadows that harshly cut off the sunlight. Those shadows circled twice in the air, then dove straight down toward the rear garden with an arrogant, domineering aura. Screech! The piercing eagle cry tore through the domain's tranquility. Griffins. A dozen royal adult griffins, each over 5 meters in length. They had the powerful hindquarters of a lion and the sharp head and wings of an eagle. Their thick feathers rustled in the wind, sharp, curved beaks dripping with foul saliva. The strong pressure from their wing beats sent the soil from the flower beds flying everywhere. Evelyn gasped, instinctively raising her arm to shield her face. Her green skirt was lifted by the gale, and the brutal airflow pushed her back 2 staggering steps. Her high-heeled leather boots slipped in the mud, and she fell onto the grass. The lead griffin was the largest, its feathers shimmering with a dark gold luster. Catherine sat astride that griffin's broad back. She held the small spiked whip in her hand, looking down from her height at the slightly chaotic courtyard below. A sneer of extreme mockery pulled at her lips. A bunch of country bumpkins who've never seen the world. She gave the reins a slight shake, guiding the griffin's descent. She paid no heed to whether the ground below was a carefully tended flower bed. Days later, a dozen enormous griffins, beating the air with gale-force winds, descended arrogantly upon Blackstone Domain. Catherine, riding the largest griffin, landed directly in Lion's meticulously cultivated magical garden, its claws crushing Evelyn's most beloved mutated tulip. A dull, muffled sound of earth being squeezed burst without warning in the quiet backyard. The noise echoed like a mass of rotten flesh smashed violently from a height onto the ground. The wind instantly carried a pungent, sour stench of bird droppings. The griffin's front claws, covered in hard keratin, slammed into the soft black soil with a crushing force of several hundred pounds. The sharp talons dug deep into the earth, gouging 4 deep furrows. The mutated tulip which had just sprouted a dark purple bud was utterly obliterated, leaving no trace of its former form. Fragile petals mixed with splattered mud were ground into a greenish-purple pulp by the rough pads of the claws. Broken leaf juice squirted from between the griffin's talons. A few green droplets splattered onto the white jade steps nearby, leaving glaring stains. Thump! Evelyn was swept off balance by the fierce wind and collapsed onto the lawn. Her ankle hit the stone bricks, causing her to gasp in pain. The little brass watering can slipped from her hand, rolling away with a clatter until it hit the base of the wall and stopped. The remaining water from the spout spilled onto her green dress, the cold fabric clinging to her thigh. She paid it no heed. Her emerald green eyes stared fixedly at the muddy mess. Her eyes instantly reddened, and her nose stung with a wave of bitterness. Tears welled in her eyes, blurring her vision. Trembling, she reached out, a mud-stained fingertip hovering in the air, wanting to touch the broken leaf, but unable to bring herself to do so. That was her own life essence magic she had poured into it. She had stayed up for 3 nights by candlelight, painstakingly nurturing that precious seedling. It was supposed to bloom tomorrow morning, providing the raw material for her master's new batch of high-grade perfume essence. Now it was all ruined roots ground to dust. Cough, cough. What kind of rundown place is this? Not even a decent landing pad, just mud everywhere. A sharp female voice came from above. Catherine sat high on the griffin's broad leather saddle. She wrinkled her nose in disgust, waving a gloved hand in front of her face to dispel the smell of sulfur and earth. Her tight-fitting fox-fur riding outfit made of leather creaked as she twisted her waist. The garment clearly outlined her arrogant curves. Her triangular eyes swept downward, her gaze passing through the lingering dust and landing on the main hall entrance. Her eyes lingered for 2 seconds on the white jade tiles scattered across the floor and the distant gleam of gold coins that hadn't been put away. Her breathing suddenly tightened. A flame of greed flickered in her eyes, her pupils dilating. The golden luster stung her heart, making it race, and her Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. Father was right. This country bumpkin really does have so many treasures. She calculated inwardly. Once she trampled that weakling Ryan underfoot, those gold coins and the legendary perfumes would all be hers. With these, the noble ladies of the capital who looked down on everyone would have to beg her on their knees. At the thought, Catherine's lips curled into a smug smile. She lifted her chin, showing off her long neck, and cracked the spiked leather whip in her hand. Crack! A sharp snap echoed above the garden, shaking dead leaves from the nearby trees. Ryan Osborne, where's that waste kicked out of the capital? She shouted shrilly, her voice like scraping a rusty iron blade across glass, grating on the ears. I am here on the royal family's orders to escort the second prince back to the palace. She cleared her throat deliberately, putting on the airs of a duke's daughter. If you know what's good for you, get out now and hand over his highness. And then load all your perfumes and gold coins onto the cart for me. Catherine grew more pleased with herself, her thick powder falling off her face as she laughed. Her confidence swelled to the extreme. A dozen fully grown royal griffins circled overhead, the wind from their wings flattening the garden plants. That weakling baron who couldn't even hold a cross sword properly was probably already hiding under the table looking for his pants. In the shade a few steps away, a wicker rocking chair swayed gently in the breeze. Ryan didn't even open his eyes fully, only lifting a slit. The sunlight through the awning pierced his eyes, making him dizzy. He frowned, rubbed his right ear that was buzzing from the noise, and picked at his ear canal with his fingernail. A small dried stalk of grass still dangled from his lips, bobbing as he yawned, exuding a lazy roguishness. These flies from the capital, they're getting bigger every day. He muttered, his voice full of irritable morning grumpiness. He turned over in the rocking chair, presenting the back of his head to the huge, foul-smelling magical beast. He completely ignored the blustering duke's daughter in the sky. Catherine's smug expression froze instantly. That sense of superiority was shattered by the casual word flies. Her face flushed red, then turned white, and finally settled into an ugly iron gray. You're asking for death. She raised her whip in fury, veins bulging on her arm. Men, smash this broken yard to pieces. Drag that wretch out, and sew his mouth shut. She squeezed her legs against the saddle, preparing to strike the griffin and give the order. Beyond the distant wall, the 100,000 orc laborers digging earth and the holy knights sweeping horse dung all paused in their work at the commotion. Sal, carrying an ironwood railway tie, poked his furry head out to peer into the yard. He glanced at the arrogant griffins in the sky, then at the back of the figure eating meat by the fire. A flicker of deep pity for Catherine passed through his small bean-like eyes. This girl, she's tired of living, he muttered, shaking his head and continuing to fill the pit. Clang! A mammoth leg bone, licked clean, was carelessly tossed onto the white jade tiles. The bone was thicker than an adult's thigh. It rolled twice on the ground with a clatter, stopping right in front of the griffin's massive claws. The bone's surface, still wet with saliva, gleamed in the sunlight. Freya stood up. She didn't even bother wiping the grease from her lips with a handkerchief, just licking the corner of her mouth. Her dark red, leather hunting outfit was tight on her body. As she rose, the fabric strained, outlining muscles bursting with beastly power. She tilted her head and cracked her neck. A series of teeth-grinding cracks, crack, came from her cervical vertebrae like a sleeping war machine warming up. Her dark, golden vertical pupils contracted into two dangerous slits in the afternoon sunlight. She didn't even spare a glance at Catherine sitting above. Her eyes were fixed on the big bird's claws trampling the flower bed. "You crush my gardener's flowers." Freya's voice came from deep in her throat with a low resonance. "And you dare to breathe so heavily while the master is sleeping." She stepped forward. Her black leather boots made no sound on the white jade tiles. Her entire aura was completely concealed like a weightless shadow. But the royal griffin, 5 meters long and normally ferocious in battle, suddenly stiffened, as if electrocuted. Every muscle in its body turned to iron. The griffin's sharp eagle eyes bulged wide, its pupils dilated. The instinct of its high-level magical beast bloodline screamed a frantic alarm. The bipedal creature walking toward it was not a delicate maid. In its perception, it was a primeval abyssal monster crawling out of a sea of corpses and blood from ancient times. That crushing ancient dragon pressure like a red-hot steel blade stabbed directly into its brainstem. The griffin's thick feathers exploded outward, making it look like a giant puffed-up hedgehog. A terrified shrill cooing came from its throat. Its 4 thick legs went as weak as freshly cooked noodles, its joints trembling uncontrollably. It tried desperately to flap its wings and retreat, but its claws were too soft to muster any strength. "Beast, why are you backing away?" Catherine screamed in fury from its back, completely unaware of her mount's terror. She whipped the griffin's neck, leaving a bloody stripe. "Trample her. Crush her face." Freya had already reached the griffin's forehead. The size difference was immense. Like a newborn frail kitten looking up at a raging elephant. But Freya didn't even bother to shift back into her silver dragon form. Those dark golden eyes held a casual indifference like crushing an insect. She stopped, slowly raising her right hand. Her fair index finger curled slightly, her thumb pressed firmly against the edge of the fingernail. The knuckle whitened from the pressure. Between her fingers, a strand of silver magic finer than a hair silently gathered. This magic gave off no dazzling light, nor made any earth-shattering sound. But the air around that slender finger began to visibly warp and collapse. Light passing through was twisted and broken by the terrifying gravity, creating a small patch of eerie vacuum blackness. This second seemed to stretch infinitely. Time moved sluggishly there. One could even see the falling leaf swept up by the wind, suspended motionless beside the griffin's puffed feathers. Evelyn was still sitting in the mud, having forgotten to cry. In her emerald eyes, the pale finger-gathering silver light was clearly reflected, and she forgot to breathe. Ryan raised an eyebrow in the rocking chair. He lazily extended his pinky finger to block the ear closest to the griffin. With his other hand, he pulled the blanket over his stomach higher, as if afraid the upcoming commotion would raise dust and dirty his clothes. Catherine's face, thick with powder, still held an ugly, twisted expression of rage. Her raised whip hung in the air, the leather tip curved into a rigid arc. Freya's index finger aimed steadily at the griffin's brow bone, the hardest skull bone that even a ballista couldn't penetrate. She flicked it lightly. A thunderous explosion. The griffin and Catherine on its back were blasted into the sky like a cannonball, turning into a meteor streaking across the horizon. Catherine flew several thousand meters through the air, crashing headfirst into a foul mud pit outside the territory. Her bones were shattered, and her proud self-esteem was ground into dust. With a soft squelch, a fist-sized black bubble burst from the muddy swamp, releasing a noxious stench like a rat carcass left to rot for 10 days. Several royal griffin knights scrambled and slid into the filthy ditch mud, swallowing their gleaming silver greaves. The thick viscous sludge clung to their boots, making each step a struggle. They frantically grabbed Catherine by the shoulders, heaving her, the duke's daughter, out from the muck. A dull, wet popping sound accompanied her release. Gagging and coughing violently, Catherine spat out 2 mouthfuls of black water laced with strands of waterweed. Her lungs burned as if she had swallowed a mouthful of shattered glass. Her expensive red fox fur riding habit was ruined beyond repair. The fabric, saturated with foul water, hung heavy around her neck. Her carefully coiffed golden hair now plastered to her scalp like a filthy mop. Mud droplets dripped from the tip of her nose, splashing onto her chest. 2 of her ribs were broken. Every shallow breath sent a sharp, searing pain through her torso, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. The knight commander wiped the mud from his face, his hands trembling. "My lady. We need to run. That woman isn't human, she's a monster." Smack! A resounding slap cracked across his stubbled cheek. The blow, delivered with full force, sent his helmet spinning askew, leaving his ears ringing. Catherine's triangular eyes held not a flicker of fear from her brush with death. Instead, her pupils were dilated, shining with an unsettling, fanatical gleam. Run? Run where? She swallowed a mouthful of gritty saliva, a manic grin stretching her lips, a half-strand of green waterweed clinging to her teeth. One finger. Just one finger flicks away a 5th-tier griffin. Catherine panted heavily, her chest heaving violently. She dug her nails into her ruined clothes hard enough to pierce her own skin. What were those noble sons of the capital with their poetry and perfumed airs compared to this? A man who could tame such a monster was the lion Catherine was destined to marry. She shoved aside the knight, who came to help her, stumbling through the mud puddles. She ran madly back towards the white jade castle, her leather boots making sticky, slapping sounds on the ground. The knights exchanged helpless glances, none daring to stop her. Inside the hall of white jade castle, the temperature was just right. Lion had just vacated his rocking chair and was now reclining on a divan draped in crimson velvet. Angelica approached with a basin of fresh water, setting it down with a soft clink on the low table. A few mint leaves floated on the surface, releasing a subtle, refreshing scent to mask any gamey odor. Freya crouched beside him, dipping the index finger that had flicked the griffin into the basin. She swirled it around lazily, stirring a faint ripple in the water. Ugh, smells like bird feathers, can't wash it off, she grumbled, pursing her lips. She grabbed a dry towel draped over a chair and aggressively wiped the water droplets from her fingertips. Bang! The half-closed glass door was slammed open from the outside. The door panel hit the wall with a harsh screeching sound, rattling the entire frame. A wave of foul swamp stench, potent enough to make one's eyes water, swept through the doorway, instantly overpowering the mince fragrance. Lion frowned, pinching his nose instinctively and waving his hand in front of his face. Gods, what is that god-awful smell? Did someone blast a latrine into my courtyard? He leaned back in disgust, his gaze shifting towards the entrance. A lump of human-shaped mud stumbled into the hall. Black, murky water dripped from her clothes, splattering onto the expensive carpet. It spread into a large, ugly, dark brown stain. Be barren. Catherine's knees buckled, slipping on the polished floor tiles. With a thud, she pitched forward, sliding across the floor on her knees until she came to a stop before Lion's divan, leaving a long, disgusting trail of water on the carpet. Ignoring the agonizing pain of her broken bones, she clawed at the edge of the footrest under Lion's feet, her fingernails scraping against the golden threaded wood caked with mud from the swamp. Lord Lion. No, Master. Catherine tilted back her mud-caked face, her triangular eyes filled with morbid obsession. She gasped, her tongue tied in knots as words spilled out faster than she could think. I was wrong. I was blind. Her hands trembled, reaching out to grab Lion's trousers. That crown prince in the capital isn't fit to polish your boots. He's just a scheming waste of air. The engagement. Yes, I'll tear up that engagement contract right now. If my father refuses, I'll poison him when I get back. She howled incoherently, the veins on her neck bulging. Freya, quick as a flash, kicked her squarely in the shoulder before she could even get near Lion. Get lost. You dirty the master's new shoes, and I'll skin you alive and use you as a candle. Catherine tumbled across the floor, knocking over a small wooden table. She scrambled back to her knees immediately, obediently kneeling 3 paces away, showing no sign of anger. Instead, she stared at Freya with a look of fervent reverence. Marry me. Just say the word, and I'll empty the entire treasury of the southern province for you. She swallowed hard, her lips stretching into a deranged grin, blood seeping from her gums. Even if it's just as a concubine. I'd even be your dog, just to stay by your side. She was confident her offer was tempting enough. The status of a duke's daughter plus the immense wealth of the South. What man could resist such a self-offering? Lion stared at the woman's frenzied state, feeling a wave of nausea roil in his stomach. He felt like he might bring up the roast meat from last night. He tucked his legs further into the divan, avoiding the dirty water on the floor. He pulled out a white handkerchief to cover his nose and mouth, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. His voice, muffled by the cloth, held a clear, undisguised sneer. Marry me. As a concubine. Lion seemed to hear the joke of the century, his eyes crinkling with involuntary tears of laughter. He pointed a finger at the angelic cook standing nearby, holding a water basin, then at the dragon girl wiping her hands with a towel. Take a good look at yourself in a puddle, why don't you? He snorted, tossing the handkerchief onto the low table. You look like a squashed gourd that's been slammed in a door, and your heart is as black as a sewer rat's. You want to get through the gates of my manor. Lion curled his lip in disdain. Sorry, but you're not even fit to carry the foot washing water for my maids here. Letting you in might just kill the flowers and plants in my garden. The fanaticism on Catherine's face instantly froze. Her mouth hung open, a dry, choking sound rattling in her throat as she struggled to breathe. The faint glimmer of hope in her eyes was shattered into dust. Wei Ming! Lion shouted impatiently towards the door, his voice making the window frames tremble slightly. Heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor, making the floorboards vibrate. The half-orc brute he had taken in, shouldering a large iron shovel, squeezed through the doorway. He was bare-chested, revealing muscles that bulged like granite, his honest face marked with the grimness of a man used to hard labor. Boss, what's the word? Wei Ming scratched his head, his voice a low rumble that hurt the ears. Lion, still pinching his nose, pointed at the muddy lump still sitting stunned on the floor. Drag this stinking thing out of here. Don't let it dirty my floors. He paused, remembering the back garden door was broken and the front door had just been washed down by Helena. The front door is clean. Use the back door in the courtyard. Drag it out and throw it as far away as you can. You got it. Wei Ming grinned, flashing a row of yellow teeth as he strode forward. Like picking up a chick, he grabbed Catherine by the scruff of her collar. Under the brutal force of his strong arms, Catherine felt as if the fabric was strangling her neck. Her feet dangled in the air, kicking wildly. Let me go, Lord Lion. You can't do this to me. Catherine struggled frantically like a fat pig being held down on a butcher's block, her nails scratching uselessly at the half-orc's brawny arm. But her efforts didn't even scratch his thick, calloused skin. Shut it, you're giving me a headache with all that screaming, Wei Ming muttered, carrying her upside down as he stomped towards the back door. In the back garden, the tulip flower bed that had been destroyed had just been cleaned up by Evelyn. The mud had been refilled, and the bare patches of grass had been barely patched up with life magic. Wei Ming dragged the struggling, screaming woman across the lawn, his heavy leather boots leaving deep divots in the soft grass. Just as he reached the back of the yard, the ground, which had been perfectly level, suddenly split apart with a violent tremor like an earthquake. A jagged, dark purple chasm tore open in the middle of the lawn, with no warning, belching forth a nauseating cloud of sulfurous gas. With a harsh crack, the rock layers split open, a muffled explosion detonating beneath the mighty foot. Before the burly orc could react, the turf beneath him was yanked apart by two invisible hands. Fine grass roots snapped with crisp twangs. A fissure over 2 meters wide gaped like a monstrous maw in the center of the once pristine backyard. From the bottomless black hole, a thick miasma of deep green and dark purple gushed out. Ugh! Catherine, dangling upside down, was caught square in the face by the noxious cloud. Stomach acid mixed with the mud she had just swallowed spewed out, dripping down her chin. The stench, like 10,000 rotten eggs stewing in a sewer for 3 years, scorched her throat and made tears stream uncontrollably. The toxic gas spread rapidly across the ground. The mutated tulip seedlings Evelyn had just replanted didn't even have time to wither, they simply dissolved. The moment the emerald leaves touched the purple vapor, they turned into a pool of foul black liquid. The soil sizzled, smoking with a corrosive hiss, a crackling sound filling the air. Wei Ming's scalp tingled, goosebumps erupting on his thick arms. He forgot about the woman he was holding. His arms swung like a sack, flinging Catherine into a nearby mud pit. Mother of the ground, it's leaking gas. He stumbled backward, his boots crushing several bricks, and plopped down onto the edge of the white jade steps. He clamped his huge hands over his mouth and nose, eyes wide with terror. From the depths of the crevice came a chilling, bone-grinding screech, a sound like countless fingernails scraping against rusted iron. That sound, dense and layered, came from the 7th level of the abyss. Low-level ghouls, sensing the scent of the living, clawing their way up over each other's bodies. Step back. A cold, flat female voice rang out in the courtyard. The silver fruit tray in Angelia's hand clattered against the table corner. Several peeled crystal grapes rolled onto the carpet, gathering a ring of dust. The moonlight white hem of her skirt billowed in the sudden gale. 6 pure white wings snapped open with a sharp sound, their feathers dancing in midair. The broken blade of the Holy Cross sword traced a fan-shaped white arc, illuminating the purple-black poison mist. She stepped to the edge of the fissure, the sword tip pointing straight into the abyss. Her pale blue eyes held a cold, absolute authority. You've dirtied the young master's garden and made a racket. Unforgivable. On the other side, Freya didn't even bother to announce her presence. She dropped her meat bone without a word. The skin on either side of her neck hardened, turning into silvery white scales. The scales rasped against each other, a metallic whisper. Her dark gold-slit pupils locked onto the depths, a low bestial growl rumbling from her throat. She planted her feet astride the fissure, her 10 delicate fingers transforming into dragon claws with razor-sharp talons. Witchfool dug a hole in Blackstone territory. She bared her sharp fangs, pressing her foot down, crushing a cracked blue stone slab to powder. If even half a head dares to poke out, I'll cram every one of you back in as fertilizer. Lilith, too, had stopped her nap. She floated down from the branch like a falling leaf, her toes barely touching the grass tips. Her black lace parasol was tossed aside, its canopy rolling into the flower bed. Terrifying magical fluctuations crisscrossed the back garden. White of holy light, silver of draconic might, black of shadow. 3 fundamentally different laws of power pressed down until the air screamed with strain. 2 ghouls, just reaching the edge of the crevice, had only poked out half their pus-covered heads before they could glimpse the world above. Their skulls were crushed by the combined pressure, red and white matter splattering against the dark brown rock. Their bodies fell straight back into the darkness. In the rocking chair, Ryan slowly opened his eyes, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. In his left hand, he held a delicate bone china teacup, in his right a silver spoon, stirring leisurely. It was the aged black tea Helena had just dug out from the account room, sweetened with a bit of honey, a rich, inviting red-brown. He had planned to enjoy a warm sip to soothe his throat in the afternoon breeze. But then the wind shifted. A pungent sulfur smell mixed with the reek of dead rats invaded the teacup. A speck of purple toxic ash even floated onto the surface, breaking the tea's surface tension. Ryan looked at his ruined tea, his lips twitching. He waved his hand vigorously in front of his nose, his face a mask of disgust. What the hell, did a sewer explode? He slammed the bone china cup onto the side table, splashing hot tea onto his hand, reddening a small patch of skin. Can't a man get a moment's peace in the middle of the day, eh? He pinched his nose, his voice muffled and dripping with annoyance. This stench, it's giving me a headache, and my fresh tea is completely ruined. He didn't even glance at the terrifying abyssal rift. His eyes were fixed on the teacup with regret. Angelia, go plug that hole. Use 2 thick stone slabs to weigh it down. Ryan pointed vaguely at the crevice, waving his hand impatiently. Don't let that smell seep out anymore. If it keeps spreading, this yard will be uninhabitable, and even my clothes will reek. Angelia nodded, lowering her sword. She was about to cut a piece of stone to fill the hole when the sound from the bottom of the crevice changed. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy footstep, like a 1,000-pound hammer striking the depths of the earth. The low-level demons that had been scrambling upwards suddenly let out piercing wails. They didn't even bother to flee. They released their claws and fell back into the bottomless abyss, as if fleeing from something far more terrifying. The entire ground began to tremble in rhythm with the footsteps. The rocking chair's legs clattered against the stone slabs. Tendrils of deep red flame, solid as liquid, licked up along the edges of the fissure. The soil turned red-hot, melting into dripping lava. The sulfur in the air grew so thick that each breath felt like swallowing fire. A monstrous hand suddenly emerged from the black hole. The hand was covered in dark red scales with reversed spikes at the joints. Its claws, like 5 curved daggers, dug deep into the white jade bricks at the edge of the fissure. The hard jade crumbled like soft tofu, leaving 5 deep bottomless holes. Fragments of stone sprayed everywhere. Then another hand grabbed hold. The heavily muscled arms pulled with explosive force, tearing the wide rift apart by several more meters. Mud splashed from below. A demonic pressure 100 times heavier than before shot up, like a volcanic eruption. From the depths of the crevice, a terrifying figure the size of a small hill with demonic horns slowly emerged. Baal, the great lord of the abyss, stepped out of the rift with a world-conquering laugh, ready to savor the sweet taste of human fear. Ha 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 ha. A wild laugh mixed with the thick smoke billowing from the earth struck the air above the back garden like a heavy hammer. Baal's left foot, covered in dark red bony spikes, stomped heavily onto the edge of the crack. The white jade floor tiles let out a series of teeth-grinding cracks. Spiderweb-like fissures spread outward from his toes, crinkling across the surface. Dark red magma flowed from the soles of his shoes, seeping into the gaps between the tiles and scorching the white jade black. His massive mountain-like body had completely freed itself from the constraints of the spatial rift. The tattered demonic wings on his back suddenly spread wide. The shadow they cast, blotting out the sky, covered half of the back garden. Baal closed his demonic eyes, from which sparks of sulfur were still spitting. His chest swelled high as he took 2 deep breaths of the fresh air from the outside world. According to the rules of the abyssal invasion, the first breath he drew into his lungs should have been the perfect seasoning. The terrified screams of mortals meeting an abyss lord. The stench of urine-soaked pants mixed with the cold sweat of despair. That was the demon's favorite appetizer. He had even prepared to open his massive maw to taste the panicked 2-legged sheep scurrying about. But the next second, Baal's breath suddenly caught in his throat. His Adam's apple, like a rusty bearing, scraped up and down with a grating sound. There was not a trace of urine or the sour smell of fear in the air. Instead, a bizarre aura that made his scalp tingle pierced his nostrils like steel needles. First and foremost, a pungent cold fragrance of lilies hit him. Wrapped within this scent was pure, undiluted, holy light of the origin. That thing bored into his nasal mucosa, burning so fiercely that he sneezed loudly. 2 streams of black smoke shot from his nostrils, and a single physiological tear was seared from the corner of his eye. What the hell is this smell? Before Baal could finish cursing, a second scent crashed down upon him. Heavy, ancient, carrying the irrational pressure of the apex predator. That was the pure blood essence of an ancient silver dragon. This blood essence pressed down on his shoulder blades like a solid mountain of iron. It forced the knees of the dignified abyss lord to bend uncontrollably by half an inch, his joints aching. Then a surging wave of life magic washed over his demonic scales like a tsunami. To an abyssal creature, that vibrant life force was more stinging than poison. Finally, there was a faint, elusive trace of shadow energy. This shadow was not violent, but deep as a bottomless black hole, carrying the most ancient ancestral pressure of the vampire race. Baal's demonic heart, the size of a wash basin, skipped a beat with a dull thud. He snapped his eyes open, his dark yellow vertical pupils contracting violently. The bloodshot veins in his eyes bulged one by one, his gaze filled with incredulous confusion. There were no fleeing humans, no burning villages. The divine laws permeating the air were so dense, they nearly condensed into droplets. Bayer stood stunned for the span of more than a dozen breaths. Suddenly his hideous face twisted and the corners of his mouth pulled back to his ears. I've struck it rich. I've hit the mother lode. A hoarse wild laugh rolled from his throat, his voice trembling like a saw dragged through a rusty bellows. He covered his face with his huge knobby claws, laughing so hard he bent over. What random rift? This is a spatial current sending me straight into the treasure vault of the gods. He bellowed to himself, spittle flying everywhere. I knew it. How could the lowly human world have such pure law power? Bayer straightened up abruptly, waving his arms wildly in the air. Magma splattered down his arms, igniting a few innocent fallen leaves. Holy light, dragon blood, spring of life. Oh my. He looked up at the azure sky above, his eyes crazed with greed. Once I devour these unclaimed divine essences, I won't stop at the seventh layer. He stomped a nearby ornamental stone to pieces, sending gravel flying across the yard. I'll unite the entire abyss. I'll trample even the great demon god under my feet as a foot-washing slave. His arrogant roar made the glass windows of the white jade castle vibrate with a hum. On the lawn of the back garden, the temperature continued to rise. Lion leaned back in his rocking chair, his left hand holding a small porcelain saucer tightly over the mouth of his cup of black tea. His brows were knitted into a knot as he looked with disgust at the big red-skinned figure performing a one-man show in midair. Did this red-skinned toad get its head squeezed in the spatial rift? Lion pinched his nose with his free right hand, his voice muffled. Putting on a solo comedy act here. Stinking like a sewer, and you want to drink my blood? He turned his head and glanced at the four maids standing by the edge of the rift. The broken blade of the holy cross sword in Angelia's hand was already wrapped in a layer of dazzling white light. Her pale blue eyes held no warmth, cold as glass beads just pulled from an ice cave. Too big for the chopping board. The angelic cook murmured softly, twisting her wrist in a graceful flourish. First cut off the limbs, chop into pieces, then take them to the cellar for firewood. Beside her, a dangerous low growl rumbled from Fu Leia's throat. The silver dragon scales on her neck had already spread to the edge of her cheeks. Her dark gold vertical pupils locked onto Baer's throat, the most vulnerable vital point of a demon. What divine treasure vault? This fool thinks my home is a buffet. Fu Leia clenched her fist, her knuckles cracking like a string of popping beans. A stinking clump of magma, not even fit to be a toothpick for me. She twisted her neck, a cruel smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Today I'll strip his red hide and make a foot mat for the young master. Yifu Lin still held the small pruning shears in her hand. In her emerald green eyes a rare, cold, murderous intent flickered. The puddle of mutated tulip sludge corroded by the poisonous gas still emitted a pungent black smoke. My flowers. The elf queen bit her lower lip, her voice trembling as the life magic around her began to transform into a raging fury of nature. Thorny vines as thick as a wrist silently broke through the white jade tiles, creeping over the lawn like lurking venomous snakes poised to strike. I'll turn him into the lowest grade fertilizer to be composted for 300 years. Lili C stood in the shadow at the edge holding a black lace parasol. She yawned, revealing a half-grown canine tooth. Such foul blood. Drinking it would definitely give me a stomachache. She waved her little hand in front of her nose in disgust. Just shred him with shadow, not even a bone left, so he doesn't offend the master's eyes. The four mythical beings showed not a shred of fear toward the Abyss Lord. On the contrary, their auras grew more dangerous. Their gazes, like those of hunters, seemed to be discussing a fat pig just delivered to the slaughterhouse. How to cut it, how to cook it, how to compost it. Baer was still laughing uproariously. He thought he had already seen the bright future of unifying the abyss and trampling the gods. He laughed until tears nearly came, the red flesh of his belly quivering. Tremble. This land is about to welcome its new moss. He lowered his head abruptly, ready to feast. His gaze pierced through the swirling sulphurous smoke and landed squarely on the women ahead. The arrogant laughter was abruptly cut off as if a knife had slashed across his throat. It vanished completely. Baer lowered his head mid-laugh and saw four stunning young maids in maid uniforms staring at him with the eyes of someone looking at a corpse, even tinged with excitement. The wild grin on his face instantly froze. Baer laughed loudly as he lowered his head, only to see four stunningly beautiful maid-clad girls staring at him with a look that was both as if they were looking at a dead man and even tinged with excitement. The wild laughter on his face instantly froze. The corners of his mouth still maintained an exaggerated arc stretched to both sides. But the dark red horizontal flesh on his cheeks twitched uncontrollably, as if countless worms were burrowing under his skin. That terrifying pressure that had been crushing his spine was not some leftover ownerless law at all. It was all alive, and it was all concentrated in these four seemingly delicate women. His Adam's apple like a rusted broken gear rolled half a turn with difficulty in his thick neck. Badr swallowed a large gulp of saliva which scraped his dry throat painfully. He felt the surrounding air become as thick as mud, and even the oxygen he inhaled into his lungs carried a bone-scraping chill. No. This is not right. Two leaking broken sounds squeezed from deep in Badr's throat, his teeth chattering. A chill shot up from his spine straight to the top of his head where the two curved demon horns stood. The survival instinct honed from years of fighting in the deepest abyss sounded a piercing alarm in his mind. Run. Run now? This wasn't coming to stock up, this was willingly jumping onto the butcher's block. His left foot, which had just crushed the white jade floor tiles, suddenly curled its toes inward. The sole scraped against the ground with a harsh sound, and his entire body desperately shrank backward. He attempted to retreat back into the dark purple spatial rift. Want to leave now? Did you ask my scissors? Yifulin snorted coldly, a chilling murderous intent flashing in her emerald green eyes. Her pale wrist gave a slight flick. The small scissors she usually used for trimming flower branches spun flexibly on her fingertips. The thorny vines that had been lying dormant like dead snakes on the ground came to life instantly. With a loud rustling sound, dirt flew as hundreds of wrist-thick black-green bramble vines burst out of the soil. They formed a huge green spiderweb, interweaving and entangling, rushing toward the rift entrance with sharp whistling sounds. The surface of the vines shimmered with rich life magic, and in the blink of an eye they sealed the abyss rift tightly. Badr's heel slammed heavily into the vines. It was like hitting a steel-cast thorny wall, jarring his shin bones numb. Several sharp wooden thorns pierced his demon skin, oozing black venomous blood. Get out of the way. Don't block me. Badr completely panicked, roaring madly at the top of his lungs, his voice trembling. His two claws covered in bone spurs frantically tore at the obstructing plants. The severed vines sprayed green sap, splashing onto his face. But as soon as those plants were torn apart, they regenerated at an even faster rate in the next second, growing thicker and more entangled. They completely blocked his escape route back home. Just as he was sweating cold sweat in panic and clawing at the vines with all 10 fingers, a petite dark red figure had already stepped on the broken tiles and silently rushed right under his nose. Big guy looked down at my fist. Does it look familiar? Philia cracked her wrist, her knuckles popping with crisp sounds. She didn't even assume any power-storing stance. She simply swung her right fist casually with a piercing sonic boom and smashed it straight at Badr's big face. Badr's pupils contracted sharply, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Instinct drove him to instantly mobilize all the fire attribute abyssal magic within him. A layer of dark black lava shield, 3 feet thick, rapidly condensed in front of him. Molten-like fire lines flowed on the surface of the shield, the heat haze distorting the surrounding light. This was a secret technique from the abyss, renowned as an absolute defense. Crack. The moment that fair little fist touched the shield's surface, that hard lava shell shattered like a piece of brittle glass struck hard by a hammer. From the point of impact, web-like cracks spread wildly. It didn't even last half a breath. The shield exploded into flying black ash and sparks pattering down. Philia's fist didn't lose momentum, landing solidly on Badr's right eye socket. Ow! Badr screamed in agony, his massive body lifted off the ground like a kite, with a broken string, both feet dangling in the air. The eye socket caved into a large pit, red-black fluid spurting down his nose bridge. He clutched his face, the excruciating pain robbing him of the ability to think. His demonic leathery wings suddenly spread wide, flapping up a gale, trying to lift off to escape the ground assault. As long as he got airborne, these madwomen on the ground wouldn't catch him. His feet left the ground, and he had just risen less than 3 meters high when a moon-white afterimage appeared like a ghost diagonally above his head. Angelia gripped the half-broken holy cross sword tightly with both hands. Her light blue eyes held no emotion, as if she were facing a piece of demon bear hind leg meat with cartilage on a chopping board. Wings too tough, not chewable in soup. She muttered softly, raising the sword with both hands and slashing fiercely at the pair of leathery wings. Pure origin holy light poured out along the blade. In midair it transformed into a white crescent sword arc over 10 meters long. Sizzle. The sword arc cut into the leathery wings on Badr's back, emitting a harsh sound like boiling oil splashed into cold water. Holy light naturally suppressed abyssal demonic energy. The demon flesh at the cut was instantly purified and carbonized, emitting large amounts of pungent white smoke. The 2 huge leathery wings broke off at the roots, separating from the body. Black blood sprayed like a waterfall, but before it could hit the ground it was baked into gray-white powder by the residual holy light. Wingless Badr crashed back onto the back garden lawn like a boulder that had lost its buoyancy. Dirt and grass clippings flew, and the ground was dented into a deep pit. He writhed on the ground in agony, his whole body convulsing as if electrocuted, unable even to utter a complete curse. A master says this stench ruined his tea. A soft, glutinous voice sounded close to his ear, carrying a hint of sickly amusement. Lilisai had somehow crouched beside his huge demon head. The black lace hem of her skirt spread on the muddy ground, smudged with black ash. She still held the shadowy little umbrella, shielding herself from the glaring sunlight above. She extended her fair, slender finger and gently pressed it on the exact center of Bar's forehead. "I'll drain you dry, then you won't stink." Bar felt a bone-chilling cold at his brow, then the abyssal shadow magic within him that he prided himself on, like a breached reservoir, gushed out wildly along Lilisai's fingertip. "No, don't." He opened his mouth in terror, the last shred of pride belonging to a great lord in his eyes completely crushed. His flesh rapidly shriveled, his skin losing its luster and becoming like dry bark. His originally mountain-like physique deflated like a punctured balloon. This was the foundation he had accumulated over 1,000 years, drained away so effortlessly. In just 30 seconds, the demon lord who had once commanded wind and rain in the 7th layer of the abyss and destroyed countless human kingdoms was ruthlessly beaten by these 4 women into a fat red-skinned wild boar less than 2 meters long. His head was covered with lumps, one of his 2 demon horns was broken, and his face was bruised and swollen. He could only lie at the bottom of the pit, whimpering, "Oink, oink," from his throat. Tears of grievance hung at the corners of his eyes, and snot bubbles swelled and popped, looking utterly pitiful. Yifulin stepped forward and waved her hand. Several thinner vines slithered over like snakes. In a few moves they tied this dead pig tightly into a green bundle. The thorns on the vines pierced his flesh, causing him to gasp in pain, but he had no strength left to struggle. Lion walked over holding a teacup and kicked the tightly bound Bar. He noticed that this demon contained an inexhaustible supply of fire attribute abyssal magic, and his eyes lit up as if he had seen a perfect zero-cost energy source. Lion's leather slippers landed a moderate kick on Batr's swollen bun-like red nose. A scorched smell of burnt hide mixed with sulfur assailed his nostrils. Through the soles of his shoes he could feel the surging heat within this dead pig's body, like stepping on an active volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Lion stroked the freshly sprouted stubble on his chin, a glint of calculation flashing in his eyes. A gust of icy wind carrying hailstones swept in through the broken gap in the courtyard wall. Lion shivered, pulling the collar of his thin linen coat tighter. "The weather turns cold, all of a sudden the wind seeps right into my bones." He muttered to himself, then turned and yelled toward the forge. "Shorty, stop banging on that scrap iron and get your ass out here for a big job." The wooden door of the forge was kicked open. Tong Chue, his red hair singed by fire, emerged, cursing, carrying a hammer. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. What's the rush? I just quenched that piece of mithril." He wiped the oily sweat from his forehead with the back of his rough hand, leaving black streaks. "What big job? First no good wine, no work." Lion ignored his grumbling, pulled a charcoal stick from his pocket, and crouched down to start drawing on the white marble floor. The charcoal stick scraped against the stone, making a rustling sound. A few twisted lines connected to circles, all converging on a large water tank. "See this? It's called a water circulation floor heating system." Lion pointed at the chaotic scribbles on the ground and tapped the floor with the charcoal stick. "Use refined steel pipes thumb-thick and lay them through the castle's foundation and walls, covering every room." He tapped the still-playing dead Bar on the ground with his toe. "This red-skinned pig is full of abyssal demon fire, high temperature, but no smoke. Lock him in the cellar to heat the water. The hot water runs through the pipes, and in winter you can walk around the house in your underwear eating ice cream." Tong Chue leaned in, squinting at the blueprint on the ground. He stroked his thick beard, drawing in a sharp breath of air tinged with rust. "Using an abyssal lord as a furnace. What kind of brain do you have? Even more twisted than a goblin." Though the dwarf cursed, his eyes were shining with excitement. This job was interesting, far more engaging than forging a few necklaces. "One day's work, 10 barrels of elven fruit wine, and I'll weld those pipes into the walls for you." Tong Chue dropped his hammer and turned to run toward the orc laborers' camp. "Stop sleeping. Get up and move the iron." Night fell. The old cellar beneath the castle was dark and damp, reeking of moldy earth. The moss on the wall base was slimy and slippery. Bar was dragged in like a heap of mud by 2 burly orcs. His massive body left a long drag mark on the ground, and when it hit the steps he gasped in pain. "Let me go." His voice was hoarse and wheezy, blood frothing from his mouth. But now in his bloated pig form less than 2 meters long, even a mouse wouldn't be scared by such words. Tong Chue was bare-chested, swinging a heavy iron hammer. Clang, clang. He drove several arm-thick, refined steel chains into the granite walls of the cellar. The surface of the chains was densely engraved with binding runes gleaming with a cold blue light. "Hang this red pig up." Tong Chue spat. The orcs roughly pulled Bar's limbs apart. Cold iron rings locked tightly around his wrists and ankles, clicking shut. The runes lit up, sealing the last traces of shadow magic within Bar's body. Only the purest fire element remained still pulsing. "So this is what you call a central air conditioning compressor." Tong Shui scratched the back of his head, repeating the strange term Lion had used during the day. He patted the huge refined steel water tank in front of him, which was connected to countless complex pipes stretching upward. Hey fatty, breathe fire under this thing. Tong Shui tapped the bottom of the tank with his hammer handle. Barter lifted his head with difficulty, his one remaining intact demon horn casting a twisted shadow in the torchlight. His dark yellow pupils were filled with humiliation and venom. Don't even think about it. I am the lord of the seventh layer of the abyss. The great demon god. He gritted his teeth and turned his face away. Kill me. A noble demon will never heat bathwater for you crawling insects. The cellar's wooden door creaked open. Angelia came down the steps slowly, carrying a small stool. She was still wearing her moon-white apron, and in her hand, she held half a broken holy sword. The tip of the sword dragged on the stone steps, scraping a trail of glaring sparks with a sizzling sound. To Batra's ears, this noise was more terrifying than the death knell. His fat body shuddered violently, and he instinctively shrank toward the corner. The chains rattled. Angelia walked over to the water tank and set the stool down. She sat down obediently. Her pale blue eyes stared at Bar without any extra emotion. The boss said it's cold in the house. She rested the broken sword on her knees, and a small wisp of pure white holy light flickered at her fingertip. The holy light danced like a playful elf between her fair fingers, radiating a purifying aura that made one's scalp tingle. If the water keeps boiling, I won't cut you. She tilted her head, her tone serious, as if reading a recipe. If the water gets cold, I'll cut off a piece of your flesh. Batter swallowed hard, his throat dry and cracked. He had witnessed this woman sever his proud demon wings with a single sword strike. The agony of his soul being scorched by holy light was something he never wanted to experience again. I won't burn. He was still stubborn, but his voice had clearly weakened. Angelia said nothing, not even a twitch of her eyebrow. She flicked the wisp of holy light. Whoosh. A white beam landed precisely on Batter's soft belly. Sizzle. Like a red-hot iron pressed against raw flesh. The air instantly filled with a burnt odor. Oh. Batter's eyes bulged in agony. Like a cat stepped on its tail, his limbs thrashed wildly, the chains pulled taut. The searing pain spreading from the depths of his soul shattered all his pride. I'll burn, okay? Stop burning me, he wailed, opening his mouth wide. A ball of dark red abyssal demon fire erupted from his throat. The flames licked the bottom of the refined steel tank, producing a roaring sound. The temperature in the cellar rose rapidly. Soon the water in the tank began to boil with a gurgling sound. Angelia nodded with satisfaction and withdrew the holy light from her fingertip. She rested her chin on her hands, quietly watching him. Bar, while diligently breathing fire, felt warm tears rolling down his cheeks. The dignity of a demon shattered into pieces. He closed his eyes in humiliation, two streams of muddy tears flowing from the corners and falling onto the dusty floor. He, the great abyssal overlord, the nightmare of countless mortals. Now like a boiler attendant, he was chained here, toiling day and night. If he paused, even for a breath, the holy light would mercilessly sear him. A few days later, heat surged through the pipes into every room of the castle. Outside, snow fell heavily. Inside the castle, it was warm as spring. Lion, wearing a thin silk nightgown, stood by the window, gazing at the snowy scenery, marveling at how technology or magic changed life. Snowflakes as large as goose feathers lashed against the crystal windows of the white jade castle, driven by the fierce north wind. A thick layer of frost had formed on the glass panes. Before the chill could seep through, it was melted by the heat emanating from the brass pipes beneath the window sills, sending droplets of water trailing down the glass. Lane, clad in a flimsy burgundy silk nightgown, lounged languidly against the glass. In his hand, he held a fine white porcelain cup. The fragrant steam of warm goat's milk mingled with the sweetness of honey swirled around his nose. This magically converted underfloor heating is truly comfortable. He wiggled his toes against the warm woolen carpet beneath his feet, a sense of deep, bone-melting relaxation washing over him. A tuneless hum escaped his nose. "B-boss, those pipes are made of refined steel." Helena clutched her ledger, crouching beside the heating pipes in the corner. She wiped the dust from the pipe's surface with her sleeve, a look of pain on her face. Her brown hair, fluffed up by the room's heat, clung to her cheeks. "Laying them throughout the castle is one thing, but you're leading them into town. How much material will that cost?" She flicked the beads of her abacus, her brow furrowed into a knot. Her eyes shimmered with pained calculation, her fingers scraping a white mark onto the ledger. Lane took a sip of the warm milk, his tongue darting out to lick the creamy mustache from his upper lip. "Do you think your master cares about such trifles? Shared joy is double the joy, understand." He turned and flopped back into the plush sofa, gesturing out the window. "If those laborers in town freeze and get sick, who's going to mind and pave the roads in the back mountains for me?" His gaze swept over the high walls of the white jade castle. The entire azure continent lay blanketed in white from the raging blizzard. Even the frost-resistant snow crows dared not leave their nests. Except for Blackstone Town. A dense plume of white steam stubbornly rose into the air, evaporating the falling snowflakes on contact. The large, newly dug pool at the town center had been converted into a public magical bathhouse. The water was heated to a boil by the abyssal heat piped up from underground conduits. It bubbled and churned with steam rising thick and fast. A blind old man tossed his tattered cotton coat onto the bank. Baring his bony shoulders, he leaped into the pool with a splash. Ah, bliss! He let out a long, drawn-out sigh of contentment. His pores opened wide in the hot water, his eyes rolling back in sheer pleasure as he rubbed dirt and grime from his chest. A few burly orc laborers who had just finished their shift squeezed in beside him. The water's surface was dotted with black balls of washed-off grime. Scoot over. Make some room for me. Sal, his head as red as a cooked lobster, brutally shoved aside two retired crusader paladins, splashing water in their faces. He still clutched a palm-sized red strawberry in his hand, an out-of-season winter fruit casually conjured by the elf queen's life magic. Sal bit into it, red juice splashing onto the stubble on his chin and trailing down his neck into the water. So sweet. I wouldn't trade this heavenly life for the title of Beast King. The jostled paladin wiped the hot water from his face, not angry in the slightest. Instead, he pressed his hands together before his chest, his wet lashes glistening. He looked up at the white jade castle, his eyes filled with fervor. The Baron grants us warm water, grants us holy fruit. He is our true god on earth. Right? Whoever speaks ill of the Baron, I'll smash their skull with my shovel. A chorus of agreement sounded from the bathhouse. The commotion dissipated a patch of the thick steam overhead, sending ripples across the water's surface. All this warmth and heat across the town depended entirely on the black coal pit below. In the damp, sunless cellar beneath the castle. Cough, huff, wheeze. The sound of ragged breathing like a broken bellows echoed off the bare granite walls. It sounded pitiful and desperate. Bana's once mountainous demonic body was now like a leaking burlap sack. His dark red flesh hung loose and flabby over his skeletal frame. His ribs jutted out one by one, stretching the skin thin and glossy, covered in burn blisters. His eyes were dim and his eye sockets had sunken into dark hollows. The runic iron chains around his wrists had long since worn through his flesh. Black-red demon blood had formed thick scabs, and any slight movement sent excruciating pain through him. Puffed! A pitiful wisp of abyssal flames sputtered from his cracked lips. The fire barely licked the bottom of the massive steel water tank before dying down like a spent match. It flickered twice, then died. And no more fire. Drain, not a drop left. Bana's head lolled to the side, thudding heavily against the stone floor. A single tear of humiliation slid from the corner of his eye, splashing into the dust and raising a tiny puff of dirt. Slacking off, are you? Itching for a hammer to loosen your bones? Tong Hammer walked over with his shirt off. He carried a 100-pound forging hammer, its weight causing the stone tiles to vibrate with each step. He slapped the side of the water tank with an iron plate, producing a jarring clang. The water temperature dropped by 2 degrees. If the young master complains of the cold, we'll skin your red hide and use it to line the toilet seat. Angelia, sitting on a small stool nearby, looked up emotionlessly. Her light blue eyes held not a trace of emotion. In her hand, a wisp of pure white holy light danced on the hilt of her broken sword, crackling with dangerous electricity. The boss is cold. He needs more fire. Her voice was as cold and clear as ice striking glass. At the sight of the holy light, Bana's entire body trembled in terror. The pain of having his soul seared was 100 times worse than having his tendons ripped out and skin flayed. He drew in a rusty-tasting breath and forced his mouth wide open. Compressing the last vestiges of life force deep within his demonic core, he squeezed out a large tongue of dark red flame. The firelight illuminated his despair-filled demonic face as the heat once again brought the water tank to a boil. Outside the Blackstone domain, the blizzard raged, blurring the line between heaven and earth into a white chaos. A tall, burly figure trudged through the snowstorm across the wasteland. The man wore a thick snow-bear fur cloak with frost gathering on his collar. A massive, double-bladed battle axe nearly half his height was strapped to his back. The handle was wrapped in stained, aged blood, exuding an aura of slaughter. His wild gray hair was crusted with ice. A scar running from his left eye to his chin writhed like a centipede as he chewed on his dried rations. Damn weather, this wind cuts right to the bone. The man spat out a piece of gristle, wiping the ice from his beard with a calloused hand. He raised his head, squinting into the distance. The fierce wind suddenly paused for a moment. Through the swirling snow, a dozen miles ahead, a massive, semi-transparent dome of heat stood out against the storm. Snowflakes melted into droplets the moment they touched the barrier, evaporating into a cloud of white mist. Faintly, the sweet scent of strawberries drifted over on the wind. The man stopped. The hand gripping the axe strap tightened, causing veins to bulge on his hand. This anomaly of immense heat appearing amidst the frozen wilderness drew the attention of a legendary figure who happened to be passing through the borderlands. The Grand Master of the Continental Adventurers Guild, staring at the steaming Blackstone domain, pushed open the town's gate with curiosity. Zhan Fu's rough palm pressed firmly against the two heavy iron-plated wooden doors of Haishi Town. The bulging veins on his arm twitched. The door hinge let out a dry, muffled groan as the gap was forced open. A damp wind thick with intense heat rushed directly onto his bushy beard. The wind was scorchingly hot. Zhan Fu shuddered, and the ice crystals clinging to his eyelashes melted into droplets within a few breaths. Water droplets trickled down the centipede-like scar at the corner of his eye, stinging and itching his skin. Damn, this freezing weather. He muttered, his throat dry. Inside his thick snow-bear fur cloak, a layer of stifling sweat instantly formed, clinging damply to his back. He irritably pulled open the leather cord at his collar. Roughly, he stripped off the several hundred-pound coat and casually draped it over a nearby wooden fence. With both scar-covered arms bare, Zhan Fu carried the double-bladed giant axe upside down, walking unevenly into the town. The muddy road beneath his feet had long since dried out. It felt hard underfoot, even radiating a warmth that baked his feet. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of blacksmithing drifted in on the hot wind, the rhythm of hammering carrying a unique cadence. Zhan Fu followed the sound and turned a corner. His eyelids twitched violently, and his footsteps abruptly halted. In a dilapidated straw shed by the roadside with no roof, a red-bearded dwarf was swinging a large hammer with his back to him. The dwarf was bare-chested, his red braided beard covered in black coal dust. The pitch-black forging hammer in his hand left afterimages in the air. With each strike, a burst of blinding sparks erupted from the anvil. Zhan Fu's breath caught in his throat, and he felt his throat tighten. That hammer technique, and that hammer with the special groove. Tong! Tong Shui, you old devil! He shouted out involuntarily, his vocal cords trembling uncontrollably. This was the continent's recognized Grandmaster Blacksmith. He had mysteriously disappeared half a year ago. The king put out a bounty of 100,000 gold coins plastered all over the guild doors, yet not a trace was found. And now he was holed up in this godforsaken border town forging iron. Hearing the commotion, Tong Shui didn't even lift his head. He let out a loud belch, spewing a strong aroma of fruit wine. Get lost. Don't block my bald head. The dwarf grumbled as he picked up a red-hot steel pipe. The young master's cellar heating pipes aren't finished yet. If you delay the work, I'll use you for a sky lantern. A sharp hiss sounded. The scorching steel pipe was plunged into a nearby bucket of cold water, and a cloud of white steam shot up, obscuring the dwarf's impatient face. Zhan Fu pinched his own thigh. The pain made him gasp. He swallowed bitter saliva, picked up his axe, and continued trudging forward. His mind was like a hornet's nest buzzing. Before he had gone far, a faint rustling sound reached his ears. The road ahead was paved entirely with gleaming gold bricks. The gold bricks reflected light, stinging the eyes. An old man in tattered linen clothes was stooped over, sweeping the ground there. The ground was actually spotless. The old man held a worn-out broom with almost no bristles, brushing a few withered leaves that had blown from who knows where into a ditch. Zhan Fu glanced casually. His heart skipped a beat. The old man's wrist holding the broom handle was pressing down slightly. The veins on the back of his hand extended along the muscle lines. A seemingly light motion stirred up a fierce, hair-raising airflow. The broom tip swept across the gold brick surface without making a single sound of friction. The withered leaves were caught in the airflow, cleanly split in two in midair, and fell into the dirt pit. Sword. Sword Chi released. The giant axe in Zhan Fu's hand slipped, nearly smashing onto his own foot. He stared intently at the cross-shaped dark red old scar revealed on the old man's neck as he turned his face. All the blood in his body ran cold. Luo La, my lord. Zhan Fu's legs went weak, nearly making him kneel on the gold bricks in the street. That was the silver sword saint who had disappeared for 10 years. Luo Lan stopped sweeping, picked his ear with his little finger, and glared at him with some disdain. What are you wailing about? Can't even sweep in peace. The old man waved his hand as if shooing a fly. Shoo, your feet are covered in mud. Don't dirty the young master's road, or I'll deduct your rations for tomorrow. Having said that, he dragged his broom and ambled slowly away. Zhan Fu leaned against a nearby stone wall. His chest heaved violently as he gulped in the hot air. A grandmaster forging. A sword saint sweeping. This place exuded an indescribable eeriness. A crisp horse neigh broke his wandering thoughts. Several dilapidated wooden carts slowly turned the corner. The horses pulling them were tall and large with pure white coats, not a single strand of mixed color. A faint golden holy glow emanated from their forehooves. The hooves struck the ground, creating a layer of sacred ripples. Zhan Fu's eyes twitched wildly, his eyeballs almost bulging out. That was the unique celestial war beast of the Church of Light. A treasure that only cardinals and high-ranking paladins were qualified to ride. Now, these noble war horses, usually fed on fine herbs, had rough, rusty iron yokes around their necks. Behind them on the broken cartboards were piled leftover animal bones, stinking rotten vegetable leaves, and a few baskets of mud-stained red bricks. A bare-chested green-skinned orc sat on the cart shaft. He held a whip made of tattered hemp rope, lazily lashing it at the celestial horse's rump. "Giddy up. Move it. What's the hold up?" The orc cursed in broken common. The celestial horse let out a resentful snort, spitting out 2 sparks of magic, and could only pull the cart forward with effort. Jean-Fu felt his brain completely overwhelmed. He gritted his teeth, forcing the absurd shiver back down. He wanted to see for himself what that rumored useless exiled waste was really up to. Jean-Fu, carrying his axe, strode along the golden avenue toward the dazzlingly luxurious white jade castle at the end. The castle gate was half open, emitting a warm orange glow from within. The wind carried the sweet scent of fruit wine. "Lion AOC Ben. I'm here to meet you." Jean-Fu roared, his powerful right leg lifting sharply. The muscle fibers in his thigh tightened in an instant, brimming with explosive power. His military boot, edged with thick iron plating, tore through the air and slammed solidly into the white jade gate. Bang! The gate let out a shrill wail. The hard white jade door panel could not withstand the tremendous force, and the metal connectors at the hinges snapped directly. Screws shot out, striking the wall with a sharp crack. The unsupported heavy jade door panel flipped in midair. With a whistling wind, it crashed onto the wine-red velvet carpet. Dust swirled up through the cracks of the impact, blurring the vision. The gate collapsed with a thunderous crash. The guild master stared dumbfounded into the hall where the rumored dissolute baron was using a legendary lost artifact-grade sacred iris shield, as a plate flipped upside down on the table to hold freshly shelled sunflower seeds. Crash! The white jade door slammed heavily onto the carpet, sending a half-man-high plume of dust into the air. Choking lime powder mingled with which shavings churned in the orange glow. War Axe's right foot, clad in its iron boot, still hung suspended in midair. The muscles in his calf twitched violently. His eyes were wide, staring through the settling dust, fixed dead ahead on the low table. Lane lounged back in his rocking chair, pinching a pumpkin seed between 2 fingers. Crack! The shell split open and the tender white kernel dropped into his hand. Lane casually tossed the kernel into the inverted metal plate on the table, then spat the shell aside. War Axe felt as though his brain had been struck a vicious blow by a heavy hammer. His eardrums rang. That plate! It gleamed with a cold, dark golden light, its rim ornately carved with intricate triple iris patterns. In the recessed center, strands of primal holy light still flowed. But now that holy light was mostly buried under a pile of discarded melon seed shells. War Axe choked, nearly suffocating himself. That was the sacred iris shield, a lost artifact whose schematics were drawn in the guild's most confidential archives. 50 years ago, 3 S-rank adventuring parties had gone in to find it, and not even a sliver of bone was brought back out. And here it was casually upturned to hold melon seeds. War Axe's throat was parched, swallowing felt like scraping sandpaper. He stiffly withdrew his leg, his toes touching the ground, as if treading on rotten cotton. You. He stumbled forward a few steps, his knee cracking against the edge of the wooden coffee table. He ignored the pain, his rough, large hands desperately gripping the table's edge. His fingernails dug into the wood grain, his voice trembling like a tattered rag in the cold wind. This thing. How many S-rank parties did you send? How many people died to get it? Lane lifted his eyelids, lazily scanning the burly, bearded man before him. Covered in dust, eyes bloodshot, he looked like a wild ghost just dug from a pit. What S-rank party? Did you drink some bad liquor in broad daylight? Lane patted the melon seed crumbs from his hands, the fragments falling onto the velvet carpet. He pointed at the collapsed door, his brow furrowing. You broke my lord's door. Don't forget to pay for it at the accounting office later. Short me a single copper, and I'll break your legs. War Axe couldn't hear a word about the payment. He pointed at the artifact being used as a plate, his finger shaking uncontrollably. This shield. That's from the death zone deep in the dark swamp. His chest heaved violently, breath coming in ragged gasps. It's full of poison spraying, 8-eyed demon spiders, and swamp crocodiles. How on earth did you get it out? Lane clicked his tongue, rubbing his stiff neck. So noisy. Just because you're loud doesn't make you right. He casually picked up the iris shield and dumped all the melon kernels into his mouth. Chewing, he shouted towards the backyard. Freya, come claim the junk you picked up. The kitchen curtain was flung aside. Freya emerged carrying a half-worn iron bucket. 2 droplets of water stained her dark red hunting dress, her leather boots thudding against the floorboards. Young lord, what do you need? I was just about to use this water to rinse the dragon's breath crystal. She grumbled, her face full of reluctance, her vertical slit pupils betraying her annoyance at the interruption. Lane gestured with his chin towards the shield on the table. This big beard here wants to know how many people died to bring back this hunk of iron. Freya paused. Her gaze fell on the shield, and her lips immediately curled downwards. What dead people? Isn't this just the piece of scrap metal that tripped me this morning when I went for a stroll in the back hills with the young lord? She wrinkled her nose in disgust. The black mud there is so sticky and stinky, it ruined my new shoes. She set the bucket down heavily, splashing a couple of drops of water. It looked flat enough, so I picked it up for the young lord to hold snacks. What is this crappy thing worth something? The light in War Axe's eyes completely dimmed. His legs gave way, and he fell to his knees with a heavy thud on the plush carpet. The impact jarred his kneecaps, but he was utterly dazed. A morning stroll. A walk to digest their meal. That S-rank death zone, where countless top-tier adventurers had met their end. These monsters went there just for a casual walk. Picked it up casually from a mud puddle, and complained about the mud dirtying their shoes. War Axe felt as if his heart was on an anvil being struck by a sledgehammer 80 times straight. It shattered. His proud adventurer's worldview was ground to dust by that sentence. His lips trembled for a long time, but not a single sound escaped. Lane ignored the madman kneeling on the floor. He took a sip of the fruit wine beside him, the ice cubes clinking against the glass with a crisp sound. All right, stop cluttering the place. Go find that girl with the monocle outside and settle the bill for the door. Lane waved his hand dismissively. Freya, take this broken plate and wash it. It reeks of melon seeds. War Axe didn't know how he got up. His legs felt like they belonged to someone else, moving stiffly one shaky step at a time. He stumbled out of the white jade hall, crossing the wreckage of the door he had kicked down. The hot wind outside hit his face, and the sweat on his skin made him feel a chill. He looked up at the pale, glaring sun in the sky, the words, picked it up casually, still echoing in his mind. Monsters. A bunch of monsters. He mumbled, utterly lost. His foot caught on a loose stone, and he lurched forward. War Axe wandered out of the Lord's manor in a daze, his mind still reeling. He bumped straight into an old commoner from Blackstone Domain, pushing a wheelbarrow. The old man's broken wooden wheel rolled over a chunk of raw refined steel. With a crack, the steel, harder than stone, was flattened into a disc by the old man's casual step. Crack. A harsh metallic cracking sound abruptly exploded on the dirt road outside the white jade castle's gate. Though the noise was not loud to Battle Axe, it struck like a thunderbolt directly upon his crown. His leather boot, which had just stepped over the threshold, froze in midair. His eyes glared fixedly at the scrawny old man, pushing a wheelbarrow ahead. The old man wore a coarse linen garment washed to a pale white, with trouser legs rolled up to his knees. On his feet were a pair of worn straw sandals, with soles ground flat. Just moments ago, those sandals had stepped onto a piece of refined steel, or that had rolled off a cart. That was a tough nut that would take even a furnace 3 days and 3 nights to melt. Now the piece of refined steel had been crushed into a thin iron pancake. The edges, due to uneven force, had even kicked off a few dazzling sparks. Battle Axe inhaled a cold breath laced with earthy smell, scraping his lungs raw. He ignored the pride of being a guild master, rushed over in 3 long strides. His large palm-sized hand grabbed the old man's bony wrist. Ouch! What are you doing, you brute? The old man was yanked into a stumble, and the wooden cart handle he was pushing fell to the ground with a dull thud. He yelled in a raspy voice, trying to pull his hand back. Battle Axe didn't hear a word of his cursing. His rough fingers pressed firmly on the old man's wrist pulse point. The moment his fingers touched the skin, a surge of scorching, violent, and terrifyingly dense magical fluctuation. Like a bursting flood, it slammed into Battle Axe's palm along the old man's meridians. The recoil force numbed Battle Axe's wrist, forcing him to release his grip. His Adam's apple slid wildly up and down, the sound of swallowing rattling in his throat. Cold sweat instantly poured down his forehead, splashing onto his thick beard. The battle energy reserves of a high-rank knight. How is this possible? He stared at this wrinkled, toothless old man, his worldview shattered again. If this old bone were placed in the Adventurers Guild, he could easily earn an A-rank mercenary title. Yet here he was pushing a broken wooden cart. Old man, you. Who exactly are you, a hidden master? Battle Axe stammered, his tone now tinged with awe. The old man rolled his eyes, wiping the dust off his nose with his sleeve. Master, my ass, I'm just a night soil collector from the back alley. He bent down, grabbed the handle of the several hundred-pound wheelbarrow with one hand, as easily as picking up a straw. If you want to talk about this strength, it's all thanks to our Lord's bounty. The old man grinned with a toothless mouth showing wrinkled gums. Eating that golden wheat grown in the back hills every day, each grain as big as my fist. He gestured with one hand, in the air, spittle flying. Chewing it is so fragrant. After eating, your whole body heats up, and you have endless ox-like strength. The water drawn from the well even glows with white light. One sip cured my 10-year rheumatism. The old man patted his chest, making a thumping sound. Ignoring the dumbfounded Battle Axe, he pushed the wheelbarrow and hummed a tuneless ditty as he wandered off. The cart wheels left deep ruts in the yellow earth. Battle Axe stood frozen in the wind like a stone statue weathered for a century. Elven magical wheat. Well water infused with sacred laws. Using such divine substances, a mere residue of which could fetch a sky-high price at auction as daily meals for refugees. His legs went weak, and he staggered along the street toward the town center. The further he walked, the heavier the chill in his heart. A bare-chested butcher stood by a chopping block, hacking meat. The rusty, greasy cleaver in his hand wasn't even raised above his head. He merely pressed his wrist down slightly. A pale cyan wind blade shot out along the blade's edge. The thick cow leg bone on the chopping block, along with the sturdy wooden stump beneath it, was silently sliced into 2 even halves by the wind blade, the cut smooth as a mirror. The butcher wiped his hands with an oily rag and casually tossed the bone into a nearby bamboo basket. He muttered curses. This wind blade is getting harder to control, almost split the chopping block. Across the street, the blacksmith's forge was even more outrageous. A half-grown apprentice barefoot was pulling the bellows beside the furnace. He sneezed, and a fiery ball of fire shot directly from his nostrils. The fireball smashed into the furnace, instantly turning the iron inside into a dazzling white-hot glow. Even the hammer falling on the anvil carried a faint red glow of fire enchantment. These were no ordinary civilians. This was clearly a monster army where every member had completed a hidden class change. On the street, a few 3-year-old kids with runny noses were running. A bald little brat running too fast tripped on a protruding bluestone slab. He fell face first, heavily, a dull thud sounding. Battle Axe was about to help him up. The little brat got up as if nothing had happened. He patted the dirt off his knees. Instead, the thick bluestone slab he had tripped over cracked into 7 or 8 pieces. The little brat sniffled, then continued chasing after his companions. Battle Axe raised his hand and gave himself a hard slap. His cheek burned with pain, and 5 finger marks quickly appeared. This wasn't a dream. This was all real. These refugees, once sallow and starving, had completely changed in spirit. Everyone on the street held their chins slightly up, chests puffed out. Their shoulders swayed as they walked with a swagger. That arrogant, domineering air was even more exaggerated than the noble lords strutting in the imperial capital. With confidence, naturally, their spines straightened. Battle Axe, dazed, reached the town center. Ahead was a newly opened magical tavern with a crooked wooden sign hanging over the door. At the tavern's entrance, a noisy quarrel snapped Battle Axe back to his senses. A burly foreign mercenary was blocking the tavern steps. The mercenary wore a worn leather armor, a broadsword stained with dried blood on his back. A gruesome scar ran across his neck, marking him as a ruthless character who lived by the blade. He clutched an empty flagon, his face flushed red, clearly drunk. "Are you blind? How dare you bump into me?" The mercenary grabbed a young man's collar. The young man, dressed in coarse cloth, held a half basket of freshly bought mutant greens. "Do you know who I am? I was slaying demonic beasts on the outskirts of the abyss while you were still wetting your bed." The mercenary's spittle flew, spraying the young man's face. His free hand formed a fist as big as a sandbag, poised to smash the young man's nose. Passing civilians didn't even bother to watch. They merely glanced at the mercenary with a pitying look reserved for fools, then walked around him. The young man didn't even blink. He slowly switched the vegetable basket to his left hand. He sighed, his tone carrying the lazy impatience he had learned from Baron Lane. "So what if I bumped into you? In this Haishi territory, even if you were a dragon, you'd have to bow down." The mercenary laughed in fury, his fist swung down with a gust of wind. "You're asking for it." Before the fist reached the young man's nose, the young man's right hand casually lifted, fingers spread. Slap. A deafening crack resounded like a firecracker exploding on flat ground. The young man's palm landed squarely on the mercenary's cheek. The violent magical power exploded with that slap. The mercenary's 200-pound sturdy body flew like a discarded sack. His feet left the ground instantly, flying horizontally through the air. The speed was so fast it left a blurred afterimage. Boom. The mercenary crashed headfirst into the mud brick wall outside the tavern. The sturdy wall shook violently, dust falling in sheets. A deep pit in the shape of a human was smashed into the wall. The mercenary's upper body was embedded in the brickwork, surrounded by web-like cracks. His head lolled to one side, tongue sticking out without even a twitch. He had passed out on the spot. The young man disdainfully shook his right hand, wiped the greasy sweat from his palm on the hem of his clothes. "Such thick skin, my hand is numb. Next time you block the way, I'll plant you in the back hills as fertilizer." He picked up the vegetable basket, swayed his shoulders, and hummed a tune as he strolled away, leaving Battle Axe standing alone in the wind, his atoms apple trembling. That was a genuine silver rank mercenary, and a civilian buying vegetables had slapped him into the wall, with one palm practically impossible to pry out. He felt he couldn't stay another second in this place any longer, and his heart would definitely stop. In the corner of the town tavern, a wandering minstrel carrying a lute watched the entire scene of a civilian beating a mercenary, dumbfounded. Excited, he pulled out a quill and frantically scribbled this incredible sight on parchment. Clink. The translucent ice cube struck the inner wall of the crystal goblet, producing a crisp, clear sound. A fine layer of condensation clung to the outside of the glass, beading and trickling down between Lane's fingers. A droplet fell onto the wine-red velvet carpet, blooming into a small, dark stain. Lane yawned a breath, carrying a faint scent of cantaloupe. He sank his head deep into the soft cushion of the rocking chair, his eyelids drooping so heavily that even cracking them open felt like a monumental effort. The early autumn sun bathed his belly in warmth, a cozy heat that seeped into his very bones, leaving him languid and utterly relaxed. "My lord, is your left shoulder still sore?" Audrey knelt behind the rocking chair, her fair, delicate hands pressing against the hollow of Lane's collarbone. A fine sheen of sweat covered her forehead, and a few strands of golden hair clung to her cheek. The second princess, a noble of the realm, was biting her lower lip, kneading down with all the strength her palms could muster. "An inch lower. Haven't you eaten? Put more strength into it." Lane grumbled, shifting his position to drape his legs carelessly over the white, jade low table before him. Audrey's lips twitched, a flicker of grievance passing through her eyes, but she quickly increased the pressure of her hands. This Blackstone domain had grown so prosperous that it now dwarfed the Empire's entire treasury, grinding it into the dust. She was more than willing to kneel here and knead his shoulders. Suddenly the clear blue sky above, without any warning, split open. It wasn't the slow gathering of clouds before a storm. It was as if a rusty cleaver had been taken to it, viciously tearing a gash 10,000 miles long right through the middle. Crack! The piercing sound of space shattering echoed like thousands of glass panes simultaneously smashing onto a slate floor. The sound was so sharp it seemed to bore directly into his eardrums, scraping painfully. The crystal goblet in Lane's hand wobbled violently, splashing a few drops of fruit wine onto the collar of his linen pajamas, leaving a small red mark. He furrowed his brow irritably, opening his eyes. The sky above had become a chaotic mess. On the left, golden light blazed, the clouds transformed into a sea of burning golden fire. Over 1,000,000 winged beings clad in gleaming silver armor stood densely packed upon the clouds. On the right, black mist churned violently, the stench of sulfur and the sour reek of fermented rotting rats crashing down like a wave. Countless abyssal demons sporting horns and dripping green saliva snarled and howled within the black fog. The commotion was so immense that it rattled the newly constructed magical railway outside the territory, causing it to hum and vibrate. Despicable mortals! A roar that shattered the heavens exploded from the very heart of the golden light. Paul, the god king of the divine realm, stood upon a pure gold chariot pulled by 9 golden dragons. He clutched a thunder scepter as tall as a man, his eyes bulging wide, his white beard trembling with fury. From the mass of black mist beside him, the will of the abyss manifested as a monstrous, grimacing face that covered half the sky. The face had no features, only countless mouths opening and closing, dripping corrosive black mud. The divine realm and the abyss, mortal enemies who had battled for over 10,000 years, had today, against all odds, joined forces, completely encircling the skies above Blackstone Domain. They had no choice. The havoc Blackstone Domain had wreaked over the past 6 months was simply too terrifying. They had captured an abyssal lord to stoke their furnaces and detained the holy maiden of light to serve as their cleaning lady. They had even hijacked the divine faith energy to grow mutant wheat. If the God King and the Abyss will delay any longer, they might well find themselves conscripted to sweep the streets of Blackstone Domain in a couple of years. Lane Osborne, surrender the divine authority you have stolen. Atone with your life. The God King slammed the thunder scepter hard onto the floor of his chariot. With a heavy thud, a visible net of golden lightning pressed down from the sky. The very oxygen in the air seemed to vanish, leaving their lungs burning and aching. In the courtyard, Evelyn had just finished pruning a pot of ghost roses. The shears in her hand slipped and landed with a soft pat in the dirt. She looked up, her emerald eyes flashing with a moment of surprise which quickly turned into a cold, dead stillness. Angelia emerged from the kitchen holding a freshly cleaned iron wok. 2 bits of wilted vegetable leaf were stuck to the hem of her moon-white dress. She tilted her head back, gazing at the once almighty God King in the sky. Her light blue eyes held not a shred of warmth, as if she were looking at a slab of dead meat on a cutting board. Lane set his empty glass down on the table with a clatter. So noisy. He used his pinky to dig in his ear, flicking away a bit of debris from under his nail. It's the middle of the day. Did you all come here for a rave? That grating voice is worse than a wild boar in heat from the back hills. He turned his head, glancing at Freya, who was crouched on the ground, gnawing on a demon bear's hind leg. Big girl, those leaders up there disturbed your master's sleep. Freya paused in her chewing. She casually tossed aside the bone, which was thicker than her thigh, and it hit the ground with a clear echo. She stood up, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, which was still greasy with oil. A cruel glint of violence flickered in her dark, golden, slit-pupiled eyes like dripping blood. They ride on the corpses of my kin and dare to spit on my master's estate. The skin on either side of her neck hardened rapidly, turning over into layers of silver-white reverse scales. The scales rasped against each other, producing a faint sound of grinding metal. Today I'm going to skin you all and make a doormat for my master. Before the words had even faded, Freya's legs tensed, and she sprang with tremendous force. The white jade floor tiles couldn't withstand such inhuman explosive power. With a sharp crack, the stone beneath her feet shattered into a cloud of flying dust, leaving a half-meter-deep crater. She transformed into a thick bolt of silver-white lightning. She didn't even bother returning to her true draconic form. Maintaining the petite figure of a human maid, she dragged a long trail of sonic boom and plunged headfirst into that sea of golden fire. God King Paul was still holding his scepter aloft in a dramatic pose. Before he could even react, a flash of silver light appeared before his eyes. A terrifying pressure belonging to an ancient dragon king, the absolute apex of the food chain, slammed directly into his face. Bam! A small fair fist connected squarely with the God King's nose. The dull thud of breaking bone was clearly audible throughout the phalanx of divine soldiers. The God King let out a miserable shriek as his nose collapsed into a bloody, gory mess, golden divine blood spraying everywhere. The Thunder Scepter, said to be capable of destroying stars, was knocked from his hand by the sheer monstrous force. It spun through the air before snapping in two with a sharp crack. His divine body, tempered for over 10,000 years, flew backwards like a broken kite with its string cut. He was flung out of his pure gold chariot, tumbling head over heels into the angel formation behind him, smashing the armor of hundreds of unfortunate souls. The God King was punched away with a single blow. The high and mighty supreme gods nearby looked as if their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Their jaws dropped, Adam's apples bobbing furiously as they swallowed the sound, echoing one after another. The massive face formed by the abyss will twisted in terror, contorting into a knot of panic. It was just about to turn its black mist around and flee back through the rift. Trying to run. Your black mud is just perfect for fertilizing the fields. Lilith, seemingly out of nowhere, was floating above the black mist, holding a black umbrella. Her crimson eyes burned with a sick, manic excitement. She bit her lower lip with a small thong and made a grasping motion in the air with her fingers. Tens of thousands of shadowy vines burst forth from the void, wrapping around the massive blob of black mist like a zongzi being tied up, strangling it tightly. SSSKKKRR. The abyss will let out a high-pitched shriek like escaping air. Its primordial demonic energy was violently siphoned through the vines and into Lilith's body. In less than 10 breaths, the sky-obscuring black mist was drained into a palm-sized, shriveled, pitch-black bead. Lilith casually tucked it into the pocket of her lace skirt. Down below, Angelia wasn't idle either. 6 wings of light burst from her back as she soared into the sky, wielding her holy cross sword. No incantations, no flashy light shows. Just a plain and simple horizontal slash. Pure, undiluted, primordial holy light arced across the sky, a white crescent of light 10,000 meters long. Like cutting through warm tofu, it sliced the divine army's formation clean in half. The weapons of the lesser gods and angels melted into molten iron without even touching the blade of light. Armor shattered, feathers flew everywhere. The screams of the divine army formed a continuous chorus as they fell from the sky, like dumplings being dropped into a pot, crashing onto the wasteland outside Blackstone Domain, leaving human-shaped craters in the ground. In less than 3 minutes, the aggressive allied army of gods was utterly annihilated. The God King, his beard seized by Freya, was dragged like a dead dog to Lane's rocking chair. Thud! The God King was thrown onto the white jade floor tiles, knocking out a golden tooth. He was trembling all over, golden blood smeared across his aged face, his divine majesty completely gone. Lane pinched his nose in disgust. You've dirted the floor. I'm deducting 3 months of your food allowance. He grabbed a piece of parchment and tossed it onto the God King's pathetic face. Sign this. From now on, you're in charge of the public toilets on the estate. Just as the God King was tremblingly preparing to press his fingerprint, a familiar raucous gong-like sound suddenly exploded in Lane's mind without any warning. Ding! Detected that the host has completely dominated all supreme combat powers in this plane. Hidden ultimate condition triggered. Mythical bond system initiating final authority transfer. The ding in Lane's mind trailed off with a long electric buzz rattling the veins at his temples. He furrowed his brow, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness inward. A virtual panel shimmering with iridescent light popped up on his retina. The text on it was no longer the rigid blue glow of before, but instead held a profound starry depth quality. Lines of text scrolled rapidly, emitting a rapid click-clack sound like keyboard typing. Host has achieved absolute dominion of this plane. Achievement. Ultimate reward issued, Multiverse Creator Authority Code. Accept and bind this authority. Note: upon acceptance, the host will govern 3,000 great worlds, responsible for maintaining galaxy operation, civilization cycles, and the balance of gods and demons. Lane stared at the last 2 lines, his eyes narrowing slightly. The muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. Maintain galaxy operations. Civilization cycles. He ground his molars, sneering inwardly, his lips pressing down hard. Is this what they call a reward? He cursed loudly in his mind, his voice lazy yet filled with intense impatience. This is clearly asking me to be a free overtime slave for 3,000 worlds. I finally turned Blackstone Domain into a cozy nest where I can take a peaceful afternoon nap. Lane snapped his eyes open, his finger gesturing decisively in the air. Now you want me to worry about whether other universes might explode? Get lost. Whoever wants it can have it. This lousy authority, I'm not taking it. Warning. Refusing the ultimate authority will cause the mission chain to break. The system will forcibly unbind and destroy the host body. Host, please think twice. A red warning box flashed frantically, dizzying to the eyes. Go ahead, unbind. Hurry it up. Lane yawned without a second's hesitation. He even urged it on. This lousy system of yours has been ding-ding-dinging all day, already giving me a headache. The red light in his mind suddenly froze for a moment. It seemed even this string of code had never encountered such a hopelessly unambitious host. ZZT. A prolonged sound of electrical leakage rang out. Lane felt a slight peeling sensation at the back of his head, like removing a leech stuck to his skin. Then a walnut-sized gray stone smoking with black fumes fell out of thin air onto his lap. The stone was covered in cracks, its once flowing spiritual light completely extinguished, turning into a common piece of waste. Unbinding complete. May the host enjoy your layabout life. The voice grew weaker and weaker, finally dissipating completely in the wind. Lane picked up the waste stone, tossing it in his hand a couple of times. The texture was rough, still carrying a trace of residual warmth. He casually tossed it over his shoulder. With a plop, the stone fell into the artificial lake in the back garden, barely making a splash. Phew. Lane let out a long, turbid breath, feeling as if he were completely clear and refreshed from the inside out. No cheat system, no missions, no messy troubles. He now had an invincible, made endless gold coins, and a territory transformed into an earthly divine kingdom. This was true indulgence. Lane sat up straight and shouted towards the front yard at the top of his lungs. Shorty, old blind man, stop playing dead, get your asses over here. In no time, Copperhammer stumbled in, lugging a large wine jug. The blind old man hobbled along behind him, panting for breath. Young master, what's up? Copperhammer hiccuped, his red beard trembling. Go haul out those few hundred barrels of elven fruit wine from the storeroom. Have the butcher carve up the whole herd of mutant demon cattle in the back hills. Lane waved his hand, radiating boldness. Tonight we're throwing a city-wide open-air feast in the central square. 3 days and 3 nights nonstop. Tell those 100,000 orcs and paladins outside today's a holiday, eat to their heart's content. As night fell, Blackstone Domain became a sea of pure joy. In the central square, over 100 bonfires crackled and popped, sparks shooting straight into the night sky. Meat dripped fat onto the charcoal, sizzling and emitting white smoke, the rich aroma wafting for dozens of miles. 100,000 orcs, bare-chested, gyrated their thick waistlines wildly around the fires, dancing their tribe's most ancient war dances. They stomped the white jade tiles with a thump-thump-thump, making the very ground resonate. Those once haughty paladins now held wooden mugs bigger than their heads, arms slung around orcs' shoulders as they competed in drinking, their faces flushed red to the neck. Who cared about holy doctrines now? In the face of this meat and this wine, they were all a pile of crap. Old Roland crouched in a corner, skewering 2 kidneys with his rusty iron sword, munching with grease dripping down his chin. Helena clutched her account book. Though watching the supplies flow away like water made her wince in pain, she couldn't help but grin widely. On the high platform at the highest point of the square, Lane sprawled in the giant, specially crafted soft sofa. Covered with a firefox fur blanket, a long row of grilled meats and fresh fruits laid out before him. Lilith, like a mollusk, clung tightly to Lane's waist. She had secretly drunk some fruit wine mixed with divine blood tonight, and was now thoroughly intoxicated. Her flushed cheeks nuzzled Lane's chin as she muttered incoherently. Master's scent. Smells the best. No one else gets any. Angelia sat quietly nearby, holding a small silver tray. Holding a small silver fork, she fed cut fruit pieces into Lane's mouth one by one. On her usually expressionless face, a rare, faint smile actually hung. Freya was the most extravagant, buried entirely in a pile of gold coins and freshly stripped divine armor. Her 2 hands were frantically counting the day's spoils, her eyes shining like 2,000-watt light bulbs. Rich, rich. This gem is mine. This broken sword can be melted down to make bracelets. She muttered to herself, grinning like a fool, her mouth nearly splitting ear to ear. Evelyn sat on a wicker chair a little further away. Holding a small harp, her fingers plucked the strings, playing a gentle elven melody. A breeze swept by, lifting her light golden hair, a moment of serene peace. Lane swallowed the fruit in his mouth, wiping the corner of his lips with the back of his hand. From a hidden compartment under the sofa, he pulled out a thick brown leather notebook. The cover was embossed with gold lettering, the Baron's Indulgence Diary. He opened to the last page, picking up a quill pen dipped in ink from nearby. A drop of ink fell onto the paper, spreading into a small black. Lane listened to the deafening cheers in the square, the clinking of glasses, and the playful bickering of the maids around him. A lazy, bone-deep smile curved at the corners of his mouth. The nib glided across the rough paper, making a soft scratch-scratch sound. Azure calendar year 842, autumn. Those fools in the divine realm and the abyss have finally quieted down. That blasted system that kept nagging me to work got thrown into the lake to feed the turtles. Now Blackstone Domain has gold tiles, a boiler stoked by demon lords, and a throne room cleaned by the God King. He paused, shaking his wrist. He turned his head to glance at the vampire cooing bubbles in his arms, then at the angel who was innocently offering him fruit. He wrote the final line. My slacker life young master here has finally reached great perfection. If anyone dares to bother me with that save the world crap again, I'll have the head made dig up their ancestors' graves. After finishing, he pressed down with his wrist. With a snap, he closed the heavy notebook and casually tossed it onto the side table. The quill rolled a couple of times before stopping at the edge of the table. Lane let out a big yawn, sinking deeper into the soft cushions, completely enveloped by them. He closed his eyes, feeling the evening breeze carrying the scent of roasted meat brush across his face. No leveling up, no fighting monsters, no constant worry. This was the ultimate indulgence a transmigrator could have. The end.